Uh-oh.
is available here. So Moink delivers high quality raised meats raised on American family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of
All right, let's
rural
try this again now.
America. The Moink
Should
difference
work
is
now.
a difference you can taste,
Hey, there you
and
are.
you can feel good knowing you're helping
And
family
I can hear
farms.
you. Perfect.
All right.
Tim, hold on to
Hold
your
on, I gotta bring
brand
it. I gotta
urban
bring you in
farms,
though. Hold on a second
long
here.
forgotten
Yeah, no
rural
problems.
America,
Um,
where Moink ships from their orders from a town of
Here, this is what
97
I'll.
people.
I
I
gotta
love
do
it.
something different
Whichever
here.
selected 100 people. That's where this beef comes from. How
Uh-oh.
great is that?
Ah!
Moink is helping save rural America. You can too. Join the Moink movement today. They said it's oink oink with an M. Moink.
Oh, for crying out loud! Come on,
Oink
my
oink with an
computer's
M.
being dumb right
Keep
now.
American farming going by
All right.
signing up at
It's usually
moinkbox.com/farm
mine.
right now.
All right.
That's right.
Um.
Get free ground beef
Yeah, I don't know
for
what the
a
heck's going.
year.
Whoa, that's not what I meant to
What was
do.
you doing? And go sign up
There we
right
go.
now. That's 1 year of the best ground
All
beef
right.
in
What we're gonna
America.
do is we're gonna mute that, and we'll just watch it, and then when it comes on, we'll go back to it. So, what do you think about those losers speaking in the beginning there?
Yeah, this rally doesn't have the usual um, feel, but most Republicans are a little on the nerdy side. And South Dakota, no offense, love y'all that are from there, but you guys are a little slow in general. Like they just want a government that takes care of government business according to the Constitution and just like don't want to have to really step in, kind of like others do.
Right, but I mean that lady sounded like a dependent. Like she's
Oh,
just depending. She's not willing to stand up and fight. She's not willing to really stand up and speak out. That is the impression I got. And she's waiting for Donald Trump to do it all for her. And that is a problem, a huge problem.
she also looked like the Karen style sugarcoater of the Republican Party.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You know, like, it's okay that you took drugs and got addicted. We love you.
Yeah,
It's gonna be all right.
it's not
You
okay.
know, like, and it's like, no, kid, you're a fucking retard. Go sit in the corner, get your shit together, starve if you can't figure it out. Sorry,
No,
I'm a
but
little rough.
no, that you're telling the truth though. The dark truth. And it's the truth that needs to be heard because these people they don't get it, and I don't I don't
Now,
think
did
that
you?
there's as many Republicans that fully understand it. They support Trump. They want Trump to be in office because they understand that he's the best guy for the job. They saw a lot of positive things for the country happening with under Trump, but ultimately they are dependents and they are waiting for other people to do it for them.
Now, question: did you pause that or mute it?
I muted it.
Okay, because it hasn't changed on the screen, so I don't know what happened.
Wait, oh, it's you don't
Um,
see anything like they're not moving? What?
they are now. Never mind. I needed
Okay.
to refresh.
Ah.
I just wanted to make sure because I've made the mistake several times when I've done this with Lori.
Mhm.
I've thought I muted, but I ended up pausing and we were waiting and waiting and waiting. And it was like, Trump's already done speaking. He hasn't even come on the screen yet. Oh, I paused it.
Uh, yeah. Yeah, I've kind of gotten this sense before, but I always get lost in the awesome speeches that a few other people do. I get it doesn't matter what rally, doesn't matter where it is in the country. I always have this feeling from certain individuals that they are fully corrupted, and if not corruptible, they are a problem. They shouldn't be in leadership roles. You can tell from how they speak. It's fraudulent. It's fake. It's all scripted. And I have no patience for that shit. And we just saw out of all those speakers, maybe one speaker that wasn't completely fraudulent. Like, but even then, it was a little you know. So
And
what the hell?
I don't know, it's hard, especially with representatives versus politicians, right?
Mhm.
Because your representatives aren't there to speak in front of people. They're there to go read through the bills, do all the nerdy work, and then unfortunately, every once in a while, they have to engage on a public stage
Uh,
like this.
right,
You
and
said yourself you're not able to do something like that,
no, I mean
you
I
know?
could if I was forced to. I'd be exactly like I am now, but that's the problem. I would say the F bombs. I would tell the hard, dark truth. I wouldn't monkey around like that. There would not be a script. And the thing
Right,
is, those individuals those representatives that you described as people doing the paperwork and doing all the behind the scenes and diving into the bills and this, that, and the other, that's not a representative. I don't want my
well,
representative doing that. I want my representative to be able to talk to the people. I want my representative to be not a fucking weirdo nerd in the fucking basement. I don't want that shit. I don't
right,
like half those guys look like they just came from their office jerking off to some porn on their laptop. Like I mean like they ain't getting laid. They aren't fucking real people. They aren't going down to the tavern to flipping belly up and talk to the dude that just came off the oil field. They aren't doing that shit. They aren't
right,
representing. That's the difference. And you listen to Trump talk, and then you listen to those guys talk. Who's the real representative of the people? The people, yeah, we have people that are like nerds and dorks and can't talk and they're all weird and shit. We do have that. Do they need a representative? Fuck yeah, I'm all for that. And then we got other people that are over the top in the exact other direction, right? You got the Kardashians. They need representations too. But we need people that are kind of representing everyone, the full spectrum, which means none of this weird shit. You know, it's like if you're a little bit quirky, hey, I'm a little quirky. You're a little quirky. We all have our little quirks. That's fine. But man, I do not get I have no confidence in those individuals that I saw to actually stand up against somebody who would be like, hey, we'll make it so you got an extra $1 million in your bank account if you just vote this way.
right.
You know, no confidence in these people. And it scares the crap out of me to see just how pathetic these individuals are. I want true representation of the people. And I want someone who's a little fiery for the people. It's like earlier I was talking with somebody that we both know. I'll just say that. And they have a temperament that is such that they worry about offending people. They worry about people's feelings a little bit. You know, like they care. And this person is getting walked on by someone else. I don't know the whole story, but they were relaying, you know, hey, this person's not being really respectful and blah, 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 blah. And it dawned on me. When I was talking with this individual, I said, look, you have to represent your truth, the truth, as if it's your best friend. So if you
Mhm.
have a problem with somebody and you are under the impression that they are disrespecting you, whether they are or not, you don't know, but it's coming across that way to you. You need to represent your truth as if it's your best friend. So you need to tell them. And you need to tell them in whatever way you can so that they understand that this is how you're seeing it. And if they aren't,
Yep.
if they're like, well, I'm not disrespecting you, this is just how I am, then you need to respect that too and then just part ways. Be done. Okay, fine. But you need to at least put that out there. And that's the whole thing about the truth. I personally represent the truth as if it's my best friend. I go after people that are just complete idiots, they're ignoring it, what they don't see it. I will not stand for that shit. We got individuals that will literally placate the other person that they're interacting with just to go along to get along so they don't make waves. So they will
Right.
slightly, even though they don't agree, they'll go, yeah, I agree. They'll say they agree even if they don't agree, just to make sure the other person doesn't have a problem. And we see that all the time. I mean, hello, the whole virtue signal culture, you
Right.
know, I don't want to offend anybody. That culture too, we gotta the be kind, be nice culture. The only way to be kind is to be honest, be truthful, and be vigorous in the defense of that truth. End of
Right.
story. And I don't
Yeah.
feel like we have that. And seeing that little questioning that dude was doing of that wonderful young lady there, that I was like, oh fuck, we're in trouble. I mean, seriously, that's a problem. I mean, she's a nice person. I'm glad she supports Trump. Great. I'm glad everybody who supports Trump supports Trump. But I'm still going to call you guys out when you're being feckless little fuckers. I mean, come on. Have a backbone. Like, again, it's like I had on the other screen. Indict me too.
I know that screen setup was awesome. It sucks that you weren't able to
Thanks.
use it. Is it something that the sound? Is that why the sound was weird, or
I don't.
do you even know?
I have the setup over there at that on that particular thing, all the exact same as here. So I have a feeling it was
Huh.
because of how you connected on your end, and my audio was going that way. But I disconnected with the Bluetooth a couple times to try to get it to revert, because the other day, Brother Load and I had no problem with the audio, and I had it set up exactly the same way. So
Huh.
the only difference is I had you hooked up before we actually went live and went into action, whereas I called him during it. That shouldn't have made it.
No,
We'll get
I
it
was
figured out.
just.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got a talker person. Hold on a second. Oh, what's he gonna say?
I am honored to be here as neighbors, to be part of this great rally. And I'll say, let me start off by saying,
Here, I'll switch it over so you can listen to the other, and then I'll bring you back in. Just stay in the collab cam green room, okay?
Okay.
I had a chance to serve with Christy back when she was in Washington. I knew there was something real special there. And people are moving to South Dakota, not just because of your great quality of life and pheasants. It's also because of quality of leadership. But I got to tell you, when I fly back to D.C., I flew back home to Montana last night and then came over here this afternoon. In Washington, I have a small little apartment. I don't have a car back there. I can't stand traffic. I'm a Montana kid. And I walk to work every day. I've got about a 5 or 6 block walk to Capitol Hill. And it gives you time to think every morning. And I was thinking the other day, what will it be like in January of 2025? When, as I'm walking to work, my grandma always told me, count your blessings. I'm thankful for our 4 children, our 5 soon-to-be 6 grandchildren. But I got to tell you, I'm going to be saying a thankful prayer, saying, thank God Joe Biden's no longer president of the United States. So before I got elected to Congress, I had a legitimate day job in business. I'm the son of a U.S. Marine from Montana. And I've now been in Washington, hard to believe, 11 years. I will tell you something. The best 4 years of my time in Washington was when President Trump was in the Oval Office. Think about what happened in that short period of time. We cut taxes, one of the biggest tax cuts in our nation's history. We had a booming economy. President Trump restored sanity to the Supreme Court. President Trump also signed into law the greatest conservation win in 50 years called the Great America Outdoors Act. That was signed by President Trump. We had low gas prices, lower cost groceries, a secure border back in those days. And we were respected on the world stage. Think about what President Trump did. He got the Abraham Accord signed, the most significant peace agreement in the Middle East in a generation. He moved the embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. But compare that for a moment to Joe Biden. Joe Biden's energy policies is to shut down Made in America oil as we're all staring at $4 plus gas, shutting down Made in America natural gas. And I think their strategy is to shut down oil and gas and replace it with Chinese batteries. That's what they're doing. We've seen the highest inflation in 40 years. Interest rates that we've not seen at this level in a generation. The botched Afghanistan withdrawal. And then here's another one that hits close to home. So the Chinese launched a spy balloon. Look, it came over Montana first, and it came over South Dakota, I know. It came right over our intercontinental ballistic missiles. Why didn't they shoot it down? I told the president, I said, you shoot that down, the worst thing that happened, we might hit a cow or a mule deer or an antelope. It was embarrassing. And it made the United States look weak on the world stage. And look, when you've got adversaries in places like China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, look, they exploit weakness. In conclusion, one of the responsibilities I've been given in this election cycle is to win back the majority of the United States Senate and take the gavel out of Chuck Schumer's hands. Remember something. When President Trump is elected in November of 24, the first call he will make is to the United States Senate, because he's got to move his cabinet officials through. And our founding fathers gave that responsibility to the United States Senate. Imagine for a moment we aren't in majority control and he's calling Chuck Schumer. It'd be a disaster. So that's why we're working really hard to win the majority back. And I'll tell you, there's three states that will decide the majority. It's West Virginia, it's Montana, and it's Ohio. Those three states all have Democrats up in states where every single elected official in those three states are now Republicans. So if you're a Democrat in that state and you're trying to run for re-election in the United States Senate, get ready, because we are coming for you. We are. Now, I've got one final question I need to ask. There's a lot of polls going on out there. Some are fake polls. Many are fake polls. But let me tell you, I got to ask you all a question. If the election were held today between Joe Biden and Donald J. Trump, how many of you are voting for Donald J. Trump?
That was a dumb question. Duh. Fuck. See, this is the stupid shit I can't handle.
The president's smiling right now backstage. I know that for sure. Thank you. And I'll just say, I'm looking forward to working together here to make America great again. Thank you and God bless.
Cheesy. Can't handle the cheesiness. All right. All right. Let's see. We'll go back to Hookah here. He's over here ready to boink. All right. Well, so what do you think about that little speech?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's trying to talk about because honestly, what he should be talking about is how Nancy's up for re-election in 2024, how Mitt Romney's up for re-election in 2024, and how we need to replace both of them. The ones that he rattled off are already Republican seats.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're strong Republican seats that are just going to get reelected more than likely. We
Yeah.
need to change the seats that are not.
Right.
Um, so I do get that there's a difference between the House and the Senate, but um, the House seats where we don't have control, um, we have to worry about the ones that are democratically sat right now, switching them to a Republican or an independent or at least a conservative mind.
Mm.
Um, I do feel, and actually, you had mentioned it earlier. The guy that had said go out and register to vote Republican. Right now, for this upcoming season, I think everybody should register as Republican,
Mm.
and then after this election, change it.
Uh, I
Um,
guess. I mean,
well, I mean, in most states, you can't vote for the primary in the primaries unless you're a Republican or a Democrat, because there isn't an independent
right. I know.
technical can't you know.
Yeah.
Um,
I personally know that.
oh,
'Cause
right, right, and I mean it's the same way in the state of Maine. I believe it's the same way here in Texas. Um, hopefully, I have to register to vote by the 10th of October. Um, but I gotta wait for court on the 5th. So, because yeah, that's been why I've been waiting. So,
Mm.
but yeah, yeah, no, I think everybody right now go out and change your registration card to Republican.
Uh,
Do it.
not happening. not,
It
not for
but that
me. I'm just
but
not. I can't do it. I won't.
I think that helps us clarify that we're standing with Trump. And that is something I know it's painful, it's the hard truth, you gotta
I don't
listen once in a
think
while, speak.
Trump. I don't think Trump wants us to declare as Republicans. I really don't. You don't see him really pushing that. I think he
No,
wants individuals to be just that, individuals, independent.
I
And,
do too, but I think at this point that helps grind that wound a little bit deeper to the Democrats. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Especially if they start seeing independents jumping to Republican too. You know what I mean? Like the Democrats that are jumping from Democrats, most of them are going independent, right?
yeah,
So if all of the independents that plan to vote for Trump just jump to Republican for the this upcoming election, when you go in to vote, change your party so that we're all ready for next fall, when or the primaries, when you have to be a Republican to vote for that nominee.
yeah. I
That way
under.
those numbers are strong,
Yeah.
and maybe that's what helps the ones that can't manage to get their fingers out of their asses and wake the fuck up to wake up.
Yeah, I
Like,
get what you're
wow.
saying. I don't disagree with it either. I believe you have good logic with that. But I just it's a
Do
sticking point for me.
it.
It's a fucking sticking point for me. Because here's the thing. If you're a registered I believe if you're a registered independent, they don't monkey with your shit. because the Democrats, because of polling and whatever else their bullshit is, and this is actually kind of true from what I've talked to from other independents, the majority of independents vote liberal because they're retarded, because they just don't want to be lumped in with the Democrats. They're scared. It's like, I am one of them, but I don't want you to know I'm one of them because you're going to give me a lot of shit, and I actually look better than everybody else saying that I'm an independent because I'm a free thinker. No, you're not a fucking free thinker. You're posing as one, and that's why they continue to vote more Democrat. Like 80% of independents vote Democrat. It's disgusting. So if everybody flooded into that independent pool, I don't think Democrats are even going to look at those ballots, because remember, our ballots in the mail-in version of them, they are labeled. Here in Oregon and Washington, they're labeled. They know who you are. They know what you're registered at. They know everything. Yeah, it's not a silent vote. They fucking know.
Interesting.
Yup. That's why I keep saying to people, this is the testing ground. And when they sent out all those mail-in ballots, what platform do you think they used? Oregon and Washington mail-in voting platform. So guess what? They knew exactly who was doing what. They knew who was going to vote which way. They knew which votes. They knew which ballots to change, which ones that they were going to have to change. They knew all of it. Period. And so that it was a real easy thing for them to perpetrate. So if everybody went independent and didn't pick a team, the Democrats would be like, oh, shit, what's going on here? Everybody's going independent. And then because they're idiots, the Democrats are idiots, they'd first go, it's about time. If all these people are going independent, we know that the 80% of them historically vote for us. We don't have to do nothing. And then,
right,
whammo. They'd be like, oh, what happened?
And I mean, honestly, if both sides just kind of rush the independent thing, it would make maybe some of the Republicans realize that we're not really in faith for them,
Well,
see.
well, think about it this way too. If you want to send a message, do you pick a team or do you pick America? And America's, what was it? The Declaration of what? Independence. So declare independent. Declare independent. I don't give a fuck which way you vote. Declare independent. And that's how this should work. Declare as an independent. Don't declare as a team member of just these people over here or of those people over there. That has been the problem. That is how they divided this country and started using that against us for a long time. Because like you said, you pointed it out, and I've felt it firsthand. As an independent, you're not allowed to vote in the fucking primary because there's nobody there to vote for.
So, right.
Which is wrong. If you register as an independent and there's nobody on the independent ticket, it shouldn't matter. Because you should actually see all left and right, Democrats and Republicans on that independent thing, and then you get to vote for just one from the independent. You're just like, boom, that's my primary candidate, and that's it. End of story.
I think that should be for anybody. I've always been a big believer that when you go in for the primaries, that everybody that's running, whether they're Democrat or Republican, should be on the thing, and you should get to pick just one. You know what I mean?
Right.
It does bug me, and this is the first time I've heard it outside the mainstream media news about them talking about trying to get the D's and the R's taken off from the ballots, and I'm not a fan of that because I want to know.
No, I've been talking about that for a while. I want people to figure it the fuck out themselves. The R and the D is the lazy way. That's how they get people to just vote party lines. Boom. So I don't want to. It needs to go bye-bye, and everybody needs to actually do their due diligence and do the research. I know you're going to do it. You already do it. So it's not going to affect you one way or another. And then as far as like voting though in the primary as an independent for what I do know why they separated it because
Right.
my dad ran for sheriff in our county when I was a teenager, and what happened with our county, the way they voted, because the counties in the state of Washington can choose how they vote for their local stuff. Everybody is allowed to vote in the primaries, like you're talking about. Well, what happened was
Yep.
all the Democrats went and voted for the dipshit on the Republican side to that everybody knew wasn't going to beat the incumbent sheriff that was the Democrat. So they purposely went over and ousted my dad because they knew that if my dad actually made it past the primary, he might actually win and become the sheriff of the county. So and that they play little games like that, which they could do that, knowing, okay, we can set this up. We're going to have enough people that vote this way for this candidate. And then what if both sides played that game? Then you end up with both of the worst people on each side of the ticket in the flipping, general, which then it's like everybody's looking at each other going, oh, shit, what have we just done? We've put the two worst candidates up there to fuck with each other, So you got to be real careful with that. That's why it's like, look,
But I mean, you're gonna end up with that if you're taking the R and the D's off.
Well, no, if you take the R's and the D's off, your primary isn't a primary for parties. Your primary is to whittle it down to the top two candidates.
Right, but then it falls into name recognition, which is usually a Democrat.
I wouldn't say that, but I mean, yeah, it's going to fall under name recognition anyways, though, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
So, I mean, name recognition becomes what, though? How do people get their name recognized? Being out there, talking with the people, and now with social media, I think anybody could just appear on the scene. I mean, look at Vivek. Vivek came out of nowhere, and we're going to talk about Vivek tonight. Because we were asked at the end of last night's podcast. Tonight, we're also potentially going to have the artist Emma Hunt joining us.
Oh, beautiful!
So she's going to give us a rundown on her thought process on the little test, on the little test strip stuff that she was going into.
Yes.
So, we'll have a little bit better explanation. I figured maybe you can participate in that as well because with your background, you might have some better questions to ask her than me. The nurse v. chemist might actually be a good conversation when it comes to the testing and whatnot. So, but yeah, I mean, the whole look. To me, it's really cut and dry. It's really simple. It really, I mean, we can have a nuanced conversation and we can just go dive deep into the rabbit hole of all the fluff and stuff so we can feel more important and feel more intelligent. I just say, hey, let's stop trying to do that and then let's make this simple. Keep it simple.
Yep.
And if by doing that, we say, hey, we declare independent. Get your independence back. Become an independent. Force them to put all the candidates in one pool and game over. And get rid of the R and the D, and then you force the candidates to speak. None of this Joe Biden hiding in a fucking basement. But see, people wouldn't vote for the guy hiding in the basement at that point. Because then you have debates that aren't just primary debates. You end up having primary debates that are with all Democrat, Republicans of all, anybody of all ilk are on the same debate stage in the primary. So you will end up with hopefully the two best people that everybody watching is like, okay, this person's got great points and that person's got great points. Those are the people that we want to run against each other in the general. And then it takes out this whole rah, rah, rah team this and rah, rah, rah team that. It's literally Team America, and everybody has to be like, all right, who's going to do the best for all of us? Not who's going to do the best for this team or who's going to do the best for that team, because that's exactly what we have right now. The left puts up their best candidate, the right puts up their best candidate, and then if whoever wins, that pendulum goes massively that direction for how the country's run, and that is the wrong thing to do. That is not how this is supposed to work.
We definitely need more bipartisan bullshit, so to speak.
Well, no, you just need American bullshit. That's what you need.
Right.
You know,
right.
not bipartisan needs to be that word needs to be thrown out. That was a
And
word
that's
that
why
was created.
I don't like using it,
Yeah.
but there really isn't.
Yeah, partisan,
term.
bipartisan, all the politics, politician, all of these words need to be done away with. Done away with. We're not. If those words are used in a sentence with your name in it, that's not a good thing. like that should be like, the red, scarlet letter at that point. It's like, I don't know if you want to be considered a politician. That's pretty bad.
Right. I watched that Tucker interview this afternoon.
Oh, how'd you like that?
Oh my god. So it's weird. I remember the gentleman from the church. I remember that hitting the news back then.
Yeah.
But I didn't remember much of the actual gentleman that was talking about the whole, sex with Obama and stuff. But he seems pretty fucking credible.
Yeah.
And like, I didn't fact check Tucker, but Tucker did say, I watched the thing that you put out back in 2008 for the interview. And he says, before you even talked about what happened with Obama, you talked about your record. So your record was out there. He's like, that felt pretty, honest about it. And the guy, they didn't go into depth on what his charges were or anything like that. But he seemed like he's like, I did my time. I didn't get shortened sentences. I did, he didn't try to skate away from anything that he had done bad.
Right.
So that kind of made him look a little bit more, credible. And I mean, we've always thought Obama was gay. Like, I mean, look at him, look at his mannerisms, look how he speaks. Like,
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I didn't think of it that way at all. Ever. In fact, I didn't think of Obama as gay or Michelle as tranny until one of my friends during COVID. So this, I mean, we're talking 2021.
Oh wow!
We're out at a brew pub doing our faith talk, our politic talk, and scaring everybody away or having everybody lean in type of deal. He brought up Michelle being a tranny, and I said, "Say what? Come again? What the hell did you just fucking say?" And he's like, "You don't, you're not aware?" I'm like, why am I caring about who they're fucking? And from what I'm seeing, the Obamas are married and they have two beautiful young daughters and they're just dipshits. And he's like,
right.
"Oh, you don't pay attention to all the conspiracy stuff, do you?" I'm like, "No, I am a conspiracy theorist on my own. I come up with these thoughts and ideas myself, and then, oh, wait, other people are thinking the same way." And I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." But if I'm not thinking about it, if I'm not paying attention to something like that, I'm not running into anything of that nature. And when he dropped that on me, I was like, what'd you say? Wait. I'm like, hold on. Hey, can I get another beer, please? That's what I was like. Like we're
Oh
gonna be here for a
wow.
while, and yeah, that was a thing. So yeah, 2021 was
So
pretty much the first time I ever heard of Obama potentially being gay and Michelle being a tranny.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Now when you first heard it, did you just like brush it off as a conspiracy, or were you kind of like, oh, yeah, I guess you're kind of, I can see it, or
No,
like,
I just was like, this shit wouldn't surprise me. I was just kind of like,
yeah,
oh, go fucking figure. You know, it was more disappointing that there was even more for me to be pissed off about. You know, it's like, fucking seriously, I already didn't like him for a whole bunch of other reasons that had nothing to do with sexuality. And then you're going
right,
to dump this shit on me where, okay, I don't give a fuck who he's screwing. I don't care.
right. I don't either.
But
As
what I
long as
do
you're
care
honest
is
about it, don't
he
hide it.
lied about it. He didn't fucking say anything to anybody about it. There was a big show. It was a big, pomp and circumstance of look at us, the Obamas, this beautiful family, blah 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 blah, and they pulled one over on the American people,
You,
100%.
you.
And they pulled one over on me because the reality is it didn't bother me. I mean, seriously, I think trannies have mental health issues. I think gay people have mental health issues. I think some are worse than others. You know, we've talked about this a lot, but
Right.
it doesn't stop me from saying, all right, I hope this person does a good job as president. I hope this person does a good job as first, whatever the fuck you want to be called, first lady. The thing is, there was a dishonest moment that never ended. There was a point where someone tried to out it and they denied it, and then so for a whole 8 years it was nothing but one whole lie about that part of their life that just was baked into a whole another cake that was multi-layered of bullshit.
Yo. Well, and that's like the guy the gentleman that was talking about it, he's like when I first approached him, he's like I only wanted them to be truthful about the coke. You
Yeah.
know, I didn't. He's like, the sex was secondary, but then everybody called me a liar, this, that, and everything else. And then he was like, then you've got Obama who comes out and says, oh yeah, I was struggling in my marriage in '99 and almost went through a divorce. And the guy's like, oh, so I was fucking correct, and you destroyed my life, because like what Tucker says, what does he have to gain by coming out with any of it.
Zip.
He other than destroying his whole life, because that's all that happens when you become technically a whistleblower,
Mm-hmm.
is you destroy your own life. You know, um, but because you have a love for country or God or yourself bigger than bigger than yourself,
Well,
you become willing to put it out there so that others know the truth.
right, and that's what's wonderful about this gentleman, right? Like I'm not ever hanging out with him. I'm not ever like putting myself around him. I might have a
I
conversation with him if I bellied up to a bar and he's sitting right there at the bar, type of deal. You know what I mean? And it might be a good
right,
conversation. But here's the thing: not only is he's not putting country above him. He lives in Mexico,
right,
and
which
so
I wasn't
country's not even.
100% sure if he was a US citizen that moved to
Uh,
Mexico, if he's
yeah,
from Mexico and
yeah he's
came to the US, or what
yeah,
his deal was.
he's just an expat.
But
He's been that way for a while since before Obama even got into the presidency. He's been living in Mexico. So, and
right,
he kind of jumps around and whatnot, I guess, from what I was understanding. But here's the thing: obviously, he's just putting the truth first. Like that was what
right,
he's
right.
just. I'm just trying to get the truth out here. I don't
Yep.
like. I'm in Mexico. What the fuck happens up here doesn't really matter to me anymore. Like,
Right,
you know.
right. Like, I do hope though that Tucker pays him enough to get his teeth fixed.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Because
Well, when you're
I took the time to, because I usually don't, but I took the
Mhm.
time to read his body language and actually watch the interactions. The facial expressions, the movements, and stuff like that, just to get it to a real feel. Because, like, going into it, I had read some of the comments from some of the commentaries that X seems to like
Mhm.
that I just felt were bullshit. Um, but I didn't want it to cloud me one way or the other. Um, so like I really wanted to pay attention to all of that stuff. And I mean, even his body language read that he was saying truthful accusations or however you want to consider it, because they're not technically proven. So
Um,
I
well,
don't
they
want
are to
to.
him though. That's the thing.
Right,
It's the
right.
truth. It's 100% the truth, and
Yup.
you could tell that he was telling the truth by the body language, the mannerisms, and all of that. So
Yep.
his, and look,
And then for the
he's
guy that he was talking to be shot multiple times,
well, yeah, because
and
Obama would have been outed because he was in a relationship with that preacher, that pastor, the gay
yep,
pastor. That's who. And
yep,
but that's the thing, he even said it was weird that whole building never heard a gunshot. So he thinks that guy was actually, the people in the building were in on it too. Like they all got paid off. They, like a conspiracy type thing. He didn't dive into it too much, but we're talking about individuals here. This guy, Larry, he is an individual that did a lot of partying. He was in,
yep.
you look at his age, he was one of those 80s club kids, gay
Oh,
80s club kids that did a lot of fucking coke,
fucking
did a
coke.
lot of fucking drugs, smoked a lot of fucking crack, and then he um, stumbles upon Christy Nome's coming up, but stumbles
All right.
upon Barack Obama and starts partying with Barack Obama for a night. Good Lord. All right, let's go over here to Christy Nome. All right. Uh-oh. They got the music too loud in that stadium. They're blowing the speakers.
I love you too. Good evening. You look fantastic. Oh my goodness. Thank you for being here tonight. 3 years ago, during some of our country's darkest days in recent history, South Dakota inspired the nation by daring to boldly celebrate our God-given freedom. While leaders across the world used fear to manipulate, to lie, and to control people, we chose a different path. On July 3rd, we gathered at this nation's greatest monument and we invited the world's strongest leader to join us. And President Donald J. Trump showed up. President Trump showed up like he always does for the American people, and he has shown up here again tonight. Now, I've gotten lots of questions from people across the country about tonight's events. They want to know why. Why did you invite President Trump to come support the South Dakota Republican Party? They wanted to know, why would he waste his time in the middle of a presidential race to go to a small, insignificant state like South Dakota? Somebody really asked me that. That conversation went south pretty quickly. Another question they asked is President Trump going to pick you as the most popular and favorite governor? I said yes. So here are the facts. Chairman John Wick had this fantastic idea to bring Republicans in our state together, to rally us around our values and our principles. And I loved the idea. I told him that I would do everything I could to help him. We started discussing inviting all the candidates running to be President of the United States. Tim Scott was asked, and he declined. Vivek was invited, and he turned us down. Other candidates were asked, and all of them told us that they had better things to do. But when President Trump was invited to come be with you tonight, he said, "I will be there." You see, that's why people love President Trump. He doesn't listen to consultants. He doesn't listen to the media or the political elite to tell him what is important and what his priorities should be. To him, every American is worth fighting for. No one is better than anyone else. No one deserves to be treated differently than anyone else, and he will never forget about us, the little people in the little states that are the backbone of this country. He shows up for every American, and he fights for us every single day. Now, some people can't figure out his popularity. Why are people so loyal to him? I'm convinced it's because we have never seen anything or anyone like him ever before. And we've certainly never seen anyone like him serve in public office before. He is unapologetically himself. He's real, he's genuine, he is who he is, and he never pretends to be something that he's not. And those who hate America know that he will fight every single day to stop them from destroying this country. When I was first asked for your support, and when I stood with all of you and asked to serve as your governor, I talked about my vision for South Dakota. I believed our state could grow, that we could become stronger, expand businesses and industry, that we could pay down our debt, build stronger families, all while preserving our values and our way of life. We have done that here. And we didn't do it through more government control or by raising taxes. We did it by trusting our people and by giving them more opportunities to succeed. When the rest of the country was locking down and ordering people to stay home, we did the exact opposite. We invited people to come to South Dakota. We used it as an opportunity to tell our story. We were a city on a hill during a very dark time, and we represented hope. We showed people and the country how to do better, how to be better. Many were threatened by what South Dakota has done the last several years. Here's why. While big government socialists want more control over you and your family, your money, and your life, we chose personal responsibility. We cut taxes, we cut regulations, we let families make the best decisions for themselves, and we have thrived. We have gone from flyover country to one of the fastest growing states in the nation. South Dakota's real GDP just grew a whopping 10.1%. Our personal incomes just went up by another 9.2%. Those are both top 5 in the nation. Our population has been growing up to 10 times the national average over the past several years. We are a beacon of freedom to the nation, and we have broken tourism records every year since the pandemic. We have grown our economy faster than any other state and faster than at any other time in South Dakota history. Now let me give you all a quick refresher on South Dakota's history. In January 2020, I stood in front of our legislature, and in my State of the State address, I declared South Dakota open for business. Just 2 months later, our first COVID cases came to South Dakota. I knew one thing: the only way that we were going to get through it was together. We made decisions based on the science, the facts, and the data, and the science did not support mandates or lockdowns.
This connection's horrible. It was fine earlier, and this is shit.
We asked
South Dakota needs to get better
and
internet.
then we trusted them. We trusted them to use personal responsibility to make the best decisions for themselves and for their loved ones. And as a community, as a state, we went back to work. Other states were taking a very different approach. They ordered their citizens to shelter in place. They ordered businesses to lock down, ordered churches to close. Some even sent nursing home patients who had COVID back to their facilities. Those decisions were not leadership. They were made based on fear and control. Now, South Dakota, we focused on our facts. I respected my oath to the United States and the South Dakota constitutions. I respected our freedom, and I respected our people. Now, if Joe Biden had been president, he would have tried to stop me from protecting you. Thank God President Trump was in the White House at the time. He let me do my job, and the results have been absolutely incredible. Earlier this year, South Dakota became the first state in American history to reach a 1.8% unemployment rate. No state has ever had an unemployment rate that low. Our people understand the value of work and having a purpose. And they understand that we were created to serve each other. Incomes have been going up faster here than anywhere else. Women-owned businesses do better here than in virtually any other state. Folks are moving here in record numbers. Our birth rates are the highest in the country. Our new housing developments have led the nation. We have had historic tourism numbers, set new records in hunting and fishing licenses sold, and cut taxes, all while building historic revenue because of our economic growth. While other states were struggling with out-of-control crime and violence and hopelessness, South Dakota enforced our laws. We respected our law enforcement officers.
I hope they fix the connection for when Trump shows up. This is horrible.
We even saw declining mental health challenges, declining drug overdoses, and declining suicide rates. By embracing our faith and our freedom, and by working together, our people are happier. You see, I believe this is one of the main reasons why South Dakota is so attacked by those who want to see us fail. They will do anything and destroy anyone to get more control and power. We refuse to comply. All we did in South Dakota is what Republicans have always said that they believed, but we did it, and it worked. Now that terrifies the liberals, because we have proof that our policies lift people up, that they help people, that they improve their opportunities for success. We don't have to speculate or guess or be philosophical about the benefits of our principles. We have proof that they work. 3 years ago on July 3rd at Mount Rushmore, I stood there to honor our nation. I quoted one of our four great leaders that are carved in stone on that mountain. I quoted my favorite president, Teddy Roosevelt. It is
This is driving me fucking nuts. Rumble's either getting attacked or something's going on. So I'm gonna try to refresh this and see if it. I know it's not my end. I've checked my end.
the man who
So
points out how the strong that Joe Biden, these candidates, their political operatives, and the media will perpetuate ugly, hateful misinformation in an attempt to destroy me and my family.
hey, refreshing it helped.
It's nothing new, and frankly, I'm getting pretty used to it.
Thank God. That's horrible.
But all of us here tonight, we need to heed this warning in this well-known quote. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. So listen, do something. Get in the arena. History cannot and it should not be rewritten. We must remember what has happened in the past, learn from it, and not allow those who abuse their power to ever perpetuate their harm again. To President Trump, tonight, Mr. President, my message is clear. It is an honor to have you with us here in South Dakota.
Seriously, what the heck's going on here? Am I being attacked? Is that what's going on? Like, this makes no sense to me.
These people.
All right, let's see if I can try this again.
than its means. We have a surplus, not a debt. We fund our pensions, we take care of our
Weird.
veterans, we conserve our natural beauty without government mandates, we fight for true and honest education because we know how important it is to hand America off to our kids. We stand up for common sense, like fairness in girls' sports.
Oh, duh.
We do our part to secure the border, we honor America's heroes, we stand for the flag, and we pray to the Almighty.
Amen.
And we sing the national anthem proudly.
Ooh, buddy.
This is real America. South Dakota is the example that you should share with the rest of the country. You made America great again once.
Oh, no.
Let's do it again.
No. Oh, I hate her now. Oh, I hate her so much right now. Oh, she just did something that,
It is my honor
oh my
to
gosh.
present to you the
I hate her.
Arena. He is a man of significance. He is the leader, the fighter that our country needs.
Oh, I hope you all were watching her.
Full and complete endorsement for President of the United States of America. I will
There, she did it again.
again
Oh.
win and save this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th
Oh, she's evil.
47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, we're gonna talk about how Kristi Noem's an evil fucking twat. Fuck her. I'm done with her now. Immediately done with her. I already worried about her before, but now for sure. Woohoo, Trump. Trump, Trump, Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
What the hell?
Well, we have to start by saying
Hold on a second, everybody.
And thank you for that incredible South Dakota welcome.
Fuck.
successful governors in the entire nation, an incredible person, South Dakota's own Kristi Noem. Thank you, Kristi. You already found this out, but Kristi is a warrior for American values. She's tough on China, and unlike other governors, she never locked down South Dakota. You know, they all say, oh, I kept it open, I kept it open. They didn't keep it open. We had some good ones. I'll tell you what, McMaster, South Carolina was great, and we had some really good ones, but Kristi was just incredible. Well, look at your numbers. You gotta look at those numbers. She does well. 10%. What state's gone up 10%? Tell me another one. Kristi, I'm truly honored to receive your endorsement. Very much so. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kristi. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. I get endorsements, some good, some bad. I get endorsements, some don't mean anything. Hers means a lot, let me tell you. Everyone here tonight is part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. This is the greatest movement. Look at this. This place is packed. We come to South Dakota. I said, how many people do you normally have at your Republican Party dinners and events? Oh, a couple of hundred. This is like 6,000, 7,000 people. This is a lot. Your chairman is great. We'll talk about him in a second. He's done a fantastic job, but this broke your all-time record. And maybe we'll break it again next year. We'll have to do that. You know, maybe we'll break it. We're the only ones that can do it. But we're racing toward a monumental victory 1 year from now. This is so important. There's never been anything like this one. This is, you know, when we did 2016, I said, this is the most important, and I meant it. But this is the most important election we've ever had, because our country is going to hell. It's going to hell. Together we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, the most crooked president in history, the most incompetent president in history. We're going to take back the White House, and we're going to make America great again. So 3 years ago, I traveled to South Dakota to deliver a very historic address. It turned out people love that speech. They always say, oh, that was the best one. You know what? I think that beautiful facade. Is there a better place in the world to make a speech, Kristi? I don't think so. Even though you do have the lunatics that would like to chop it up and knock it down, that's not happening. I wouldn't want to be them. Come to South Dakota. Let's do a little number. That is an incredible place, and it's some of the most beautiful pictures I've ever had taken of my family and all of us together. We had a tremendous crowd, and incredible. Then we opened it up for the fireworks, remember? And for a few years you had the fireworks. And then the Democrats closed it down for the fireworks. I said, why would they do that? Well, how beautiful was that? But think of it, and they closed it down. They were worried about fire, but I said it's all stone and rock. It's hard for rock to catch on fire. No, they just didn't want to do it, but Mount Rushmore is a very, very special place, incredible place. I stood before you at this majestic period of time and a majestic monument itself, and fiercely defended our great American heroes from the Marxist and communist maniacs who were trying to blast them. They would have blasted that incredible work right off the face of that very beautiful mountain. Yet today, under Joe Biden, the Marxist, fascists, and communists are not just tearing down statues. They're tearing down our economy. They're dismantling our borders. They're destroying our laws. They're looting our middle class, mutilating our children. They're mutilating our children. Who would imagine that somebody would say that, and it's true? Desecrating our Constitution and perverting our military. Our military is becoming woke. We defeated ISIS, and now it's becoming woke. Our White House is is just a place that's not recognizable, and our highly weaponized Department of Injustice, it's weaponized like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. Under Crooked Joe, you know, I took the word out. I was Crooked Hillary, but now I've given her a different name because I don't like having the same name for it. We have enough words we don't have to do, so I call her Beautiful Hillary. Beautiful. She's beautiful. That was a good day a few months ago, but when he did the indictment thing, it was him. You know, this is not an indictment. This is a Biden indictment. There's a big, they say, Trump's under indictment. No, this is a campaign thing that they're doing. But under Crooked Joe, I just thought it was such an appropriate name. All you have to do is take a little look at what's going on. Millions and millions of dollars have been stolen. But our country is being destroyed under this man. But tonight I repeat to you what I said 3 years ago in the shadow of Mount Rushmore. The American people is strong, and we are proud, and we will not allow our country and all of its values, its incredible history and culture to be taken from us. They're trying to take it from us. You see it every day. You see what's going on with your vote in this election. Joe Biden's banana republic. We have turned into a banana republic. We have no borders. We have dishonest elections. We have things going on today. I mean, who wants to have millions of people like an invasion pouring into our country? We have no idea where they come from. They come from jails, and they come from places that you don't want to know about, and they're all over our cities and they're all over our states. But with your vote in this election, Joe Biden's country, for a short period of time, hopefully just a short period of time, it ends on November 5th, 2024. We have to take care. We have to take our country back. We have to take our country back. America will be saved, and the great nation of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Roosevelt, they don't want to mention those names, you know. It'll be restored. We will restore our nation. It's never been this low. It's never been this low. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done in a few short years. Nobody can imagine. Nobody can imagine. And no damage has been worse than the disaster known as Bidenomics. You know, he was given that term as a negative, and he liked the way it sounded, so he tried to turn it, because they're all about disinformation and misinformation. You know, one thing with Christie, she tells it like it is. It's right down. There's no disinformation. Sometimes you may be better off doing it that way. It's easier, isn't it, than having to really produce. But they're a party of disinformation. And so he tried to turn Bidenomics into a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's a real bad thing. It was meant very bad, but he liked the sound of the name. You know, he doesn't know too much about what's going on anymore, but he thought it was good. Since Joe Biden took office, cumulative inflation more than 20% of its value in just 3 years' time. Think of it. It's not even possible. It never happened before. These are records we're talking about, all records, all very negative records. Joe Biden has blown through $11.5 trillion in wasteful spending that should have never happened, equivalent to $88,000 taken away from every family in America. $88,000 from every family. Under Biden, the budget deficit is exploding and set to more than double this year alone. You know, we were doing something with oil and energy and making a lot of money. We were going to make so much money. We were going to pay off our debt. We were going to lower taxes still further. Manufacturing has contracted now 10 months in a row, and monthly job reports have been revised downward every single month of 2023. Every single month they've gone down. The fact is, we're probably heading into a Great Depression, something I've never said before publicly. I'm saying it in your state. I hate to say that this is the state I have to say it, but you know, I don't believe I've ever said that before. It's a hell of a statement to make, and I hate to make it. The only question is whether or not it'll be during the remaining months of the Biden administration. If it's going to happen, let it happen then. If it's going to happen, let it be during Joe, and we'll come in and we'll straighten this sucker out. I'd rather have it that way. Or will the next president have to bear the brunt of what Biden has done to our country? He's done such damage to our country. And I don't want to be the next Herbert Hoover. You know who Herbert Hoover was, right? The Great Depression. He was the president during the beginning of the Great Depression. But I won't let that happen. I will never let that happen. That I can tell you. During Biden's first 30 months in office, just 2.1 million new jobs have been created nationwide. Now, they have a different wrinkle on it. And the wrinkle is so off that even the fake news back there said that he can't get away with that. No, he makes up these stories, you know, like there's a picture of a fighter jet. I used to be a fighter jet pilot. Then there's a picture of a truck. I used to drive a truck. And then there's a picture. He does everything. This guy. The worst is, did you ever see his golf swing? He said he's a 6 handicap. 6 handicap's a good golfer. You know when he's 6 handicaps, that's a good golfer. This guy can't hit a ball to Christie. He's a 6 handicap. I think that's the greatest lie of all. Do you want to know the truth? By contrast, during the first 30 months of President Trump, we created 4.9 million new jobs, shattering all predictions and projections. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. It's the greatest economy in history. Greatest in history. Under Biden, real incomes have gone down by $7,400 per family. Think of that. Under President Trump, yearly income went up by more than $6,000. That's a record, more than $6,000. Think of that. And all of this horror, and yet Joe Biden is traveling around the country pretending he's an economic genius. In fact, he's actually an economic arsonist, and Bidenomics is incinerating American wealth at a level never seen before. It's an inferno of inflation, taxation, submission, and failure. We submit. Everyone says, what is submission? You're submitting to China. You're submitting to all these countries. We're pouring money out of our country. We can't take care of our own country. We can't help Hawaii. But we send billions and billions and billions of dollars to other countries. The choice in this election is between a Biden economic bust, and it's going to happen, and it's going to be ugly, or a Trump economic boom. We had it booming like never before. This was the most successful economy in world history. We had the most successful. Everybody was happy. African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, men, women, people with degrees from the great Wharton School of Finance, from Harvard, from MIT, people with no degrees at all. Everybody had jobs. Everybody was happy. Now you're given phony numbers because far fewer people are looking for jobs. So they throw around, although it just went up, but they throw around 3.5, 3.6, 3.7%. But it's a different group of people. They're looking for jobs, but many of them aren't looking for jobs. So it's a fake number. Crooked Joe cares only about enriching his own family. I care about enriching your family. And so I could have gone to these countries and made deals. You know, I put things in trust. I said, my kids are going to run it. I said, don't do deals outside of the country. Don't do this. Don't. They were going, Dad, can we do something? They said, no, you know, I'm president. We have a higher standard. And then I come out and I watch this Biden stuff with, they go to make deals with countries that it's just the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I got to give credit to Jim Jordan and Jamie Comer and all of these guys because they found things that nobody thought could be found. But it cost me billions of dollars, and it's been worth every single penny of it. Because I'm working for you. I'm not working for me. That I can tell you. I could have made so much. I could have. Sir, would love to do a deal in Saudi Arabia. Sir, would love to do a deal here and there. Would love to do a deal. I really can't do that. I'm president. Biden would do it. So we just, we did it right. We did the right thing. And I do it exactly that way again. I will do it that way again. Look, we have a very short period of time. I do it that way. I even gave away my salary. Does anybody say that I gave away my salary? No. They used to call every month, did you give it away this month to people? Yeah. And you know, you have to give it to various agencies actually. Did you give it away? If I ever said no, it would have been, but when I say yes, yes we did, yes we did. I never read anything about it. If we would have said no we didn't, there would be headlines. But it was an honor. It was all an honor. And if you want the Bidens to make millions selling out America to China, Russia, Ukraine, while your savings go up in flames, and that's what's happened, how are your 401ks doing, you know, as an example? Then vote for Crooked Joe. He's Crooked Joe. You know, we used to call him Sleepy Joe, but I think Crooked Joe is a better name. Crooked Sleepy, Sleepy Crooked. No, I think it's better. It's more appropriate. If you want better jobs, higher wages, an affordable American dream, then you must vote for your favorite president, Donald J. Trump. Now, you've heard me say this. It's very seldom. I go to arenas, and we sell out these arenas, and they're great. But I wish the cameras would show it. I wish they'd show it. It would actually be good for their ratings. It's a positive, not a negative. You know, when I first started, we started in actually 2015, and it would go into an arena, it would be packed, and everybody was enthusiastic. By the way, never have we had the enthusiasm that we have now. Never. We've never had this enthusiasm. And we had record enthusiasm in 2016. In 2020, we had more. We did better in 2020 than we did in 2016. Got millions and millions more. But we've never had the enthusiasm that we have now. But I used to say early on, I'd say, you know, it's a shame. I'd go home and our great First Lady would say to me, how are you, darling? I said, could I ask you, did you watch the speech? Yes. And she's tough, you know. I'd say, how did I do? Well, I didn't like your hair. Oh. I didn't like the way your hair looked. I said, oh, that's not good. But I said, how did the crowd look? Well, you couldn't tell except for the noise. You know, the noise, it's obviously not 200 people shouting. Remember, Joey couldn't fill up the 8 circles, and then he supposedly won. The fake news would used to have to come. They'd come down and they'd fill in those 8 circles. But I'd say, how'd you like the crowd? Well, they never show the crowd, but I could tell it was a very big crowd by the year. It's like your great football team. It's like, well, you can tell. She could tell. Good. Now I'm going to get a good review tonight. That's good. But you know what? She could tell it was big, but she said, no, they never show the crowd. And I figured that it's maybe the structure of the camera, you know, it's on steel tripods, and maybe you just can't turn it. And then we had a couple of embarrassing moments where people ended up fighting in a corner or something, and that camera turned around like a pretzel. They want to show that. So that was my theory. It couldn't do it because structurally, you know, it's very stiff and you can't turn it. But boy, when those guys started fighting in the corner, which was a bad thing, when they started fighting in the corner, I have never seen a camera like that. They got every angle. So I realized that wasn't working, but they won't show. I would love it if the press would turn around the cameras and show this incredible. They don't do it. They won't do it, even though it's sort of good for them. You know, you show something that's so vibrant. Look at all the people standing over here. It's incredible. They just won't do it. I just said something. Would you please, I asked nicely, would you please turn around? You guys go crazy. Everybody up in the back, they're going crazy. Everyone's going crazy. Those cameras, I didn't see one of them even make an effort to turn around. That's why they call it fake news. That's why they call it fake news. You know, I'm proud of a lot of things. You don't mind if I go off the teleprompter for a second, do you?
President Trump just needs to start taking a walk around these arenas. The camera will follow him. So if he walks around the damn arena, they'll have no choice but to show it.
Now, we like when we go off the teleprompter, don't you, Craig? Remember at the beginning, I used to do it without teleprompters. I didn't know what I said teleprompter, but you have to, because when you go on the teleprompter too long, no matter how good you are, it's called the boring time. Boring.
Yes.
But we've had an incredible time with this country. We have such potential. And you know, we speak so negatively, and it's so horrible to be telling you what happened, but you know what happened. Just like all you have to do is watch the newscast, which, by the way, if you look at ABC, CBS, NBC, you look at CNN, you look at MSDNC, which is, I think, the worst of all. I think they're horrible. What they say, they're evil. They're evil. They're really evil. And they're really a wing of the Democrat Party. I mean, they should be paying. Somebody should report that for campaign contributions, because it's so bad. What they say is so nasty, so horrible. You know, you don't want your family to watch it. How about me? I hear I'm going to be indicted. I said, indicted? I never learned about that at the Wharton School. Indicted? You're going to be indicted. How about me? I have to go see my wife. Darling, may I talk to you for a moment? Yes. I'm going to be indicted for no reason whatsoever on Friday. And then that happens. Oh, it's traumatic. You call your daughters, you call your sons, and you say this, and you know, it's a terrible thing. And then I hear a couple of weeks later, I'm going to be indicted for something else, then for something else, then for something else. And now they're saying, don't indict him anymore because they lost credibility. But how about that? You go 4 times to tell your kids, and even the lawsuits, it's all inspired. All inspired. No, these are sick people. These are people that are actually sick. I mean, and they're just destroying our country. And if we don't take it back, in 24, I really believe we're not going to have a country left. There's not going to be anything left. And you see it less because, you know, you're here in this great state, and I heard Christy use that term flyover, but it's flyover and everybody admires you when they're looking down. They'd like to be here with you because they know what's happening on the West Coast and they know what's happening on the East Coast. And it's not pretty. So the people that are smart, they say, there's no more flyover. We're coming right here to South Dakota or other places. I mean, you don't see what's going on other than the news, and the news really covers it up. They don't show the main networks. They don't show what's going on the border. It's peanuts. What they show is nothing compared to the facts. This is an invasion and a destruction of our country, and they don't want to show it because they want that crooked guy to be reelected if he makes it to the starting gate. I don't know if he's going. And you know, I used to treat him with a modicum of respect because I have respect for the office of the presidency, and I would never talk the way I talk now. But when they indicted me for nothing, for free speech, I said the election was rigged and stolen, which it was, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows it. Free speech. But I used to say, and you know, we're political opponents, but he actually did this to an opponent, a political opponent. Nobody would ever think it's possible. It wasn't really possible, even psychologically possible. He did this to an opponent. But when you think about it, I never said bad stuff. Now I say he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's the most corrupt president in the history of our country. And as other foreign leaders say, and as I say, he is grossly incompetent, and he's very dangerous because he has no idea what he's doing. He can't put 2 sentences together, and we're playing with nuclear weapons with other countries, and he has no clue what the hell is going on. So I would never have said that out of respect for the office. Not for him, but for the office. But now that they've weaponized the Department of Justice, now that it's been weaponized, now that the FBI came out with, you saw that, with Twitter, they call it Twitter files, and the things they've done are so bad, they're so evil, with all of the different things that have taken place, and with all of the corruption that you're witnessing on a nightly basis, and you don't have to watch. The great thing about the internet, a lot of it's really bad, but you get to see what's happening. You really do get to see what's happening. But when you see the kind of things, I feel I'm totally free to speak my mind. And my mind is the same as your mind, because you know what's happening just like I do. But we will, because they won't, because they don't care about South Dakota, that I can tell you. But we will stand up for South Dakota workers, and we will stand up for South Dakota farmers. Nobody's ever taken care of the farmers like President Trump. As your president, I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars, as you know, pouring into our treasury, hundreds of billions. They didn't like me too much. Actually, I think I got along very well with them considering what we were doing, but what we were doing was fair. When no other president had ever gotten literally 10 cents, they never had 10 cents. We got hundreds of billions. I gave our farmers, out of the money that we got, $28 billion. That's why I say your state, Iowa. I'm going to Iowa tomorrow. I said somebody, and I don't like to say it too often because I don't believe in doing that, or I knock on wood. I have a lot of wood. This is a real wood. A lot of these things are plastic. This is the real deal. But you know, I don't like saying things like nobody else could do this, nobody else. But nobody else could have gotten you $28 billion for your farmers. And I said to the people of Iowa, I said to the people of Nebraska. We're represented very well, Charles. I said, we can't possibly lose, because I got the farmers $28 billion from China. Nobody else would even think about it. Nobody else would think about it. And I'll just tell you, you know, a guy who was very disloyal because I got him elected, so I call him Ron DeSanctimonious. He strongly opposed my protection for our farmers. I protected our farmers very simply. And by the way, those farmers got big checks. Any farmers in here got big checks? Yes? Yes. Oh, he's happy. But that goes to the people, that goes to the workers, it goes to everybody. But we had 28 billion. I said, nobody else is going to be able to do that. I said, there's no way I'm going to lose farm states. But very simply, DeSantis sided with the communists in China, and he fought very hard that this not take place. He also opposed Medicare, and he opposed a thing called Social Security. Remember this about a politician. Their first idea is always what they go back to. So now I'm sure he's changed. I don't know. I don't watch him. He's gone so low in the polls, I'm not really watching him. They say, sir, forget about him. He's gone. I say, no, nobody's gone. Nobody's gone until it's over, right? It ain't over till it's over. Yogi, the great Yogi Berra, great philosopher. But DeSanctimonious voted to get Social Security. Think of it. Social Security 3 times. Voted. Hands up, voted. He is a disciple of Paul Ryan, the great Paul Ryan. You know who Paul Ryan is? Was it good? And he wanted to raise, and he will raise if he ever got in here, which I don't think is going to happen, not even in 4 years. But he wanted to raise the minimum age to 70. That's a big deal. He also wanted to hit Medicare and hit it very, very hard. I ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of our country, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. They say it's the best trade deal ever made in the history of our country. I actually think, I may be wrong, you know, I made a deal with China, but I don't talk about it because once COVID came in, I said, I'm not even talking about it. But the deal I made with China is $50 billion they buy a year. You know, it started out at 4 or 3. And then we got them up to 15. And then I went into the negotiating room and I said, listen, you're so big, we want 50 billion. And they said, okay, 50 billion. And I said, do you remember the farmers remember this? I said, here's what you do. Because the farmers went along with me. You know, it took us a year and a half to get that done because they're not easy to deal with. They're great negotiators. They were ripping off our country. They couldn't believe this was happening because usually you see the way they go now and they bow to the Chinese. They bow. They have no respect. They get no respect whatsoever. But I said, it's going to take a little long to do this. And I'll never forget, 32 farmers came to see me at the White House. Beautiful everything. Beautiful room, all set up. And I said, I'm going to get you a lot of subsidy from China. And one of the farmers raised his hand. I'll never forget. This is the only time this happened. Sir, we don't want subsidy. We just want a fair, level playing field. I couldn't believe it. It's the first time that's ever happened. Because everybody else, Christie says, we want the money. We want money. The farmers didn't. They just wanted a level playing field, which they didn't have. And I went to Sonny Perdue, who was the Secretary of Agriculture. I said, Sonny, what damage have they done over the last 3, 4, 5 years to our farmers? And he comes back 2 days later, he said, sir, it's about $28 billion. I said, it's a lot. I said, we're going to get it. And I got the $28 billion, and farmers picked up big, fat, beautiful checks. And I was very happy to do it. And I said, there's no way I lose a farm. How the hell am I going to lose a farm state? Any farmer voted against me. I can't imagine that. So I was a little bit cockier than I should be, but now I will knock on wood just in case. But I don't see how we can lose with the farmers and with the manufacturers, same thing. But they buy $50 billion. Now what I understand is, you know, you have to police that. You have to make sure. I used to go in once every week. Are they buying? Yes, sir, they started. Are they buying? Every week I'd say, are they buying? I didn't have to say China. Yes, sir, they are. They're buying. I bet you right now, if you look, I'll bet they're not buying anything. I'll bet they're not buying at all. And the way they push our country around, it's incredible. There's no reason for it. We had a very strong relationship, but it was a good relationship, and we did fantastically well. But that deal might have been better than the USMCA, but the USMCA, Mexico, Canada was a very one-sided deal. That NAFTA was so one-sided, and I said, we have to change it. You know, they made some typos in the original deal many years ago. They were typos of numbers, where the typos were actually much more for them, and they didn't change it. They never even called it, you know, you have a thing called, you call up and you say, by the way, we made some mistakes. They didn't bother changing it. That deal was so bad, NAFTA, for us. And now the USMCA is so good, they want to renegotiate the deal. They called up the Biden administration. This deal's not fair, and I hope they don't do it, because they shouldn't do it. It's a great deal for us, but I think maybe the China deal might even be better. But we made a lot of them. We made deals with Japan, because they were really ripping us big. We made deals with South Korea. You know what they were doing. Everybody, there wasn't any good deal. I said, who made all these deals? We did many, many things, and we made our country successful. We made people in manufacturing successful. We stopped them from dumping steel. We saved our steel mills. It's been such a great honor to do it, and it was sort of easy. You know, Prime Minister Abe of Japan, who was, as you know, assassinated, a great guy, who's a friend of mine. I went to him, I said, listen, Shinzo, this is so unfair, the deal that you have with America. Oh, is it really? Oh. I said, no, it's really unfair. I said, we got to redo it. He says, I knew you'd come to me. No other president came to him. He said, I knew you'd come to me, because he understood. He understood how unfair it was. South Korea, the same thing, sort of. They knew it was so unfair. I said to South Korea, we have to renegotiate the deal. We have 35,000 troops there in harm's way because you have North Korea, but I got along very well with Kim Jong-un. If I weren't elected president, you would have had a nuclear war guaranteed. If Hillary Clinton went in, or Obama in some form, maybe the form would be Biden, you would have ended up in a nuclear war. We got along after the first month or two when it was rather tough. You remember? Little Rocket Man. And he said, I have a red button on my desk. And I said, I have a red button too. Mine's bigger, better, and mine works a lot stronger than yours. And President Obama told me when we sat down, it's a sort of a ritual before you take office, I sat down, I said, so what's the biggest problem? He said, biggest problem is North Korea. I mean, he really felt we were going to end up in a nuclear war. I said, have you called them? You know, rather than losing millions of people, have you called them? And he didn't say yes. And I said, well, maybe somebody should have to call. And the truth is that they did call, and they were not received well. When we spoke and we dealt, I went over there. You remember that? It was a very historic moment. Went over there. And I said to Kim Jong-un, you know, being a real estate guy, it's just sort of natural. I said, you have the most beautiful shoreline. Think of it. You're between China, Russia, and South Korea. Look at the beautiful shore. You could have the most beautiful condos that you've ever seen and become rich as hell. You don't have to live like you're living. But he's a tough guy. He's a smart guy, and he just loves collecting nuclear weapons. That's what he does. He collects nuclear weapons. And we got along incredibly well once we met and once we started the whole thing. And we saved the Olympics in South Korea because nobody was going. Nobody wanted to be blown out of the stadium. And we came along. They actually participated in the Olympics. We had a great relationship, and it would have been great if we would have had a deal done long ago if the election weren't rigged. And that's the way it is. I mean, it's a shame. Think of what's happened to our country in just 3 years. Think of what's happened to our country. You look at the borders and you look at, we're not respected. We're laughed at all over the world. We're losing all of these countries. Saudi Arabia now is aligned with China. We don't want them aligned with China. They're very good. They have tremendous oil reserves, but we really don't need their oil reserves. You know, we have more oil under our feet, I called it liquid gold, than Saudi Arabia or than Russia. And you know what we do? We get it from Venezuela. They won't take it. We take their tar. You know, they don't have good oil. They have tar. And you know where we process it? In Houston. So all that stuff, if you're a believer in that, and I believe it to a certain extent, Not like the maniacs that want to destroy our country, but it all goes up into the atmosphere. And when China's very dirty, it all blows over here. Just like you ever see in the Pacific Ocean? We're taking tons and tons and tons of garbage because China dumps their garbage in the Pacific and the tide flows it in toward Los Angeles. We're picking up their garbage. And then they say, we have to keep our claim. No, they have to participate because it blows over in 3 to 4 days. So what good does it do for us to destroy our businesses by putting controls all over the place? By having, we had a trucker. I saw him over here someplace, a father and a son. I said, I read last night where they want to make all of these big trucks that travel all over the country. They want to make them all electric. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. He said, it will destroy the industry because they go for 2 hours and then you have to charge them for 4 hours, right? He was saying it doesn't work, and they put it on. They don't even talk. You got to talk to the people. You got to talk to the people in the trucking industry, not to some person that wants to destroy our country. I actually believe that's what they want to do. But unlike the establishment globalists in this race, and they are globalists, I've also been an unwavering defender of ethanol, which you like right here, on behalf of the American farmers, and remain the ethanol champion. Now keep it. It's a big factor in Iowa, your state. It's a big, big factor. Our record on the economy is unmatched in the history of our country. So it's no wonder we're up very big in the polls, leading all Republicans in the primary by massive numbers and crushing crooked Joe Biden in the general election. The new poll that came out just today, remember I used to go over the polls in the old days. I'd go over the polls only if they were good. If they were bad, I wouldn't go over them. If I had a bad period and the polls weren't looking good, I wouldn't talk about them. If they're good, I talk. But I'll tell you, I'll talk now because these are the best polls. In the new premise poll that just came out last night, we're at 62%. DeSantis is second at 12%. But he's sinking rapidly. So we're at 62, he's at 12. He's not doing a great job. And the rest of the people are in single digits. You know, we have a couple of them that are at 0. I wonder, what's this guy from Arkansas? I love Arkansas. This guy, Hutchinson, Ada. I call him Ada Hutchinson. What the hell is he doing? He's at 0. He's been working so hard. He's a nasty guy, actually, but he's been working so hard. He's at 0. Does he think he can win? He's not going to be picked for a cabinet post if that's what he's thinking about. But in the Redfield-Wilton poll, just came out a few hours ago, we're at 65%. DeSantis is at 9%. Now we're hitting the big league. You know, when we started, when I announced, we were up 20, 25 points. That's a lot. Now we're up 50, 60, 70 points. And then they say, why aren't you doing the debate? I say, wait a minute. If I do the debate, what am I doing? I have a guy at 0, 1, 2, asking me nasty questions, somewhat of a hostile network asking me nasty questions, right? What am I doing? Why am I doing it? And, you know, you want to have a smart president, not a stupid president, right? What I do look forward to is debating the Democrat, whoever that may be. And again, it's going to be interesting to see because I don't think he makes it to the starting gate, but maybe he does. But it's going to be a very interesting period of time. And in the just released Iowa state poll, big deal, you know, Iowa's a very big deal. I kept them first in the nation. They very much appreciate it. They didn't do that. The Democrats didn't do that. But in the Iowa poll just came out, I'm up 37 points, 51 to 14 on, I don't even know if DeSantis is second anymore. He's heading bad. He's turned out to be an unskilled politician. When asked by Morning Consult, which is a big deal, who has the best chance of defeating crooked Joe Biden in November, it was Trump at 63%, DeSanctimonious at 13%. So that's good. And Christy and her incredible, by the way, he's an incredible guy. Her husband is an incredible guy, and I appreciate you putting up with everything in the world of politics. It's, I don't know how the hell you do it. Incredible guy, wonderful guy. But we're doing well, and she's doing so well. I looked at your polls, I'm not going to talk about it because I think you might be beating me in the state. And that's unacceptable. Usually I come in, it's unacceptable, Christy, to have that happen. But we're leading Biden in an electoral landslide by 5 points, 6 points, 11 points, 7 points, and various other polls. A couple haven't won. You know, as a Republican, when you lead a Democrat in a presidential race by 2 or 3 points, it means you're way ahead. But it's sort of different because the polls are very skewed, it's called. But people that don't know politics, one poll came out last week, I'm leading by 3. And a friend of mine said, how the hell can you only be leading by 3, this guy? He can't speak. And I said, that's the world of politics. And we have to be so careful. We have to make sure that they don't cheat because they are cheaters. And that's the biggest fear that we all have. It's the biggest fear. Biggest fear that everybody has. Our momentum is unprecedented and hopefully unstoppable, and that's the reason that Joe Biden's ordered his leading opponent arrested on 91 fake and phony charges. 91. How many charges are there? But we're going to ask for dismissals of a lot of it. Most of it is just you ask for dismissal. It's called dismiss the charges. But remember, it's a Democrat charging his opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That means that if I win and somebody wants to run against me, I call my attorney general. I say, listen, indict him. Well, he hasn't done anything wrong that we know of. I don't know. Indict him on income tax evasion. You'll figure it out. And you know, the good thing with me is I have a big voice, and people know me, and you know me for a long time. But people know me, and I'm able to speak. But if you're a regular politician, a really good politician, an honest politician, and you get indicted, you get a subpoena, and that gets reported in the paper and the news, you have to leave office. And the Republicans in the Senate and the Republicans in the House cannot let this go on because people are being destroyed. Lives are being destroyed by these sick lunatics in Washington. And I think I can honestly say this, Christy. I'm the only person in the history of politics that's been indicted whose poll numbers went up 25 points or something. Right? I think so. You know, usually if you get indicted, it's standard. I've watched it for years. I'd like to announce my retirement. I'm going home to spend more time with my family and to fight these charges. You know, there's nothing you can do. But fortunately, I have a big voice, and people know, for better or worse, you know what the hell you're getting, right? But you're getting somebody that loves you and that's going to fight for you. That I can tell you. But you're witnessing the most corrupt and blatant weaponization of law enforcement our country has ever seen, and they're doing it for a single reason: election interference. Because with these indictments comes bad publicity. Now, my case is unusual, but maybe at some point that switches. You know, you go with these people and they're sick, and they say this and that, and you have to prove. But it's incredible. But if you take a look at what they do to the publicity of a person, and I know numerous people over the years that I've really thought were honest in many cases, and they were literally out of politics in a matter of hours. Some of them literally quit immediately upon getting served with a subpoena. That won't happen with me. So we did. Thank you. By the way, and I say this more to the country than to this great state, because we have some states that are very close. This is not close. What did I win by this state, Christy? Like a lot. 28 points or something. So you're very forgiving, right? No, but you have others where it's closer, and you got to be very careful. But you have to get out, and you have to fight like hell, because these are dirty players, and what we have to do is we have to take back our country. We have to straighten that whole situation out. And it does. It allows me to now, because this is unthinkable, I'm president and I call my attorney general, indict my opponent. He's doing well. I'm leading Biden in all these polls. Every time I have a good poll, it seems every time they give me another indictment. What's this one for? But if you're the president, you're the chief law enforcement officer of the country. You remember the fake impeachments. We had impeachment hoax number 1 and impeachment hoax number 2. There were 2 fake impeachments. One was over a phone call that turned out to be exactly right. Exactly right. But what you do is you make it impossible for people to win an election. It's called election interference at a level never seen before, and we have to stop it. But if they're allowed, what will happen, whether it's me or anybody else, if they're allowed to do it, that means that the Republicans are allowed to do it. And then you get into this situation which is really very bad and very dangerous for our country. Nobody thought a thing like this could happen. We did great in 2016 and we won. We did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016, getting many millions more votes, and we're going to do even better than we've ever done before in 2024. I feel that. I mean, I see it. Don't forget, you look at this arena, and it's packed. Look at this arena. It's packed. We're a year before the election. You know, these guys don't pack an arena the night before the election. They have a smattering of people. Oh, good Lord. Remember Hillary with the thing with the women screaming? That one woman with the glasses, she's become famous? No, no. That was the most beautiful stage I've ever seen. By the end of the evening, it didn't look pretty. It didn't look pretty. They rigged the presidential election 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2023. We won't have a country. We won't have a country. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do. And I'm being indicted for you. I am being indicted for you. I'm not too thrilled about that, but that's part of the job description, isn't it? I'm being indicted for you. This battle is for every patriotic American Joe Biden and the radical left has spied on. Look at what they did. They spied on my campaign, and we caught them. Let's see what all happens. We had a great report come out. Durham was a great report, just took too long. Took so long. And we had the IG, Horowitz. He did a fantastic job. He did a fantastic, by the way, appointed by Democrats. He did a fantastic job. We caught him. They spied on my campaign. Think of what would happen if I spied on, let's say, Obama's campaign or even Biden's campaign. I wouldn't want to. It would be too boring. But let's see. Although you'd see things that were very bad. But censured and persecuted or slandered it's really a threat to democracy while they trample our rights and liberties every single day of the year. You see it, you just turn it on and you see what they're doing. It's a horrible thing. It's for the blue-collar workers, the waiters, the waitresses who Biden is harassing with 87,000 new IRS agents that are allowed to carry guns, by the way. You know, they don't want guns, but they're allowed to carry guns. They're allowed to carry guns. While the Biden crime family cheats on their taxes as they take in millions and millions of dollars in bribes from all over the world. I mean, the whole thing is incredible. Joe Biden is a Manchurian candidate. You know what that is, right? He's totally controlled by China and other countries that paid him off, and he's petrified of them because they know the real numbers. Jamie Comer, Jim Jordan, they would not have to wait very long. They could give him a list where the money came from, how much, and that's why I think he's acting so weak with so many countries. It's for the pro-life Christians and others who Joe Biden has thrown into jail facing 10, 15, and even 20 years in prison for protesting and free speech, while Antifa and other groups burn down cities, kill people, go free, and don't even in many cases get prosecuted. So this battle that we're in is a battle for all of us, and it's for history. This is historic. This is a big moment in our country because we're either going to go one way or the other. And if we go the other, we're not going to have a country left. We will fight together, we will win together, and then we will seek justice together. We're going to seek justice together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can stop them. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I'd rather have it be me. I'd rather have it be me. A friend of mine, very smart, very tough. He said, President, could I ask you a question? What? How do you take it? Every day you get another indictment? You never had anything like this? I said, no, I didn't. I said, I don't know. You just have to take it. I'm doing it for a lot of great people. And I said, second of all, do I have a choice? Do I have a choice? I don't think so, right? Because we have to do it. We did the greatest job ever, and now we have to finish it off. We're going to finish it off. We're going to do a job like we can make this country number one. Right now, we're a laughed-at bunch of fools. The world thinks we're a bunch of stupid fools because we're led by a man who should never, ever have been allowed to be in that position. He's in a position that he should have never been allowed to have. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I'm just standing in their way, and I do proudly stand in their way. And I promise you this. If you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over, and America will be a free nation once again. We're not a free nation now. We're a terrible, I don't think there's ever been a darkness around our nation like there is right now. I mean, you take a look at Afghanistan, that horrible moment in history. I was with a lot of the families the other night at one of my places, and they're incredible people. They'll never be the same. They're never going to be the same. That was so unnecessary, the way we got out. I was the one getting us. I think we would have been out sooner. We would have been out with dignity and strength. You don't take the soldiers out first. You take the soldiers out last. Took the soldiers out. The rest was a field day for these people. And they would have never done that. You know, we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months. Not one soldier. Not one soldier. And Biden actually in his speech admitted that, and they gave him hell. Don't say that. That's a good thing about Trump. No, we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months, think of it, over in Afghanistan with the Taliban. And it's so sad to see. I was with these people. They're great people. They show me pictures of their sons, daughters. One came up, sir, you had to know my son. He was so good at football. He was a quarterback, sir. He could throw the ball. There's a mother. He could throw the ball so far. Could I tell you about a game that was played? You know, we have a rival. It's a local school, and they were very tough. And my son threw the ball, and he kept throwing it, and so far, I wish you could have seen it. And I just let her talk. And it was just tough. I don't think the people can ever be the same. So much of that. And they were treated so badly by our government and so badly by this man that doesn't have even a clue. He's looking at his watch. The bodies are coming in. He's going, He doesn't know what the hell it says anyway, It was so horrible to see the whole thing. But in addition to Governor Noem, we're pleased to be joined tonight by her wonderful husband, Brian, and her mother, Corin, who I met, who is fantastic. Now I know how this all happened. Could you please stand up, please? Corin, Brian, thank you. You think it's easy being with her, huh? It's not easy. They're incredible. Two incredible people. Gotten to know them. Lieutenant Governor Larry Roden has been terrific. Really terrific, wherever he may be. Thank you, Larry. Attorney General Marty Jackley. Attorney General. Thank you. Great job you're doing. Great job. Treasurer Josh Hader. Josh, Thank you, Josh. Fantastic. Auditor, that's what the United States could use, a good auditor like Rich Satgast. The country could, did you know they said billions of dollars to Afghanistan? Nobody has any idea where the money is. Rich, that wouldn't happen with you, right? He'd know every penny. I don't know, maybe not every penny, but think of it. We've put in $200 billion, and Europe, which is approximately the same size economy if you add it up, but which is obviously much more affected by that whole situation, would have never happened, by the way. Zero chance it would have happened. Zero. Would have never happened. And I'll get it done, too. I'll get it negotiated done, but it would have been a lot easier. All those dead people, all those cities that are in ruins, just in ruins. But when you look at that and you look at what happened, this is something that should have never, ever happened. But Europe is in for 20 billion. We're in for 200 billion. Why? It was like that with NATO. I said, you're not paying your bills. The United States was paying close to 100% of NATO. So they screw us on trade, and then we have to protect them militarily. I said, that doesn't work. And I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars in one meeting. They said to me, does that mean, sir, that you're not going to defend us from Russia if we're not paid up? I said, did you pay? No, I didn't. That means you're not going to be defended. And the money came pouring in. It was an amazing thing. Hundreds of billions of dollars. That's why NATO has money to do this. But think of it, they're in for 20 billion, we're in for 200 billion. Why? Why aren't they the same? First call I'd make is NATO, you got to equalize. You got to equalize. You got to put up money. But they're dealing with stupid people, our leaders. They're dealing with stupid people. Why should France and Germany, and why should all of them put up money if we don't ask them to put it up? Nobody asks. It was like with NATO. Nobody, Bush never asked. Obama never asked. He'd go in, make a speech, leave, and that's it. We'd pay all the costs. And nobody's asking. Do you think Biden goes there, you've got to equalize. This is not right. I don't think so. I don't think he knows what the hell we're even talking about if I told him. But we have to get them to put up money. They have to put up money because they have a lot of money. But why should they put it up if we're doing it? We sent $25 billion yesterday, and somebody said, it's a lot of money. By the way, $25 billion, that's a lot of money. It was just like on a fluke. Blinken or somebody went there and he said, we're going to give you another 25 billion. That's more than Europe has put up. But we have to be respected again. They don't respect us at all. They respected me, and I was tough on them with all the money I took in from countries, but in particular China. But they actually do better. You can be tough, and you'll do better with them. They never treated us and me the way they treat this administration. They treat them like they're lapdogs. They call up, she said they are. Who said that? Stand up, please. Will you stand up? Who said that? Somebody, boy. Well, you're right about that. They have to respect you. School and Public Lands Commissioner Brock Greenfield. Brock, thank you. Is China buying any of that land, Brock? No, he says, no, sir. Public Utilities Commissioner Christy Fegan. Thank you, Christy. Great job. A very special guy. This guy is tough. I mean, he's great. He broke every record tonight. He never thought he'd see a thing like this happen, because it's true. What Christy said, a lot of the people turned it down. I don't turn down. I come back to the people that love me. I come back. They turned it down. And if they did come, you'd have a crowd of about 100 people. But he knew what he was doing. He went to Christie. He said, do you think you can get Trump? And they called me, and I said, let's do it. Let's break every damn record for South Dakota. He's your GOP chairman, John Wick, and he's doing a fantastic job. John, great job. Great job. Thank you very much, John. A man who's also doing something very special. But he's my friend. We need more Steve Daineses in the Senate, because the Senate has to get a lot tougher. Steve knows that. They got to get a lot tougher in the Senate. It's sad what's happening. And a man who was my first person he's just outstanding. That's all I could say. He said, I put him in 6 months before I ran. This is 2015 now. I said, what do you think? And they were doing polls and I looked like I was doing well, beating people. And he came in and he said, sir, I'm telling you, you're going to win. I said, really, you think? And every day he'd come to my office, sir, you're leading, you're winning, you're leading. This poll is unbelievable. Look at it. I don't even know if it was a real poll. He just kept saying, you're unbelievable, sir. It's the most incredible politician I've ever seen. I haven't even started yet. And he got me a little bit excited. And then I started seeing the country wasn't doing well. And I said, you know what, Corey Lewandowski, I think what we're going to do is we're going to run. And he's a great guy and a very smart guy and a wonderful person and a friend of everybody. Corey Lewandowski, where is he? Where is he? Corey Lewandowski, where is he? Where is he? It's true. Were they real polls, Corey? You better tell me. Oh, he said no. He said no. I have a feeling that might be true. Thank you, Corey. Great guy. With the help of many of you in this arena, in 4 short years, we achieved more than any administration in the history of our country. We have to. And I say that all the time, and the fake news doesn't even correct me. We've done so many things. We became energy independent for the first time in history, and soon would have been energy dominant for the first time ever. Making billions and billions of dollars, rapidly paying down our staggering $34 trillion in debt. We're going to pay it down so fast. And reducing your taxes still further. I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country, larger than the Reagan tax cuts. We created the most secure border in U.S. history, built nearly 500 miles of border wall, got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers. You know, they always say, oh, he didn't get Mexico. I got Mexico to give us free of charge 28,000 soldiers while we were building the wall. We built almost 500 miles. You know what my critics say? Oh, but it wasn't all new. No, if there was an old 2x4 laying in the ground that's 50 years old where they would take it and throw it away, would put in a brand new wall, they'd say, that was a renovation. That wasn't, no. These people are sick. But we built almost 500 miles. Then we were going to add another 200 miles, and we had it all done. You saw what happened, and would have taken them 3 weeks to put it up. We had the bad result in the election. Would have taken 3 weeks, and we would have, every hole would have been plugged. And we built the exact wall that the Border Patrol, they're incredible. Brandon Judd is incredible. Tom Holman is incredible. We have incredible people, and they want to do their job. It's incredible. You know, they could sit back and they could just not do anything. They really want to do. They love the country. They want to see it happen. But we got Mexico to put up billions and billions and billions of dollars in 28,000 soldiers protecting our border. We had the best record ever in the history of our country, and that included human trafficking, mostly in women, a horrible thing. You think of it as an ancient, horrible situation, but it's bigger now because of the internet. It's this massive, massive business, much bigger than it was 100 years ago and 200 years ago. It's horrible, but we had it to the lowest point it's been in decades, and we had drugs down to the lowest point they've been in decades. And we got Mexico to give us all those soldiers. For all those people that say, this was much more money than I was going to get Mexico to pay for, they gave us 28,000 free. Now, I did tell them, listen, if you don't do that, we're going to tariff all the cars that come into the United States at a level like has never happened before. We would love to give you 28,000 free soldiers. Sir, we would love to give you 28,000. You know, when I first told them about that, we need 28,000 soldiers, your soldiers, free of charge. We need them on the border. And they looked at me like, are you kidding? Then I said, no, we have to have it. No, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will. You will do it. I'm telling you, you will. And we had a person at the State Department, a woman who was great. She was dealing with Mexico for 25 years. Sir, he'll never do it. She was very good, but she was never able to get anything. But she said, he won't do it. They won't do that. And I said, yeah, they will. Then when I met with the representative, the top guy, I said, yeah, we want 28,000 soldiers. He said, we're not going to do that. Why would we do it? You're going to do it. You're going to do it. He said, no, we're not. I said, yes, you are. Here's the story. I'm signing this document right now. on Monday morning, this was a Friday night, on Monday morning, everything you send into the United States, we're going to have a tariff on of 25%. And that's more money than your 28,000 soldiers will ever cost in a million years. Sir, I'd like to leave this room right now and make a phone call. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I said, you can do that. He came back. Sir, it would be our great honor to supply you free of charge 28,000 soldiers. And when I was negotiating, I said to Brandon Judd, and I said to Tom Homan, and I said to all of the people that were there that are so great, we had that border so good. It was so, all he had to do was go to the beach, okay? Which he does anyway, but he destroyed everything. If he went to the beach, who the hell is telling him to go to the beach every day? Tell me, does he look good? He can't lift. You know, those things weigh about 3 ounces. They're meant for children to pick up. He can't lift the chair. He can't get his feet out of the sand. It's, who the hell, does he have some political consultant say, you know, you've got a great body. You should go to the beach. Who the hell is giving him that advice? I don't know. Does he like the beach that much? So crazy. But we negotiated, very important, remain in Mexico, because they used to come into our country and we couldn't get them out. When they touched our soil, you couldn't get them out. So we said, we want remain in Mexico. Hundreds of thousands of people were in Tijuana and different places. I wouldn't say Mexico was thrilled until we learned who they were. And in many cases, we wouldn't accept them. We wouldn't take them. And Biden gave that up. It was not easy. He gave it up. And we deported illegal alien criminals by the tens of thousands, MS-13. ICE is so incredible. They don't get the credit. These guys are so tough and love our country so much. They would walk into a nest, they call it a nest, of MS-13. These are killers. These are the toughest, this is the toughest gang probably in the world. A lot of them go to Long Island, they go to different places, but Long Island, for whatever reason, and we have thousands of them. We got rid of thousands, but these guys would walk into a nest and you just see fists flying. I mean, it's the most incredible thing. Who the hell wants to do it? See that guy there with the black? You're a stand-up, please. You're a tough guy. You're not going to do that job, right? Oh, he voted for Trump. I like him. I knew he's got a thing. And I vote for you, too. But you wouldn't do that job. I wouldn't do the job either. But these are tough people, and they love our country. And they were taking them out. They used to call it a paddy wagon. They were throwing them in, and they were taking them out by the thousands out of our country. And we had a problem because these other countries, like El Salvador, all of these different countries, they wouldn't take Guatemala. They wouldn't take the people back. And they came to me and they said, sir, Guatemala, El Salvador, they won't take them back. They never have. They've never agreed to do it. And President Obama was never able to get them back. I said, oh, how much do we give them in aid a year? Sir, we give them 75 million. I said, I think you're wrong. I think it's 10 times that amount. Sir, I'd like to check. He comes back, sir, you were right. It's 750 million. I say, well, that's peanuts compared to what we do, but it's a lot of money. So I said, inform them that effective immediately, we're not making any economic development payments to the country. Because what they would do is we would load up a plane, we would load up a bus, we'd take it into their country, and they wouldn't allow it in. They put planes on the runway, so our planes would fly in. They had big planes put all over the runway, so our planes couldn't land, so they'd come back. This went on for years. And I said, okay, what you do is we're not going to give them any more money. The 750, informed them, effective immediately, no more money. The following morning, I got a call from the 3 presidents. Sir, we'd like to talk to you. Actually, there were separate calls, too, but the exact same words. Sir, I understand there's some difficulty with bringing people back to our country. I said, yeah, for about 10 years, you haven't allowed anybody back in. You send them out yourself in the caravans, but you don't take them back. He goes, sir, perhaps there's a misunderstanding. We would be honored to take them back. Sir, when will the money start coming back into it? I said, number one, you got to take them back. We brought them back into those countries by the thousands and thousands and thousands. Some of these MS-13s, you read the story, in Long Island. In Long Island, Two beautiful young girls, 16 years old, were walking to school, and they attacked them, and they cut them up in pieces, little pieces, little pieces. They killed them both. And they used knives, not guns, because the knife is much more painful. They watched these kids suffer. These were beautiful, perfect kids. Number one in her class, and the other was fantastic athlete. They cut them up in pieces. These are animals. I said that publicly. I said, these are animals. And Nancy Pelosi said, these are human beings. They're not animals. No, they're animals. And we got them out by the tens of thousands. Now they're pouring back into our country because we have stupid people running our country. We appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. And I'm going to tell you something, because it's really a positive. It's a big positive, but they try and play it as a negative. Last year, those justices bravely and incredibly ruled on something that everybody has wanted for decades, for 51 years. They ruled to end Roe v. Wade. That was a big thing. And it's probably cost us politically, because the other side got energized. And, you know, they're the radicals, not the pro-lifers. But now pro-lifers have a tremendous power to negotiate. They have a power. You had no power to negotiate, because with Roe v. Wade, you couldn't negotiate. They could do anything they wanted. We didn't have any of that before this ruling. This moves the issue back to the states, where every legal scholar said it should be. And like President Ronald Reagan, good man, but like Ronald Reagan before me, I support the 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I support. Not everybody does. I think a large portion do. I think you should, but again, that's your own feeling. Remember, the Democrats are the radicals on this issue because they're willing to kill babies in their 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even after birth. They're willing to kill babies. So when politicians talk about this, they have to say that they're the extremists, because if you're willing to take a baby out of the womb in the 8th month or the 9th month, or after the baby's born, remember that crazy governor, the past governor from Virginia, where he said, when the baby's born, you make a decision. And just recently with the Supreme Court. So that, by the way, the pro-life question, it's going to get you in a position where a lot of tremendously good things are going to happen. 52 years they tried to get that out. We did it. And now you're going to be in a position to do what everybody knows is right. And it's a very important decision. Nobody thought it would be possible to get, but it's something that's very important. The Supreme Court also approved something that nobody thought they would ever see: merit-based systems of education. In other words, if somebody is going to college and has all A's and wants to apply all A's, the best of everything, works so hard and gets rejected by somebody that didn't have anywhere near the academic credentials, nobody thought that would ever get approved. And that was so important. That was such a big thing. It's called merit-based. We have to go back to a merit-based country. But that was just the beginning. Here's just some of the agenda I'll be immediately implementing when it's all of us, when we become 47th President of the United States of America. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. He would have never done it. I know them both. You gotta say. When I was on CNN, I said, I want to see whose side are you on? I said, I'm on the side of people not being killed. I'm on the side of hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and I think that's going to be one of the bad things later on when you find out the real number of people dying in that war. You know, they'll knock down a city, they'll knock down an apartment house, they'll say 2 people were injured. They weren't injured. There were hundreds and hundreds of people killed. Those buildings don't come down and you have 2 people injured. Big buildings coming down, or buildings that are 1,000 years old with the golden domes. You can never do that. But much more importantly, the people. So many people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. It'll be millions. It's already millions. And it's a very, very sad thing. And the numbers are far bigger than anyone understands. And I'll get that done. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III. I will prevent it. Nobody else is going to prevent it. Nobody else is going to prevent it. And this will be a war like no other. This is a nuclear war. If you have World War III, it'll be a nuclear war. And this won't be army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. This will be levels of destruction that nobody's ever contemplated or thought of before. I will totally obliterate the deep state. We started that. We were doing so well. Then COVID came in. And we'll fire the corrupt bureaucrats who have weaponized our justice system and destroying our country. To stop the Marxist prosecutors who release rapists and murderers while persecuting Republicans, conservatives, people of faith. I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical DA and AG in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. I will immediately terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. We will seal up our borders like they were when they took office. Week after week, we're watching as Joe Biden's deadly border betrayals take precious, innocent lives. In May, a pack of 5 adult illegal alien and suspected MS-13 animals were arrested in Maryland for brutally murdering a 15-year-old boy and dumping his body in a state park. When the parents saw this, they'll never be the same either. The people that I was with the other night, they'll never be the same. These parents will never be the same. No parent will ever be the same. Just last month, the savage illegal alien who was released into our country by Joe Biden and his crazy, weak orders, and there are no orders, was arrested for raping an 11-year-old girl and strangling her to death after she was raped. Shortly before she was murdered, she texted her father that someone was knocking at the door. He arrived home from work and found his daughter's body stuffed in a laundry basket under her bed. These vicious Biden border killings must end, but it's only going to get worse because they're letting people in from prisons, from mental institutions. They're letting some of the worst people in the world in. And I tell you, I've met a lot of your law enforcement tonight. We have the greatest people in the world, law enforcement. They know how to do their job. We have to let them do their job. When I'm reelected, we will immediately commence the largest deportation operation in American history. But we cannot wait until 2025 to begin stopping this horrible invasion. This is like a military invasion. They're killing hundreds of thousands of people between the drugs that are coming in, the people that are coming in, the crime. That's why tonight I'm calling on congressional Republicans to ban Joe Biden from using a single tax dollar, no taxpayer money, to release or resettle illegal aliens into the United States, starting on the government funding deadline of September 30th. Steve? We take better care of these people, and many of them are criminals, than we take care of our veterans, our soldiers, and spend a lot more money doing it. You know, in New York, many of them are living in luxury hotels. Luxury hotels, hotels that you wouldn't want to go to because you wouldn't want to pay the price. Luxury hotels, it's not even believable. The time for talk is over. Now is the time for action, and they should immediately defund. Time for action. People are tired of talk. People are tired of talk. I said to our First Lady the other night, you know, this is big stuff. They caught Biden getting $10.2 million. That's peanuts compared to what the other numbers. But the guy said, this is big stuff. She goes, oh, well, all right. I said, what do you mean? Well, nothing will happen. We got to let it happen. And I tell Steve and everybody, you gotta take care. I mean, our country is being fleeced and robbed by people that have gotten away with things that nobody should be allowed to. And a lot of the Republicans, and they're great people, just period. Democrats too, they feel it. Things should happen to take care of this. When she went, oh, that's good, nothing will happen. And a lot of people feel that, right? A lot of people feel that. We can't have that. And I hope that's why Steve and his friends, because he's got some great ones over there, but I hope the Senate gets tough, because the House has been working hard, but the Senate under this guy, Mitch McConnell, has been a disaster. And they should immediately defund the DOJ and prosecutors who are trying to take conservatives and Republicans out of political races through indictments and other illegal means. That's what they're doing. You know, if I was in third or fourth place, or if I wasn't running, I'd be living the life of Riley. I wouldn't be here with you tonight, but I'd be living I'd have nice houses all over the place. I'd be living a beautiful life. They wouldn't indict me. They indicted me because I'm in first place. And I hate to read those good polls here, because every time I read a good poll, they want to indict me again. Maybe I should announce I'm doing horribly. It's horrible. We'll withdraw it. Their goal is to interfere with elections in order to make it harder for Republicans and conservatives to win. Congressional Republicans should also stop the Biden administration from bringing back COVID mandates, lockdowns, or restrictions of any kind by cutting off the money. And in your state, because of your governor, you're not going to have that problem, but a lot of states do. The radical Democrats are trying hard to restart COVID hysteria. I wonder why. Is there an election coming up by any chance? You know, I saw just the other day for the first time, we're thinking about masks again. I said, what's going on? Oh, that's right, there's an election coming up. No, these guys, they'll do anything. But we can't comply because it's bad. And just follow your governor, follow your governor. On day one of my new administration, I will terminate every Green New Deal restriction that is destroying the U.S. economy with skyrocketing energy costs. Starting with Biden's preposterous electric vehicle mandate. You know, some people want to drive for more than an hour and a half. Sean Fain, you know who that is? The president, and he's a respected guy, president of the United Auto Workers, cannot even think about allowing all electric cars. They will be made, every one of them, in China, and the auto industry in America will cease to exist. And they have to, if they do all electric cars, none of them will be made here. They have all of the minerals, they have all of every form of material, every form of everything they have. We have a thing called gasoline, and they don't have that, but they have to do something. And you know what you really want is some people like an electric car, some people you gotta have choice. Hybrids maybe are good, but you gotta have choice. They're forcing it. Think of it. California had big blackouts this week, and they had a restriction on electric cars taking any electricity. You believe it? And then they want to go all electric. The whole thing is crazy. There is already a giant eat-lot. We call it an eat-lot. They don't go far along, are very expensive, and the consumer must be given a choice. The consumer wants choice just like we want school choice. We want choice in what kind of a car we buy. So vote for Trump, and I will stop this madness immediately. I will stop it. And, you know, when you think about it, Mexico and Canada love Biden. They love this idiotic policy. That's so good for them. They won't follow suit. And save Michigan and all of the other auto states, because the American consumer just is not interested in doing this. They're not going to do it. They're all over. It's a glut. They call it an eat-lot. But we have to save the American consumer is what we really have to save. I will revoke China's most favored nation status. They have a trade status, most favored, because they say they're a developing country. Well, you know what? We're a developing country, too. We have to redevelop because our country's gone to hell. And we will ban China from buying up America, including American farmland, which you know something about. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And I will keep men out of women's sports. I will sign a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Now think of it. Could you imagine 10 or 15 years ago having some politician, hate to use that term, but I guess that's what I became, never really wanted to be a politician, but that's what I became, I guess. But could you imagine saying, I will stop child mutilation? Who would think of this? Child mutilation without parental consent. Can you imagine if you made that statement 10 years ago, they'd say, is this guy crazy? But that's what you have to do. We'll stop child mutilation. And can you imagine having to say that I will also we are going to restore the Trump ban on transgender in the military. We had a ban on transgender because... And I went to generals. I say, what do you want to do? No, sir, please do it. But then you see the same guys on television. Well, I'd like to. They just, it's very sad. You know, I had a ban, and tremendous amounts of drugs are necessary, a lot of other things. You're not allowed to have drugs in the military, so just there. And I love everybody. I mean, I love everybody, but it's not something that works, as people will tell you, as generals will tell you, as people in the military will tell you. So I had a ban, and immediately they released that ban. And, it's not a good situation. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is under siege. And I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. That's all we should have. But until then, you got to get out and vote. The way we win is to swamp them. They can only cheat so much. And, a lot of people say, oh, vote early, go vote early, vote Tuesday. They had a vote in Arizona where many of the machines were broken, the Republican machines, of course, for Carrie Lake, who's a wonderful woman. But they had a vote. And they got there on Tuesday, and they stood in line for hours and hours and hours because a big percentage of the machines were not working. Terrible thing. This is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. Together we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. We've never seen anything like it. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. We can't let anybody take it away. From Sioux Falls to Rapid City, from the Black Hills to the Badlands. What are the Badlands? Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name. I live in the Badlands. Actually, the inner cities are the Badlands, right? I'll bet your Badlands are very nice. And from the open skies of the Great Plains to the majestic banks of the wide and beautiful Missouri, you stand on the shoulders of some of the toughest, freest, and fiercest people ever to walk on this earth, like her, like him, like so many. This state was built by strong South Dakota men and proud South Dakota women who braved the snow and the rain and the hot and the cold, the dangers and the diseases to head west and settle their families on the great frontier. Life was hard and it was tough, but they were Americans, and this was to them God's country. I fully understand it. Fully understand it. This is God's country. South Dakota is the state where Lewis and Clark discovered the awesome splendor of the American West. It's where fearless American workers carved their heroes into the face of Mount Rushmore. Think of that. It's where generations of hunters and trappers, cowboys, ranchers, miners, farmers, workers, and craftsmen helped build America into the greatest nation in the history of the world. But now, we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are through the roof. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest in our history, where we are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a short number of years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold right under our feet than any other country in the world. We are a nation that just yesterday heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their output of oil and substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we no longer will be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal. Yet everyone knows that the Green New Deal is fake and will lead to our country's destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all-electric cars, despite the fact that they can't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our great army tanks all electric, so that despite the fact that they will not be able to go very far either, few pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory. And also, we are a nation who wants to make our jet fighters with a green energy stamp, losing 15% efficiency but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of pollutants while we attempt to knock out their planes all over the skies. We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a thing as that? We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world. And we are a nation that allowed Russia to devastate a country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. And China with Taiwan is next. We were a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never seen before. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public. and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was. And they knew it wasn't also. And the Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and the possibility of nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think about. Most powerful weapons in history. We're a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering false indictments of Donald Trump, who has done nothing wrong. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, and where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon, and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to more than rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. They respected us greatly. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer respected or listened to on the world stage. No respect. They think we're run by fools. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, and faith. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is horrible, horrible supply chain, is broken, and whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than formula for our beautiful little babies. A nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave, and they have no idea when they will, where their ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't seek qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what they're doing. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, it's lost its willpower, and it's lost its strength. We're a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. 2024 is our final battle. With your support in this primary, we are going to finish what we so brilliantly started. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will drain the swamp once and for all. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever back down. Together, we will complete the mission. We will cross the finish line. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back this country with a righteous and magnificent victory on Election Day 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, South Dakota. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, that was fantastic. Now that I, need to piss myself. I mean, come on. Oh my gosh. Shut the fuck up, and the production needs to stop. So much bullshit. Trump is being told some stupidity, but it also goes to show that we have such low intellect in this country that you can add in a Titanic type of score to your speech that will arouse emotions to a level while you're speaking that you will start shedding a tear in your eye, and it will pull on your heartstrings, and everybody will rise up. It is the biggest bunch of fucking bullshit. I am so angry about that right now. So angry. It's like, just fucking speak, use your words. Say the same damn words, leave the fucking music out of it. And Kristi Noem doing this fucking bullshit, the thumb thing, the Bill Clinton did all the time, and Hillary Clinton did all the time. I called that shit out way back then. You do this, you're fucking piece of shit, evil Satanist person. Kristi Noem is a fucking piece of shit. I will never support that woman. She needs her head fucking lopped off with the rest of them if she's found guilty of treason. And I believe she's a treasonous cunt. And Trump is surrounded by fucking corrupt individuals right now. We got to save him. 100%. We got to save him. Anyways, I'm going to let you two fucking talk because I need to get some food. I need to piss my self now. I need to alleviate the fucking bladder. I got to let the fur baby in, and then I'll be back. And obviously, we're just going to run all the way through into the normal podcast hour. I might have to do the beginning at the 9 o'clock hour, start that over, but we won't end it. We'll just keep running. And then I'm gonna do a hard fucking stop at midnight, because yeah, I got shit to do. Love ya. I'll be right back.
All right. So, Hook, I assume you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I gotta.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Obviously. Dirt. Sorry.
So I have the really badass USB, or not USB, Firewire mixer, right? It's huge, it's massive, it weighs almost as much as a computer. I mean, it's insanely big and massive. So I ordered a little box called a VEC F5A, and basically all it is just a preamp put for XLR mics and line feeds and that kind of thing. So I'm using it to pipe in a digital audio into my line in on the back of my computer. And then I use the line in to share the audio. So you're hearing me technically through the new device. So what I'm
Okay.
wondering is if I played a video or something and like shared it on the other screen, if I can pipe that same music audio into that line in so that you guys hear it as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense because I have no idea what you just said.
Your hair was moving quite a bit. I was just going to kind of roll through it.
I'm just like, okay, cool. Yep, all
All right.
right.
Well, let's give this a shot. Let's see if this is going to do what it's supposed to do, because there's no real clue.
It
I
never
know
is.
on on the collab cam it says microphone line in, and that's what I've got this little soundboard wired into. So let's find, what do we want to watch? Oh heck. Name a song. Never mind.
No. All the wrong songs come to mind. So no, don't ask
Oh,
me
doesn't
that.
mind, doesn't mind, doesn't mind. All right, what we got here. Oh, this might work. Is that it, or is that it? Yeah, maybe this one's it. Well, they're all fake ass shit. There we go. That's the one I want. Copy link address and then add a sort. All right. So, what do you think of this? We just got Speak's view of it. What did you think of what we just watched, other than the brown nosing bullshit that I watched up until Trump opened his mouth?
Um, well, we had already broke down the stuff from prior to Trump speaking, and I'm assuming that he was complaining about Trump's closing, which is weird because Trump closes all his rallies that way, so I'm not sure why all of a sudden it's an issue.
Well, I just felt like I'm hearing the same record.
He actually,
You know
towards
what I
the
mean?
beginning, like, well, I mean, aren't we all? Like, isn't
Oh,
he
yeah.
hearing the same record? Aren't we in the same problem? Like, that's the thing. Like, he added a bunch of new stuff that has happened over the last few weeks, but unfortunately, it is the same record over and over again, and we're not going to get rid of that record until we get rid of fucking Biden. So, like, you know, I mean, kind of in a roundabout way, once you've seen one Trump rally, you've kind of seen them all. I hear the music.
You hear the
I hear the
music?
train. I hear the
You hear my
train
train through my mic, yeah.
loud and clear for once. I usually never hear it.
Well, it's because I got the decent mic hooked up now. Biscuits. Oh shit. Let's
I hear
see.
something talking, so it must be the commercial.
Do I?
I said I can. I think I can hear the commercial talking.
You hear the commercial? All right. Well, let's try this then. Let's go. Oh, I don't want that. Go away. Go away. What the fuck? Why does it always gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that, bro? Ain't nobody that concerned. Let's see. Transform scale. Ooh, that looks horrid. What the fudge? Alright, well, it'll just have to work. Do you see the dog?
I do see the dog, but I do not see you.
Yeah, it's because I. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure.
Hello.
I don't care if I see. Sorry.
I didn't have I
I
didn't
don't
have the green room
care
up, and
if.
I was like, "Do you
Yeah,
see the dog?" Because I was like, "Wait a minute, did I put that on the right layer? Or did I cover everything up?" So clearly,
right.
I covered everything up. So
You covered everything up. Yeah, that was kind of
thank
what
you.
I was like.
Yeah,
I
it all went away.
I don't
It's
care
this Friday, right? I don't have to
see
go to
you,
work
but like,
tomorrow.
right there you go.
Okay, let's get rid of this. Exit full screen. I don't want the freaking dog commercial though. Why did it give me that? Oh, that's why. He's so stupid. Oh, I got the wrong URL. I figured. I'm retarded. All right, copy. And of course, I clicked the wrong way.
Hmm.
And paste that. I think, wow, that was weird. Do you hear the music? So let's see if you hear this. Apparently
The
not.
music is very very light.
Okay.
Boys, lay down. Go.
It is. Well, that's interesting. I'm not seeing it on here. So, what am I to do? Oh,
Go, Yogi. Go.
promise me I'll be back in time. Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah, I can hear the music, but it's very very low.
Interesting. All right. Give me a sec.
All right.
Please don't drive it. I don't want to be late again. But you better promise me I'll be back in time.
Robert Kane from Weekend at Bernie's reportedly has died.
Did the music stop?
I don't think so. Yes, it did.
It did. Interesting. Yeah, because now I'm hearing myself and I'm like really loud.
Yeah, you got louder, but the music did not.
Okay. Mic check. That too loud? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Is that good or is it low?
It's good.
Okay. Okay, you shouldn't be hearing me. Or at least I shouldn't be hearing me. So that means I clicked the wrong button on this one. All right. You still hear me?
Yes.
So that got rid of the echo, which means that I can't have. Oh, that's weird. What is this? Oh, the music video stopped. Let's see. That's interesting because my understanding is it should be going out into the board because you can hear me through the microphone, right? We're talking.
Yes.
And that phone is only hooked up to the board because the board's the only thing that supplies phantom power, which means gain is at 75% on both, which means my line. Oh, I wonder if that's got something to do with it. Let's see. How do I refresh? I gotta go here. All right. It's playing. I need that. You hear any music at all?
Very, very faintly.
Very, very faint. But you're hearing it.
But I'm hearing it.
See, that's very interesting because according to the audio dashboard, it's not coming through. Mic check, check, check. Okay, so me saying check, 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 check. That volume right there is just barely showing up on the board, but the music is so loud I can barely hear myself talk.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep playing.
What'd I miss?
Everything.
A volume check.
We're playing through with the board, and I think we both gave up on the whole Trump speech thing.
Oh, after my little rant, you didn't want to follow that?
There wasn't really much to follow with. Like, I don't know. Like I had said to load, he ends all of his rallies like that, so it's nothing new.
I don't mind the final song, when he's done speaking. I'm tired of the production. I'm tired of all this bullshit for the ignorant fucks out there that can't get with the program and figure this shit out. He We just need if you want to vote for yourself, you vote for Trump, because a vote for Trump is a vote for you. That's it. End of story.
100%.
And all this other fucking song and dance bullshit needs to go away. And I'm telling you, we have to attack, and I mean attack, all the fucking Republicans out there, career politicians. All the Republican career politicians, we have to go after them and go after them hard. Just as hard as we go after the Democrat career politicians. All of them have to fucking go. I'd never seen Kristi Noem do that before. But I don't listen to her. I've never trusted that woman because she's got that look on her face of I'm a fucking cunt. And so, you know,
she spoke at one of the Christian rallies. I want to say that it was like North Dakota. It might have not North Dakota, North Carolina, South Carolina, or Florida. And she did that there too. And it, to me, it's not as cringe-worthy because my grandmother was one of those people that always talked with her hands. So I don't.
Hold on.
I know it's the whole thumb thing and stuff like that.
I-
So I usually don't pay attention to women when they're talking with their hands.
I'm fine with people talking with their hands. I'm
But-
fine with it. That thumb, that's purposely done. They teach that to
Right.
manipulate crowds, manipulate people. That is a taught thing.
Right.
It's not natural. And it
I
started with
understand
Clinton.
that.
So,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I mean, honestly, it was way before Clinton.
well, it started with that's who was using it as a politician. You didn't see that with other politicians really.
Go
using
back
that.
and watch Kennedy. Go back and watch Kennedy, and you'll see it. Yeah, Kennedy, Roosevelt.
Because the only thing I can, you know, like
There's
when
a couple
Trump
of others.
when Trump was speaking at the end and the music came in, I just was like, oh, he's ruined. It's ruined. It's ruined. And why the fuck do we have to rehash the shit we already know? It's like, I understand it. He has to go out there and let people know in person what's going on. But all of these people have already heard it. He
Right.
needs to have a Reagan moment. He needs
But
to have
that
a
would be
moment
like-
that it is a speech that he wrote and he just speaks that speech and have it not about what they've done to him, not about what they've done to us, but about what this country means and where it needs to go and how we need to preserve it. Because if you go back and listen to Reagan's speeches, eloquent and on point, because it had nothing to do with anybody personally. It didn't have anything to do with the left-hand team or the right-hand team. It had to do with America, period. And Trump is not missing that point, but he's not sharing that point. He needs to share that point for people like me, because he's not going to lose me, but the idiot people that follow him are going to have me as a fucking enemy if this shit keeps going on. And I mean enemy. Just as bad as I hate fucking Democrats, I will come fucking hard at Republicans that follow Trump that think that he needs to do this fucking song and dance, this fucking pony show. Fuck that. This is bullshit. We need to be independent people with real fucking speech, not this big production. The production value was just, I'm sorry. I don't buy into this shit. I don't. I never have. It's horse shit. Anyways, I need to continue eating. I'm hangry. Anyways.
You're something. Guess we should have had a snack break in the middle. Damn
I
it.
was eating on these darn almonds, and that didn't do enough for me. It's probably because I was getting just furious with the whole damn thing.
Furious. Yeah.
I knew I was going to be irritated, but because of the delay, I now don't get to go down to my weight room and work out for about an hour and a half before the other podcast. I now have to somehow process how angry I am without getting to lift any weights and get it out of my system and then move forward. So I'm probably gonna end this right at midnight or close to it, and then I'll probably do a late workout tonight. I'll probably go down my weight room, hit the punching bag, and pump some iron, and get it out of my system. You know, the thing that really got me going was the idiots that spoke at the beginning. And then when that dude interviewed the one lady in the crowd, that really heightened me even more. And then seeing Christy Nome at the end of that, like I was kind of already, okay, I'm okay. And then boom, she lays this shit on me. And then Trump going through the same fucking song and dance that he's been saying for the last 4 fucking... Whoever he's listening to, he needs to tell to shut the fuck up. Call me, President Trump, call me. I'll tell you what to say to the American people, which is just say whatever you want to say. No fucking teleprompter, none of this fucking big production bullshit. Be honest, be genuine, be authentic with the people. They don't need this song and dance. And the ones that do need this song and dance, tell them to fucking move to Canada. Tell them to move somewhere else. Go to fucking Australia. Go to the UK. I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out of here. We don't need your dumbasses here. Shit.
I'm sure Nibs and Jade don't want them either. Send them to Ukraine.
Yeah.
The rest of our money.
He lied. That's the first time I know for a fact he fucking lied.
About what?
Ukraine. There aren't that many people dying over there. A fucking flat out lie. Lie.
He said that quite a few times, and I'm not 100% sure on that one, because when I go in and I watch Redacted, because they covered Ukraine pretty honestly, they're showing high numbers from their citizen reporters that are dying. But the problem is, it sounds like it's more like these mills that they have, these human mills, are getting blown up and taken out. And that's where the high numbers are coming from. So, in a roundabout way, it's people that better off, unfortunately, because they have been trafficked, whether it's for work, sex, or organs. And who knows, they might even be doing biotesting on live people over there. I wouldn't put it past some of the shit that they're doing here. But there was, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but there was like 3 or 4 days in a row where at least 700 to 800 casualties were happening. But it's because Ukraine just blew up its own fucking cities that had vaulted to Russia, and Russia's voting. Like, Ukraine can't vote because it's a war, according to, their fucking asshat of a dictator. But Putin, who's supposedly the dictator, is allowing his citizenry to vote without any issues. But Ukraine is interfering by blowing them up. So I'm not sure who to believe on the numbers. But honestly,
let me see the fucking bodies.
Too many.
Let me see the fucking bodies.
Right.
I want to see them.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they're not showing this stuff, and the stuff that they do show, I can tell it's theatrical. It's not fucking real.
Right.
This trench warfare stuff, those aren't real fucking. They're real guns, but they're fucking paintball guns, airsoft guns. You hear the hall, especially. I know it's paintball guns because you hear that hall
Sound. Yep.
And you don't see the body explode when they're hit and they go down. You don't see any kind of, because at that range with what they supposedly the type of firearm they're using, that bullet would go all the way through. It would go all the way through, and you'd see shit blow out the back of that body. That shit is not fucking happening. So I believe maybe a few people die over there from whatever, like you would have a normal over here. We got people that die in America every fucking day. Like, people die.
Right.
People die
Right.
all over the planet.
That's just natural.
I don't fucking believe that. I don't believe that war. Not one bit. I want to fucking see it. Just like I want, if anybody's like, well, we executed those people. No, I want to fucking see it. I want to see a videotape. I want to see the body. I want to be able to take my finger and jab it into that body and feel around and make sure that that body is dead. And I want to take DNA testing to make sure it's the damn body that you said it was. Like, I want evidence. Hard fucking evidence, because I don't believe a fucking thing that they show us on television. I don't believe a damn thing with the numbers that they're telling us either, because numbers can be skewed. So, and those redacted people, I don't know. I've never really put any time into watching them at all. Maybe 30 seconds. I don't care. Like, do you know that they're not working for somebody? Do you know that they're not just plants by the government? Do you, like, what do we fucking know? You know?
Right. No, I just seem, because unfortunately, like you said, not enough people are actually reporting on it. So it's hard to even know if what they're reporting and what they're getting is true. So it's like, where are we at with any of it? And it's a proxy war.
Think
so
about it this way.
Needs to end.
They are losing the American people on all the money we're sending to Ukraine. If this was a real war, they would show the fucking evidence of that war, and the people of the United States would probably get behind it if they felt that it was a true and just war. Right? Because that's what we do. That's the human nature that we have. We get behind anything when we're trying to preserve somebody's freedom or gain someone's freedom. We do that for everybody around the world, or at least in the name of doing that, we do some weird shit, right? But if they're trying to take our money, taxpayer money, and send it somewhere else, and right now we got damn near fucking almost everybody's pissed that all our taxpayer money is going to this bullshit. Mm-hmm. And they're not making any effort to validate it at all. They're just doing it. And then, hello, no representation, right? You know, we got this whole thing. Taxation without representation is a problem, a major problem. And taxation is a problem anyways. But they are not representing in any way, no true representation in any way of what the fuck is really happening. You know, it's like our wonderful people, the Q people, you know. Okay, you say this, you say that, you say all this, and you're just telling us to fucking be patient because you know better. Fuck you. I know better. Because I'm a citizen. I'm just like all of you. Give me the fucking facts. I can handle it. I'm pretty sure I already kind of have a sneaking suspicion, and that's what makes me so angry about this, because the further we go, the more I feel flat out lied to. 100%. And not even feel, I know. And now I feel like my President Donald J. Trump, is listening to fucking morons. Absolute morons. Because they have him talking about numbers that he doesn't. Hey, President, El Presidente, have you been to Ukraine and seen it yourself? And if you did go, where did they take you? What did they show you? What's going on? How do you know what they showed you was even real? Like, what? I mean, seriously.
Do you think he might have an open communication with Russia?
He's not. I don't think he'd risk it, because you know what kind of problems that would cause. You know what? Hunter acting as a person for the, without, saying that he's doing anything, and we're complaining about it. It's like he broke that. What do you call that law? Anyways, Trump would be doing the same thing, because Trump is not an American official.
Acting as a foreign agent.
Yeah, exactly. And so Trump would actually be doing that too. It's too big of a risk. And what he's doing right now, what he's dealing with right now, that would just be so easy. Yeah. That'd be low-hanging fruit for those individuals going after him, to just be like, look, he was talking to Putin. Oh, and that proves that he's, and then we'd go right back to where we started. Oh, see what we told you, it's true. And it's like, nah, he's not that stupid to fucking do that. No. Look, President Trump is an extremely intelligent human being. I'm just questioning why the fuck he's putting certain people around him right now. Like, I had a moment once I saw Kristi Noem do this bullshit where I was like, oh, motherfucker, he might make her vice president. Because one of the most evil people in government was Mike Pence, and nobody knew it. And he put Mike Pence right next to him.
Yep.
And maybe Kristi Noem is just that person too, where, to her state and to the people around her, they all like, oh, yeah, she's awesome. But she's really doing some bad, dirty shit behind closed doors. And really
Right, and
fucking them. Yeah.
by putting her as VP, you see where Mike Pence went. So that would just destroy the rest of her possible career, which could be a good thing. Like, I mean, that could be his. I mean, obviously, that was his plan with Pence. I mean, come on.
But why dance around it? Like, why? See, this is the problem. Why are we playing these? Well, why are we playing that game? If she's a dirty fucking cunt that's fucking over the American people behind closed doors, got the smile on so you can see it, and you're all, oh, she's so cute, she's so wonderful, she didn't lock us down, she didn't do this, she didn't do that, oh, South Dakota, she does such a great job. But then she goes back east, and in D.C., she's doing some fucking nasty shit behind closed doors.
Yeah, I'm not
and so
sure.
you just don't fucking know what's really fucking going on, and this whole covert veil that they've got over all of this is just driving me fucking insane. It makes me so fucking angry. To me, it's plain as day. I see it plain as day. It's right there, and it's I am looking at all the crowd there in South Dakota, and I'm listening to other people talk, and they're telling me shit that makes me want to kick them off the island. Like, I'm just like, no, you're either you're blatantly lying to me, and you understand what I'm saying, you're smart, and you're blatantly lying to me, or you're just that fucking stupid. And if either one of those things, goodbye. I don't want to deal with you. Goodbye. I don't have time for this shit, and neither does the planet, neither does this country. We deserve better. We deserve blunt, honest truth that hits you in the gut, punches you in the gut, and it makes you sit down and have to gasp for air and go, oh, shit, really? And then you have to just sit there and take it all in. That's what we deserve. And that's what we should demand. And no one's giving that to us right now. And I'm really pissed at Trump about this, because what I saw tonight was exactly that. He's starting to fucking handle with fucking care type of deal. And I'm like, nope, sorry.
A lot of what he, like, tonight was no different than any other rally, really. It really wasn't. So that's why I don't know.
I haven't seen one of his rallies in a while. And the fact that it's like a fucking cookie cutter, you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, they're always
Fuck
kind
that.
of cookie cutter.
No, that's, sorry. I don't have time for that.
When he goes to the conventions, they're very different. They're like, there's convention Trump, and then there's rally Trump. And tonight was like convention Trump. When it's rally Trump, I misspoke. This was his typical convention Trump, because he's only given a certain amount of time to talk. So he's got to get all his points in. But when he's rally Trump, he just goes. Tonight was a little bit of like a mixture of both.
Yeah, he talked a little bit way too long. Way too fucking long.
He always does.
I don't mind it, but get rid of the fucking bullshit production crap.
Yeah. Tonight was more of his teleprompter night, like it is when he goes to the like the religious conventions or the RNC, because this was an RNC thing.
Yeah, and he should drop the RNC. I'm not even joking. This is fucking bullshit. I am so sick and tired of Republican bullshit because you can see it. It's the RNC. See, they always say, "Oh, the Trump people are cultists." No, the fucking DNC and the RNC are cultists. It doesn't matter what side of the fucking fence you're on, and they do bullshit all the time. They play to a type of individual that thinks they have to be on a fucking team. They're still, like I said, that lady, dependent. She's waiting for Trump to save her. She doesn't know that she has to speak up, speak out, and speak freely to save herself. She's
Right,
waiting
and
for Trump to do it.
That's
What?
not good.
You know, like, is she willing to stand up? Give her fucking full name. Say, I'm here, indict me too, right next to Trump. Like, if that whole place said, indict me too, and the rest of the country started saying that, anybody that supported Trump, I would be overcome with joy. But we don't have people that are wanting to rally behind Trump to hold him up. They're all saying, he's got to save us. He's got to,
Right,
and if he doesn't win the presidency, those people will fucking lose their shit.
Mm-hmm.
They won't know what to do. Like, they won't lose their shit and like, okay, now we have to stand up and fight. They will lose their shit and go hide in a hole and cry and pray and do all that crap that does no one any good. We're in our 40s, for crying out loud. Have you ever felt, when looking at the citizenry, have you ever felt that we are as weak as we are right now as a country?
At least the ones that I was around, they were very, very weak.
I didn't see it. I saw strength.
I think now we're extremely weak on the world stage on top of that with our citizenry. Because they just don't seem to understand the ramifications of caring for everybody else before caring for home.
Right.
And I'm talking about just like their fucking home. I'm not even talking like I'm a big everything starts at home. We discussed this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and by home I mean your own little bubble, your personal, you first. And if you ain't got that shit together, then you sure the hell can't help your household, your town or city, your county, your state, your government, or the world. But we're so busy, right, left, center, dictating everybody else's home atmosphere that we're not paying any attention to ourselves. You know? And that's going to be our downfall. Because they're too weak. We're too weak at the base level. We're too weak at the base level.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I even when Obama's bullshit, we were still strong. We were still strong. We are so far now from that the individuals have become that much weaker, and part of it was because of what happened in 2020. Is because the 2020 was such a letdown for people, and they actually believed that it wasn't stolen. There's a lot of even Republicans that like, no, that was the election, and Trump lost fair and square. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is bad. It's why? Okay, hold on. Why am I the only one? I feel like I am the only one that really has a problem with both sides of the fence and has a problem with the fact that individuals have gotten way weaker just recently. Like, mentally weaker, physically weaker. Like that lady, I mean, you just look in that crowd of the Republican base in South Dakota, they all looked fucking weak. The strongest person in that building was Kristi Noem, and she's evil as fuck. And like, what the hell is going on here? I'm like, to me, it's this unveiling. I'm like, holy shit, really? This is fucking bad. because I mean it's bad, and I already knew it was bad, but now I'm seeing it even worse. I thought it was bad on the Republican side, but now I'm starting to think right now it's worse than anyone is thinking right now. And I feel so alone in that at this point. I do. I feel really alone because I feel like my brothers and sisters in this country are letting me down and letting our future down. Like, I am angry and sad and all of these things all at once for how pathetic our people in this country have become. Because if you were really truly intelligent, everybody, you would start to see what I'm seeing, because you all hear me. Fuck the Democrats, fuck the Democrats, fuck the Democrats, right? And then I say, well, it's that far right too. It's that far right. Well, I don't think after tonight, the more and more I've thought about it, I don't think it's absolutely just the far right. I think it creeps in even more to the center. I think there's a lot of Republicans that are out to fucking lunch, just like the Democrats, and they think they need to be controlled. They think they need a savior. They think someone else has to do it for them. And that's a fucking problem. Even with the problems, with Obama and the crash that you're talking about, there were still people that are like, nope, I got this. I'm going to fix this. We can do it. I don't see anybody that's like, let's do it.
The state of Maine turned into what you see nationwide now during Obama. So, like, for me, I had already watched a really strong Republic conservative base turn into the whiny ass somebody else needs to do it for me community during that, and it never recovered. It didn't even recover under Trump. Like, financially, I personally recovered, and my small group of friends and family did, but like the masses never recovered from that. They just became the whiny Me Too's and the fucking dependents, and I haven't seen an uptick since then. And like the area that I'm in right now, I can't really gauge on what's going on here because they're just morons all around me. Hey Emma, welcome in, hon.
Hey, Emma, how you doing? Yeah. So, okay. So obviously, we're seeing different stages throughout the country. You saw it earlier. This whole West Coast was pretty fucking strong. Like where I was at, right? In the rural areas, the cities.
How can you say that with the vote being always fucked up?
I'm talking about people interacting with people. I'm not talking about the vote right now.
If people weren't standing up because of the malpractices that were going on, how were they strong?
They weren't pushing back against necessarily the government. They were pushing back in their own way with their businesses and their rhetoric. They were saying shit out in public. And I'm talking about the rural areas.
Right.
The cities, what the fuck ever, But now, South Dakota's rural. Rural as fuck.
I wish one of our South Dakota friends were in here to see if, like, maybe this is just a small group of their citizenry or if this is a common thing throughout South Dakota at this point.
There's two things that I picked up. There's a lot of people sitting there that were like people I grew up around in a county of 3,000 people. Rural farmers. People that do certain things. They keep to themselves. They go to church every Sunday. They go to Bible study every Wednesday or whatnot. They're always doing the same thing, and they're pretty tight knit, and they're praying all the damn time and hoping and praying to God that someone's going to come save them. And if someone came to tread on them, they would take up arms to protect their family, friends, and property, right?
Right.
But they are not going. They're just like, well, I can't do anything about what's going on in back east, and they're just weak about that shit mentally. They're not going to stand up and really talk and speak up and speak out and speak freely unless they're in their certain little groups, right? Because they don't want to rock the boat because it's a small community. You piss off the wrong person, you're fucked. They'll fuck you, because that's just small town life. And one of the things that I saw there was just that. And here, the rural communities, the conservative towns here have really started to rise up and speak out and really just say, nope, fuck you. And I'm kind of like, oh, that's awesome, but they're still not anywhere near my level. And I don't know if anybody will ever be at my level when it comes to just how blatant and how blunt I'm willing to be towards anybody at any time. But that's the type of if you want to save this country, you want to preserve your freedoms, that you better get with the program. You better get more like me with your speech. You better, because if you're not willing to do that, you will lose it all. You will lose it all. Right. So I feel like Brother Load was going to say something, and we just kind of went over. Emma, are you wanting to come in and join us so you can talk to us about the test and whatnot? I'll get the code for you, so you can just hit it.
It says she's waiting for a date, but he's so up himself, so I don't know what that means.
Huh?
She said, she put in the chat, I'm waiting for a date, but he's so up himself.
Okay. Well, fuck your date and come in. Like you said, you wanted to join in, and we were going to do something, talking about this stuff. I mentioned it earlier when Hooka and I were talking before President Trump even talked. So, like, I've been waiting for you. There you go. Just click on the little linky link there, and we'll get you in here. Or you can go on the date that is so up himself. Like, I don't know what that means. Oh.
If it froze, you'll have to come in and come back out, hon.
Brother, what's going on? Is your audio not working?
Doesn't appear to be.
There's a little button you got to hit. Yeah, see, still can't hear you. There's a little button there that if you hit it, it'll unmute you. If you continue to have problems, just call tech, and tech will answer the phone and tell you, have you unplugged it yet and plugged it back in?
I am so glad I could bring that to the tech world.
Yeah, still nothing. Either he's fucking with us right now, or he really has an audio problem at this point. So
I think he really has an audio problem, because while you were gone, he had explained with all kinds of weird words on how he set everything up, and he had sound coming from his video, but it was so minute that I couldn't hear it. But he was like screaming, but on his end the music was screaming and he was very minute. So I don't know what he's done now. He pressed buttons. Don't press the button. Stop.
Right? It's not the buttons. Hey, it's not you anymore hitting the buttons.
Right? I passed it on to all you guys. Woo! Fucking rock.
Boom.
You guys were not supposed to learn my bad habits, fuckers.
Right?
Dumbasses.
Hold on, Emma. Let me see if I can copy it and then paste it into the WhatsApp. It's not easy for me to be doing this like this. It's a pain
If
in
she's
the
on a
rear.
mobile, she can't copy out of the Rumble chat. I don't know why it's that way, but you can't
So
copy anything out of the Rumble chat when you're on
so I'm
a
not going to be
mobile.
able to do. That's what I was going to do. I was just going to go pop it out of there on my own and damn you,
Yeah.
Rumble.
Yep.
What the heck?
Let me see. Actually,
Wow.
I can send it to her on Telegram.
All right. Yeah. Please do that. If you can send it to her on Telegram. You hear that, Emma? Sending it to you on Telegram via hookah. Hookah. And at least if you get in here, Emma, you probably will be able to at least speak. Unlike Brother Load over here, who has something in his mouth or something. I don't know what's going on. I was going to say something else, but we'll be polite for a second.
I sent it to you, dear.
I'm feeling better now, though. So I'm the food has hit my belly, and I'm not as ready to pop people's heads off. It's just so frustrating for me. I love this country. I love the
No.
Constitution. You know, I love my freedoms. I love my liberties. I love everything that we can do here. Well, what we are allowed to still do, right? But we need to regain the freedoms that we've given away, and we have given away a lot of freedoms, and we need to get those back, and we need to teach independence. There's too
Yeah.
many people relying on Big Brother, Big Sister. Too many people trusting that those career politicians know better than they do. Too many people trusting that those career politicians are uncorruptible.
Right.
What?
I know. I cringed when that guy was like talking. I don't remember who he exactly was, but he's like, I've been doing this for 11 years and he's planning on running again for whatever his position is. So that means another 6 years. So that puts him over your 16 and he's not running for president. So that puts him in my you're out long term because, 20 years includes presidency. Get the fuck out of politics. It's not a career. Even at 16 to 20 years, that's a fucking career. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the average person has at least 3 20-year careers, or 20 years in a specific work environment.
And see, when you tell me that, it just makes me not like I want to go down to fucking 12 years now when you tell me that. Like, it's like I want nowhere near 20 years then at that point. Someone should not be spending that kind of time doing representation of the people because we'll never
Right.
have true representation of the people if we don't have a revolving door.
Right. Well, and I mean, at the 12 years kind of makes sense to me because I'm 20 years with presidency, right? So if you run for you're 12 years into office and you run for president that year, that gives you 2 terms as president and you're out, you know. And obviously if you don't win the presidency, usually you leave office anyways, or you go back to small town politics. You go run for school board or something like that,
Which I
it
get what you're
it,
saying, but that's, I mean, fuck, you have so much power at that point to go back down to that level. You
right,
basically get to dictate a whole
right,
community, a whole town.
right, which could be pretty sketchy left unchecked.
Right, because then they have a direct line to people that could come in and cause problems for others. If
Yeah,
you don't play ball with them, they're calling the big boys up, calling the big leagues, and you're fucked. I don't know if I like that idea either.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
ETF
honest,
84 says the WEF admitted they want think tanks to run the world and want to end the executive branch.
Yeah.
Fuck
They've been
that.
after that for years.
Yeah, fuck that. No, over my dead body, literally, over my fucking dead body. It ain't happening.
That was their plan with Bush Sr. That was where they were going. That's
You
why he didn't win re-election.
okay, so do people not understand that you don't have to do anything in government? Like, that's the whole point of being in government. To govern is to assure the people that you are representing their rights, their freedoms, their liberties. And they created this system to make it run extremely slow so that basically nothing will ever be done.
Right.
But they figured out how to make shit happen behind closed doors and cheat the system and fuck with stuff. And so what we had back when our founders created it to keep everything just a standstill for the most part, again, only the federal government only being able to be there to protect the citizenry in times of war and to help the citizenry in times of natural disaster. That's the main thing that federal government's supposed to do, yet these assholes have made it to where, they're actually doing some shit that's always the wrong shit and always hurts us. It's funny how when certain people get into office and they're like, I want to help people, and they start stripping away shit that was done in the past by other regimes, other presidencies. They take away taxes, they take away rules, they take away this, they take away that, and guess what happens? People's lives get better because then they can do for themselves. The restraints have been taken off. The shackles have been taken off, and they go do. And not only do they go do to better their lives, they go do and help other people better their lives without government telling them to. It's a natural thing that human beings do. It's a natural thing that Americans do. And that's all being taken away because the government's like, you know what? We know how to help people better than you. So we're just going to tax you. And then we're going to dole out the money where we see fit. And it's just one of these things that's a problem. So if we really, really want to get it back to the best that it ever was, the best that it ever will be, we have to basically, like Brother Load always says, we got to get back to the 10. Those 10 laws, those 10 commandments, and minimize it.
Yeah, we really do. But how do we get, like I say, if we're not doing it at home, we're not going to do it anyplace else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Telling other, right now, basically, even, right, left, and center, the left wants us to do it this way. The far right wants us to do it that way. The center's just like, just do whatever the fuck you want. So it's just a free-for-all.
Yeah. Sorry, that text I sent you is meant for our friend Emma because I'm waiting for her to pop in, and so I'm just wondering if she's okay.
Right? I was like, why did I just get like?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering. I just checked to make sure, and she has at least opened it on Telegram. So hopefully, I sent her the right link and everything. I think so. I copied and pasted it right out of the chat. So.
Yeah. ETF84 says they posted a video on their website recently about it. He goes on to say WEF wants Catham House, a.k.a. the Round Table Group, started by Cecil Rhodes and Lord Milner to run things. And that's Oxford University. Fuck that. Fuck that. No. Not happening. Like, no.
Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan.
All right. Well, while Brother Load's trying to figure stuff out, look, I don't. What's going on, bro? What's going on, sister? We got Emma and Brother Load both having problems right now, and so I'm just gonna go over to this more pleasant look. It sucks when there's empty boxes around you. And yeah, so we'll just go over here to just you and me hanging out. Yeah. Welcome everybody. We've been going strong since. Well, shit, we're going on 5 hours and 15 minutes of stream time already. We're going to midnight, maybe a little bit later, probably not much later, but yeah, welcome. We started out with the Trump rally that got me all fired up and pissed off at even Trump himself. See, no one's safe with me. I am not one of these people that is like, well, I love that person, so I'm not just going to tell them what I think. No, the reality is, if I love you, the odds are I might even be harder on you about shit than if I don't love you. So, and since I love Trump as a human being and as the president and the wonderful things that he's attempting to do, I'm not putting up with his fucking bullshit like he just pulled tonight. I am not putting up with that crap. That needs to be rectified, and I'm blaming him because he's like ultimately the guy on stage and he can do whatever the fuck he wants when he's up there. But at the same time, he's got someone whispering in his ear. He's got a team back there that's like, no, we need to do this. It'll play to the people really well. We need to get sentimental. We need to do this. We need to play music that will set the tone like in a movie. And, it's like, oh, I'm going to. It's like, what the fuck? Right? ETF 84. Yeah, the British want America back. Yeah, the infiltration continues. Yeah, well, the British is not going to get us back. And the Brits are going to have a problem with us if that's the case. But you know what? I don't believe, as far as the British citizenry, I don't think that's a thing. I don't think they're like, yeah, let's get America back. No, I don't think that's a thing. I think it would only be the British government that wants to try to do that shit. And I think if the British citizenry were to get wind of it on a serious level, I think they would at least attempt to snuff that out. Like, yeah, are you sure you want that problem? We don't want that problem. You know the problem over there? We don't want that back. Just leave them be.
Right.
Leave them be. Oh my goodness. So I had somebody come in here real quick, and then they.
Emma came in real quick. She waved, looked like she was touching some buttons, and then she exited out. So I'm not sure if she's having sound issues as well, or
well,
not.
it's just because I had. When you come in, Emma, it's not immediate. I have to bring you in. You're in a green room, remember? You've done this with me before. You've done fine before. So hold on a second. Let me.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. She didn't say, like, it looked like she tried to say something, but I didn't hear her, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ooh, here comes Brother Lodestorm. Let's see if he has a voice again. Let's see if he. Oh, and then Emma's back.
Hey.
Okay, so nice. Hey, it works now.
I hear both of you guys.
All right, hold on a second. Let her know I'm gonna get her in here in a second.
Just hold on and.
Oh, look how beautiful she is. She's got a little crown on. She's got all this beautiful makeup on. It's making her eyes pop out. She's got a little sexy going on tonight. Oh my goodness! This maybe I don't know if we should put her on camera. She's like sexy British queen. Oh well, that fits what what ETF 84 was saying. ETF's saying the Brits want us back. Here's their queen coming to fucking say, hey, bow to me, kneel and kiss my ring. All right, let's welcome Brother Lode and Emma Hunt to the program. Hello, everybody. Hello. How you doing tonight? Or this morning for you?
It's like 5:30 in the morning, so it's not really tonight.
Yeah, what's this about, a date?
Sorry about that.
Oh.
Blooming animals, they ruin every moment. I think I'm going to have to feed her quickly because she's going to headbutt everything.
Oh, no.
And knock everything over.
Well, you look great, so we'll start with that. And then Brother Lode, I think I can hear you now. I'm not sure. So let's dive in real quick on what you came in here the other night, typed some shit in the chat, and then bolted. And it's like, wait, you can't do that. What are you doing? You got to give everybody some information here. So, so everybody, for everybody that doesn't know, Emma is a radio chemist. That was her previous life. And so she kind of knows what the hell she's talking about when it comes to tests and things of that nature. So she came in here the other day, and we were talking about the COVID tests, and she drops this bomb of they're not proper tests of some sort. So I'm gonna let you explain to everybody exactly what you were talking about with those tests not reading proper or not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Well, I'm really glad we've got a few people in here because the first question I need to ask is my perception the same as everybody else's? That when we took a COVID test at home, the control stripe, what do you think that meant? That's the first thing I want to ask because it meant something to me, but this is to me it's misleading. So why do you think the control line was necessary in your test?
So so we were never in possession of these. Most of us never took a test like that unless we were in a hospital or a clinic of that nature, or where we worked for a
What in America?
facility.
So you
Yeah,
never actually took tests yourself?
not we could
Never
get
I've
a,
actually
never.
tested.
but most of us no. Some yes, yeah. So like
Right.
brother Load here did. So
Right.
yeah.
Well, brother Lord, then, right, so these little tests, these fast tests at home, when you got a control line on a test, how do you what do you think that means? Like when it comes up positive on the control, what can you safely assume? Do you think? I can't hear him.
Oh, his audio's gone again. He had it and then it disappeared. Bro, your audio's gone.
What are you doing over there? Stop pressing
Well, I
buttons.
mean, anybody who's seen like the LFT test or anybody that knows about testing, like it's like a pregnancy test. So you've got one line that's going to tell you that you've got an infection. I'm not trying to be misleading or anything like that. I just want to know if I want to be sure that everybody thought the same as me before I start saying things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So for me, you get a pregnancy test. It's the same kind of principle, but it's much simpler. So you get one control line and then a positive or negative. So this is the thing. Why is the control important?
To be able to compare it to whatever your results are so that you know it's a clean test.
Right. Right.
And
Okay.
these COVID tests weren't clean tests.
It's not about how clean you are.
Not you,
Depends.
but the tests themselves weren't accurate. Like, I knew that they were never accurate. Like, they weren't
Yeah. I
something
mean,
to be trusted right from the get
it's
go.
not. Yeah. It's not about the positive or negative result. It's the fact that the way I saw it, and I think that most people will have done, is that if you got a line across the control, you can safely believe that you have completed that test from start to end successfully and correctly. Am I right?
Yes. Yes. If your control shows up on like a pregnancy test, then you've
It's
done it
much
correctly.
simpler because it's just
Yeah.
a trail of we for a pregnancy
Right.
test. It's the most
Right.
basic
Mistake.
type of thing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to talk about controls and what it means in science and chemistry. Okay. So for example, I'm a radiochemist. So you've got quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis. So quantitative analysis is more a yes or no answer. And qualitative analysis, it gives you sizes. Sorry, I'm getting the wrong way around. But anyway, you've got the most basic principle of yes or no, or you've got like actual like values for those answers. So what I would do is I worked in the labs near a nuclear site here, and I went through college and I was put through everything, went through a degree and everything, then I moved away. It's a long story, but anyways, my responsibility was to make sure that the environment where this nuclear site wasn't contravening any levels of acceptable radioisotopes in environmental samples, therefore the food chain. So we would test everything from milk, air, sea, soil, cows, everything. and we would have to report those results. And we could either say we can just do a scan, and that would just give you a broad answer, or we could go more deeply into it and look at the actual radioisotopes. And we can then compare as well fission products, which is a result of nuclear power, because you've got natural radioisotopes as well. Like if you guys like Brazil nuts, you're probably buzzing and you don't even know it. There's loads of potassium 40, there's loads of naturally occurring radioisotopes. But obviously we were interested in what had been produced as a result of this nucleoside. So what we would start with is a raw sample that we need to break down to get rid of any organic material. So we're left with something so small and perfect that nothing's going to interfere with the test. There's no bumps or lumps, and we can see the sample. That's a very rough way of saying it, really. But we could measure it in becquerels, isotope, energy levels, everything. But we needed to know from the start of the sample. So the moment that sample comes into the lab and we measure it, we know how, what it's going to be, whether it's going to be ashed or liquid, like evaporated. Everything's been reduced. Every chemical separation, there's loss of sample. So we're removing organics with every chemical separation. Lots of different ways of doing it. We've got chemistry. And then ultimately maybe electrolysis, so that we can get these little isotopes onto plates. We want to make sure that everything's gone. All we're left with is a clear view of these isotopes. So the importance of the control is that it's introduced at the very beginning, so that you can then look at the end confidently and see how much you've managed to get through all of that process to the end. So say that your control is only 20%. You've only got 20% of your sample. So it's much more technical than the test itself, obviously, but it's a very similar process. That the importance of a control is that it lets us know that the test ran effectively, and then obviously then you can work out a percentage if you're looking at it in more detail. Right, so that's a long story, a long way around it. I'm probably boring everyone off, but
No, you're not.
the
It's
whole
needed to
point of
be.
that control is to say,
Yeah.
right, we got a sample from our noses and throats, okay, and we put it successfully into the serum, and we mixed it up properly, and then we put it onto the chromatography strip correctly, and then when that line's there, yes, we did it right. So now I know that's a positive or negative,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm happy whether or not I can go back to work, or whether I should be around vulnerable people, or whether or not I should go to the gym. I'm confident because that test, that control strip, showed me I'd done it right. It's a lie. Because you'd need to introduce it at the very start for it to mean anything. But it's already in the paper. And I don't know much about biochemistry. This is a totally different thing altogether for me. I can't obviously unequivocally say. But the thing is, what is the point? Because I'm going to prove it to you. Do you want to see?
Yeah,
Do you
sure.
want me to show you how that control is going to be positive, even though there's been no sampling? Because I've got some contact lens solution, which is the same pH value as the serums that they use in the test. Because whenever you introduce anything for the body and all that, it's got to be about 7.4 pH, which is what your body's natural pH is, which
Emma,
is
your
acidity.
your camera froze on our side, so if you're trying to show us anything, we can't see it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's frozen.
It's not
I
frozen
haven't
for
touched
me.
anything.
Well, it's frozen over here on my end.
Is it frozen for everyone?
No, hold on a second.
Yeah, it's frozen.
Um, that's weird.
Or is it frozen in your green room over there?
No, she's
No.
not. She's not frozen for me. Do you have sound backload?
No, I'm in a browser on Safari.
Yeah, you're. I think you're fine. I'm not sure where.
It's frozen on my
The
side,
remote don't see me.
which means it's
Or you
frozen.
see me moving.
Yeah, you guys can see her probably moving around in the green screen collab cam, but everybody on Rumble and the other places cannot see her moving, just like I cannot, because that's what's being
Oh
put
God,
out.
I bet I've got horrible frozen face again. I always
No,
do.
your hand is in front of your face at the moment. You can just see your eyes right now and your forehead and your crown. Your
Do
hand
you
is
want me
covering
to
your
try to just come back in again?
That might be the only way to, because I can't like refresh it or anything. So let's see. Actually, here, hold on a second. Let me try one little thing. See if I can. Yeah, no,
Oh,
Oh.
loads. Gone.
you're gonna have to.
I think he's still having sound problems.
Yeah, he fixed it and then it disappeared.
Yeah.
So
Let's do a check.
yeah,
Just
Emma,
look
you if you can drop out because I don't want anybody to miss it. Oh, there. What the? Then she just
Just
unfroze right as she was dropping out.
dropping out, of course.
I swear someone's
Run-
fucking with me. And it's probably some dirty fucking Australian that hasn't showered in fucking 5 years. I'm just guessing. I have a sneaking suspicion. If someone's fucking with me, I have a sneaking suspicion who it is. So,
And it was weird. All right, I see you,
yep.
but she just froze.
And she swapped spots with Brother Lou.
Oh my God, the cat right is doing my head in. I'm gonna have to feed her because she keeps headbutting everything and knocking everything over.
Mm.
She-
Yeah, now
the
you're
cat's
frozen
saying,
again.
I'll just be a nuisance. I'm frozen again.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and this
I-
time you're frozen in the green room too.
Well, I can't show you what I was going to show you then. I've only got one test left as well.
Mm. This really sucks.
Well, can I just explain something? You just take my word for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what had happened was, you can tell I'm not very well right now. So I wasn't being inquisitive or, looking at them tests in any way negative. I just found that I had some tests that had expired because the serum had dehydrated. So I kept checking the serum. So every single packet out of different manufacturers, they'd all dehydrated. But because I thought about it, I thought, you know what, I'll just put my boogers on it because the control won't show up, but it's positive. Surely it would show up on the positive line because I just assumed that it was in the serum, the control part of the sample, because then it proves from start to finish you conducted the test, you went up your nose, you did up your throat, and you put it in the serum, and it's the right, it's the right value. But then I couldn't believe it because there was no serum, but there was a positive control result. So then I thought, that doesn't actually work because where's the control then? Why isn't it at the start where it should be so we know we've done the test correctly? So then I took another sample and I got some contact lens fluid solution, which is just the same pH, the same salinity, which is the acidity of our natural body, our blood, our fluids, about 7.4 pH. So I knew I was using like for like, and I didn't do anything. I just dropped a solution from the bottle onto the test strip, which is chromatography. So basically, it just gets pulled up through the paper, and I watched it, and that control still went red. So what was the point in that other than perhaps the only thing that it was really doing was saying that the pH is correct? So how many people went back to work believing they competently completed this test? How many people killed people because they believed the same thing as me, that control would be introduced at the start of your test to prove that you'd done everything correctly, and therefore that was a true result? That's what worries me.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're if you're trying to get the masses to spread a virus rather quickly, you want to make sure that they don't think that they have something. So they, yeah.
So basically, it's almost impossible to avoid a test.
Yeah.
But it looks like you've done this brilliantly, and that you can rely on that negative result. But how could you rely on that negative result? Because the chances of that control not coming up, unless you've got a Smartie or a peanut stuck up at your bloody nose, and you've done something drastic to affect the sample and its integrity, then you're going to believe that you did everything correctly, that you swabbed and that you did it in the solution properly, that you had enough solution onto the planchette, onto the paper, blah, blah, blah. That terrifies me, because how many people believe what I thought it would be is that it's making me know that I've done the test right.
Right.
But it's probably always going to come up that you've done it right anyway, because there's no sample going into that, but it's still getting a positive result.
Right. But then here's the thing. How many – there's this other side of this. Let's just pretend we all got COVID and then really look at the actual numbers and take away the fraudulent deaths where they said it was a COVID death, but it really wasn't. Let's take it and get it all the way down to the real numbers. And do those numbers similarly show what would have been during a flu and cold season? Those same deaths? Yeah, it's pretty close. It's pretty close.
It actually showed less.
Okay, so even less than
even if you include the
you could
flu,
take it the other way as well.
showed less.
Take
you
it.
could take it the other way though, right, Kerry? Listen, right? If that positive control zone is going to come up, right? Why wasn't there more positive results with a negative control? Right? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It just messes with my head to think about it, because you know what I mean? Like, it's just not a reliable mechanism for the public. That's probably why we had to do PCP tests when we went on planes, because everything that we were doing was a scientific experiment that should be done absolutely sterile in a controlled environment with no other things that can interfere with it. You know what I mean? It has to be contained. So what we were asked to do was actually very scientific and very difficult, but we all seem to do it correctly. But well, of course we would, because it's very difficult to not have that control line.
Right. Well,
the only thing that gets rid of it is if you mess with the acidity, because I put vinegar on one and it blew the line away.
Right. And see, my whole thought process on this right now, because of what you're saying, is everybody got sick. Everybody caught it. The number, other than the inflated numbers based on people getting paid, this, that, and the other, and basically lying about it, we had, like Hookah said, you actually take all these things into account. The numbers were lower than a typical flu and cold season. And so I'm just wondering if the bigger experiment here was mind manipulation, mind control to get people to believe something that really wasn't happening, and watch the masses freak out just because they were told that they should freak out. And I think that's exactly what happened. And I think there's a bigger picture and more at play here as well. But in this conversation, though, they wouldn't care if that was the case. If they were just playing a game, they wouldn't give a shit if the test worked right or not.
I mean, the only thing, like, we could go into whys and wherefore. All I know is, from a chemistry point of view, you introduce a control, you can look it up, the definition of a control in a sample. It's a known value.
Yeah.
And you want to see that at the end of your test to know that you've done everything correctly. So that is exactly what I assumed it was used for in a pregnancy test, in a COVID test. So, but that really meant nothing, because it's in the paper with a saline solution with no biological material in it whatsoever, no enzymes, no antibodies, because they said that they had antibodies to it, and that line comes up. But there must be COVID antibodies in everything then. Because the contact lens solution still came up positive. So for me, it was a bit mind-blowing, because I know there's loads of people that went back to work confidently, and it makes you wonder, why mislead the public, and ultimately what was the reason for it? Because it didn't kill loads of people, so it wasn't like it was a population control thing. We'll just let them think that they've done this test correctly when they've actually got COVID. because we didn't see all the deaths, did we? So you know what I mean? It's just mind blowing, and that's something that I open up to you guys to discuss because I'm just coming from a chemistry point of view with it, really.
Well, that's my point, though. You coming from it from a chemist point of view, that's what I'm saying. Like they probably just didn't care that they were handing out units that didn't work because that was like the experiment wasn't based on anything hard science like a chemist or a biologist. This was a test on the mind. They were wanting to see how the people would react, and there, like I said, there's a rabbit hole here that we can all dive down. But just based on what you're talking about, I think, look, if you have to mass produce an item just for show, are you going to make that item a legit item, or are you just going to send it out so it's for show?
Right. I mean, it's like plastic eggs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, and the weird thing is so what I'm getting from what you're saying, Emma, is that like most of your tests or the tests that you guys were given in the UK always showed a false negative, right?
No,
But
it's about the control. It's
I,
about the
I
actual control. Yeah.
correct. But I take the test. To me, I think I'm negative, right?
Yes.
So that
Yeah.
is right. And because of the control, that's a false negative. So here in the United States, at least in the area that I was in Maine, now I never took a COVID test. I've never had COVID. I think it's a bunch of hogwash, and we can leave that on another discussion. But what I've noticed was the people around me that did take the test got a lot of false positives. Now, my question is I don't even know if the
Mm.
UK test and the United States test were the same types of tests. Like if
Well,
they,
we called them lateral flow tests, and they're just basically a strip with a piece of filter paper, and the
I,
the fluid is pulled through the paper, and that gives you results. A bit like it looks like a pregnancy test.
I've never even seen a COVID test.
I wish I could show you it. I can't show you it.
That's fine.
Can you sign something?
Emma, your screen's black, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, I knocked the camera off because there's no point in me being frozen
Oh.
first.
Oh, you had stopped being frozen. You were
Oh,
talking.
I
So
did.
yeah, you weren't frozen.
Oh,
anymore.
sorry, I didn't realize.
So you were.
Oh, hey, it
I-
works. All right, Brother
I
Lode's
could
back
show
in the
you.
house. Hold on. Brother Lode has a
Hello.
question to ask you, Emma, specifically about
Okay.
the test stuff.
Well, actually, I got two questions now that I can actually speak my voice and be heard. What kind of data are you going on that requires a tiara? And two, what's the okay? So basically, you're saying that it's already in the strip in the test, so it's kind of pointless. You can pretty much put anything on it and get a result. Then what's the trigger to make a positive and a negative result? Because I have
Well,
done these stupid tests like a dozen friggin' times and have yet to pop one, but have been literally within breathing distance of somebody that had COVID for nearly 3 hours and still can't pass the test. So do I need to be pregnant, or do I need to have like a certain chemical imbalance, like too much estrogen and not enough to stop? I mean,
well,
what triggers the
I
test
mean,
for a positive
obviously,
result?
like I said before, I'm not a biochemist. I'm a radiochemist. It's a different science, but I think it would be very hard to not get a positive control result. It's not about the actual test result for you. But the only thing that seemed to change it, but didn't have a load of things to work with, was that I put vinegar because I was pretty sure that the pH would destroy that line if it wasn't the right pH. But I used the right pH initially. So as much for the little that I know they say that there's enzymes and antibodies that are in there that will stick to gold, and they explain all the technical stuff. But when you actually drill down and you try and find out what is the control for, what does it do, how is it used in the test, it's very hard to get that information. It's almost like we were just left to assume what I did, which is that means I've done the test correctly. All that it says, if you don't get a red line, the test is void, repeat the test. It doesn't say to you, you've done the test wrong. It just says the test is void. But it's very rarely going to be void unless you've affected the acidity, I think. But I don't have a lab. I don't have, everything that I would need to confirm that. But all I think is that I'm using contact lens fluid straight onto it and I get a positive control, which means I've done the test correctly, but I just dropped on some matching pH value fluid onto it. That was it. So, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, blows my mind. Lady,
It's just the implications of it, because I believe that most people would think the same as me, that you conducted the test correctly. Every part of that, like the steps you took from the moment you stuck that thing at your nose and got your serum and everything, you would then think, right, okay, well, I did it right, so I've either got it or I haven't. So that it's not about the test result for you for COVID or not. It's just about that control line. It's just, to me, it just seems, it's more than suspicious, because it's, what is it for? What is it actually there for? Because it's not giving you any information other than it's got the same pH value, which is all I can see.
It was just to train us like rats. That's it.
That's how I feel. Obviously, I keep saying that it's a mind
It's like-
game.
it's a fidget spinner.
Hmm.
That's all
Yeah.
it is.
Well, and
Mhm.
it's weird because like I said, in the UK they were getting false negatives.
Yeah.
In the United
If you give
States,
me a minute.
we were
Give me 1
getting
minute.
false positives.
Mhm.
So, like, is that part of the bigger thing on to see who?
I think the whole thing was just a fluke, smoke and mirrors, shell game.
Yeah.
I mean, I at this point, I believe that I've been basically sticking a Q-tip all the way up my nose, collecting snot, and then dripping it onto a birth control test.
Right, right, basically.
I had yet in damn near 4 years of being around COVID yet pass a fucking positive COVID test. Whatever the fuck reason why. So, but I've been sick. I've been congested. I've had snotty nose, run, hacking, coughing, sneezing like, oh, I got the flu, and the chills like I got a cold. I ain't never tripped a fucking positive COVID test yet.
Well, and the weird thing about that too is technically, if you usually these paper tests, if you've gotten the vaccine, you will test positive for up to 6 months to a year because you have those active ingredients now in your body.
Mm.
Yeah, I must be a special case then because I
You
think
said it.
within.
Oh,
I'm definitely a special fucking case. But within probably 6 months of taking the last shot, that because it was a two-shot deal, within 3 months, 4 months, I was around somebody that was positive of COVID, and I was literally like with them like an hour in a closed office.
Mm.
So
Well, I mean, and it's also not as contagious as they say it was. So, like, you
like
could have
the
swapped
cold, right?
spit and still not caught it.
Right.
that's yeah. I mean, they
I
would
mean,
literally have to. You would have to touch something, ingest something that still got the active virus on it for you to even. It wasn't like they were gonna sneeze and you just go, oh, the COVID. I mean, that's why when they started talking about putting masks on, I was like, you guys are fucking retarded. I can sit here and take. I can literally take a regular old bullshit mask and blow smoke straight through it.
Right. Well, okay. So for people that aren't aware, those N95 masks or any of these cloth masks, they really aren't there for anything other than to block your spittle, right? Or block somebody else's spittle from making contact, right? Either it's stopping it from spitting on them or them spitting on you and getting in your mouth. And that's it. That's it. That's
And
why at the hospital, the docs and the ER, when they're in the operating room, they got that on there so they're not spitting into the open wound that they've created when they're operating, and there's not any of that crap going on. And now they even some of them cover their eyes with goggles because you can get shit through your eyes too. Yeah, go ahead.
your eyes are more acceptable than your mouth and nose ever will be, because you have absolutely no little hairs,
Right.
you have no active saliva or chemical that pulls it immediately. So if, like, and I said this when COVID first came out, like, if it's contagious and as dangerous as it is, even if the mask was effective, covering your mouth and nose is the
Mm-hmm.
worst thing you can do, because you're leaving your eyes and your ears
Mm-hmm.
open. Yes, you can catch shit through your
Oh yeah,
ears. That's why
it's
you
a little
have
bit more
little ear.
difficult, but yeah.
It, but like,
Yep.
it's more it's more common
Mm-hmm.
for, as dangerous as they were trying to explain that it was at first,
Mm-hmm.
it would be more
Ooh,
acceptable for you to catch it in your ears than your mouth and your nose.
ooh. Emma's got a demonstration for us. Her
Oh,
camera's working, and look at
she
this.
did get it going.
Yay,
I don't.
she's fancy. Everybody, a round of applause for Emma Hunt. She is not doing art right now. She is doing a chemistry experiment for us.
And also,
So,
like you said, with the masks, they're only
sorry.
good in sterile environments, and that's only up to 80%. So, like, and I'm not sure how many of you guys have worked in a sterile environment, but like,
S-
you change it every 20 to 30
s-
minutes for that purpose.
All right, so because Nightcrawler seems to be a little slow at what we were talking about, doesn't understand because it's a contextual thing. Would somebody like to explain to Nightcrawler? I wasn't saying it was a droplet. I was saying what the masks are actually for, and that this whole thing was perpetrated based on fraud and trying to tell the American people and the people of the world that a mask is going to stop the air, when like Brother Load was talking about, is like you can blow smoke through your mask. It's not stopping something that's airborne getting through your mask, and airborne can get through your eyes and your ears and all that stuff. That's okay. So Nightcrawler, I'm sorry, but you're not correct on that. I'm going to differ on that. But anyways, we're talking to a radiochemist here, Emma Hunt. So sit back, take
Well,
notes, learn a
I,
lesson, and we're also talking to a nurse here, Ms. Hooka. So we do have medical and science type people here, not
I
just me
thought
talking shit.
this is the last one I've got, right? So this is a UK COVID-19 self-test, rapid antigen test, right? So I've this is the very last one I've got, so I better not mess it up. Now, like I said, for you to do a test, everything has to be controlled. You know, we clean our hands and everything else. But in a lab, you'd have gloves on. You make sure there's absolutely no other foreign bodies that are going to interfere with this test. So what we were asked to do when we conducted these tests on ourselves in the UK was quite a sophisticated test. It's not easy to get it right, I don't think. But anyway, so we have this thing to stick up our hooters and down our throats, which is a swab. You see that? So that's in a apparently sterile. This was the serum, but you can see dehydrated, and that was my problem when I got my chest infection. Was I wanted to do a COVID test, and I took these out and didn't realise that they had a shelf life, and there was no serum. So I thought, well, okay, I can do the test anyway without that control line, because if it's positive, I'll know it's positive, and I'll just do it with my own fluids, if you know what I mean. So anyway, that was when I realised that the control test had come up positive on the control line, which meant I'd conducted the test correctly, when I'd assumed it would be in the serum at the start of the test, because that's where you can really tell you've done it correctly. So then I moved over to thinking about the acidity and making sure that I could perhaps control one thing, which is making sure that my mock serum, because I wanted to prove this is going to happen again without any introduction of my mucus or anything like that. So this is what we're given, and these are all supposed to be, completely sterile.
All right, hold on, Emma. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to switch you over. We're switching camera stuff so people can see what you are doing better. So you've got the big screen now. So there you
Right.
go. All right.
So, like Hooker, you will know that everything has to be sterile, because if you introduce a foreign body into a test, it's no good because it does silly things to. So you would think it would be. Well, I think myself, I used to do regular testing, that this would be a difficult thing for anyone to do, but everybody got to do it, and everybody got to done it well. So
That's what kind of scares me.
yeah, so I'm just gonna show you the test, which is, it's just a bit of filter paper in there, and basically your sample goes in here, and it is carried through by the filter paper all the way up and fills up with the serum and your snot and everything, right? So just like a pregnancy test, if you've done the test right, that control line will show up. So you know that you've conducted it, which is what I was led to believe from the beginning to end correctly. I have to forgive my fingernail.
Hold on a second. Are you actually doing something, because you seem to be frozen?
Oh, not again.
Hold on a second.
I mean, like, come on, guys. Every time I try and show something, it happens.
Yeah, it's just stuck on your tests and that's it. We're not seeing anything else. I mean, we're seeing that, but it's frozen.
Again, is that any better? Am I moving now?
No, it's moving in the green room. It's just not showing up on the stream.
Yeah, it's not coming through for some reason. So you're going to have to go out and come back in. Or, did you do something on your phone? Like, because it'll freeze your phone if you, like, try to do anything on your phone.
I've only been here and I haven't moved or done anything.
Okay.
I'll come back.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, Emma.
Sorry.
Man, that sucks. I don't know why we're having such problems with this stuff. Oh, wait, I do know. There's idiots out there that are attacking us because they don't like what we're saying and don't like what we're doing. So, here we go. Let's see.
Yes, there we go.
Boom.
Okay.
Right.
So what we would have to do with the UK test is we stick this up our nose holes and down our throats. We'd use the outside edge of the throat, round about where the tonsils are, and it was very uncomfortable. And you do it on both sides. The initial test you would do your throat and your nose. So just think about which way around you do that, because you don't want to stick it up your nose and then stick it down your throat. You know what I mean? So you would do your throat first and then up your nose, and then the idea is that this little. I'll just take it out of the packaging because you can see it better.
Wait, so they had you stick the same cotton swab
Yeah,
in your
it's really-
mouth
really
and then up your nose?
Yeah, you'd rub, you would turn it and rub it. It was such a sophisticated thing.
That is
Now when I
so
think about it
dangerous.
retrospectively, it's very easy, you would think, to mess it up, because you could have a foreign body in your throat, like a bit of potato chip that could affect the acidity, that could have messed up the sample. There's so many things that could go wrong.
Cross-contaminating your own body, where you could end up with
I mean,
lethal infection from the back root, because a lot of people are asymptomatic to strep, and then you just stick it up your freaking nose after. Are you freaking kidding me?
Honestly, that was what you would do, because you wouldn't want to stick it up your nose and then into your throat, because you're eating your snot.
You don't want to do it either way. Like, it should be two separate cotton balls.
No, you were just given one, and then later on, they said you just do the back of the nose, and that was it. So the test evolved a little bit, apparently.
Wow.
So
okay,
anyways,
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay. So you would get this. It told you specifically to twist it and push it right back to the back of your nose, up your nostril. It's really uncomfortable. It's like it's quite aggressive. It doesn't feel nice. It makes your eyes water, and then to put it in your throat, it made you want to vomit. You balked every time. You know, it was really uncomfortable, and there was medical professionals and nurses that had to do this every day. You know, school teachers, everything. So they must have been really uncomfortable with that practice constantly. So that's basically what happened is you would basically do this, but you would also have your serum. So you would open up. I've just dropped it. Actually, where's it gone? Here it is. So
Right?
let's
Delaney?
assume that's got the serum in it. Okay. Let's pretend it hasn't dehydrated and it's not an old test. So this is the process. You see how much work this is. So you would snap that, which is already gone, and then you would have to put it into your own little vial, like so, pump it into there, and then you would take this that's been up inside everything, you push it into there. So you push that into there then, and then you agitate the serum rapidly, you know, and pinch it and pull it to try and get whatever mucus and potential infection, which should be quite concentrated because you've been quite vigorous, that will then go into solution for you to then place onto this test here, right? But obviously what I want to do is prove to you that control is going to work anyway. So we're not going to do that. This is just ordinary contact lens solution, and it's got the same pH value as the serum. So I wanted to introduce something that would be like for like, because once I realised that control was there without the serum, I wanted to know would it still be there without anything. So a few drops in here, but obviously, do you know what? I didn't even do this because you could then argue here's another unknown, that what's in there, but I actually put it straight on. So I'm going to do it. Actually, let's do it the right way. So this is just straight out of a contact lens bottle. So there's no other thing that's being transferred onto that paper other than contact lens solution. Okay. There we go. And you'll watch it. I'll bring it in a bit closer. Can you see that okay? It's not blurry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you can see the test is going well. This is what's happening. Is this fluid is naturally being pulled up through the filter paper, and this is liquid chromatography at work here, which is used in a lot of labs, not just for biochemistry, like I say, for nuclear chemistry and lots of things. Now then, what is the point? What is the point? I've done my test well. I can go back to work. I used contact lens fluid and nothing else. You saw me open that box. You saw me just pour it straight on there. But I did my test well. I haven't got COVID. What was the point in that ever being there? It doesn't teach us anything. Other than, unless you messed around with the pH, probably, our line wouldn't show. You know what I mean? Like if I put vinegar on there, it'll destroy it because it's the wrong acidity. It's the wrong pH value. But that's the precise correct value because it's used in the body, and it has to be about 7.4. So other than that's there you go. I've done my test correctly, but I didn't do anything. So why?
There's no answer for that one.
I mean, obviously, I'm not here for that kind of conjecture. This just fascinates me because it doesn't do what a control does. If you look it up in science, when you introduce a control, it's to calculate or prove that your test from start to finish is being conducted correctly. With me, we were able to go down to amounts as well because it was more sophisticated. So we would go through a whole chemistry process where we're breaking things down and getting to the end game where we want to see what we've got in there. But we lose things through all these different types of chemistry. So there's lots of different versions, I won't go into it. But there's always bits of sample that get lost along the way. Now, for me, at the end, I would look at it and say the control should be 100, but it's actually 60. So it's a quantitative measurement. It's much more precise. And then I can say, okay, then, and calculate that back up to 100, and I know exactly what was in there to begin with. But a control should always be introduced from the beginning. What's the point in it? That's the thing that I couldn't understand. But obviously, I'm not a biochemist, but it doesn't make any sense to me as a radiochemist, as somebody that knows how to use controls in a testing environment. And I really think that what we were asked to do, it would have always been done in a lab under very sterile conditions, very carefully performed by another technician. And we were all masterminds and we could get it right every time.
Right.
The fact that the kits don't even come with a pair of gloves.
Well, look, those things
know.
are set up that they're just looking for markers. So if and that's all it is. When it goes on there, if there's the certain marker on it, it'll pop, and then it'll show you that it's like a pregnancy test. There's certain markers in your urine that pop that, and it shows you're pregnant. It's looking for specific markers, and if you aren't giving it one of those markers, it's not going to pop and say that you've got something. But it is one of those things that not a lot of us over here are familiar with the COVID stuff. My wife is, because she's a nurse. I think Hook is familiar with it because she's a nurse. Lodestorm works for the damn government, so he's right in the thick of things. So he's forced to take tests all the damn time. So
I wasn't being nosy though, speak. Like, I was just trying to make the most out of an out-of-date sample to potentially see if I had COVID, because I've been really badly this week, and I didn't have access to a fresh sample, so I used my edge and thought, well, I still could potentially get a true line without the control and the serum, because surely it will still pick up a positive test even if the control line wasn't there. And when I saw that being present, that was when I started asking questions. But it's not that I went there and gone, oh, I'm cynical. I'm so cynical. I want to prove this or disprove it. It was just something that happened because I was trying to access a test to see whether or not I had COVID.
Right.
So it was an accidental kind of thing. I didn't go there to discredit it. I just thought, well, maybe I can still do a sample, and it doesn't matter if it's true. I'll have a good chance of knowing that I've got COVID.
Do you think? Well, so here's my thing. Do you think we should have tests for the flu like this? Do you think we should have tests like this for the cold? Because basically, to me, that's exactly what COVID is no different than the flu or the cold. It's somewhere in there, and we just built up this whole freak out fest for no reason, and I think it's a waste of money to do tests like this. It's like, if you got it, deal with it. Take some fucking Tamiflu, take some flipping vitamin D, take some vitamin C, take some like whatever, and go home, have some fucking chicken noodle soup, and shut the fuck up about it, type of deal. And if you die, it's probably because of something else that's wrong with you, not because of the damn fucking COVID. So I'm just like, that's where I'm at with all this at this point.
But I just want to ask Hooker, because obviously you work in medicine, and you know how strict testing, keeping a controlled environment exactly the same. So the only unknown that you're measuring is the only thing that can alter. You know what I mean? Don't you think that this was asking too much of the British public in the first place to do it correctly?
If COVID was as deadly as they were trying to say it was, yes, that was 100% way too many steps, way too many variables, and not to mention, you just, by putting it in your throat and then up your nose, you just risked your life of an actual something that could really infect you, your body. for something that's not even accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't
Oh
even
shoot.
trust the results, even though. Oh, did we lose?
Exactly.
Okay.
But the chances,
Uh,
when you think about it, in a clinical situation, the chances of any old Andy Thomas from Wales or John Terry from
yeah.
Carlisle, right, getting it right and doing it perfectly well every time is probably very slim because there's so many things that get introduced, like contaminants that can change the sample. So now to me it seems an obvious con because everybody felt inglorious and special because they did this really, really, really sophisticated test very well. When in actual
Right.
fact, all they had to do was probably just keep the pH the same. So it was
Yeah.
the same, you know, value, the pH on the pH scale, which is our body's
Right.
Well, at
7.4.
least we all now know if we have to present a negative test, we can just throw some contact solution on it, uh, give it to the airport authorities,
Well, this
and
is
go
it. You
on our
see, we
little
weren't
way.
allowed to. We weren't allowed to
Right.
do that. You had to go to a lab for us to travel. So they didn't even
Oh,
have the confidence in these
so
tests. It just seems obvious to me now that
it
it was a
was,
big swit.
yeah, it was just a joke. Now,
We've
were
been
your
scammed.
tests
Yeah.
were your tests given to you guys, or did you guys have to pay for your tests?
They were all given to us. But we had a massive drive at the start of COVID for these test strips, and because people were like, how can I know if I've got it or not? How do I know if I'm safe? Because obviously we've been in lockdown and
Right,
everything as well. And these tests came out, but they were very scarce initially. And there was a big drive. We're getting more of these tests made, and we're going to be able to give them to everybody. So it didn't happen overnight. The first
right.
people that had access to these tests were the teachers, the people working like you, Hooker, the greatest of risk people. They were putting themselves at risk for their job every day. They were the
Yeah,
first people that got them for free. And then there was more and more and more and more. And everybody could get a pack for free. Everybody
right.
could test at home. Everybody could then decide whether or not they should go to work, whether or not they're a risk.
Now, do you
So that's how
think
it
that they
happened.
had to give us such a fake lab test because they screwed up on how dangerous COVID was, but they pushed the fear mongering so much
Mm.
that they
Oh,
had
God. Yeah.
to just give us something that would show nothing.
But
You know
I
what I
just,
mean? Like,
yeah.
it would make us a false sense of security
Well,
so
yeah,
that
I
we
mean,
could just
there's
go
probably
back to
loads of
normal life.
people that return to work thinking, well, I'm a bit of a mastermind. I've just done this like really fancy test and I got my little line, so I know that I've done it correctly.
Yep. That's
But it means nothing. And the thing is, I've looked at the literature, like what is in the serum, like where is the control? Where is it at what point in the sampling process? And the only thing I can find is if you don't get that line, repeat the test, it's void. It doesn't explain to you how it might be void or why it was void. It just says go and get another one. So
that's bizarre. That's really bizarre.
yeah, I mean, I don't understand it because obviously there's enzymes and other things at play that I don't know anything about. But to me, that it doesn't matter what I don't know about. The fact is that that control line's there and there's nothing introduced at the start of the test to prove you've done it correctly. That's what I'm worried
Yeah,
about.
the control already being in the
Yeah,
paper
you would assume it
basically
was in
is
serum.
kind of like, oh, you got the paper wet, so the control's right. Like, I
Yeah.
just don't.
Brother
Like that.
Lode's falling asleep over there. I see him. He's like, "What the fuck?"
I mean, I can remember when these tests rolled out. I'm going back on camera now, and I can remember thinking, this is a hell of a responsibility you're giving to the public. How are they going to be able to do something as clever as that? Keep everything sterile, no introduction of impurities, no curveballs in the process of doing the sampling.
Right.
But we got
I mean,
on with it, and really now, retrospectively, I'm thinking to myself, it was a really big ask to me for people to do
Right.
a laboratory test at home that was that sophisticated and do it correctly.
Well, you know what it is? It's the mask that comes down from the airplane when you're about ready to crash. The mask that comes down, and then they tell you at the beginning of the flight that you can use your seat as a flotation device. If you crash in an airplane, the odds are you're gonna fucking die. They just tell you that shit so you have some sort of hope. And this was just a con of cons for multiple
To me,
different
it just seems
reasons,
like a,
but it worked for some people as a placebo
a
effect.
pacifier, like a pacifier.
It was a placebo. Here you go. Yep, there. Now you feel better, right? Here you go. Get the hell out there.
Yeah.
And
I
that was the
feel
mask
like
thing
it's
too. The
just right.
masks are bullshit when it's the cloth. The N95s are fucking bullshit too. It because like Hookah and I both were saying, like, you could get it through your eyes, you could get it through your ears. It's like, come on, stop monkey fucking around and lying to yourself about this and lying to other people about this. The reality is, if this was a serious situation, like I've said, I'd pull out my full face fucking mask, I'd pull out my hazmat suit, and I'd say, all the rest of you, have fun. I'm good.
Right.
Like, we're good.
Yeah, right. And like every British citizen that conducted that test believed that they were pretty special because they did a really fancy test. Well,
no, yeah.
It was really hard to mess you up.
Right.
But can Lord Storm talk or not?
He can talk right now.
But I'm still really nasally.
He's just quit. He's quiet guy sometimes.
I just wonder what you think about this.
I think it's all bullshit.
What, me or the test?
No, the tests themselves are. I think this whole freaking COVID, everything is bullshit. I think it's just a play to test society to see how far they can push buttons.
Yep.
I mean,
I don't understand that at all.
Like I said, I had the first and second shot of the vaccine, and I have taken over a dozen tests, and I've yet to pass a positive test, even though I've been sicker than freaking death itself. I've heard people talk about, oh, well, you lose your taste of smell and your taste.
Well, this is it,
all
you
this.
see, yeah.
Do what?
Well, that's the whole point of it, though, right? Because like, if you think you've done the test positive, the chance you probably didn't gather enough mucus or enough of the infection. Do you know what I mean? But you still get that positive control that you've done it right.
Right, but my thinking is you could take a test right now, open it up, take the little vial of whatever it is, just pop it open and do 3 drops, and you should get a positive control. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like that control really has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that it's signifying that whatever that test is supposed to be doing triggered it to say that it's actually doing what it's supposed to, right? Because there's no.
But it only tells you that it tells you nothing because you didn't introduce any of the sample. It tells you nothing because a blank solution, which is what I did, they call it a blank solution, which means it's got nothing in it, still gave a positive result on the control.
Have you? I guess let me rephrase that. So, have you taken a test, opened it up, and just did 3 drops of the solution?
Yeah, I
no
just
nose pick,
yeah,
no nothing, and you still get a control.
Yeah,
I
that's what
should-
she
I
just
should-
You
I
should
did.
get the control.
I
Because
only use
if the okay, because you're saying it's the pH level, right, that triggers that control.
Well,
line
that's
to
the
show up?
only thing I can think of that is gonna destroy that because I also used vinegar to see if it destroyed the control line, and it did. But I don't have enough tests or knowledge. But all I know is that it's supposed to tell you that you've done the sampling right yourself, that everything you did was correct, and
See,
you're
that
confident in that result.
okay, that wasn't my
It means
understanding
nothing.
of it. My understanding of it is I could let my dog lick it and it would show a control line because it got the right pH
Yeah,
level
probably.
of whatever.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
supposed to.
exactly.
You know
Which
what I
means
mean?
it's meaningless.
Which means it has literally nothing to do with testing for the virus itself. It's
Exactly.
just saying that little test strip is actually, if you have whatever they're testing for, right? Because I think I said this earlier. It's like that could be a pregnancy test. It works the same way, right?
Yeah.
It looks at the values of whatever you're putting
But a
on it.
pregnancy test is a basic. Yeah, but you're right. A pregnancy test is hard to get wrong because you pee on a stick. You're not having to do all this and this. You know what I mean? So it's much more basic than the COVID test.
Well, let me ask you that, but they're basically the same concept though, right?
Not really, because you want to minimize the variables whenever you conduct any test, right?
Eh,
So you have just got a stream of urine. Unless you wipe your bits with it, you could probably mess it up with some contaminants. I know that's a bit much, but it'd be really hard to mess up a pregnancy test because it's the same thing. It's liquid chromatography, so it travels up the stick, and it is very basic compared to what we had to do for the COVID testing.
Right, but the concept of the test, they're basically the same type of test, right? You're taking some kind of
It is, but the
chemical, putting it
COVID
on a pH
test
balance
was
test, and then that
sophisticated.
gives you a result.
It
Or is
is,
there
but
two totally different tests?
there's a lot more variables for the COVID because you've got the serum. Every step that you've got that you do in a test is a variable, and you've got to make sure every single step is done correctly. You
Right.
know,
The serum
otherwise
is the
I
you've
only.
got
get
another
that part, Emma,
variable
but my
and
question
change.
is a birth control test the same type of test that this
Yeah,
COVID
it's a
test is?
chromatography thing. But what I'm saying
Okay.
is that the steps that you have to take to get to that chromatography point is a lot more sophisticated than just peeing on a stick. Do you see what I
Right,
mean?
but yeah, and that's what
So
I'm saying is go ahead, Toga.
so what should have happened is that serum that she doesn't have that dried out should have been the only thing that lit up the control. She shouldn't have been able
Yeah.
to put anything else on that and the control light up.
Yeah,
The
but
whole point of the
how
control is the reassurance you
So
conducted the test.
so if you swabbed your nose and you didn't use the control and you wiped it on the test or put it onto the test, if you were positive, it should have popped a positive, but the control should not have popped.
No, the control would always pop. It would
Only
always
if
pop.
you use the serum. It should be
Yeah,
you
with the
should have to
serum. You
have
would have
well,
thought
you
the
so.
would one would think that it would only activate a correct a C if it was the chemical that was in the serum. But the problem is we're only limited
correct.
to so many chemicals in the world, right? So if this test is basically set up the same way that a pregnancy test is, right? It has a control,
It's not.
right?
It is because it's liquid
Yeah,
chromatography
but
test, right? It is,
they're
but there's
basically the same type
variable.
of test though, right? I'm not concerned with
Mm,
what they test for. I'm talking about underlying. They're both
It's a similar test, but
350
it's
small blocks at the end of the day. They're
yeah,
both the same type of test. Now they're testing for different things and the criteria for which those tests are performed are different, but at the end of the day, on a birth control test, if you pee on it and you don't get your control symbol, then that means you screwed it up and you get to go do another pregnancy test, right?
yeah,
So my
Correct.
understanding of it is that
right.
the control on a COVID test means that no matter what you did to it, whether your dog licked it, you peed on it, or you dipped it in
No,
just regular water out of the sink, you should get a control if the test
No,
no,
actually was doing the way it was
no,
supposed to work.
no,
no, no.
no.
That's
So
not what
then
I'm
that to
saying.
me don't make any sense because how
So
could you
The
have
control,
so with a
right, is
pregnancy test,
that. Yeah, go on.
there's two different things that it tests for. It tests the the control is triggered by the pH balance of your urine. The positive is control is popped by a special enzyme that you produce when you're
ADHD.
pregnant.
so you just
So
answered my
that's the
question.
serum. So the
You
serum
literally just answered my question. Regardless of what you're testing for, the control tested the pH, right?
Well, this is what
for
I'm
the pregnancy
suggesting.
test. See, on the
But
COVID test, the serum has something special in it that should.
I don't care what it's testing for. I'm talking about the control itself is testing the
Mhm.
pH, right? That's all it's
I'm
testing
not
for is
sure
pH.
what it's testing for on the COVID
I
test.
just
Because
I'm
explain
not
once more
sure.
what a control is in any experiment. A control is added to an experiment deliberately, right? To make sure that throughout that whole process of testing, you've done everything correctly. But it doesn't matter that you did it correctly, because even saline solution from contact lens fluid is going to make that line pop. So there's no guarantee that you did it correctly at all, because there's no, you need to be able to see from the very start of your testing to the very end. Now we talk about the pregnancy test, but it's just a flow of urine on a filter paper. And like she said, it's the pH value which dictates that control. And then the true result or false pregnancy test line is whether or not there's beta HCG in the urine, which is the pregnancy hormone, right?
Right.
But
And
the thing
that's
is,
where
all
you
you've got
get
to
the
do is
blue
pee on the
line
strip.
or the pink
That's
line.
it.
With the COVID test, you're not getting a blue or a pink. And that's the problem. It's
The
triggering
control line
the
will come up
control,
anyway.
I'm
which it
still
shouldn't.
confused because you're saying that that control is able to determine that it's only the chemical that was put in it, that in that package for the test is how
For
it's
the serum.
supposed to
Yep.
be.
Yep.
I can't see that because even when I go look at, like, if I Google it, because I even went to DuckDuck just to make sure there wasn't like some weird conspiracy about these stupid tests, and they all say the same thing. They say the control line means that the test is working properly. It doesn't say anything about anything else. So
Exactly, that the test worked properly. So these guys are putting stuff up their noses and whipping it around and putting it in serum, right? There's a lot many steps to a COVID test than peeing on a stick for a
well, let me
pregnancy
ask
test.
you this:
But
Do we have
essentially,
another
it's the
test that
same
we can
test.
pee on?
There wasn't
Because my
one for
question, I
COVID,
mean,
but for
it's the
pregnancy test.
same science, right? It's the same type of, it's a radiology whatever test, right? Say it again so I can
I'm really not
program it in my head.
explaining this very well, Emma. We need
Do
to
what?
work out a degree of error from start to finish when we conduct any test. When we introduce a control, it starts at the very beginning of anything that we test. Now, with the pregnancy test, it starts with the urine. So it goes, and that's the answer. It's dead easy. It's the easiest test in the world.
But the control in a pregnancy test starts with the pH levels of the urine, right? It's a
Yeah.
I'm not
pH test.
100% sure. I just assumed on
Yeah,
that
well,
one.
That's what I'm
I
asking
don't
because
know
I'm
for
Probably.
not,
sure.
for one, I'm
Yeah,
not a
to be
female,
fair.
and two, I've never pissed on a pregnancy test, so I couldn't say jack
But
It's
this,
either. It's just
it's
my
the
question
property
is
in the
if
urine.
it's the same type of test, meaning the, what was the type of test, Emma?
it's liquid chromatography test, but you're
Liquid
not listening.
chromatology test.
You're not paying attention to what I'm saying. Right. If you look it up, what is a control in a testing laboratory environment? What is a control? A control is basically, I did it right from start to finish. I did everything right. Every single step I did gave me this result, and that is the correct and absolute result. With me, we could work out percentages that we lost in the sample along the way, so we could then calculate exactly what 100% would have been. This is less sophisticated because it's only one or the other. It's a yes or no answer. But the steps that you have to take to do this testing, there's so many variables. It's very likely you're going to get it wrong. But if I just pour a contact lens solution on there, it says the test has worked. But it didn't tell me anything about what I did before then. So it's not giving me, yes, you did this test right, which is what it should have done. And people went back to work believing that they'd done all of this and that correctly, but none of that is actually being measured with the control. The control is going to work anyway. So it's not telling you that you've done this right at all. It's not doing anything, but we were told that that proves that we did everything right. We swabbed right, we put it into the serum, we put it onto the paper. So all those bits that happened beforehand, before we introduced our sample with our saliva and our cells, we've done it correctly. So we can be confident that that result is true or negative, because that control line is there. I feel like I'm finding it very hard to explain what I'm trying to say. But if you do look up
No,
chemistry and everything, what
hang
is
on,
a control sample?
hang on. I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that this control on the COVID test is supposed to be measuring just the chemical plus whatever the snot and crap is that we measure, right?
Yep.
But you're taking the test and putting uh, lens cleaner or whatever, eye drops on it that happens to have the exact matching pH as the control serum or whatever that we mix with the snot
Yeah,
and getting a control positive,
yeah.
right?
Which
Have you
we were
have
led
you
to
put
believe is
anything in the
public.
control other than, I mean, have you put
We
anything in there that gives you a positive?
No, it's just contact lens solution. That is it. I showed you. I just did it live on the camera. I just showed you. It was contact lens
Have you
solution.
ever had one test positive? Is what he's asking.
Have you
Oh,
put
right. Have I ever had a test positive for me? Never,
Yes, never.
never. But
Now, have you gone someplace else and had COVID?
I've never had COVID, as far as I know. But
Okay.
like I say, there's
But
so
you're
many
testing a
variables.
broken test. You know, there's too many variables to ever know if you've ever actually had it. And I think Lodestorm
Well,
said the
exactly.
same.
I mean, that's why I think that the test is efficacious, because it doesn't matter that you did stick it up your nose or your asshole, unless you'd have affected the pH really badly, which I'm pretty sure that's what it is, because I destroyed one with vinegar, which is very acidic, and it's
Yeah.
nowhere near the pH of the body. Then unless you do something really drastic with it, you're always going to get a control line, which is going to reassure you that test was correct. And many
Right.
people went back to work, into hospitals, into school jobs, believing that they'd done this test right, but that control doesn't tell you anything, that you've done anything right before the point of the sample going onto the paper.
Yeah.
It's useless.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's useless. Like,
Right. Because
oh, well, I did well.
the only thing that should be triggering the control is whatever was in the serum.
Mm, mm. But it triggers the control just with lens solution.
And it shouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a biochemist, but I'm pretty sure that the whole point of it, we were led to believe, was when we see that little red mark, we get a blue tick, we get a little tick that we've done it right.
Yep.
Yay, I've done it right, so I haven't got COVID. I just don't understand how you can make that control line appear just with some lens solution, because it tells you nothing. It tells you nothing, that you've done all of that right and that right. I mean, you know what I mean, Hooker? You do.
Yes,
You've
I
probably
do.
been involved in analysis loads of times.
A little bit, but yeah. Yeah, so it's basically whatever was in the solution should have been the only thing that triggered the line.
Yeah,
But
because you've got a
and
known
contact
control
solution that's the same pH balance as us should
triggered
not
it.
trigger it.
No, it did trigger it. You just watched it
I
trigger
know
it.
it
Yeah.
did, but it shouldn't have.
It shouldn't have. Yeah,
There should have been something inside that solution that
that's the
would,
only way that you're going to know
yeah,
you've done the test right, is that the very
right,
introduction of that serum, when
yeah,
you're introducing your own antibodies and everything else into it,
yeah,
that you've done it correctly, because it needs to be at the start of the process,
yeah,
the very start, and then you know you've done it right.
yeah. I get what you're saying.
Thank you. It just seems to me like it's very misleading, at the very least.
Here I am trying to talk, and I have my microphone shut off.
Sorry, Kenny. I thought you were dead quiet.
Like, no, I think misleading is something that we've been experiencing quite often lately on many different fronts. So, like I said earlier, why would they not provide a test that is misleading? I mean, seriously, and why would they? Yeah, why?
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 I mean,
Why?
I don't
Why
think
is
the
this
answer is
even
just
a
I know the chemistry doesn't make sense.
right? But why does it? So Emma, for me, this doesn't matter because it's just another. You're pointing out something that's just throw it in the stack of a laundry list of shit. Well, no, it's just throw it on the stack of a laundry list of shit that they've been perpetrating on the people across the planet. So it's like, okay, well, this is not shocking to me, that what you're telling me, not shocking. Either way, it doesn't matter because it's a moot point. right now. It's a moot point.
All right. I
You know
should
what I
shut
mean?
up instead of spending 2 hours trying to explain it.
No, I look. We all understand what you're saying, and we all are hearing you. And I'm glad you shared it with us. But it's just now that you've shared it, awesome. And it's like,
But I'm not going to go and do anything else about it. It's
it's
just
just
my observation.
yeah, it's
And
just
it was
more
an
evidence,
accidental
though.
discovery. Yeah.
To me, it's more evidence that just is like, okay, well, we're getting monkeyed with. All right, cool.
Well, it can only be that because there's no point in the control if it doesn't tell you that you did everything right from the very start. And it doesn't tell you that.
Right. Right.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I don't even know the comments are or anything. I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. You've been sick recently. You haven't tested
that's why I
positive for
didn't text.
COVID. So you don't have
No.
COVID. So you have just the cold or the flu or whatever the fuck it might be. Are you personally concerned about this new thought
No,
that they're
because
putting out there about COVID being a thing again?
a little bit because I'm vulnerable, and to be honest to God, I don't know what to believe about anything anymore. Like I don't even pay attention to the news because I don't want to be manipulated. That's the way I feel. I don't want people to manipulate me. I'd rather draw my own conclusions and have intelligent conversations with individuals and then work it out for myself one way or another how I feel about something. You know when the Queen died?
A year ago today.
That's a case in point of mass manipulation, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was a very elderly woman and she sadly died, and she was a really wonderful queen and she did a lot of good. She made a lot of changes. A lot of people thought she was backwards, but she was up against it, and she spent a whole life devoted to her vocation. So when she died in her 90s, shouldn't we be glad that she's now resting? She's worked a whole life and now she's with her husband. Why did the whole world go into a frenzy? It was because of cameras and everything. It was like, you will be sorry, you will be sad. You know, and everybody reacted accordingly. But who won? The media. Because everybody was glued to it, made her feel bad. But because I don't watch television, I'm like, that's really sad because that's a change in history. And I believe she was a beautiful queen. But thank God she's no longer having to work so hard for us and she's with her husband. I'm happy she's gone. I've got, you know, a good grip on it because she's not my grandmother. She's not my mother. But the whole country acted like that was their grandmother and their mother that had died, you know, and it went so far that every channel was filming her in state, her body, and people just walking around it for 24 hours a day for weeks.
Yeah,
But I didn't watch the telly.
You're a country of dependence. That's why, and you have your ideology over there revolved around that around the monarchy. No, absolutely.
I think it's just a good example.
No, you guys are so fucking dependent over there as a whole. Like that was devastating to so many people because their whole lives.
It was only devastating because of the media.
There were people very tied to that, not just because of the media. The media exacerbated it maybe a little bit, but you have it's like over here. We've got a ton of dependence over here too. That's the problem we have in this flipping planet of ours. There's dependence everywhere, and it's horrible. In fact, if we could just like exercise the dependence, I mean, the whole world would be a better place. I mean, seriously, you know, because you didn't need.
I'm not using the monarchy as an argument. I'm using that as an example of mass media manipulation, because everybody got up in their feels about it because it was on every channel, and everybody suddenly felt like that was their mother or grandmother. But I don't watch television. So I had a sensible and normal reaction to it, that it was a sad moment in history and things must go on. But the whole country just melted because of the media pushing it down on everybody. That's why I don't watch the TV anymore. That's a good example, is all I'm saying, of how easy people can be made to feel one way or the other just by what they see. You know, just get a grip. She was old. She died.
Right. Another form of just manipulation to make
Yeah,
people feel a certain way. Yeah.
yeah. I'd much rather have a really good intellectual discussion with people and come to my own conclusions and my own feelings than listen to what I see in the media. I don't trust it.
Right. And see, like for what happened with the Queen, your point is well taken with the mass media and they, magnifying
It's just a
the
great
issue.
example of it.
But there were a lot of people, and it is a good example, but there's a lot of people that on social media, this is not mass media involved at all. It's people with their phones
Yeah, but
videoing,
you know
and
what
you can
that is?
see the
Oh God, don't get me
craziness
started.
going on where you're like, oh shit.
Oh, don't get
And you had it, or you had people over here that are obsessed with the Queen too, that were doing
yeah,
weird shit over here too. And it's like, okay, it's sad that a leader
yeah.
of the world has passed. All right, I get that. To
But
your
she was
point,
elderly. Yeah,
but just this is not. Yeah, it's not.
but the other thing is, all right. There was just something that I was going to say, and I was waiting for you to finish. It's gone out of my head now. Um, we were talking about the Queen. Let me get on the road I was going down. It's gone out my head now. I hate it because I try and hold on to a thought, and I think I'm a bit ADHD. So like, if somebody's talking, I'm like, remember that because that's a really good point. And then when it comes to it, it's gone out my head. But let me have a think about what it was, because it was a good point. I'm going to shut up for a minute.
Okay, all right, that's fine. My brain personally is burnt from earlier with the fucking Trump rally. Fucking drove me nuts. If anybody wants to see the Trump rally from earlier today and then watch me lose my shit over it at the end of it, about the what was it, the 4 hour mark? Just tune in at about the 4 hour mark, and then you can hear my thoughts on the flipping retardation there.
Right, I've remembered what it was, Kerry. Sorry, I just want to say this because it's dead important. You know, you said that you saw a lot of it on social media.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really cynical. I'm really cynical about that, because I saw lots of people profiting with their grief on social media, making people feel sorry for them for their grief. And that was probably worse than the lie from the media, like that we should all feel really terrible about it. People see opportunities. Poor me. And I saw it too many times.
Yeah.
And it was just not nice, because that lady died. And they're like, poor me. Because it gave them attention. And I saw that loads of times and I didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you've seen other people do it, you know what I mean? Like profit from something that's sad.
Yeah, well, that's the oh poor pitiful me, gameplay. Feel sorry for me, feel bad for me, help me out.
Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah.
that's where our society is at right now. You know, the Emma, because of social media, it's really a lot easier to panhandle without the aesthetic of being on a street corner. And that's what happens, because a panhandler
Yeah.
does exactly what you were just saying. The poor me, look, oh, I'm so sad, whatever. Look, help me out. They look horrible. In Canada, when I was going up to Canada a lot, they're on Robson Street, which is the main strip there in Vancouver, BC. those Canada is different, and I'm not going to get into how different they are. But you had people that were putting on an act, panhandling on the streets there. They'd leave the street, they'd walk a block or two away, they'd hop in their fancy car and drive away to their apartment that was all state funded stuff, all government funded stuff. They had their own, and probably still have their own grocery stores where everything's way cheaper and they're getting assistance. They're not living on the
Yeah,
same
we've
plane that
got food banks over here.
yeah, it's fucking horse shit. I don't believe in it. I don't agree with it. It's nope, not one bit. It's horse shit. And it's one of those things that is a problem. So you don't know who you're dealing with. You got people right here on social media, right here, but maybe even maybe not Rumble, maybe Rumble. Who knows? You have people that will make themselves look poor, pathetic, make themselves look like they need help. They'll tell a story that, oh, I'm in the hospital, I'm sick. They'll make it. They'll tape shit to their arm, making it look like they got IV in their arm, and they'll tell a story. They'll give you this narrative and get the good people out there that think that they need to help everybody. They'll just start funneling money. They'll start, oh, I'm going to gift, I'm going to gift. And it is horrendous. It's horrendous. But you have that mentality right now everywhere.
It's terrifying to me, Kelly, because when people give somebody, right, they're buying into that story. But, they're there and time is money. You know what I mean? They're giving up their hours away from their children to help somebody that didn't deserve their help. They've gone and earned that money to give to them when they could have spent it with their own kids, helping the kids instead or something, you know what I mean? And I don't know about you, but I see through it. I see through it every time. I see people that are genuinely in need, and I see people that are booking the system and using that as an emotive profit.
Right.
And it is really awful because that's the way these like TikTok apps especially, I mean, they are now clamping down really massively on people begging on the app. And in this country, a lot of people have been making money when they've been in receipt of government money, and they're clamping down on that, which is good. But we're losing all of our communities and togetherness because people perceive they're helping somebody, but they're probably not. And I'd much rather spend that money knowing my neighbour needed some cat food than somebody across another planet, all the way around the other world. I just hate it. I hate it so much. Because people work for their money. I don't want to take their money away from them.
Hey, look, there's Trumpy doll. Woohoo!
I love that.
Trumpy doll.
Has that been made for him by somebody?
Yeah, Hooka made that for Brother Load.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Trumpy doll.
Of course.
See, Hooka's got another
Does
Trumpy
like
doll right
Amiga
there.
Ruby? Is it Amiga Ruby Hooker? Like, is it like, the Amiga Ruby, right, where you make the dolls with crochet? Well, we call it Amiga Ruby, I think. It's like a Japanese technique. I think you're still muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Hooka. You're not.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, they're just crocheted dolls. I don't know if there's a special name for them or not, but yeah. I got a bunch more over there. They're up on my website. But yeah, Lodestorm bought that one for me about a month ago now, I think.
I like that dude.
If it wouldn't cost me $1,000 to ship you one, I'd send you one.
I know, right?
Just stuff it in a bottle and huck it out in the ocean. It'll get to her at some point.
How close to the beach are you?
Think I'm joking. It'll get there.
No, I'm not. No, I really think like I'm in Texas, so if I throw it out here,
Oh, not it
like
won't get
what
there from there.
it should catch.
Mm,
Oh, that's right, because I
You're
have to
it'll
go
get
to
stuck. It'll
Florida
stay
and
stuck in the Gulf. No, you got
Gulf
to go up to where you're at. If you threw it in from or where you're from, if you threw it in at Maine,
Spain.
boom, it'd catch the stream, and it would the current would take it right on over to her. She just have to go over there about probably 6 months later.
Yeah,
I'm guessing maybe not quite that much. I'm not quite sure how fast that stream over there
I
flows.
don't know if I could find a big enough bottle to put them in. And of course, I'd have to drink it first, so that would be one hell of a night.
Hmm.
Is it really hot in Texas at the minute? Is it really hot?
Um, if I listen to the weather report, it's as hot. This week is the hottest week they've experienced in forever. But if I actually go and look at the data, it's about 10 degrees cooler than it has been in the last 15 years. So I'm not really sure who to believe, but it is much hotter than Maine. But it has been getting down to 75 at night, which it had only been getting down to like the low 90s the last couple of weeks. And
Right.
it's 1 a.m. and it's 76 degrees out right now.
I can't believe it's 1 a.m. there and I've been up all night. Yes, oh God.
I'm always up all
I've been
night.
driving hours and everything. What time is it? Is it like 7 a.m. for me? I can't tell on here. Just give me a minute.
I think
Yeah,
you're.
it's almost 7 a.m.
I was gonna say you're an hour because I moved back an hour because I'm not
Right?
East
What, so
Coast
you've done
anymore.
your
I'm
daylight saving already?
no because I moved from Maine to
Oh,
Pennsylvania
yeah.
to Texas, so I moved back a time zone from when we first met.
Yeah.
Did
Have
you
you ever
know
been
we've
to South?
known each other for well over a year now, if not longer?
Well, yeah, probably
That's
because I
wild.
joined 18 months ago, and like I
Yep.
was dead lucky because Spring introduced me to everybody.
Yep.
I just having a cough then. Um, it's got to be at least a year, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, I met
actually.
you because I knew I
Yeah,
knew
yeah.
from the
Because
get go.
I'm
So
working some things out in my memory banks. It's got to have been because I'm just remembering some chain of events. It's got to have been since August last year, around
oh,
about
even
August last year.
yeah,
So it's
I've
just
known you
over a
longer
year.
than that. I think. Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
great. How was your audition?
Well, I've got bronchitis and
I know, I
all of my
know.
sinuses are full. You can hear that. Like I sound so muzzled. It's because my sinuses are really blocked up,
What
and I keep
song did
moving
you go with?
myself because I need to cough.
Oh, well, cough.
Um, it was tough, and they nearly called an ambulance for me on Tuesday because
Oh no.
I was feeling so sick. But thankfully, they got triage to ring me up and talk to me because I've got Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. They're always a little
Right.
bit worried about my heart because I've got leaky heart valves.
Yep.
So like I know the prognosis is not good for me, but I'm not paying any attention to that in the
Yep.
long run. I'm just going to keep going.
At some point, as crappy as it is, we just have to live our lives and go with the flow, right?
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
our
I just
best.
don't believe it's true. I just going to be an old fat because usually, right, this is the truth, isn't it? People that got everything wrong with them tend to live forever.
Right. Right. Yeah. I look at the people in my or the ex people in my life, and I'm like, why is
Mm,
it that the one good person it passed and the rest of these asshats are still here?
I know. I think if we always try to work out, like, because like
Like
we always do, don't we? We always look for a reason for why things happen. It's human nature,
we
and
do,
none of it makes any sense.
nope. And lately,
Who
I've kind
knows?
of been like in this argumentative mood with God being like, look, I have 4 idiots for the one good person you took. So can we make a trade? Like you get a better end of the deal, like, right? But
Yeah.
it doesn't work that way.
I know it's just we're very philosophical beings, and we always try to reason in a spiritual way. Some things we can't even understand, and we maybe shouldn't know about just yet. You know what I mean? Even though it's hard, it's really tough, isn't it? We always want to analyze and have a conclusion from all of our experiences. It's just nature, but sometimes things don't make any sense.
Right.
I mean, I struggle with myself all the time because like I have probably more down days than good days. But I tell you
Right.
what, I grab the good days and I cherish everything about it, and I buzz from it. I'm so happy it's happening because they're good memories and they're things that I can always take with me. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
everything is a lesson and a blessing.
Oh,
Everything.
100%. Every reason for a season, right?
Mm. But I can't imagine what you've been through.
Ah, life is life. I just keep
Mm.
rolling.
He's back. Did you have a little visit
Huh?
to Gentleman's Club?
No, I went to go get some coffee stuff. Making some coffee right now, and then I took my headband off because it was bugging me.
But I feel like I've bored Lordstorm because like he's gone. He's there, but he's not there.
Oh no, he's got El Presidente Trumpito sitting in for him, or like
All
our
over it in some aspect.
El Presidente Donaldo Trumpito.
I
There we
I lost my button.
go. I've lost my fucking mind. Today has been a day. You know, look, I'm sure you've all experienced this, so you're going to understand how I fucking feel right now. Today has been a day where no matter what I've done, other bullshit has gotten in my fucking way. And then during that time, other bullshit has pissed me the fuck off. It's like, what the hell? I can't win for losing. It's like,
That's
Jiminy
it.
Christmas. And all I've wanted to do since the first moment that I had that feeling today is go to my weight room and start pumping iron and just think and just get lost. And I haven't had a moment to do that. So here in about an hour, give or take, I'm going to go down to the weight room and I am going to fucking lift weights and lift weights hard tonight. Yeah, that's right. After midnight, I will be in my weight room pumping fucking iron. What are you all going to be doing?
I'm probably going to be starting the executioner.
Oh, Executioner Trumpy doll?
Mhm.
Yeah. Nice.
I'm probably going to bed because I've been away for 22 hours now.
You've been awake for 22 hours, Emma? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, then go to bed. What the heck? We appreciate you spending time and educating us on stuff, and but yeah, don't let us keep you up any longer.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I went on about it a bit, but I'm trying to. You know what I mean? I'm trying to explain what I mean about a control. It is about conducting your experiment correctly, but I just don't. That for me was just a bit of an eye opener.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, thank you for having me up.
Always, Emma. You're always welcome. Next
I
time
can't
we'll.
wait to come up and not be so serious and just have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and I have a request, Emma.
Yes.
Can you put your full-length song videos on Rumble rather than just your 15-second ones?
Well, when I release my single on the 29th, it'll be a full-length video. I mean, at the moment, I'm just doing teasers for the single. But
Okay.
yeah. I
I was so excited, and then I was like, she only gave me 15 seconds. Look,
You
look at
should
his
see.
purple.
I'll send you the one that I've done today. It's very raunchy. It's really raunchy. I'm so like we'll talk about it another time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a
And
lot of fun. Yeah,
And you've got my Telegram. Don't be afraid to just reach out anytime.
Thank you, Hooker. Thank you for having me.
You're always
Camera though, because I keep trying to move it around, and it's going in a different direction to what I want to do. So you know what I mean? If you could flip it, it would be easier. Because I keep trying. I mean, obviously, I know the camera's there, but then you automatically want to go in the wrong direction because the other apps do a mirror image, don't they? So I'm like, I do that thinking I'm going to get on camera, and I go away from the camera. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yo. I get what you're saying.
It'd be good if you could flip it, because then it would be a little bit more natural for me with the camera angle.
Yeah.
Because I feel like all I've done is sat here going, because I didn't know what else to be.
That fur baby looks like it's content as all get out.
Yeah.
That
She just hopped in my lap and she wants some love, so I'm giving her some love. Just giving her
She
some
knows
love.
you're stressing. She's like, calm down and pet me.
Yeah, much love, Kelly, whatever's going on. I hope that you have a good rest tonight and that everything's okay again.
Everything's fine. It was just a fucking stupid 4 fucking hour Trump bullshit that pissed me off. And there was some stuff before that, but you know, whatever. No big deal. It's my daily occurrence. It seems to be lately. So, but thank you. Much love, Emma. I hope you feel better. And yeah, I hope next time you come on. Hopefully, it's sooner than later. We can do music and fun and games. Maybe you can join us on a Saturday when we're doing game night. That'd be fun.
Oh, Kerry, I'm so sorry.
What are you sorry about? What?
I was going to do this.
You don't be sorry. Nothing to be sorry about.
This back camera. I'm afraid it's gone. That's going away from me now.
Fur baby here. She's just being a big old lug.
Great.
Yeah, that one's going to LA. No, so. But I did one of Texas that I just wanted to show Hooker before I go, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I don't know where you are in Texas, actually.
I'm in the east. I'm just outside of. I'm like in between San Antonio, Houston, and Corpus Christi.
So you'll know where that is, won't you?
No. if it's not in Beeville, I don't have a clue.
This is the Riverwalks of San Antonio.
Oh, yo, I haven't actually made it to San Antonio yet.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
That is beautiful.
It looks like a beautiful place to walk around. And like, you know, I mean, it's obviously mostly man-made and stuff, but at night time like this, it's dead quiet and it just looks gorgeous.
I think I actually was in your live when you were on that bridge.
I wasn't on that bridge. I've never been there.
Which bridge were you on?
No, this is just recent. It was just a TikTok. I got sent someone's live and they were walking around the Riverwalk in San Antonio. And I just loved it so much. I asked him to give us his favourite view.
Yeah.
So that I could do something with it. And this was, I love this. Look at the, it's just a beautiful place. It just looks amazing. But it's probably really full of people most of the time. But he goes round at like 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning and he just walks round and it's absolutely stunning. And his name's Red Root on TikTok.
Oh yeah, I haven't been on TikTok since 2020.
Well, it's really a nice walk. It's beautiful. So that's my most recent one anyway. I just wanted to show you it because it's in Texas.
I love that. Nicely done, my love. Nicely done.
Aw.
Yeah.
Thank you for
You
having me
always
anyway. I'm
do.
going to drop out.
You always do such a
And you.
great job. You know that? Just so you know. Just so you know.
Aw,
So,
One
thank
of these
you.
days, when I actually have a wall to put things on, I will be probably ordering something from you.
Oh,
well, we're going to try to
well,
get Emma to come on over here to the States and see if we can find her some venues to play and do some artwork. So, we'll see. We'll
no,
see how it all works out, you know?
Hmm. That
lots
gives
of
me
eggs
an
and
idea.
baskets. It'd be great. I mean, I'd love to come back over to America. I love it there, you know. But the thing is, though, like, I never imagined I'd be going to Manchester for anything, you know. And you never know where you're going to end up when something doesn't work. But you end up in the right place anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, whatever comes, like if we can do that, that'd be brilliant, Kelly. But whatever happens, there'll be something else instead if that doesn't happen. So no sweat.
It'll all happen in good time, right? You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah,
It'll happen when it's supposed to.
definitely. And that's one of the things I've learned and I've forced myself to do lately is just go with the flow and it'll be what it will be. And
Right.
it's much more peaceful to be like that than have expectations because you never know what's coming around the corner.
Yeah.
I'm putting some music on right now from our new
I'm
friends
going.
over at over here at why can't I remember? Oh
The
yeah,
underground?
the Great Underground here on Rumble. They do 24/7 radio. And this is their music. They were in the chat last night. It was great meeting them. They reached out today by email. One of my few bright spots of the day. Our new friends at the Great Underground reached out. So this is my new good vibes music. Figure I try this, see if I can correct the ship here, right the ship, and get on the correct course.
No, right. I feel like I've been I'm responsible as well.
No, you're
I'm
not
sure-
responsible at all. But not one bit, not one bit. No.
Thank you so much for having me anyway. I'll sit in and listen. Thank you, everyone.
Much love, Emma.
Much love.
I
Mwah.
love
Thanks,
See you
everyone.
soon. Talk to you soon. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Wait. What's going on here? I just lost my...
the t-shirt.
Okay, so... Wait, what's going on with my t-shirt there? Or our t-shirt, I should say.
Your t-shirt is on his screen.
What size shirt you wear?
Yeah, what size shirt you wear, Hooka? Or are you talking about me?
How about y'all? I should have said what size shirt do y'all wear?
I wear size large.
I have no idea what size t-shirt I wear. I only wear tank tops.
That's not helpful either.
I
That's
know.
not- What the heck? There we go. Boom. Check this out. There we go.
Make the big t-shirt.
Mm-mm-mm.
How much are we selling these things for?
I don't fucking care. Whatever you want to sell them for. At this point, like asking me about anything that I should care about tonight is the worst, absolute worst thing that anybody could do. Like I'm at that moment in time where just ultimate destruction is like what somebody's going to find if they fuck with me too much tonight. Like, so like my attitude about anything that I should care about is null and void at the moment. But I still love you guys. That's why I got to get
So
this
it's
coffee down
weekend,
me.
talk business on Monday.
Apparently.
No, I'm here through the weekend now. That's part. I'm here through the weekend now. So I was gonna go up to Washington. That's part of the reason why I'm real fucking pissed off. But yeah.
Gotcha.
So today ruined this weekend for me. So yeah. Yep. So hopefully I can get things back to. Yeah, I don't know. No, Trump put such a fucking bad taste in my mouth tonight that I don't know if I'm going to recover from it for a little while. I'm pretty fucking pissed at him, and if he was here, I'd have some words, because I understand what he is trying to do. I understand what he's trying to do, but he has people that are consulting him, people that he's talking to, that are giving him bad advice, and it doesn't mean that he's listening to it, but he's got shit going on in the background that some of the stuff he is listening to. This is not Donald Trump. What we're seeing right now, this is not Donald Trump. It's too fucking too much production. And I know he had the TV show and whatnot, but even then it wasn't a lot of production. It was just him fucking telling people off.
Yeah.
And, I'm really disappointed in everybody in America right now, both sides of the fence. There's a few people that are fighting a good fight and pretty genuine. Like I've got, you Hookah and you Brother Load and I mean, there's people out there, right? But like what I'm saying, when I say I'm disappointed in this country and both sides, I'm talking about 90% of the people out there. It's sad. And I might even be being generous by saying 90% of the people. Right? Because what? It might even be 99% of the people, because like, can you find one person out of 100 people that really is okay with the people that they really dislike just doing whatever the fuck they want as long as they leave you the fuck alone, and without trying to dictate to them something that you disagree with that they might want to do, and then vice versa? Can you really find that? I don't know if that's even possible. I don't know if that's even close, because you have, like, when Trump was talking about the abortion stuff, that whole crowd was pissed.
Yeah.
And they want to make it so people can't just do their own stupidity. Like, is it affecting you if that person... Now, I get it, the far nut-jobby religious people, they're like, but that is a life, and we got to protect that life. Yeah, but guess what? It's not your fucking life. And you didn't conceive that life. You weren't a part of that, so shut the fuck up. Yeah, you can think it's cringy. Yeah, you can be pissed off about it. Yeah, you can feel all those emotions like I do. But you have no fucking right to tell other people. That's not you. That's them. Yeah. And so I'm looking at both sides, just going, there's dictatorial over here, there's dictatorial over there, and I don't want. I just get really fucking angry about it, because I am one of those few people that you could call a free spirit and will never allow anyone to control me. And if I feel for even 1 second someone's trying to control me by either, trying to manipulate me by doing one thing or another or whatnot, it just makes me angry, and I want to end them. That's it. I want them to be gone, whether it's ending them as far as they're out of my life or ultimately ending them. That's the feeling I get. It's like, you just need to stay the fuck away from me at that point. I am not a controllable entity. I'm not going to play that game. And, some people would make the comment, well, yeah, you're controllable. We can easily make you mad. We're controlling you by making you mad. No, what you're doing is risking your fucking life when you're doing that.
Right.
Like, seriously, that's just pointless. And go, ha, 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 funny, we've pissed you off. No, you're just being dumb. You're being childish. You're just being ignorant as fuck. And you're literally fucking with somebody that doesn't want to fuck with you. I would never waste my time to come fuck with you. Period. Most of the people on this planet, I would never waste my time around just because I don't want to fuck with their shit. I'm
Right.
that guy that's like, I want to hang out with you, but I won't pick up the phone and call you to hang out because I don't want to bug you because I know you're busy and you're having a life. So I might wait for you to call me, and then I just, oh, hey, what are you doing? You want to hang out? Like, I'll wait for the other person to reach out because I don't want to get in their way. They're doing their thing. Period.
Yep.
That's kind of why I've got people in my life that I considered extremely good friends that I haven't talked to in years. Like, literally years. Just because I know they're living their life. And they probably are like, he's living his life too. And our lives aren't intersecting at this point in time because we're preoccupied with other shit that is a little bit more important to us. And I have an ability to have that understanding. I think other people do too, but like I said, I think it's like 1 out of 100, maybe. I mean, that might even be a high number. Like, that even might be high.
I'm honestly, like, the more I process, like, today's rally and other rallies and just, like, your point of view and Lodestorm's point of view and, like, what I took away from it, like, 1 out of every 200. And then there's still, because if you factor in the people that just, like the lady that they interviewed, they just sugarcoat it. Like, right now, we have so many that, yes, they're supporting of Trump, but like you said, they're not actively supporting Trump. And they're placating, or it's going to be okay to the people around them when they really need to be like, you know what, you need to scream this from the rooftops. It's not okay. Like, we're not okay. This country is not okay. This world is not okay.
No.
And it starts at home.
Yeah, and fucking with other people is not okay. And fucking with them when you don't know them is not okay.
Right.
No, seriously, like, my friends fucking with me, okay. And, like, we know each other. We've never met in person, but we've talked to each other enough now. If you wanted to fuck with me, okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. That's good fun,
Right.
But if I don't fucking know you, stay the fuck away from me. And if you want to know me so you can fuck with me, you better be next level on multiple different paths. You better be next level, because I'm not going to suffer a fool. And there's a lot of fucking fools out there right now, even people that think that they're intelligent. And it drives me fucking crazy, because there's like, what's the point? You think this is funny? It's not funny to me. Like, I'm in the mode right now that we've got some serious issues on our hands in this country that personally affect me. They affect me personally because I know somebody will come onto my property, knock on my door, and try to haul me off for the words I say and the things that I believe in. I'm not
getting scarily close to that, and not enough people are saying anything about it. I mean, we've had 3 Proud Boys convicted in the last week. with an 18, a 19, and a 22-year sentence. And the gentleman, I believe, that got the 22-year sentence wasn't even at the Capitol on January 6th, but yet was convicted on those things. You know, so
Right, and that's a big concern for all of it. Well, I think it should be a big concern, but as you know, you have these individuals that want to censor. They can't just ignore. I'm pretty good at ignoring. I'll ignore the fuck out of people forever. I'll never talk to people again if they fucking step on the wrong toe. And not out of hate or anything, just out of fuck you, I'm done with you type of deal. I don't even have to say it. It's just I'll just ignore. You don't exist anymore to me. Trust me, I've done it a lot in my life, and I will do it. I know I'll end up doing it a lot more in my life. Just and that's just who I am. That's who I'll always be. I'll never change that. And it's one of those things that why can't other people be like that? You know what I mean? Because when you get into the context in which we're talking about right now, don't tread on me, I don't tread on you type of context. All right, fine. I don't like your personality. You don't like my personality. It's pretty easy fix. We just don't fucking hang out. And if we see each other in public spaces, we just don't, I don't go over there and try to tell you need to change how you do things and vice versa. We just stay away from each other. All right. I mean, shit, I've been in many situations where there are people I literally fucking hate with all of my fiber, all of my being in the same room, and I can have a great time because I don't acknowledge their existence in that room. Now, is it uncomfortable for other people? Yeah, but it's not uncomfortable for me. I just do my thing. They do their thing. I don't give a fuck about them because they don't exist to me anymore. Why can't they just return that favor in that moment so we can all get along? And the people that we have as mutual friends or just mutual acquaintances, no big fucking deal. No big fucking deal. But I understand that it's really hard on those mutual acquaintances sometimes because it's kind of a predisposition that you want your friends to be friends too. You know what I mean? Like, that's human nature.
I guess. To me, it's never mattered. But yeah, I mean, I also found that out at 10 that you can't bring 6 different people to your birthday party from all different cliques and expect them to get along. So after that point, I just became me and traveled alone. So
100%. Yeah, absolutely. No, I get that because I ran into that same damn thing too. Cause we were talking about cliques in small towns, and that's what it is. Yeah.
Edit out certain people because that lady there that you have on the screen now with the smiley face and the pants, she needs to go.
What are you talking about?
That shirt can't be tucked in.
I don't see. Oh,
sorry, my fashion sense just kicked in like overdrive on that particular person. I'm like, no, she's got to go.
Right. Oh man.
Sorry, Lodestorm. I got judgmental for a minute.
It's okay. And you know what? It's okay to be judgmental. You should be judgmental. 100%. Only when only God can judge me. Yeah, when you're at the gates. When you're at the pearly gates, that's where he makes his judgment. But all this other stuff, you can judge throughout life all you want, as long as you're not damning someone to hell or sending them to heaven. You're not the one that has that. That's not your responsibility. That's not your role. That's God's role.
Right.
But this whole, you can't, you're not allowed to judge people. Fucking bullshit. I can make judgments all day, every day, and it's not a bad thing. That's kind of a built-in security system, right? You make choices. You're your own personal security system, which means you have to make judgments. Yeah.
And I mean, judgment is not a negative or a positive, although that outfit is really making me nauseous.
Wow.
I'm sorry. It really is. Like, I can't. Like, the tucked in on fat people just doesn't work.
What? Oh, tucked in on fat people. The fat tuck. Gotta love the fat tuck. Gotta love it. Ugh.
Well, the focus point's supposed to be the t-shirt, not her camel toe.
Oh, ouch. Yeah. Well, hey, I'm just gonna say this right now.
It
I don't
looks
want.
great, though. You
I don't
guys are
want
doing
ugly
excellent.
people or fat people or overly skinny people modeling any of my fucking stuff or your stuff. Like, seriously, I want people like in the bell curve. I don't want them far this way or far that way. I want, I don't want super fat fucks. I don't want super skinny fucks. And I don't want ugly fucks. So let's keep it in a spectrum of athletic
Marilyn Monroe.
athletic to comfortable. I don't know, comfortable people that aren't like working out every day, so they got a little bit on, a little extra padding, which I like. I personally, I'm a fan of that. But like, let's keep it in that spectrum from like maybe some buff people to some a little overweight people. But I like, and that this chick that is the tucked weird stuff. Like
Don't
that,
look too intensely. It will scare you.
this is the first I've actually looked. Let's try to somehow. That would be the top. Like, okay, I think she would be okay if she was dressed differently. Like, she could fit in the
it's
spectrum.
top. If she just untucked her shirt, she'd be fine.
Yeah. Like, and we want a certain style there, and if we don't want that
Sorry,
style.
little
That style right there tells me that's like alphabet soup club style. That's like
Yes! Oh,
Yeah.
come on. Don't make it bigger.
Yeah, that's alphabet club. That's an alphabet soup club style right there. So she's either used to be a he, or she's slightly lesbian, if not full blown lesbian. Which, okay, fine, whatever. But I don't want that look. I'm not looking for that look. No. Look, you know what? I'm gonna be an asshole right now. Let's go. Let's just say we want Hollister models and Abercrombie and Fitch models. That's what we want. That's right. I said it.
We're gonna waste our time
Fuck
with
it.
that. Let's just go Calvin Klein.
Calvin.
You
No,
get-
Calvin
you
Klein
get
went
them
woke.
underwear.
No, Calvin Klein went woke. They got fat fucking people modeling their shit now. No.
At this point, can you even afford the fat fucking people? That's just a free picture.
That's a what?
Free picture.
Oh, what? No.
She volunteered herself to be given away for free.
Yeah, and you see why. You see that?
Hey,
That's
you know,
why.
I'm just saying.
Bro, your audio is all fucking jacked. What did you do to
Yeah,
your
that-
audio over the last day or so? Like, it's all like I sent you a message
had
earlier
it
about like
great
maybe turn down
for
the gain a little bit,
sound thing, but
but what
it-
the
It's
fuck?
literally just the microphone.
So you have a shitty microphone then? I'm just like, what happened? Did it die? Like, hook
No,
us. You know that
it's
microphone
fucking
that
Streamlabs, I guess.
you're not using right now? Send it back to where it came so he can use it now. We need Lodestorm microphone fund. I'm just joking, brother.
I can return it.
No, he's got the fancy microphone. He's got the nice one. He dug that out of the flipping storage, remember? It's just we got to figure out what's going on. See, that's the whole thing. That's another thing. I spent time setting things up for Trump stuff.
Yeah.
So I didn't get my workout in before. I planned to actually get a workout in before Trump and then just be ready. And so I've been on edge all day because I took the time to flip and set up for Trump. And then when my stuff didn't work, and the audio didn't work with that setup for whatever, I think there's bugs in the system right now. I think some tomfoolery is at play right now. So,
Yeah, that was weird.
yeah. Well, I'm always thinking people are fucking with me, which is true. They do. They do. And the people that fuck with me can go fucking find the nearest bridge and go huck themselves off of it. I don't care about you type of deal. You know what? Like, if you want to come and troll me, that's fine. I need more trolls. I need more hate, but I'm not going to engage with the stupidity of people. And I don't care what your job is. I don't care who the fuck you think you are. Good luck. You're not going to win with me. You're not going to win when you're fucking with me. If you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. But if you're one of these people that just take everything out of context because you think you're fucking funny, I got another thing coming to you. And I realize there was some of that at play today too, which I have no patience for that. I'm not dealing with, especially after last night. Last night was great. We had a fucking fantastic time last night. And, yeah, it'd be nice to have more nights like that. The chat was moving even more vigorously last night than it was tonight. You know what I mean? So it's like, I appreciate that. That's great. That's fantastic. And, I just don't have patience for these other people, these other dumb fucks that want, so I've been dealing with this crap since TikTok. So the whole year and a half that I've been doing this. So I have either I'm going to ignore people or I'm just going to say you're a fucking idiot and move on, because the odds are, it's like earlier we had the fucking moron in here, which, oh, by the way, somebody else knows this moron. They think he's pretty smart, which is wrong. And don't fucking tell me that the masks work just because you think they fucking work. They don't fucking work. I don't care. They don't. And oh, by the way, these people come in and they didn't understand the context in which we were speaking either. Right. They didn't, and this one individual that I would like to see their fucking face and actually have words for this idiot that keeps coming in here and trolling from time to time.
If you want to slum it, you can.
Slum it? Yeah, I'm not going to fucking slum it. Fuck them.
Well, that's where I know the person from, so.
Interesting. So
enough said, right?
Yeah. Well, so look. We have a situation here where when you're in the chat and you're hearing something, you just come in and you hear something I'm saying, and then you just jump to a conclusion on the context in which I'm speaking, and you're wrong. You're an idiot, okay? Because you have no idea what we were talking about, Right. And when it comes down to it, me and my friend Belle, we're gonna have a nice little conversation because I sent her a message privately saying, hey, we need to talk about this because I don't think we're on the same page, and you're irritated with me telling me I don't know what I'm talking about when you don't even know exactly what I was talking about.
Right.
So
right.
let's just chill here on this and we'll move forward. And so that's not helpful. That's not helpful. And the reality is, this other individual has come in here from time to time. It's very rare, and trolled. That individual is a complete moron. I don't care who the fuck they are. Moron. Because they purposely, and that's the thing, they think they're funny. They purposely take me out of context to fuck with me.
Mm-hmm.
And they might even, and I'm not putting up with that shit. That people like that deserve to be fucking ended. I'm not even joking. Because it's like, it goes back to my whole context of, don't tread on me, I won't tread on you. And words don't hurt. I'm not offended by the words. Just let's pretend this is my space. I'm going to ignore you, right? And then you could just fucking go away like is what happened, right? But if I'm engaging with you and I'm trying to explain to you something and then you just like start making a joke about it when I'm actually trying to be serious and have a good conversation, and you just want to be funny. It's lucky you're not on my property. And just because like you're the type of individual I'd say get the fuck off my property, don't ever come back. Because you have no value to me. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care what your position in society is. You mean nothing to me. And I don't care. I want nothing to do with you. And or if it was Wild West days, I would just dig a hole and put your fucking body in. Like, seriously. I mean, seriously, I don't have the time or the patience for this shit anymore. People don't realize that I have been following this fucking disaster that we have in this country since the mid-90s.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, I really wasn't awakened to it until 9/11, where I was like, oh, motherfuckers. But the mid-90s with Clinton and what he fucking did to our country, people don't realize how bad Clinton was as a president. He killed the fishing industry. Yeah, well, he killed the fishing industry. He killed the fucking logging industry. And those two industries...
He killed the manufacturing industry. He killed the pharmaceutical industry. Like, their regulations of putting everything... Like, I get that the pharmaceuticals and the car manufacturers and stuff should not have been dripping shit into our lakes and rivers, right? Like, we can agree on that, but the way we went about regulating these things is wrong.
I think that was the start of creating a monster with the pharmaceutical industries.
Oh, 100%.
And I believe the same with the car industry, because look at where the car industry is now. They're monsters. They're horrible. All because of what was done regulation-wise. They steered them to become way worse than they were before. Yeah. So what the fuck are we doing? Like, again...
Right.
The thought process, they weren't thinking what this action that they're like, oh, this will help everybody. They do this action and boom, it creates a problem, which, hey, government's not here to help people. Government's here to be a foundation for people to be able to work from, as far as this is the foundation. This foundation protects you from all and any entity that's going to try to come and take your constitutional rights away from you, right? So that's it. Stay the fuck out of our lives after that. Protect our constitutional rights, protect our individual sovereignty, protect our property, protect our homes, as far as just be that base layer that says, hey, each individual citizen has a notation. It's called the Constitution. That notation is unique to each and every one of them. They can use it however they fucking damn well please. And we are going to protect that right as a government, and that is fucking it. If there's a natural disaster, we'll come and we'll do our best to try to help you out, hold you up so you can try to build back up. And then that's it. And then if there's any other outside entity, a foreign entity that tries to come and dictate to our people or fuck with our people, we will be there to back them up. We will be there on the front line to protect them from that entity. That's it. Past that, hey, government, shut the fuck up and sit down. That's it. That's all you're supposed to fucking do. And instead, you brought up the regulations. They started regulating. They started putting these laws in, all this stuff to help the people. The people don't fucking need help. The people need to be set free.
Well, and you figure on top, so you got Bill Clinton regulating all of the manufacturing and the Clean Air Act and all of that bullshit, while Mrs. Clinton is out there fucking around with the welfare system. And you really think about it when she put in the state care and the main care, or the Medicare and the Medicaid for children and stuff like that, for all of these deadbeat parents, because they're deadbeats on both sides. Not just men are deadbeat, even though the primary are.
Well, men are deadbeat
that-
financially. Moms are deadbeat by just being bad moms. Like,
Right. Exactly.
They're just not being. They're present, but not present.
Right, exactly. And allowing, like, as much as I hate that we have to have that type of system, I feel better knowing that we have that type of system. But with the regulations and the changes that they put into the system under the Clinton administration, has created it went from an accountable welfare system to a dependent welfare system, which causes those dependents to continue to vote for bad policy that comes out of the Democratic thing, because they want the dependents,
Right. Yeah, because that's control. If you're dependent, you're giving away your independence and allowing someone else to have the control. And that is the absolute worst thing.
Some people out there, that's the only way they're ever going to function in society. And they use it properly, and they do what they're supposed to do. They learn as young adults or young parent adults what they should have learned before they had children. And the program worked, right?
Right.
But when you have such a high population depending on that program, and you have such a low percentage of population actually understanding and working the program the way they're supposed to become productive, because there are a lot, 10% success stories out of the system. There are some,
Right.
And we need to find ways to make more. And we need to find ways to make more of them succeed in the United States and not in Ukraine.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to keep it light but pointful.
It's just a troubling time right now, Hookah.
It really is, and I'm frustrated again with Hawaii. There was a new report that came out today that still supposedly there's only 115 deaths, and there's only 66 people missing, and the highest the government numbers ever went was 385.
But okay, so I think I'm getting or jumping ahead maybe, but I remember a number being much higher, like 1,500 or 2,000 people missing or something.
Yeah.
It was like a big number.
People on the ground were saying around 1,500, and they still weren't even close to knowing the amount of missing. So it's like, what's going on, And it's like that 115 number has been. We're a month out. They're saying that out of the 66 they can't find, they're only expecting a few casualties. So to me, when you say a few, talking maybe 2, 3, right? That's my thought. But usually if you haven't found somebody after an emergency after the 24-hour mark, they're presumed dead.
Right.
So at this point you should only presume that you're gonna find a few alive. And it's just so fucking frustrating. Sorry, I am twitching so bad tonight, and I don't know why.
Let me ask you. And Brother Load's up there being real quiet right now. He's off in dreamland.
He's playing with the rainbow. I like
Yeah, he's
it.
playing. Yeah. I think the eyes on the rainbow are like perfectly placed for breasts. I mean, it's just you couldn't have. I mean, they're just gonna be perfectly right over the breasts. Anyways, perv alert,
I had
perv
not
alert.
noticed that yet, but
Uh,
now that you've pointed that out,
Yeah.
I now notice that instead of the camel toe, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's gonna give that three. It's gonna give it that three-dimensional look of the smiley face because of how it pops out on the ladies. And if a man actually has a chest, which most men don't anymore these days, little fucking soy boys, so even for the men, it'll give it a little, the buff guys. No, what I was gonna ask is, do you think that this potentially is okay? I'm going to go right into your wheelhouse real quick. Trafficking, where they
100%.
okay, trafficking could be a plausible explanation, right? They actually got those people out of there quick and trafficked their asses, right?
Yep.
Or now we're going to go down another rabbit hole because it was mentioned earlier about maybe they're using human test subjects for things. Or now we're going to go really out there. If there are entities unbeknownst to us around, but is known to our governments now, but not us, and they need skins to be able to fit in. So, clones. That's basically what they need to clone a vessel so they can.
Yep.
Do you think that do you think any of those?
So, a case of the soul suckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's my thing. I play into many factors of the conspiracy theory on this. So, with the numbers that I had looked at today, we lost.
Oh no, where'd he go? Oh, he must have
T-shirts.
been trying to talk and we couldn't hear him or something. I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
Or he's just tired and checked out. What I'll do is I'll go to just you and I right now. Oh wait, no,
Nope.
he's coming back. I jumped the gun. I thought he was tapping out.
We can hear you now, if that's what the problem was.
Fuck Streamlabs.
Fuck
Fuck whoever you have pissed off to fuck up your fucking Streamlabs, because I can test this shit all day long with anybody. I can go get the neighbor across the street that I don't even think passed kindergarten, and he can still fucking connect and hear audio and shit.
Has
But when it
anybody
comes
announced
down to
our
game of the fucking show, the audio doesn't fucking. Ooh,
Far and few between, huh?
There's a few. I'd have to think about it for a minute.
Did they use the Clinton Library to do it, though?
That's what they study. Yeah, it makes no sense. I can unplug, reconnect. It's weird.
I've told you privately and on here, I think, I have pissed off thousands of people since I started doing this. And instead of them trolling, like we had the moron troll in here, I'll just call it Nightcrawler. Apparently he's somebody special. I think he's special, all right, in a like a moronic way. And he just likes to troll. He takes things out of context. He like the prototypical fucking libtard bullshit, just fucking whatever. But I don't even know. I think he just fucks with me just to fuck with me because he thinks it's funny, which I don't find it funny at all. I don't know you. I don't give two fucking shits about you. Just stop being an idiot. But see, I'm already getting I'm getting real fucking flustered and pissed off right now thinking about all this shit.
You can currently hear me, so we'll just go with that.
Yeah, I can hear you. But no, I have been harassed since day fucking one on TikTok a year and a half ago. I was harassed constantly the whole time. I had people threaten me. I pissed off a group of libtard Democrats over there. There's a guy on TikTok called the Moderate Democrat. He actually let me onto his feed once because I was like, fuck, I'm raising my hand. I want to ask him some questions. I proceeded to make him look really stupid to like 800 people that he had in his show. I went to my own live because he booted me out because he was embarrassed. And half of his fucking people went and followed me. They went over. And then I proceeded to go off on some idiots that had come over to troll. And then it was a complete shit show from there. Then over on Clapper, I pissed off a lot of fucking people over there. And it's never fucking ended. It doesn't matter where I go, I piss people off because they don't seem to fucking understand anything. And I just call it out 100%. I don't have patience for this shit. And so, yeah, for people to fuck with me, no doubt. There's people fucking with me. You know, hacking in, like I told you, hacking into my computer, doing all sorts of shit, and just the weird stuff that I've had happen to me where there's no rhyme or reason. Like earlier, doing the Trump cast, things were blinking out on my end, which I think was affecting my feed as well. But I had full Wi-Fi, and it was showing on my, because Streamlabs shows your kilobytes per second and your how much your CPU's pushing things, what percentage it's taking control of, and whatnot at the bottom. You have this, right? So you know what I'm talking about. So everything was running perfectly throughout all of that. So where's the interference coming? That's why I mentioned to Hookah. I think they're having a hard time, like the whatever. But it wasn't them. It was on my side of things. Well, if everything's running smoothly on my side as far as Wi-Fi connection, internet connection, computers doing everything what it's supposed to be doing, at least on the readout through Streamlabs and whatnot, and through my desktop stuff that I was looking at too. Somebody's fucking with me, right? I mean, that's the only explanation, right? Or am I missing something?
Yeah,
That
I
was
mean,
my conclusion.
you kind of get to the point where you have to start eliminating things, and when you've gone through the checklist of all the shit that's possibly your problem, and you come up with zilch, then you got to start looking elsewhere. So,
Yeah, well, it's like
yeah,
the audio too. When we started, remember you guys couldn't hear me?
yeah.
I went through and I did everything on the audio on that particular setup because I'm fully aware you have to have, each time you switch shit, there's different settings that go with it, and you have to make it all the same. I did that. Still didn't work. Huh? What?
Well, it doesn't look like I can get rid of the cow.
Can't get rid of the cow. The cow has to stay in there.
The cow has to stay in there.
That's okay. I
what
noticed
do
her
they call it?
boobs now. It's better.
It's not better. She's wearing her jeans like fucking mom jeans. It's like horrible. I would never allow anybody modeling my shit to wear to be like that at all. Like you want to be that big? You're not that big. You're not like you're still inside the bell. Because Hookah, you actually got me worried. Like you said, fat. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, and then I look. It's like, oh, she's not. She's just big.
She's not that bad. It's just her styling.
Yeah,
is
it's
the
horrible.
problem.
Those jeans. Don't wear those jeans. Those are horrible. Don't wear those.
I'm sorry that my stalker has managed to find you on Minds. Because I was just checking. Yeah.
Your stalker found me on Minds.
Yeah.
I don't think I even posted it. I'm not even on Minds right now.
You're not on Minds tonight.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I just went over to see if it was still streaming, and it's not. But I noticed that from the stream the other night, you had 4 comments, so I went in and looked at it, and Jeff Royd left comments, and he's the one that's always fucking blowing up my shit because he's an asshat.
Well, they have nothing better to do.
Oh yeah, he doesn't.
Nothing better to do. And then they play these games. And what's funny is like these individuals have no fucking life.
Right.
You
Well,
know, and
I was curious because I wasn't sure if like playing the Trump thing would have kicked it off. That's all.
I don't know. Well, I I streamed fucking all 7.5 hours last night of what we were doing, and somebody had made that was it that guy made a comment on it or whatnot. But then I was I was gonna stream this tonight or all through the day, you know, whatever. But I forgot to hit the post button, and by the time I remembered to, I'm like, fuck it, because I had it all set up. I was like, screw it, I won't go to mines tonight or today. So, because and the main reason why I forgot because I got flustered with all the audio bullshit that we were dealing with. So,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
but anyways, so hey, brother. So what are you thinking? Like, I see what you're doing there. It looks great. The models are ugly, but you know, whatever. I guess it'll do for now. What the hell?
I'll figure out the fucking models. I just it's weird. It's like they give you options for changing, like
Well-
selecting sizes, and they give you an option for changing colors.
Mhm.
But what's really weird is like I went and picked out a different shirt,
Yeah.
and I went through the whole process of creating this different shirt. And then when I finally got to the part where I had to hit publish, it showed up all the fucking mock-up shit again. So I'm seeing the fucking lady and the other people and all that bullshit. Even though when I went and selected a product that had images that weren't those, because it was like a picture of some chick standing there and then another one from like a side and then a back shot and that kind of stuff. It's totally different pictures. It still gave me that shit. So,
Yeah.
I'm just...
Yeah.
It's been one of those fucking days. It's like, oh, that's right. You know, I worked my ass off on all that shit for all these months, and I finally decided to take today off. And I fucking stay up and fucking don't set an alarm, and then I wake up at 10:15 because they decided they wanted to do something, and I wasn't there to do it. And it was like this complete fucking clusterfuck of shit, even though technically they could have done it. They were just making it a fucking problem. So it was like, oh, I ended up having to spend the rest of my fucking day off working. So yeah, we've had the same exact fucking day. It's been nothing but fucking bullshit. You know, I sat here for fucking 30 minutes playing with this fucking thing, had everything set up, tested, even tested it on the other computer just to make sure I wasn't like, you know, fucking had screw looses or something.
Right.
Yeah. We get on here tonight, motherfucker don't even fucking work. Hooker can hear me through my mic, but she can't. She can barely hear the fucking music coming through, which is absurd because me and my headset, I was literally blowing my eardrums out with my mic volume compared to the background music. So it's like this is just it's stupid. It's like whoever took and wrote Streamlabs was smoking fucking crack. The
I
shit
wonder if
does
it was
not.
in the back seat of a limo with Obama.
Well, it may have been. Either that or they were at the same fucking party.
Right.
It's just it makes no sense for things to be set up, tested, working fine, and then when you finally fucking hit the go button, shit goes sideways. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I get the point that it feels like somebody's fucking with you, but at the same time, it's like sometimes I think Streamlabs is just a piece of shit software.
That might be the case too, because there has been people that have been following Streamlabs since they ripped off this from OBS originally, and they got in trouble for it. And then OBS and Streamlabs made a deal. And then OBS has been supporting them on a lot of stuff. And basically, OBS is the testing ground. Streamlabs implements it, and then they implement other stuff that OBS isn't even doing. And then they put it out here. And then OBS gets a percentage. So that's the kind of the deal that they've done. And it's gotten a little bit better since they have done that. And when it works great. When it doesn't work, it's a fucking shit show. And that sucks, you know.
Now, is there a better service that maybe one of you could like? Because you both have Streamlabs, so is maybe one of you guys switch to a different service provider to see like if there's a better.
Yeah, you
I'll
can do
get a one.
StreamYards, but it costs more, and it's not as like you can't do as much with StreamYards as you can do with
Right.
this.
So there isn't something that's comparable.
I mean,
Then
it is
would-
comparable as far as you're gonna put out pretty. I can do everything that you see on the screen right now. I can do that on StreamYards. I can do it without a problem. But it's just one of those things where there are things behind the scenes that StreamYards doesn't offer. And I haven't dove into that yet, but I'm still a pup using Streamlabs. I'm still, and
Right.
so what I'm learning, and just implementing and integrating all these things as I go, as I'm
Right.
figuring it out. I mean, literally, there is no handbook in front of me, even though I can go watch YouTube videos. I am seriously just playing and figuring it the fuck out myself without listening to anybody else.
Right. I mean, well, that's
You
all
know,
I ever do.
and
is
so
just
I-
press buttons until something works or doesn't work.
Right. Well, a lot of this though is common sense. See, what's nice is when people develop these type of tools, right? Because Streamlabs is just a tool. They make it and they develop it in a way that's intuitive for them. So then once you figure out the brain software of the people that developed it, so okay, well, this is who they are, this is how it's going to be intuitive. And it most of the time when they do this, it's universal intuitiveness. You're gonna figure once you start getting into it and you start figuring out, you're gonna be aha, and light bulbs everywhere, and
Right.
it's great. And StreamYards is just an easier version of this for people who aren't able to catch the light bulbs. Like it's a dumbed down
So are you
version.
saying I should use
StreamYards, yeah.
not
But
Stream?
but here's the thing. No, Streamlabs actually has an app that's built into it that does the exact same thing as StreamYards. So you can go input to that app through StreamYards, and you can do Streamlabs, and you can then do basically the exact same thing. It's built almost identical to StreamYards, and it's already paid service if you have this. So you can just switch over to that, and it's just an easier version. So I mean, I could do that and try that out, but then I'll be like, oh fuck, now I got to do everything all over again. What the hell?
Right.
And that's kind of why I'm just like, all right, I'm sticking with Streamlabs for that. That's a big reason. I don't want to have to just go scrap this and go start the fuck over there, because I've spent a lot of time building this out.
Right.
And
right.
I know I'm going to spend a lot more time building more out on it. So it's like if I scrap it, go over there, and then what if I don't like it? What if I'm like, fuck
Right.
this? It's like,
Right. Well,
Yeah.
and that's why I was like wondering if maybe, one of you or somebody that, but there's no point in changing.
yeah, well, there's a point. The point is if there's never any snafus connection wise.
Right.
But see, this connection thing, though, isn't just a problem on Streamlabs. I had this problem on Clapper. I had this problem on TikTok. I've been getting fucked with. I pissed
Right.
someone off so much on the internet, I've got someone fucking with me. And they think it's funny.
Right.
They think it's hilarious. It's like, whatever. But see, that's the thing. Whoever's doing this is literally a nobody. And I have a
Right.
sneaking suspicion it's someone that's followed me from TikTok or Clapper or both, because I have disparaged basement dwellers many fucking times, and I have openly said, if you're in the tech industry and you're one of these fucking assholes that work for X or Facebook, and your life is literally just sitting behind a computer all day long and you don't do anything else, right? You're not like Brother Load that goes up to his property and actually sees reality and actually does some fucking work on his property. No. Not that, not Brother Load. No, the asshole that's in the basement never leaves the fucking house, always orders pizza, always does all this shit, has Coke cans and Pepsi cans all over their computer desk, and they're like the fucking Matrix dude that never leaves the fucking, and they're just here fucking with people, and they've got like 10 screens in front of them, and they've got hours, and they've got the liquid cooling system to keep everything, and they're like ha 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 ha, and fucking with so many people all at once, and they're ha 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 ha, the maniacal laugh in the background, and it's like, oh yeah, you've never been laid, and you're complaining about it. You're an incel because of this shit, you fucking loser. Like this is your problem, and I've outed these people so many fucking times. There's probably one of them with the capability to like, oh, fuck this. I'm going to fuck this guy's world up. No matter what, I'm going to screw him because he pissed me the fuck off and he doesn't think I can fuck him. And I've always said, hey, you guys can fuck with me online. You guys can fuck with me, but there's something that's going to happen when the power goes out. The power's going to go out, and you're going to need fucking help. And if I ever run into your ass and I figure out you're one of these fucking people, I'll pop your fucking head off with my hands. Like, that's it. I'll just end you because you will have no value on this planet. And I'm not going to take the chance with you procreating with any fucking viable woman because I don't want your gene pool fucking spreading. Good God, that would be a disaster. Anyway, so when I say shit like that, you can imagine. And I know of one individual that I thought was kind of cool, but a little fucking weird. One individual in Australia that would fuck with me in like 2 seconds, and they do have the computer power and they do have the knowledge to fuck with me. I do know that, and that's that's an Aussie from Clapper. So yeah, I mean, why not? So it could be that individual, but. And maybe not worth that individual's time. I would hope so because it's like, whatever. But I know there's like, for every one person like that on Clapper, which there might only be the one person on Clapper, but on TikTok, there's like another 1,000 people like that. So,
right.
You know, who the fuck knows? For all I know, it could be Brother Lodestorm. Like I said, when he did the fucking website, I'm like, oh, great, you're taking me over. You're going to fuck with me. You know, I went down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole and just, you know, because it's funny.
I think you're safe. At least from Lodestorm.
Oh, I'm not wearing a condom right now, but we can pretend.
I think that would be me wearing the condom.
So you are fucking me.
Be fucking with you.
Yes. Boom! I knew I could get you to admit it. I knew it.
Boys. No, I wasn't talking to you, Yogi.
Oh,
stay down.
Shit.
I know, I'm twitching. Stay down.
Man, these guys are crushing it. The Great Underground. So we're listening to the Great Underground's music, their tracks right now. They're great. So the Great Underground, that's Dee Dee. She came in for a little bit, say hi before she was off to bed. But they got 26 likes over here. They had I wonder, they must redo once every 24 hours or something on the live stream because they had 25 likes yesterday and one of them was mine. I go in here today, I get to do another like. Now they have 26 likes. And it's like, fuck, they're crushing it. They're crushing it. Pretty stoked for them. What'd they say? 3 weeks they've been on Rumble right now?
2, 3, yeah.
2 or 3 weeks. If they got 8 people listening, 8 people watching and listening right now, which is probably more than what I have at the moment.
This is the same stream from yesterday. You have 14.
Oh, hi 14 people. Hey everybody.
Because my like is still on here. And
oh, is it? Well, mine wasn't, and I liked them yesterday, and interesting.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is the one from 16 days ago.
Huh.
They've got a short one. It must be just a song, Understand Me by 313. That's only 4 minutes and 51 seconds.
Huh.
Yep, they posted a couple of
Well,
just their songs with the video.
I'm gonna have to get with them, and I'm gonna game plan with them on how we're gonna get them more likes, more views, more people, because they only got 36 people following. So hey, if you guys haven't gone over and checked out the Great Underground, go do me a favor. Do me a favor, please. Just go check them out. The Great Underground. Okay, and it's the music that you're hearing in the background right now, and it's chill. Obviously, it's chill, and it's under indie. It's independent, R&B, EDM mix type stuff, jazzy feel. Like right now, this is more of a jazzy feel type song. It's just cool. We had so much fun last night listening, and I got wound up. I was like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, this is awesome!" And then,
so you know, it's 15 minutes after 2.
oh fuck! See, and I'm jamming to the music here, and I'm like, "Fuck!" I'm in a better mood all of a sudden, and well, I'm still pissed off, but I'm in a better pissed off mood.
So they've got 5.7K views on this stream that's been up for 16 days.
Okay, so well then, if I guess I was allowed to like it again,
you shouldn't have.
You shouldn't be able to. Yeah.
So, but who knows? Maybe sometimes with everything, the updates and everything that's going on with Rumble, it might not have stuck.
Now, see, I like that model better. That model that's modeling that T-shirt, that's what. In fact, all of our models should be that model. It's way better.
There is no model.
That's my fucking point.
Oh, okay. I was like, am I missing something? Like, I have my glasses on. I should be able to see the person. I don't see a person. Like, they're so white, they just blend into the background.
Oh, shit. Yes. Oh, my gosh. That's just, yeah. That's how it has to be. Oh my goodness. I gotta fix Loadstorm's little name thing. I've been working on fixing people's name stuff. Someone came in here, hacked into my system, and fucked with names, and it screwed some shit up. So I have to go in and I gotta redo things, which is fine. I'm used to fixing other people's shit, so it's all good.
Yeah, that's what you call a white hack, because the information was given to open the door to get in to fuck with it anyway.
Hey, shh, fuck you.
Oh, okay. So there you go.
You weren't supposed to fuck shit up, though.
Well, I was trying to be nice and set the font so everything matched.
Hey, let me be nice. Let me fuck some shit
added
up.
a border onto everything.
Let me just fuck some shit up for you. There, you're welcome. You're welcome.
He thinks somebody's fucking with him. Let me just keep changing his shit every night before I go to bed.
Wow.
I get up in the morning early and then fuck with you, and then you get on at night and you'd be like, wait a minute, that's not supposed to be Hooka's name. What is this? What's going on?
Right? Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, I got way too many other things to do.
Right?
Come on, you know you've got nothing better to do.
Hey, it was my day off, and I ended up having to do a live stream.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. He's got property, Hooka. He actually leaves the fucking domain that he exists in right now and goes to another domain and exists somewhere where there's fresh air, foliage, and animals that aren't human being animals.
There's birds there.
Yeah, see? There you go. There, I fixed it.
A dog running around every once in a while.
So peaceful.
Right? Yeah. There we go. Much better. I fixed it. I fixed it. No, look at the puppy. Yogi. Yogi's such a good boy. It's a good boy, Yogi. Here you are. You're a good boy. Yeah.
Is that your toy?
happy puppy. Happy puppy. Happy tired puppy. Time to go bed. Go CBs.
He's waiting to go run around.
Run around.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's a good time to take him running around. And, you know.
I take him out back and because I've got a like out behind the hotel here is just a big huge field, and then a big shrubbish area, and some tall grass and stuff like that. And when there's not a lot of people, lately there's been a lot of people here at night, so I've been letting them out during the day to run around, which I don't like to do, because fat butt over there gets heated too quickly. But so 3-4 o'clock in the morning, I let him go out and run for like 45 minutes. Especially Yogi. I mean, he's an Australian Shepherd. He needs that play.
Hey, bro, you had hey, Trumpy doll, you had that T-shirt there, and then there was like several different views of it. Was that a front view, back view, or whatever? Were you like, is that what? I wasn't sure if that's what I was seeing. Over there on the side. Is that a back view too? Is that what I see a full front. I think that's a back because there's no logo on it, and then there's a folded view, which is weird. Why the fuck would you? Yeah. Hey, like that back view up high on the neck, just underneath the neck. Should we do something back there? Maybe say "Speak Freely," or maybe do another miniature little smiley face thingy, and then maybe on the sleeve do something. Or is that just a one logo style, or are they gonna like start charging more for every fucking logo you put on a damn shirt?
I don't know. Let me look.
That would look cool if you did do your little microphone and then Speak Freely like curved at the neck, or maybe even like a patch style with just your microphone logo on the sleeve or something like that.
Okay, so this particular shirt has a space for the front, a space for the back, and then there's a neck label on the inside. So those are 3 places we can put something.
Neck label. Okay, so instead of having a tag that you just label it small, medium, large in there. Gotcha.
There's probably other designs because like they've got some with pockets and that kind of thing. So there's probably some out there that's got different options.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that back? Should we put something on the back? I always like shirts that have something on the front and on the back.
I'm good with putting something on the back. Do you want to put this rainbow or do you want to put the logo?
I don't fucking know.
Fine. I'll make a decision.
I don't fucking know. I gotta see it before I can make any decisions.
Yeah, I hear you.
And
let's see.
You and I need to get together about the logo too. I got a thought about the logo, but you know, it's not a big deal. It's not. I don't think it'll be a big deal, actually. But it's not anything we need to worry about right now. But what are we doing with these accessories? Are we doing this like Speak Freely fucking clothing line or something, or what are we doing here? Like, what's the deal? I'm just asking.
Well, I think your T-shirt's live on your website for $19.99.
Yeah, that's gonna change because if you're gonna stick something on the back, the cost goes up.
There you go.
Well, then maybe just start with it this way and.
Hook is saying she don't want to pay more than fucking $20 for a damn T-shirt. That's what she's saying right now. So leave it that way. So
I'm not ever gonna buy a T-shirt.
Oh.
So.
All right. Well, whatever. I didn't know what you were trying to say. Oh, you
I
want
want it on a coffee cup.
Oh, that'll be. Oh.
I just want you guys to hurry up and get to the coffee cup.
Okay, well, as it sits,
You've been ordered to do coffee cup now. She's like, fuck the t-shirt, do the fucking damn coffee cup.
okay, well, with the logo on the back, it would have to be $22.99, and that would be the cheapest profit would be $1.05.
What's the graded shirt that they're throwing this on? Is this a nice shirt? Like,
fuck, I don't know. Ultra cotton.
What's the fucking thread count?
There's probably one here somewhere. Let me look. Let's see. Let me save that before I move on. 2,000.
It's okay.
Okay.
I mean, to
Catalog.
start, I would just
Close.
start. Like,
Right.
kind of throw it there and.
Well,
get it
if we
going,
could
and
get a
then-
million people to buy the fucking thing, then great. But
Right. Upgrade
Well,
it.
you also have to remember that how much do you pay for a shirt if you go to like a concert?
nowadays, you're looking at $35, $40.
Yeah, so a $25 shirt ain't fucking shit, especially when it's
Go
got
lay
something
down.
like that on it.
You spill my coffee and we're gonna have issues.
Yeah, so make it $30 fucking dollars. I don't know.
Okay, so we have an
Make it
option
$35. Fuck it.
5,000,
Ooh.
6,000.
Oh. See, I want the shit to be high grade. I want high grade shit so people are like, ooh, this is nice. And I'm willing, you know what I mean? Make it nice so people want to wear it. We talked about this because I've got a collection of fucking shirts I won't wear because they aren't as nice as, and they're good shirts, good logos.
Now, when you talk about t-shirts and that you won't wear them, do you not wear them because they're thick, or do you not wear them because they're too thin?
Oh, it's because they're the thicker cotton.
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't want a high thread count. The higher, even like the
Higher
the
thread count, the softer it is, the nicer it is.
is the thicker.
But it's nicer. It's nicer. And then,
That's okay.
I mean, unless I'm confusing thread count on a shirt compared to thread count on my fucking sheets.
Yes, it's totally two different things.
Because thread count on my sheets, I want, yeah. Yeah, because lower thread count, the threads are bigger, thicker. The thread's thicker, bigger. Isn't that the same for a fucking shirt? Isn't that how that works? Because the higher the thread count, the thinner the thread is. It takes, oh, now you're going to look it up. Cool. I see you. The higher the thread count, the finer the thread. Because it's the same square inch that you have to fill, but you have to fill it with more thread. It doesn't make it heavier. It's just thinner thread.
I just hate t-shirts that are thick, so
Yeah.
I always stay away from the high thread count.
Well, so
because
I think the lower thread count is the thicker thread, thicker shirt. It's that heavier cotton. The lighter cotton, like what I got on right now, this is a higher thread count cotton.
All right. Let me
See when that-
interject right here so we can just
Go for
stop
it.
all the insanity. So, regardless of whether the higher thread count is more or less, based on what they are listing as thread count, as I go up in higher numbers of thread count, the weight of the fabric goes down. For example, this one is 1700 thread count. It's listed as heavy fabric, weighing it at 6.1 ounces per yard squared, whereas the other shirt, which is listed at 6400 is listed as a light fabric weighing in at 4.5 ounces. But it looks like a shittier shirt.
I know what I'm talking about with this shit.
It's totally opposite in yarn. That's why I'm confused.
It's okay. It's okay. You're dealing in yarn. I'm dealing in
Right.
threads.
No, that's fine. That's just it's
It
weird.
just seems kind of ironic though that they would do the yarn in a different metric than they would the thread.
Yeah, it shouldn't be different metric, but it should be the same. But that's
I mean,
okay.
kinda
We'll figure it out.
It's kind of like trying to see if you're pregnant using a COVID test.
Yeah, you want the lighter shirts, the better shirt. The higher, so like I said, the higher thread count, the better. And it's a more breathable shirt. It's like that like moisture wicking type shirt, and it fits better. It hangs off of you better. There is no rigidity to it. So like wearing it all day, every day is definitely something you're going to be proud to do, and it's not going to bother you. So higher thread count, much better. So when you go higher thread count like that, how absurd does the price of the shirt get to?
Oh, I gotta get that far first.
Okay, sorry.
I'm trying. What the fuck, man? All right. Let's see. So
I love you, Hooka.
that would put the cost.
Hi, sorry, I was reading.
How big
It's
of a
all good.
shirt you want?
What?
How big of a shirt you want? Because as it sits right now, if I click submit and publish this out, a small will cost you $18.63. A medium will cost you $18.63. A large will cost you $18.63. X large $18.63. A 2X will cost you $22.58, and a 3X will cost you $25.35. And you're looking at a 40% profit margin.
What's the shipping cost?
That I have no effing
Wait,
clue.
wait. So on the higher thread count,
$5
that
ain't bad at all.
So
I haven't added the second image yet. We're talking one image on the front.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, yeah, whatever. We want a large. Oh, I would take a large in it. I would take a large in it.
Then that means that would run. So, like, if I just submitted it with their base set prices, that would be less than $20 shirt. Well, if you're not counting the shipping, but
right?
Still, that's less than $25 even with shipping. Because according to this, the shipping is. Oh, I will shut the fuck up now. The $18.63 is the production cost of $11.18 plus the USD shipping cost of $5.19.
So the shipping's included in the price?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, so I would go with obviously the higher thread count. Go with whatever, we add another image on it if you want or not, doesn't matter, or maybe give people options, give different stylings for the shirt, whatever, and then just bump that fucking price up to, I don't know, a nice shirt. People will pay $30 for it, and a shirt like this, they might even pay $35 for it. I don't fucking know. So especially if it's a nice quality shirt, good threads, good thread count, fuck yeah. People will be like, hey, where'd you get that shirt? That's awesome.
So if we add an image to the back of this one, the retail price is going to run you $29.02.
Wait, okay, so previously it was only bumping at $3 for that. Now it's $10.
Nearly, yeah.
For
a little bit more than $10.
I'm confused as why they would do that. Because you're still just doing the same print process. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to remember it goes through different companies. I could have just
Oh,
selected a T-shirt that's made by a different company, and therefore they charge more to put an image on the back.
copy.
Is what I'm
Okay.
guessing.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That now
'Cause
that
I
you
wasn't
say
looking
that,
at company names. I was looking at just the number of thread
yeah.
count on the end of it.
Yeah. Well, you know
Oh, if
what?
you put
Let's just do the one fucking logo on the front and just call it good for now and see what it does. And then if it flipping, we'll be like Costco. You know, Costco sells the fucking Keurig 10 years ago. And then a year after they started, they sold another different kind of Keurig. Then the year after that, they sold another different kind of Keurig. And everybody bought the new version that just kept getting better and better and better, even though the old version worked just fine, but they wanted the new version. We just do that
Right.
with the shirt.
And that's something you can do. Upgrade, get one of the T-shirts, and find out if you even might want a higher thread count. You might not. Might find a different supplier or
Right,
whatever.
right here, I'm letting
Update
everybody know.
the
Right here on the
design.
Speak Freely podcast, it's recorded. You can come back and show people at any time. We're like, hey, we're just wanting to sell some T-shirts here to promote this awesome thought process on taking this damn rainbow back. We just need people to start buying the darn shirt and the coffee mugs and maybe hats. I don't know. I don't know.
hats are going to be kind of iffy because I haven't seen very many hats on here yet,
Mm-hmm.
and most of them look like the old. What do they call that? The snap kinds. They look kind of cheesy, like they're not that well made.
I'll send you a link.
Not a 47 hat.
No, the 47 hats, plain 47 hats are still $30 on their own. Now I could call them up or whatever and figure out something for bulk, but I did find a company that does dad hats like that with embroidery it would be fine. Like we could actually figure something out. It would work. I'll send you a link to it. I found this place yesterday. I gotta go to it now though. I gotta re-find it now. Where are you,
So
Dan?
Hooka, you're wanting a rainbow coffee cup?
There we go.
Yes.
Is that your request?
Yes, if that pattern will work on a coffee cup, the coffee cup would be awesome.
Let's see.
Here we go.
That would be a mug.
Boom.
I'm going to order you a tumbler.
Coming to you. There, I just sent you a link. Who's getting don't fucking send me a
No.
tumbler. Fuck
I
you.
don't want
I do
tumblers.
not
I
want a
don't like
fucking
tumblers.
tumbler. I got way too many of those damn things. Fuck that.
All right, what size mug you want? We got options. We have 11. We have 15.
Well, what shape?
then-
Are this just generic shape, or do we get
Well,
some choices of cool fucking
Let's just
shapes?
do
Like,
it this way. Will it let me do this? Fuck it. Here, we'll do this. I will just screen share this bitch.
because those
Browser.
the generic mugs, I'm kind of over, but whatever. Why not?
Rid of that.
It won't be generic. It will have the froggy face on it.
It's not. Why do you say it looks like it? Does it really look like a froggy face to you?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's why I like it.
you think? All right, whatever.
Don't ruin it until after I get the mug.
It's just rainbows put into
I
a
know
smiley
it's just
face.
rainbows, but it looks like a cute rainbow smiling frog.
Oh boy.
All right, so we got the basic mug. We got mugs that are shaded on the inside. We have a mug with a curved bottom. We got your ethnic mugs. More
I want an ethnic mug.
An ethnic mug? What? The fuck is that? That's well, whatever mugs we get, it has to have that color. Well, I guess it doesn't have to. I guess the rainbow would look good on white too, but I think it just pops the best black.
I would
Well,
prefer it on
let's-
black.
Look at the designs because I think the color is kind of irrelevant.
Right,
So-
right. The design's the most important part to me. Hold on a second. This isn't working for me. Timeout.
Oh,
Fucking A. There we go.
I'm big enough for you.
Yeah, I'm
I
fixing
think
it.
my
There we
mug
go.
size
Now
between
I can
16
see
and
it better.
24 ounces, if possible.
Well, the diner mugs, they only come in 10-ounce size. You don't get them any bigger. At least I've never found
So
them any bigger.
that row right there, that black one on the end.
That one?
That one. Yep. What size is that?
15 ounce.
Perfect. That's the one I want.
What the fuck? It's going to be expensive because you're just doing a one-off. You don't get like, don't you have to do these in bulk, or is this just a?
No, you create a design and sell them directly from the. So that's the whole point of using Printify. They use third-party companies that produce all this stuff.
Mhm.
So we just create a design, and then that design, whenever somebody orders it, gets sent to that company, and that company fills the order.
Gotcha.
All right. So
That's a perfect
do we
size
want it
right there.
on?
Boom.
Do we want it on the outside bottom, or do we want it on one of the sides?
No, you
Or
want
do
it
we
on a side.
A side?
Either
Or
side.
both
Well, Hooka, which hand do you drink with the most often?
The right hand.
So in your right hand, so you'd want it on. You want the left one. The far left one.
So you want
That
the
one.
image
So
to face
it'll
out.
show on screen when she's drinking out of it. Is that what you want, or do you want to look at it? Do you want to look at it, or do you like?
Nope. Exactly what you just said.
Yeah. So. Oh, there you go. Oh shit. Oh no, you're gonna have to move the image over. I figured that because yeah, there you go. Right, a little bit more over. Boom, came over. That's a big logo. So, jeez. Oh, that's kind of cool because it's off to the side a little bit because of how they print it. So that's pretty. Oh, that looks really cool. Actually, that's
I like.
Oh, and it looks like he's like. That's pretty sweet. Now you just got to put on the other side of it. You got to put like the Speak Freely logo too, so people know it's a Speak Freely mug.
Right? Or put. I wonder if it would let you put something down like the handle.
Oh, I don't think they'll offer that.
Cause just...
Oh, we're gonna go with that one instead of the silver one. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, you will use a silver one?
Well, yeah, I mean it's.
I
the,
was just sticking with what we've already got. So
yeah, I
if you
figured
want-
we'd do the platinum model. Platinum Speak Freely mug.
I have no clue where I saved that.
But I mean, I know Hooka likes the orange logo, so I mean, it can. It's just a little. It kind of clashes though. That logo with the smiley face, it clashes.
It kind of does. And when you said silver, that's kind of like my thing. So like,
Except that was the I need to have that redone because we do. So we do need to put the fucking mic stand in with it again. Sadly, the more and more I look at it, it's like we got to put that back on because how it is now, it just doesn't work. Sadly, it works. It works in this version, but the way that the way you did it, it just the more and more I look at it, it's like it just doesn't work. So we just got to kind of go ahead and put that damn thing back on the stand that it originally had. I know it's so stupid. I'm stupid. I know. I apologize for my stupidity.
don't apologize.
I'm apologizing.
Alright, fine.
Look, I mean, take my apologies when I give them because they don't happen very often.
Oh, well, that's what I figured after I said no. I was like, alright, whatever. We'll bank that one. What time frame are we at?
Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta dig this out and send it to you. If it will fucking work. Is it gonna work? I don't know if it's gonna work. No, wait, hold on. No,
Oh,
wait.
we lost everything. It went black.
Yeah, it went black. That's okay though. There we go. And, oh, there. Yeah, this is we're gonna have to do this one. I'm sending it to you, and then I'm pretty sure it'll be easy for you to deal with because you already did this. Yeah, so that. Oh shit, that's huge. Oh, okay. Let's wait. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of cool. But what I was thinking was put the stand back on it. Like, here, I'm just going to send it to you right now. I know you know what I'm talking about. Because you originally had it with the stand on it, and then you just took it off because I was bitching about it. Because I was like, it doesn't look right. And it didn't, because I'm so used to it being the other way. But I just sent you the image. You'll have to monkey with it, so it won't be able to be done tonight, probably. But unless you already had that. But anyways, that looks so cool. My $1 million mug right there. Like, I've thought about it. What? How cool would that be if it actually caught on fire and, like, everybody out there just started getting one of these damn shirts or mugs or what? You know what I mean? Like, it could be a thing.
I mean, between that and your, does this site have tank tops?
What? You're obsessed with the damn tank tops.
It's all I fucking wear. I have
There it is.
funky shoulders.
Boom.
So I want the
You got funky shoulders.
The indict me too. Is that
Oh,
what,
you want hashtag indict me
yeah.
too?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we can do something like that.
I also need to sell some Trump dolls so I can afford to buy Speaks merch.
Well, we just put the Trumpy dolls on the site, and then we'll figure it the fuck out. You know?
Jesus. Well, I got my Trump dolls on my site that I've paid for the next 3 months. So.
Oh, nice. Oh shit! It's too big.
Put it diagonally. Well, like across the shirt. I don't know how that would work with boobs, though.
Well, see, Trump's picture, his mugshot with hashtag indict me too. That would be fucking perfect.
That would be perfect. And maybe the mugshot on the front and indict me too on the back, something like that.
Well, mugshot. Indict me too under the mugshot. And then on
Trump.
the back, hashtag I am Trump or something
Yo.
like that, you know.
Trump 2024.
Yeah. Yeah, I am Trump 2024. Yeah. Oh, hey, you fixed it. Nice. Now you gotta shrink that fucker up. Whoa, that was super shrinkage. Cold water.
Also want that on black too.
You know, I just had this realization that right now, Brother Load is creating strictly for your desires at this moment.
sorry.
Everybody else be damned. Fuck all
Well,
of you.
once he's all done, he's gonna have it all on your website, so everybody else can go and get them too.
Right, right. And then you're going to be modeling them, right?
I guess I could do that. Do you want me to tuck them in?
Oh,
I don't own any
snap.
mom jeans, so
Oh,
it
shit.
won't work.
You don't have any jeans that go to your belly button?
No, I don't.
No?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Because you might have been just as cute as that girl we saw earlier.
I would probably be uglier, to be quite honest. But yeah.
Oh, shit. Bullshit. At least you have curves. That woman did not have any curves. Therefore, actually, I'm wrong. I'm lying. The only curve that she had was her fupa that was showing out after she fucking tucked the shirt. So, like, that was the only fucking curve.
Her fupa the same thing as a mom's pouch? Because I got a little bit of a mom's pouch that I just can't get rid of.
Yeah, it's the fat
Like,
under pussy area. It's the fupa.
I don't have that. Okay.
She had all that going on. The fat around the pussy area. Oh man, I actually have a tear in my eye right now. That's why. Oh, I feel bad. I feel bad, kind of, for people who gain weight in those bad spots. You know what I mean?
Right.
You don't gain it equally across your whole body. You gain it only in certain areas. I feel bad for those people because I'm lucky. My wife's lucky. When we get fat, we don't know we're fat until it's too late because we gain it equally throughout our whole body, and then it's like, oh fuck, we're fat.
Yeah. Yeah. I gain it in weird spots. I'm like, how is it that I gain weight in my calves? You know,
Right?
like I don't know what has happened since I moved to Texas, but all of a sudden I have fucking calves and I don't know where they came from.
So I have a theory on that. It's just a theory. There's nothing that backs it up really other than my own brain. I think people store fat so that energy that's stored there, your body's storing it in areas that it thinks it needs the most. So, like for
Right.
you, your body wants to store it more so in the calves because you use your calves more than other muscles. Like that's a muscle that needs more energy for you.
That makes sense.
And
And
so-
I walk it like twice a week, at least 15 miles,
Yeah.
plus I think it has a lot to do with the stair stepper that I keep using, and the elliptical.
Yep.
So I've stopped using both and I've just done weights for the last 2 weeks in hopes that it would make a difference. And now I swear that my thighs and my calves are now like all one.
Right. Yeah, and I think
But
so. Like people that have that pear bottom and they have weight around their waist, they're probably using their ass muscles a little bit more than other parts of their body or whatnot. Their upper thighs, their ass muscles, whatnot. So they just pack on the pounds there. And what happens is when they're in shape, they're really initiating muscle use there more so than other areas. And then when they stop using those muscles, the fat still keeps going there. All that energy's like, hey, we were needing to be here.
And now where are we supposed to go?
Now-
All right, we're just gonna chill here until you decide to use that.
Yep, exactly. So, I mean, just a theory. I mean, it makes sense to me, but whatever. Because everybody gains weight in so many different places, Yogi's like, Mom.
Go talk to Philip.
I saw the clock, Mom. It's past time. You promised.
Well, see, because usually I take them out just before.
Right,
11
because
o'clock.
we
we usually go out at 10, and depending on what's going on outside, they get a good run in. So then Yogi's kind of like, but we started with Trump, so he's like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, Trump fucked shit up for me tonight. Well, for all of us. So But that's okay. And now Brother Loads fucking shit up because he's like on this awesome little adventure of creating shit for you. So we're all like, ooh, what else can we create? I wonder how easy it is to find Donald Trump's mugshot to throw on there too.
Simple. Just download it off Twitter.
Oh, because I've seen that shit. I saw a guy in the crowd with his mugshot T-shirt on in the crowd. It's like, holy shit, people.
You can get him from donating to his campaign.
Oh, really? Oh shit, there it is. Oh no. Oh.
Get this shit out of the way.
Oh.
I love it.
No fucking way.
I love it. Boy is ready. Hey,
Oh.
Cricket Crazy.
My gosh. Ah.
We don't do follow for follow here, but we appreciate you.
Hey, much love, Cricket Craze. Thank you.
I'll check out your little link here.
Yeah, I will too. I'll check you out. I'm clicking on you right now. Some cricketer are retire at early age. I like cricket. Cricket's fun. Cricket's fun. Nice. It's all cricket stuff. Fuck yeah.
Oh.
And then there was the one time the Major League Baseball, ex-Major League Baseball player went over to India and played cricket in the big stadium, and he made that whole crowd go nuts because they had no idea until it was too late what was going to happen. It was like, he fucking launched that damn ball everywhere. Oh.
No, that mug is awesome. I like that.
Oh, I missed something. What? Oh, is the mug complete now? Like, wait, what happened?
I don't know if it's complete with the other part of the logo, but like that front, those colors pop.
Yeah.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of the best mugs out there.
Definitely ordering one for the office.
Those are.
Oh shit! Shut the fuck up! You're gonna go into the office with that, bro.
Oh yeah, baby.
Should you put it on both sides?
Here comes the storm.
That way, like it's always visible. Like
that's what I was thinking was do like a left-handed version, a right-handed version, and then a fuck everybody version.
Oh man!
So it doesn't matter how you're holding it, somebody's gonna see it.
Right. I like it.
Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah. You gonna get your ass fired?
Well, maybe they'll buy some fucking mugs.
Oh, does your office have a lot of people that are maybe thinking like you do, other than the one individual?
I'm pretty sure that most of the people I work with think like me. They just ain't got the set of balls that I got. Because I'm to a point where I've put up with enough shit over the last 6-8 years to where
you guys,
you know what I mean?
Christmas presents.
Yes, and this is exactly what I was
order
thinking
a fucking case of them and give one to everybody.
I was thinking about ordering everybody a mug and everybody a shirt.
Oh, and that's perfect. You can do the little t-shirt roll and just stick it in the mug.
Stick it in the mug.
Wait, hold on. Are you even talking about giving it to the?
Well, yeah. I don't want them to feel left out.
I can't leave them out.
Oh shit,
Fuck.
Bro.
That would be rude
That would be
to leave them out.
discrimination if you left them out.
Man, they'd be like, dude, why didn't you get the transgendered person a t-shirt?
Bro.
I'll be right back.
Didn't we like discuss this already? That 9 times out of 10 they're just going to see the rainbow and think, oh.
Yes. I know. At first they're going to be like, oh, this is awesome.
For a day or two until they finally look over at it and realize it actually says what it says.
Right. Thank you so much. I love you. Make sure you get that on camera when they're thanking you, saying that they love you for that gift, and then cut the camera right before they're like, oh, "Fuck you." That way
Here.
you have that evidence is like, no, Judge, look, they said they love me for it. I swear. It's
Just gave
good.
them a gift. Just
We're good.
I don't know nothing about all that. I just saw rainbow and thought they might like it.
Oh my
Yes, Your Honor,
gosh.
I happen to be the only person that has a website that sells them, but still, I thought they might like it.
Gosh, bro.
All right, so this Trump thing,
Uh-huh.
I think what I want to do with the Trump thing is,
Mhm.
so that's kind of okay.
That looks great.
Yeah, I don't know. That does look actually pretty
It
good.
looks
now that I'm actually
fantastic.
putting it on the fucking shirt, huh?
That looks fucking brilliant. And if we actually had like the shirts with the smiley face, do the exact same shirt, the exact same thing, and plaster that fucking thing on that too. You know what I mean?
Let's add a new T-shirt.
Oh my
T-shirt.
goodness!
Oh, that was a. Hang on, go back.
Wow.
That was, what did she call that? A tank top.
Yes.
A tank top. A
That
wife
was
beater.
considered razorback.
Yeah, I saw something earlier. It said something about razor edge or razorback.
No, the ones that curve in like that are a razorback. The ones that I can't see.
Oh, you're gonna do a different tank. You're not gonna do a t-shirt. You're just doing a different tank top.
What are we doing?
Which kind were you wanting, Hooka? The Razorback that was already done, or this version?
Yeah, the one that was already done was perfect.
Oh, you're gonna do a tank top with a smiley face on it, too?
Not to be mean, but I do not want a tank top with a smiley face, just a coffee mug.
She done told you.
But it looks good on there too.
Well, yeah, that smiley face is gonna look good on anything that's black. It will, because the colors pop. You know what I mean? It's just going to. I don't think it would look that good on a white T-shirt, but who knows? People might want a white fucking T-shirt. But
Nobody should wear white.
I like wearing white when I can't get it dirty.
I guess white. I like white on men, but I don't like white on me.
Wait a minute. You like white on men, but you don't like white on you, which means you don't like white men on you.
I was thinking something else white, but yeah, okay.
I was going with the other stuff that was white, but it's been 6 years, so I have no clue what that stuff is anymore.
Oh shit. Oh, Hooka, I'm gonna cry for you. Here I am talking about all the great sex my wife and I have, and you're like, fuck you.
White man.
It's weird. It doesn't even bother me. Now I might go with that smiley face on a black hoodie. That would look cool. But I think I'd want it on the back.
Right?
Oh, does it let you choose? Like when a customer goes in to order, would it let you choose between, like, let the customer choose if they wanted it around the front or the back, or do you have to have it set beforehand?
Yeah, he'll have to set it.
Set it.
So you could do one, you can do a
wanted.
version with the front, you could do a version with the back, you could do all sorts of fucking shit.
Right, because I would think something like that would be more customer friendly, because that would look cool just on the sleeve. It's as subtle as well.
Well, you could do all sorts of shit. All sorts of shit. Yeah, that would be cool on the sleeve as a subtle, and then like Trump's mugshot on the back with the "Indict Me Too." You could actually put Speak Freely logo, the silver version, chrome version of Speak Freely logo on one shoulder or something, or somewhere, or like maybe on the breast, and then like the rainbow on the shoulder or something, and then on the back, Trump's fucking face with "Indict Me Too." Like, you could load it up. You could do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it's full of options here.
I mean, you could really load up a hoodie or a shirt for the ultimate, Trump person. You could just start throwing shit all over. You could make it look like a NASCAR uniform. You just got endorsements everywhere. The endorsement shirt.
Patches. Does this website make patches?
Oh, that's it right there. We got to do it. I endorse this message line of shirts, hoodies, or whatnot, and mug. So the I endorse line is that where you just plaster everything on it. So you have all of the stuff on it. That would be great. I endorse this message line. And you could have somewhere on it say, I endorse this message. Like, there you go. Oh, my goodness. There we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah, and if
chicken nuggets.
Huh?
I want chicken nuggets.
Yeah, but remember what happened last time. I'm sorry. I just have to remind you as your friend. Don't do it. Don't touch the nugget.
Yeah, who needs to get out of bed for the next fucking 3 months?
You do? You do?
Oh,
You would need to do that, maybe.
The kid's not here to take dogs out. Yeah, I gotta be able to get out of bed. I don't want to live through that again. Chicken nuggets aren't worth it.
Right. So oh, is that a flag? Shut the fuck up. I know where that flag will go. Hookah's going to have that right behind her next to the Trumpy flags. And I got to send one to Dez. Dez does not do rainbows, but I know she'd do that fucking rainbow. She totally would. She totally would. Oh my goodness.
Now you did it, Yogi. You woke Philip up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, now you're trying to look all cute.
I swear I didn't do it. I didn't mean to do it, Mom.
I totally just watched him. He fucking, because, like, I don't know what it is, but if it's his breed or whatever, but he does this springboard action where he just, like, I'm gonna jump, and he just goes.
This is too much fun. I could watch you do this all night long, and this is not helping me at all. But it's making me feel better. So,
well, that's a plus.
All right. Well,
I was gonna say we're an hour over.
And here's the thing: it's gonna make me feel better right now. You're gonna unleash this on the world here pretty soon, and then no one's gonna buy a fucking thing, and then I'm gonna feel like shit again.
Yeah, but at least you can say you tried. And you can mark it off the list so that the next time somebody like me shows up and says, hey, you should sell a shirt, you can be like, no, fuck you, I already tried that.
Right. Yeah, well, I have a feeling no one else is showing up like you. I'm pretty sure you're a one-off. And you might be
more than me.
You might be extinct after Christmas with what you're planning to do. So,
oh yeah,
fucking
this fucking train may come to an abrupt stop.
Z-Man will fucking go postal.
Yeah, well,
So how much are those coffee cups?
at least it would be legal when I punch them.
Right. I think it's $15 it said, or 15 or 16. 15
I think
something.
I made it $14.99.
Oh, $14.99?
Sweet.
Go look.
I just know what it showed on the screen when we were doing it, so.
Yeah, $14.99.
Nice.
Is it already up on the list?
Well, it doesn't have my other logo on it yet, so you're going to have to
I'll
wait.
have to wait.
Yeah, he's got to fix that up.
I will be patient.
Yeah, you got to have the Speak Freely logo on it first before you get it.
Yeah, I like the silver one too. So.
Yeah. Well, see, this one I sent the other version of that logo over to him. He's gonna have to monkey with it probably. Maybe. I don't know. I think you already did this version once, and I was like, take that bottom off. So you probably have it in your stuff somewhere. You just gotta find it.
Yeah, the question would be if I actually saved it as a project or if it was just one of those one-offs that I was just doing.
copy.
That's why I like Canva, because Canva just automatically saves everything I work on.
Well, you did get me sending it over to you, right? Because now you have
Yeah,
it
I got
again.
it.
Then
Yeah,
you
it's
just
fine.
now you just have to fucking refine it like you already did once. Whoopsie. But that done on that black with that, you know, as the Speak Freely logo on that is like a platinum edition thing. That would be great. It would look good on that mug. And even if you did it in a small logo, so it was like a tiny logo in comparison, you know, you don't have to make it big, just tiny, like a little miniature stamp.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, like
Ooh,
you know
on
how
the bottom.
like the China, yeah, but you. Oh yeah, actually that would be cool, but I don't think they offer to put it on the bottom because yeah, when you drink from it.
Although I drink from a straw, so I'd
But no,
never be tipping it up
if it was just
anyway.
like a, yeah, like a you know what I mean, little stamp logo on the other side, where it's like the size of the eye of the, yeah, if it was like the size of the eye over on the other side, that would be kind of cool. So it's not like just massive, but you could do massive version too, I guess. I don't know.
I would like it massive.
That's what she said. Hey, you just walk into these things.
I said that one actually knowing I was walking into it for once.
There's not shy here. If you're gonna try to give her some, it better meet the measurements. Like, do you qualify? Nope, sorry. I gotta
Hold
throw
on.
you back.
I got my tape measure.
Yeah, I gotta throw you back. You're not big enough. Gotta let you grow a little bit more. It's like fishing derby. Oh my goodness. Is it a keeper?
Weird looks when I went to the store the other day because I forgot that because I was measuring shit and I usually just wrap it around my neck like a scarf.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just put it, so when I left, I had it on, and somebody kept looking at me like something was off, and I looked down. I'm like, oh, it's probably because I'm wearing a tape measure as a scarf out in public. I got crochet hooks in my hair.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck, I got stared at less when I had blue hair.
Oh. That's
because they just quickly look and then glance away, like, oh fuck, it's crazy chick.
Little
now they're like,
right. Well, little do you know that you just started a trend, and now next time you go out, you'll see other people with measuring tapes around there.
oh, probably. And it probably won't. I know it wasn't the first time I've done that. It probably won't be the last time that I do that. But yeah.
Somebody's be like, "Where do you do your tailoring? Where's your tailor shop?"
Oh, I'd love to have a tailor shop. I tried. There's a little shop on Main Street, or this town's Main Street's not called Main Street. There's actually no Main Street in this town, which is really weird. But the main strip has this little consignment shop with a tailor shop inside of it. And in the back side of it is a leather shop that does boots, cowboy hats, and saddles. And the lady that was doing the tailoring had recently passed. And then the young lady of the girl that owns the shop was in there one day. And then we were talking and she took my information down and everything. But the owner has become really sick and the shop has been closed for weeks now. And it sucks because I told her, I was like, I'll come in and run the shop I'll come in during the day and run it for free. The only thing is the tailoring any money that I make off tailoring would be all mine. And she's like, oh my god, that would help us out a lot. But then her mom or her grandma, whoever owns the shop, is really, really sick now, so I don't think that's gonna happen, which is a bummer, because I really was gonna be like the guy out back with the leather area, be like, hey, what you working on? And just look, because I've done small leather work, but it would be nice to like learn how to make cowboy boots because that's what he does.
Nice.
Like just to watch that process. I'd probably never actually make cowboy boots, but I have been interested in making shoes for years. There's a problem with that mug. It's in the computer and not here with coffee in it.
Oh shit. That's
I
funny.
really like that.
I know I'm staring at it too, going, man, that's a fucking badass mug.
It
I
is.
personally don't like that style of mug. I mean, it looks good. It's just for me, I have other styles that I would prefer, but it still looks badass. And that logo on any mug, it's gonna look good.
Yeah. I have to be able to get my hand in it,
Mhm.
and it has to be flat bot. Like, I love the style that you like, but those ones tend to break and fly very easily when I have a twitch.
Hmm. Wait, the diner style?
Yeah, see how
They're
it,
heavy
it
duty.
curves?
Yeah.
Well, see, maybe none of the ones that I've ever had.
This is like thick, heavy
Yes,
duty.
but you can't get your hand into.
Right.
See how I can get my hand into it?
Yeah, it's only two fingers you can.
Yeah, that no go.
That's why some people because it's got that thin, the thin waist, they'll
Yep.
grip it like this.
Yeah, see, I can't do that.
Or I've seen some people do the double finger like this, even though like
Yeah, that's just retarded.
when they're like boom.
That's like one in the pink, two in the stink. I don't like that.
Oh wow, there it is. Wait, hold on. Why does it look off on yours? It looks cockeyed. I'm serious. Like that logo looks
That's what I
cockeyed.
thought too. It looked
Like the Speak Freely going across isn't straight. It's off. That's weird. Or at least it looks off. Maybe I'm just fucking delusional. But just the logo itself, bro. Like when you yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look because the logo I sent you, compared
looks like it's
it,
going like this.
look at Speak Free. Like it doesn't look like it's going straight across. It looks cockeyed.
Could it be because of the way it wraps around the mug?
No,
I think that was something I was playing with when we were last playing with this, and I may have tilted it because it does look tilted now that I've got it pulled up in Photoshop again.
Yeah, I don't like the tilt. Get the fucking tilt out of there.
Fucking crazy shit. There was no telling what we were discussing when I tilted that.
Well, shit happens, right? Oh, and I noticed that on the website too. It was tilted when you put it on there, but I was like, oh, maybe that's just what it is. But it is tilted. That's what I thought. It's like, I know I'm not delusional. It's like, here's, yeah. See, that's what it looks like. Oops.
It's because it's a 3D object. I've grabbed it. I just want to move it.
Oh, so like when I send it to you in 2D, you make it 3D,
and then
it fucks it then, because that's
once it becomes 3D,
mm-hmm.
I'm still working in a 2D plane, right? So I have to click on it, and when I click on it, that becomes the anchor point for the pivot. So when I start, I have to click it right in the middle, so that the pivot is in the middle. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Here,
it does.
Let me see if I can do this.
Because like that's even low too. Like the top of the K and the top of the F kind of split the post. The K kind of goes into it, but the K is just underneath where the microphone connects to the post. And the F loop, the loop of the F loops right over the post. It just looks off to me. And maybe that was a bad idea. Maybe adding that. I mean, I think it looks good on there actually as a little silver Speak Freely logo on the other side. But that being said, it don't look right.
It, but
It's
it's
off.
gotta be centered. It's gotta be
Yeah.
either
It's gonna bug the shit out of me.
all the way to the bottom, or it has to be evenly from the top and evenly from the bottom. Sorry,
Yeah, here I'll
my OCD is weird.
yeah, no, it's correct. It's not weird. Here, I'm gonna send this to you so you feel better about this whole thing.
I don't
There.
like being critical. Why are you sending me shit?
So you can see what I'm looking at. So you know what I'm talking about. Because this is how I built this logo like this.
Right. Yeah. I get.
You see how it's off?
Yeah.
So why don't we just use the one that you sent?
You can, but I thought we wanted it to be silver and whatnot. This is because it wasn't fully finished because I couldn't get the colors right on it. Remember how I was like, oh, can you chrome it up and then make it 3-dimensional? And then you chromed it up and made it 3-dimensional.
And now it's not straight.
Right. It's not straight. Yeah.
I like the font, but at the same time, the font is not crisp.
Right. That's and that was
readability.
Well, that was I just sent that so he could do it up. He refined it, but we could. Can you make just the logo, the Speak Freely, just chrome without 3Ding it, and then just keep the microphone the way it is? Would that straighten it up or no? I'm just asking.
We could try.
Because that would probably work better or look better than if or maybe not. I don't fucking know. Or just use that and just crisp it up, I guess. Chrome it up. I don't fucking know.
I like it in just the way it is. Like that would look good on. Well, no, because it's a black mug, so that might blend in too much that way.
Oh yeah, it's not. Yeah, you wouldn't see this on the black mug. Here, let's see. I'll just since I'm in. Let's see if I can fuck with this a little bit from my end. So it's a little blurry though too from my end. So let's see here. We'll go there. Let's do that. Ooh. Let's see. Yeah. Oh. Oh, I see. Whoa. Well, that makes it pop when I do that, but I don't know. That's much better. What I just I'm monkeying with it, making it better real quick, but I don't. It looks better, but. Remember, this is all for you, Hooka.
I appreciate it. I will be ordering definitely this fucking mug. Like, I want it like tomorrow. I know it's not gonna happen.
Next day shipping. $500. I don't.
Yeah, I ain't got that kind of money.
$500.
I already fucked up this month and went over on fucking groceries twice.
Here, I'm going to send you the crisper version of this to see what you think about that. And then I'm going to send
Oh yeah, that's much better on the, and of course that will be silver, right? Is that the
Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately,
colors?
well, it's gray. The mic is, I mean, it's supposed to be all
right.
gray, silver, whatever.
Right.
Brother Lode's going to have to fix it because I can't do that much editing on my end, sadly. He's the,
Well, I meant that it would read like a gray or silver on the mug.
yeah. If he can chrome it out, then that right there chromed out, because I can't. Mine won't give me the chrome color.
Well, even in the gray, that would be cool. I wouldn't worry about the chrome so much.
Well,
even in the gray, it will pop nicely on the black.
Well, I'd like the right. No, you're right. I would like the microphone and the name to be the same in color.
Right.
But I can't get. They don't have that option on this app that I'm using to make. You know, I can't tie that together for whatever reason. It's dumb. I can't.
Yeah, I like that.
For whatever reason.
For the styling. Sweet.
I'm limited in some of my ability here.
Right. No, I get it. I was just curious on like what it would, what it technically was considered. Gray, silver, white. This jam is awesome.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? Really. I gotta monkey around with my stuff and set up a little space that promotes their station, so
Yeah,
that
let
people
everybody
know.
where to find them.
Yeah, so that I can pop it up when we're playing it in the background, so people know.
Yeah. So you're actually, is it going to be a game night? Is that what?
Let me go to bed and figure it out. I don't know.
Well, the only reason why because we were gonna figure out Monopoly, but
Ooh, yeah.
you had said that you weren't gonna be around, so I didn't end up asking Claude about Monopoly games to even make sure that I can play them. But then at one point, I think he said that might not be an option.
Right.
Yeah, the Monopoly I didn't see. I saw an online version, but it wasn't actually Monopoly. If that makes any sense. What the?
Right, it was like a knockoff because it's owned. There's a
Yeah.
monopoly on Monopoly.
That looks way better, except the name's not. Oh, that sucks.
What? Speak.
I can't see the speak freely on it. It blends and
Yeah, it blends hard on that.
and it's a little, yeah, bummer. That's okay. No worries. It's not the end of the world. You just can't see the speak freely. That's sad. It's a sad day.
But I do.
Make the
I
motherfucker white.
like bigger than the smaller one. I like
If-
it larger.
Gotta make it larger. She wants it bigger.
No. I like.
No, I get what
I'm
you're
just
saying.
gonna shut up.
No, I get what you, I guess white would work. Would white give the same essence though? I don't think so, but whatever. It's all good.
What if you made Speak Freely rainbow.
You know, the easiest way, honestly, even though it would clash, it's like maybe we just go with the original orange logo. Whoa, that's way better, but that's... Oh, I see what's going on, bro. The bottom half of it, whatever you did, it's just not filling the bottom half of Speak Freely out. Like, it's not wash. It's like it was minimal at the top. Then whatever you did, it made it go, cover more of it. If you did it one more time, it probably would cover the rest of the whatever you did. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but it just seems like now more than half of Speak Freely is covered in whatever you're doing. I know. You just are like, fuck you. You just do it yourself, bro. Yeah, I know. I'm getting too fucking picky about shit. I'm shutting up now.
Well, I will say this. I still ain't figured out how to read motherfuckers' minds, so.
Well, that's why I sent you this picture. So you can make it identical, except just, make it chrome.
See, when it's large like that, it reads perfectly.
Right. It still reads fine. And then if the Speak Freely actually was a little lower, it's a little high on the fucking stick there. Just saying.
And you couldn't have said this before I made a change?
Well, no, oh, for fuck. Don't you have the fucking picture I sent you right in front of you? If you can mimic that exact same fucking thing. Bro, I'm working
on the computer and I'm supposed to look over the phone. Hang on. Okay, so you want it down more towards the knob.
Yeah, don't be a knob, but yes, down lower than the... Never mind. Fucking A. What's going on here? Oh my gosh. I'm fired. I'm firing myself right now.
It's the witching hour. It's time to call it a night.
Yeah, we're over 8 hours of time right now.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that now that I'm in a little bit better mood, but I'm also a little like, fuck, my whole day yesterday was wasted. Fuck. I had plans. I was planning 2 hours of Trump, 3 hours off to do other shit, and then 3+ hours of podcasting. And Trump fucked me.
I tried to tell you that Trump was not going to be just a simple 2-hour thing.
Well, I understood that Trump would be in that 2-hour range, maybe give or take, right? I just didn't know start the fucking thing at 4 and it wasn't going to be Trump. Why are we doing all the idiots before Trump? No one gives two fucking shits what the other people before Trump say. Seriously. And then it because when I got in on that, I just thought it was okay. Trump's going to be here at 4. They said 4, so Trump would be speaking then, and they aren't going to televise all the idiots before him. If they were going to do that, I would have said, fine, we'll do this when Trump is supposed to appear. We'll log in right before then. I can do all my other shit, and I would just shifted shit around. That looks a lot better.
The category 4 that's coming in to Florida right now, I think is why he was so delayed.
Yeah, true. Now, get a final check on Hookah there so she knows what she's getting into now. Is that what you want right there, Hookah? Are you happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
Well, you didn't even see it. You're just saying that.
I did see that.
Do you want bigger than that or the same as that?
That's fine.
It still looks a little off, but I'm gonna shut up now. I'm just No, actually it doesn't. It's just it actually looks just right. It looks just right.
It looks good.
That look. Want that any bigger? Because I'm sure he could set it so it's bigger. Then you can order it, and then he could set it for what everybody else could have, and then you have like this special fucking version that nobody else has. This is the Hookah version.
My thought is if like I'm using it and I'm on screen, will that be visible? Like, will that be big enough to be noticeable to model it so that others go and order it from you?
I don't fucking know. I think the smiley face will be enough to model. I don't think anybody, you're going to see the Speak Freely side if you're holding it in your right hand. Now, if you're a lefty, though, then...
Well, I am a lefty, but I drink everything with my right hand.
Yeah. And see, I just switch everything around. Like, I'll drink one way or the other way. It doesn't matter. But, like, this mug, they did 2 variations of their logo and put it on one on each side, but it's different variations.
Yeah. See the way I have my desk set up?
Mm-hmm.
My drinks, so that I don't spill them, I'll go to the right. Because I'm more twitchy on the left usually, although tonight it's been my right arm.
Hey.
But like all my workspace stuff is to the left of me. So all my yarn and my scissors, all of that crap's over there.
Bro, you might as well just center that. If she's wanting to show it off, just center it and then make it a little bit bigger and then call it good, I guess. I mean, there you go. Yeah, center it and then...
Yeah, let's try that one. I like that.
Okay, the question of the day. Is Hookah happy?
Never happened.
Oh, it didn't revert to it. Oh, no. I saw that. Or is it changing it now? It's probably changed. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, it's much bigger. Can you feel it now? Is it big enough now? Can you feel it?
Yeah.
Does it fill your gap properly?
I like it. I don't know. I'll have to order it.
That actually looks pretty good like that. Look at that. Oh, and even a little picture. Oh, look at that. Fancy.
Pops perfectly down. Scoot on the counter. Colors look great. Nice.
Look, okay, hold on here, bro. If you order a case of these to give for Christmas, I have to I'm gonna request you video the whole process. You got to make a little miniature movie, a short film on receiving and then setting up all the presents and then delivering them and then have the secret Santa secret cam for when we get we need reaction video. This is gonna what the fuck? If you have glasses or something that has the little video camera in the middle of the glasses or something, we got to get that.
Yeah, fun times.
Christmas in Arkansas is going to be insane this year, apparently, at least at one place.
Right.
And we Speak Freely. Who's this Speak Freely fuck? The rainbow's awesome, but who's this? What's this all about?
Yeah, I don't even read the cups. Mic? What is a mic for? Nobody uses those old mics anymore.
Right. I think they're cool. I've thought about getting one, but then it's nah, I like being a little bit more modern. Oh.
It makes it cheap.
But once I looked at the prices, I was like, fuck that. Sorry.
Well, so Sebastian Gorka uses one, and it's a cheap one, and I think that one that he has is $250 or $300.
Yeah.
That's the cheap version. The expensive ones, though, I mean, you're talking $1,000 for some of those?
Yeah.
$600 to $1,000.
The one that I was looking at was $599. I was like, yeah, I love you, Blue, but I don't love much.
All right, what the fuck are we? Oh, we're doing hats now? Oh, shit. It's got to be a dad hat. Or fitted. None of the snapback crap. And not structured either. Can't have structured. Structure's horrible.
I don't wear baseball caps that often.
They might not have any versions there that will work. Is that flex fit? That's structured, but yeah, that would work. Some people would wear that. Oh, but it's flat bill though. Nobody wants a fucking flat bill, and it's snapback. Fuck that. That's dumb. Velcro. Fuck that. Nobody wants Velcro.
One of my favorite fucking Boston Celtics hats is a Velcro back. And I hate that thing because of that, but I love that hat.
Yeah. We're just gonna have to do hats differently, because I sent you that link to that one place, so we'll have to worry about hats another time. I mean, there might be hats that we could get away with now, but I don't know. It's not looking like it. They're not offering a lot of selection there, are they? They got beanies. You could do beanies. A beanie would probably work for now, because it's getting to be winter time too, so that you could do beanies in the moment. I got a lot of fucking shit. Just saying. I think someone's having more fun than we are right now building this out.
Fuck yeah.
Well, it beats doing shit work.
Fair enough. Are you supposed to be doing shit work right now? It's the weekend.
Right, I was just gonna say, are you neglecting your
off
job?
and I did work. So yeah.
Well, did you get a phone call or something to have to do that today, or?
I got a fucking text, and everybody was freaking out because it couldn't get done. And the one person that could have done it was like, "I don't have access. I can't fix it."
Oh my gosh. That
Even
dude.
though they went in and set everything up, and it was like, okay, well, if you're gonna do it that way, then you might as well record it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole point. I don't know, it's just fucking stupid shit, man. It's like there's no real point in fucking arguing and fighting and doing dumb shit, and it's bad quality.
Right.
It don't like your images. Wow. It's probably because it's so two-tone. Oh, well.
Just use a smiley face. See what it'll say with that. Don't like the image?
Bad quality. Please remove this image.
Yeah. I guess no beanie. No beanie action.
Size is 1200 by 720. So what if we take the logo, imagery size, print area is 1200.
Hooker, are you shopping right now? You're like, you are. You're like, I see, it's a shoppy face. I see the shoppy face.
No, it's not a shoppy face. It's not a shoppy face.
No, you're looking, whatever you're looking at, you were like really zoning in on. So
The stupidity of people.
okay, well you were jamming to the song too. I saw the boom.
I was jamming to the song,
and
and then I was like, "Oh, I got a message." So I checked the message, and I'm just like, "Really, really? Can't you say hello first? Really?"
Hi, Callie. Hi, Callie.
It's not Callie.
Oh, it's someone. Well, I just, it fits the demanding, remember, let me in now. Let me in now.
Connecticut is demanding.
Oh, shit. Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm just going to start ignoring people that are from states that begin with C.
That's what it is. They're wanting me to use this embroidery template. So that's why it's not working.
I thought you were already on that template right there.
No, it looks like it's a special template because they're wanting me to download it. So
Yeah.
you just have to wait on your beanie.
Oh well, we don't need to worry about it. I think we probably don't need any hats at this moment, do we? Do we really need any hats right this second? Probably not.
I make all my hats. I ain't buying hats. My hands make my beanie.
Wait, is that a onesie?
Tote bag.
Can we make a onesie for a kid for people like their Speak Freely baby onesies? You know how many smiley face, rainbow face onesies would be out there with parents that are like, my kid is not gonna be fucking gay, not like that, like no trans bullshit here. And if they are, we'll accept it, but we're not gonna like play this game. You know, we're not gonna let you turn them this way. Oh, the churches will be filled. If I could find one church where they would all do a rainbow smiley face out, you know, instead of like a blackout or a whiteout, like like they do a rainbow smiley face, the whole church is wearing them. That would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool to see the religious folks get behind this. And then they'll find my podcast where I'm like, fuck religion. You know, they're like, what the hell?
But honestly, like if they're even if they are a church, if they're done correctly, they should not be offended by that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they shouldn't, and they should feel the same way in the current climate.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, that works well on any of those
Ooh,
colors.
I like it on that teal.
Because you got the black square, but then you've got you can just, boom, that looks good. All of them look good.
Now, are you
A solid black
black
onesie with that
square?
too, though. Oh my goodness, so funny.
Are you able to get rid of the black square, or is that just part of it, the design?
It's probably part of the design. Probably screen printed on like that, so it's gonna be like black.
No, I think I can make the image transparent right now. It's just black because that's what we were going with.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Requested
I'll make my request at a later date. I've already overspent my money.
Wait, you're getting onesies? What?
No, I want a tank top with the smiley that's in teal.
Oh, oh my goodness.
I'm an aquamarine freak. I've got 6 pairs of Converse that are that color.
You must really like the smiley face that we came up with.
I do. I am in love with the fucking froggy smiley face. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you have a mission. You have a mission. As soon as you get your coffee cup, which I know will be there next week at some point probably, and then as soon as you get your onesie, or I mean
You're not getting a onesie.
as soon as you get your tank top,
Right.
you have to go do a live over on that other place that shall remain nameless. And you have to screen video. You gotta have to screen record people seeing what you're wearing and the reactions. Like, watch them freak the fuck out.
I would totally do that.
Because you know they're not going to be able to read. Yeah, you know they won't be able to read what it says in the middle at first, and they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, that's so awesome!" And then you lean into the camera, and you're like, "Read," and then they're gonna read it, and their face is gonna go, "Fuck you."
You don't want to come up into my box and talk about it? I'll give you access to my backup account so you can hide in the chat.
No, I can't put myself through that. No. This is a mission for you and you alone. If you choose to accept this mission.
If it goes as horrible as I think it will, I will do it weekly until my account gets banned.
Oh, I know who you could actually have help you with that, though. You have Emma. Emma would help you.
Oh. I thought you were talking about getting it banned. Because Care Bear will probably ban me.
Oh, man.
Or try to.
No, I help you with like screen recording or whatever to get reactions from people. Emma probably could help you with that. That would be pretty cool.
That means I'd have to put that crappy app back on my phone.
Oh yeah, well, never mind then. Don't worry about it. You don't have to do that. I just
And I had it on when I took it off my phone. I factory reset my phone so that none of its fucking shit is running on my phone. But I haven't put anything on my phone that I can't factory reset it again. So.
for me, if I get a T-shirt, which I'll probably end up getting a damn T-shirt, and who knows, I might get a few other things too. But my mission will be, whoa, bro left. My mission will be, to go to TikTok and screen record. Like, I just think we all need. Whoa, what the hell just happened? Hold on a second here. Boom. And no. And there we go. So if all like, I just want to get reactions so we can do a reaction video, like a compilation, and because if he does a short movie about his whole process, you do something like a short movie, I do a short movie, but then we do a compilation thing, and I think it would be fantastic. Oh yeah.
Yeah, could be fun. Although I don't know if I want to get stuck back in that rabbit hole.
Well, maybe we just have Emma do it then. But Emma's on the other side of the pond, so it's like
I'll slum it. I'm okay with slumming it.
You okay, bro?
Who knows?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh,
Maybe while I'm over there, I can sell a few Trump dolls.
oh, Trumpy doll with one of these T-shirts on him.
The onesie.
Oh, the onesie on the Trumpy doll.
The zero. Size 0.
Oh my goodness.
0 to 3 months. And then I can take it in from there. Actually, I'm sure they have infant T-shirts.
Probably so. They seem to have
Preemie.
just about all sizes.
Yep.
What else? Like, staring at the onesies, kind of creepy now. What else? What else are you doing?
You could offer one of those onesies free with each of your donations when you repopulate the world with your pure blood.
Oh yeah. I haven't thought about that in a while.
Be like, this is the fee. When child is born, I must see a picture of child in said onesie.
Right. Right. Oh my.
That's
goodness.
the cost of the donation. And please send this what is it in do not disclose agreement. Thank you.
Look, I think seriously, I know things that look good and things that, like, I just have an eye for stuff for whatever reason, and I keep looking at this fucking mug in the logo, and I just think that if people start to find out about it, it's going to fly off the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people are going to buy the living shit out of this thing. And it's going to be amazing and epic on multiple different levels. First and foremost, the most important level is get the word out. We need to stop this bullshit, and we need to rally around that thought process of get our rainbow back. The other part, though, it's just like that would be great because that would be able to fund all of us to be able to just worry about podcasting and not all the other fucking problems in the world. So, not saying that one logo is going to, like, cure financial problems for everyone, but maybe it will. You never fucking know. Sometimes it only takes one thing. The one-hit wonder. That's it. This could be the hit right here. You never know. It looks good though.
Well, I mean, you've got 3 solid starts. You know, you've got the
pants.
Not the pants. No, he tucked his shirt.
He tucked in the pants.
See, men can tuck, women cannot.
Yeah, but that wasn't a man.
Oh, I
That was
didn't
a
see
girl.
it.
That
Oh,
was a girl. That was
Yeah,
a girl, and
see?
she's tucked.
Yeah.
That's
But she's
not
in the
right.
onesie though. That's a onesie with.
that looks
Yeah,
like a
she's
Yeah,
just-
child.
that's
You know,
yeah, it's
onesie.
just a little.
She's a girl, though. I mean,
Yeah,
that's-
she's
who's the boy.
Yeah, why do you got the little
He
kid?
doesn't even have pants
Now
on.
the-
They're like, fuck it.
Yeah, now
He's
that's
just
how you
like-
pose the kid. But the girl looks, she's got her hand on her hip like she's fucking 40 years old. Karen. That's the
correct.
beginning of a Karen right there. Like, what's going
already
on?
complaining.
What the fuck?
100%.
She's smashing in a pink shirt. Anyways, all right. So, what the fuck am I making now?
Well, do you have a actual T-shirt done? You got the hoodie, you got a tank top. Is there an actual
Hang on,
T-shirt?
Let's go to the store.
What do you
I
got?
thought
We
you
got
did
9 products. We
Yeah,
got,
you do got the T-shirt. Okay, there's
We
a
got
T-shirt.
baby stuff. We got rainbow. We got the hoodie with it on the back. We got the unisex with it on the front. We got the Trump Back Me Too hashtag. We got black mug.
Yeah.
That's a fucking dumb looking picture. Yeah. So then we have
What's
a regular
the dumb
T-shirt, and we got a what?
What's a dumb looking picture?
It's it
Oh,
should
the
be
white
like
one where you
mug
can't
should be like
see
sitting
the.
sideways so that you can
Right.
see the fucking logo.
Okay, I got what
Alright,
you're
I'm
saying
going to go
now. I was like,
unfuck that one. Edit. We're no longer using that one.
Yeah, but I like how you set that up.
Yeah. Well, what I'm gonna do is see if I can't change it so that it's like that.
Oh, gotcha.
now when you go in to order like the mugs, will it allow you to change from the black to the white or anything else, or is it just the way you set it? What the
I
fuck
think
is
it depends on the item.
Yo,
Oh,
like-
it's still fucking.
sideways,
It's fucking with you.
assholes.
It's fucking with you.
Oh, I
We
hadn't
get
hit
when you-
refresh yet, I don't think.
Go and look at it the other way.
There it
it's-
is.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Jesus.
Well, see, so I think there should like original logo and then silver edition logo stuff. Like you could like, okay, what do you prefer, the silver logo or let people choose, or people have a tendency to want to collect. So that's a problem too. So
Right. Well, I mean, you also gotta like slowly roll out some of it too. Like,
yeah,
give it a couple of weeks and then change up the design.
right, and that's what we've talked about before. It's nice to have a full shop, though. Like people to choose
It is.
from.
It is. But you still don't have anything with I am Trump.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. We don't have an I am Trump yet.
Now-
Hashtag I am Trump.
I'm gonna throw another curveball into this.
Oh
this
fuck! Here we
arena.
go. Watch out. Be careful, bro. She's coming. She's coming in hot.
Why the fuck is this logo square?
Because
Oh, don't even. Let's not go there. 'Cause
Ah,
he has
okay.
this fascination with round things.
I only like round logos. I'm sorry.
Me too. I am a round logo person, but when I built this, I think I told you when I built it, I didn't have the option at that time when I was trying to just, put it together real quick. I didn't have an option for round. So I just did that. But that's the thing though, to your point, at some point we will bring out a round Speak Freely logo.
Because I think round on the white would look awesome.
I actually think the square on the white with the orange looks good. That actually isn't too bad like that. I think the square on the black like that would look good as well, but the round would be superior, definitely
Now the
superior.
square on the black would look awesome, but the round on the white would look great.
Yep.
Would be like, I don't know. Sorry, I'm just gonna shut up. I'm not gonna talk about round things.
Would you ask for it to be bigger?
No, the size was perfect. It was just round. and Lord's working so hard that I don't I don't want to stress him out. I know what it's like
I'm
to have to
totally
design
working. All I'm
things.
doing is dragging my cursor around and left clicking occasionally.
You playing with yourself, eh?
I'm left clicking.
All for you, though, Speak.
Wait, hold on.
It's
This has
speak
been all for you
left.
tonight. Don't even fucking tell me it's for me. Like,
But it's your shop.
well, I know, but you're having
We
more
have a
fun than
problem.
anybody with just the whole, ooh, I like this, I like that. I thought you were already shopping for a second. Like, I want this. I want
I'm
that.
trying really hard not to go to the website.
Yeah, and brother here, he's already like, he's got aspirations of fucking getting shot at work on Christmas. So it's
yeah.
like,
I get killed at work. That's a payoff, man. Family's set for life.
So, I don't want to be too morbid, but the wife will at least forward us the video, right?
Oh, yeah, I was going to live stream it.
Like, I still want to see them opening this stuff, even if, you know.
If I was going to have to actually record it, I was going to schedule it like a month in advance so that everybody had the link, everybody knew where to go.
Perfect. Sounds great. Thank you.
I got a laptop at work. I'll put it in a backpack. I'll set up Streamlabs so that my camera is streaming. I'll buy one of those little like spy pin cameras and like stick it as like a tie lapel or something so you can't really see it. And then I'll just walk around handing shit out and record the reactions.
oh my gosh, this is going to be a thing. You'll get 1 million hits on this. Depending on the reactions, you're going to get 1 million hits. Like, what the heck?
It's good. Oh man, it could go sideways so bad. I could end up in jail and I'd laugh my ass off. The
It
whole
could
time.
go so sideways, you might get a Medal of Freedom from President Trump.
You're like,
And
"Damn,
he'll
dude."
stay on stage and clap.
Yeah. Unlike some fucking asshats we know.
Oh, shit. That would be priceless. Priceless.
Yeah, well.
I might actually get a conversation with President Trump at that point.
We gotta send one to Trump.
Oh yeah, we could give him actually, there you go. President Trump gift pack. Speak Freely stuff and hook a closet 13th closet Trumpy doll pack. All like just a big Christmas pack. Something for the grandkiddo, something for him, something for the family. You know. Yeah.
So, the T-shirt, not the T-shirt, the tank top, the Indict Me Too, with his mugshot. That could make a cool flag too. Although I don't know if you guys have seen the video out during one of the baseball games, they dropped a big flag that had Trump on it. It said 1777, and it said Trump or death. And I mean, it was like a massive flag.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
you
see-
could probably take up my whole wall. It was really cool. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Not recommending it for the website, but I'm just saying, like,
Well-
it was cool. You should find it.
You do understand what that signifies, right?
Oh, I 100% understand what that signifies. That's like easy. Yeah.
It signifies everything that I've been saying about there's going to be factions that if shit goes squirrely, Democrats better just fucking pray they are not found, because those groups will it'll be bad. And I will say, I fucking told you so. I fucking warned
And
you.
if I end up stuck in Maine when this shit goes down,
It's a real thing, and when they're starting to put flags out there like this, then you know there are groups of individuals that are so fed up like we are, except I'm not looking to do that. I'm not going to be a part of one of those factions. I'm well aware though that shit will happen. It's that's why I want to stop that. I want to stop it now. That's why, hey, full transparency, people. Can we just know, just you need to let some of the air out of the balloon before the balloon fucking pops, and the only way you can let air out of the balloon right now is to give some real fucking truth, the dark truth, As much as
Well,
you guys
I mean,
think we can't handle
that
it.
flag,
Yeah.
that flag gives it. You know, I mean, we're to the point where we're gonna either fix the government the correct way and the proper way by voting Trump back in,
Mm-hmm.
or we are like what happens. It will be a civil war
Mm-hmm.
because we can't continue down this path, especially if the election is stolen, which we already know they're working on vigorously to do.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they're just trying to shore up what they already did in 2020. They gotta figure out how they can do it again without anybody being privy to it, even though we already know that they're gonna do it.
if I mean, I
Hey, brother, what are you working on now?
Circles.
Oh, fuck!
I'm sorry.
Why did I
It
fucking?
It was
know?
okay to say no. It really was.
Did I
It is,
fucking-
and I would have said no, but this is something that Speak and I have already discussed like numerous fucking times. So it's like, let's just go ahead and do this. So
Yeah,
that
but
we
I
can
just
get it
said
done.
like a little bit ago that can be another time. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, you know, life is life, and right now I'm bored, so I'm entertaining myself. by making
That's what your
various-
fucking joystick's for. Go
alright,
fucking play with that.
Mm-mm,
Like what the hell?
mm-mm. That's what my wife's job is for, but that apparently ain't the way it works. So there we go.
Yes. Amen.
Bada fucking bang. So here we are making fucking circles.
You know what I left on the TV, but I thinking that these dolphins are inappropriately forcing themselves onto another dolphin. Like,
Dolphins are horny little bastards.
yeah,
They'll fuck you if you ain't watching.
probably.
No, they will. There's video out there where they,
Well, that's what I'm watching.
like they'll fuck you.
They are forcing themselves on another dolphin.
Oh, they'll force themselves on a lady. I've seen the videos. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, you ladies gotta be careful in the water. They'll come hump your ass. They're like dogs, except in the water. and they ain't trying to hump your leg either. They trying to straight up hump you.
My mom's pony. Anytime I went out to ride the horse, the pony thought that it was okay to attack me. Like, I'm like, no, dude, like, go away.
Oh yeah, we never did finish up looking at other mugs. Hooka got her fucking mug. What about my fucking mug? I gotta have a mug that I pick because like she. Ooh, look at that.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Except the inner logo needs to be a little bit bigger. It's got to fill out that circle. Like yeah, if you yeah, like you know what I mean. I know you know what I mean. You got to fill that thing out. Because I mean, it's like what, throwing a fucking hot dog down a hallway. Like, no, you got to make sure that hole feels you. So that was a perfect logo, though. Do we try to make it look like the square logo, except just round? Like, do we try to do the little, you know, how I darkened up the edges around the edges and whatnot, or no?
You want to darken up the edges again?
I mean, I like. It can be clean like that was. I'm just asking you guys, should we try to make it similar to the original square, and how I monkeyed with that, or do we leave it clean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern?
Hang on a second.
I'm fine with clean.
So there's that. Really, you're not gonna let me fucking open it? Let's see what copy.
Nope, she's keeping her legs closed. Sorry.
It's all good. I'll just save the motherfucker.
No fun time for you.
File. Open.
Hookah's having too much fun. She's jamming to the music. She's enjoying the music. And she's like, ooh, look at all these goodies that they're making for me. Oh, I have some cool stuff.
I'm gonna have to go over to that other app and beg for money just to pay for it all.
Well.
Okay.
And I wouldn't feel guilty about that one.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I wonder how many people over there, if they saw the smiley face but didn't know whose it is, like I'm not attached to it, but how many people actually would be like, oh my God, that's awesome. I've got to have one. And then they see it's mine and they're like, nope,
Right, I give
fuck
them
you.
the link to go purchase it and they're like, oh.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
I'd be like,
Right. Hey, I was never a bad person to anybody over there. So, I mean, honestly, I just always was honest with people. I was a good dude
I
over there.
pissed a lot of people off and the fuckers still came back. I couldn't understand it.
Ooh, I like that. I like what you did there. Ooh. Well, everybody over there well, not everybody. There was a large group of people that just thought I was mean because I was being honest. It's like,
I'd bash them for Chinese shopping.
And what?
For shopping at Walmart.
Oh. Yeah,
selling their products that are, Chinese based.
Yeah, stop fucking supporting that shit. Except, oh wait, this stuff that we're doing right now, guarantee you it's gonna have a fucking China label on it, probably. Oh, I'm not. Oh, Indonesia.
Well,
Nicaragua.
the are based in the U.S. at least.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
I will just pretend and not look. I just gotta go in real quick, order my stuff, and leave.
Right. I know. Well, it's like this little mug. I had to have this mug because it's one of my favorite breweries over on the coast. But then if you flip here, it's Chinaware.
Yep.
Except this is the thing. We talked about this before.
I'm not too. I'm okay with like the Chinaware, the real Chinaware, like your coffee mug and stuff like that. Like that's okay. Like this one is it's a metal cup that's dipped in ceramic. So if I drop it, I still have a metal cup.
Right.
And it's made in China.
Look, I mean, my grandma had this wonderful dinner set, and it was her fine china because it was made in China, and it was really nice stuff that she probably got in the 1930s or whatever.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean? But that was a different time, different era where, okay, you got something Chinese, but it was fucking stellar. It was good, and people,
Right.
And it's like this mug made over there, and it's fucking hardy. I could probably take somebody out with this mug.
And I mean, we discussed it when I was talking, because, supplies for the Trump dolls and stuff. Like, so far, everything is U.S. made.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to bring down the price, I'm going to have to order from China.
Right.
And is it worth it? Because I've had a lot of people really interested. My website's saying that it's getting about 6 people going in and looking a day. So, like, what's not converting? Is it because it's just a stupid little crocheted doll, or is it the price point? But at this point, the more I like function out the price, like I'm losing because it takes me about 16 hours to make one, and I only charge 3 times the supplies and not the hourly rate. So I'm not even making $10 an hour. Not even making $6 an hour after supplies and everything. So it's like, but I'm enjoying it, so I really don't care.
Right?
You know, like what else am I gonna do for 16 hours a day?
You gonna listen to this music?
Definitely.
Oh shoot!
Are you just gonna stare at me all night? Is that the plan, Yogi?
Yeah.
I had to order you guys a new one of these. You guys have like destroyed it.
Hey brother, if you look at the Rumble icon that I've got, that's because it just makes it round. If you go somewhere in that route, somewhere down that road where it looks very similar to that, where it damn near fills that whole circle, it might. I think I'm just giving you that option to look at that because it might help you where the direction to go with it.
Wait a minute.
Just so you know. Oh yeah.
So it just saw this commercial. It's called Paint, and it's starring Owen Wilson.
Mhm.
But he looks like Bob Ross. So is it like a movie about
Oh,
Bob Ross?
no
Probably.
way.
That's what it sounds like.
Heck
It was
yeah.
it was a commercial on AMC.
They're doing a
So
Bob Ross documentary.
it sounds like it's been out for a long time.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, AMC is usually all the older.
Yeah, American movie classics.
Yeah.
That's what it stands for, yeah. Yep.
They've been playing We Are Marshall all day.
Yeah, that's a
One of
sad
my
story.
favorite
It's a sad
movies.
story.
We went there on our honeymoon.
You went, what?
Because we drove to Kentucky, and when we drove through Marshall University, so we stopped. I went to weird places, okay? You know where I went for my honeymoon dinner that I really, really needed to go to? White Castle and CC's Pizza. I'm a weirdo. And the Football Hall of Fame and a Kid Rock concert.
Okay, well, that rounds it out to a lot better than where it was at before you said that. Hey, that's awesome.
Those were John's destinations, was the Football Hall of Fame and the Kid Rock concert. CC's Pizza and White Castle were my destinations.
That looks great, bro. I like the... So, on the white cup, the one with the black ring would be best, but then the regular one on a black mug, the other one on the black mug would be perfect. Or are you going to do both? That would actually be cool to do one of each. Leave one without the black ring, one without the black ring, one with the black ring. I don't know. Just to... Oh, there you go. Nice. That's easy. Where'd you learn how to do this? You're really good at this.
I'm not quite fucking sure. Let's see. It looks stretched, but let's take a look.
It don't look centered either. But I know it was because...
A little red line showed up.
Yeah. Oh, that looks good. It doesn't look bad at all. That looks pretty stellar. All right. That's pretty sick. I like that. That is fucking badass. That is badass. That's fucking money. You need to send that to me so I can just fucking swap the. Yep. That's badass. That's money. That's a money shot right there, right to Hookah's face. Oh wait, what? Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
I did not hear you. What did you
Okay.
say?
I was just talking about money shots to your face. That's what that mug represents right there.
Okay.
Perfection.
It looks awesome. I like it.
See, a money shot to your face. That was great. Perfection. Now you're going to have a dilemma on your hands. Which coffee mug do I get?
The black one.
Oh, wait. Here comes a black one for you right here.
No, the one with the rainbow. With the froggy face. And the other place we went was Hooters for my chicken nuggets.
Bro, on this one, try something just to see how it looks. Make both logos oversized. Like just fill the whole side up. Yeah. Yup. Just fill that fucker up. Yeah. Whoa, fuck yeah. Well, maybe give it a little bit of an edge there. Yeah. Well, he's gonna make it even bigger, but fuck. Yeah, check that out. Oh my gosh. Yep. Let's see how that looks. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, that looks badass.
It's funny because from a distance, the way once it like shrinks down into the settings, it almost looks like a Ferrari logo.
That is fucking smoking hot right there. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Got your little white, and then you got the Gigantor fucking black. Oh man. And you haven't even done a chrome edition yet on the black. Just that chrome logo splatted on the black. That would be money. It just looks cool. They all look pretty cool. They look pretty slick, you know? Oh. And I still haven't even gotten
a mug.
What's that?
It's a color morphing mug. You put hot shit
cool.
in it, it changes. Put cold shit in it, it changes a different color.
That's kind of cool.
It would never change color.
Let's see my device.
I drink everything room temperature. But that's cool.
Are you going to do that on the color morphing mug?
I can. Or you want it on a straight black?
I was just going to say straight black, but if you got it on a color, are you trying to see what it would look like if it did that?
Well, it's not going to color change for me, so.
Oh, usually they show you what it'll look like if it color changes or what it'll do.
Well,
I don't know what mug. Like, they don't have any, like, really cool, odd-shaped mugs. It's fucking dumb. It's just the regular classic mugs. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm looking. I'm not seeing. Mm-hmm.
Ain't a whole lot.
What are those ones with the two-tone handles? You got the different color handle down there, right? Yeah, down there at the bottom, right there. Yeah, that one. What are those?
That's the color changing ones.
Oh, those are the color change. Oh, that's why it shows the. Okay, gotcha. Copy.
The one directly above it looks kind of like the one you have.
Yeah, except what's with the different colors there? Is that just showing that they?
Talking about this one?
Yeah, she was. Yeah, Hooko was saying those look
Yeah,
like what I've got.
it looks like it's a metal or silver option.
Oh yeah, fuck that. No, we don't need that.
Gold and silver.
No. I don't think anybody cares about that shit. All right, I guess go back up to those other ones. I'll just see. What about that right there? That one on the right to the left. That one. Like, oh, is that the same mug, just white or black?
I think so.
Yeah, just go with the
no,
black
it's not the
one.
same
And then, what's the size of it?
price. Well, they're made by two different companies. One's generic brand, and then the other one's Orca Coatings.
I
It
don't.
looks like it's about the same cup, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say go with the black and make that the platinum edition. Throw the silver logo on there. That might look good. Just to see. This actually doesn't seem like it's too difficult, is it? Like just to throw this stuff on there and place it where you want it and just see where it
Pretty
goes.
much. I mean, it's drag and drop, so.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I think that'll look good. Yeah, that's pretty fucking badass right there. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. It even kind of looks like it's sitting on the fucking desk.
I like that. Nice.
There you go.
Game
Merch.
over. Yeah, game over. Can we just be done? No. That round logo you did looks so cool. That would look good on a t-shirt too. Just saying. But that's something we can play around with another time. I just like everything's what you did on good on there. It just looks nice. So, I think the best one's definitely the rainbow, though. And the Trump one's pretty fucking good too. Indict me too. Indict me too. Ooh, a white sweatshirt with that? Oh, that'll look good. Ooh, the orange will clash with some stuff, but... Ew, peach? I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know if that looks good with the red. Orange would go good with a dark navy blue. The white, even though a white shirt. Well, that's not a shirt though, is it? That's a sweater. White
It's a
sweaters
long
are.
sleeve tee.
Is it? That's supposed to be a long sleeve tee? Just okay.
Yeah, it looks like a sweater though with the cropped cuffs.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That it would white or black or like a navy blue with that orange. Orange goes with blue, darker blue. But and the orange would go with like a green if there's like a forest green, maybe. But that's about it. You don't have very many colors that it'll go with. The simple ones would be white and black, since that seems to be the theme, the running theme.
You're gonna have to drop your never mind, it's already there.
Well,
Oh no, it's not.
if there was a color at the top, we would have made a cross with the color selection.
Oh.
I said if there was a row of colors at the top and we had selected the color that was right here, it would have formed a cross with all the colors that we selected for the shirt.
Oh, copy. Ah,
Right now it's just a T, but if there was another color there that we had selected,
was that all the
all right,
colors I mentioned or something?
that's the only one.
Or,
Yeah, that's the ones you picked out.
and it damn near.
Navy,
Well, it did. It
forest
formed a
green,
cross.
black, ash,
It's a
and
T.
sports gray are the grays.
It's a
That's what I was
T.
saying. It formed a T. So if there was another row of colors
Yeah.
up here, and we
Yep.
just
Well, you know, a T is a cross.
yeah,
So there you go.
so I'm gonna
You
leave
gotta
that.
put your website in your podcast description.
It is.
We will
It's
once we
on
got
your
this ready.
on your ticker, but
Yeah.
it's not in your
No.
actual
Oh, the description.
description, so that people can just go into your description and click the link.
Ultra cotton long sleeve tee.
I know you like to make people work for it, but like,
Well, no, I just like. All right, here we go. Let's see here.
that way it's just easier for them to find your stuff.
Well, technically, we
Oh,
had
Clockwork
monsters.
Happy. I just picked this up. I don't know how long ago Clockwork Happy said something, but I just noticed this. What's up, Clockwork? What's up? What's up?
Oh, I don't know. My chat must have died. The thumbnail that you made for tonight's show is awesome.
Wait, what did I do for tonight's show?
The thumbnail?
Oh, you like that? Thank you.
Yeah.
That thumbnail could be a T-shirt. You know that, right?
That would be fucking epic.
Uh,
But I don't need that much clothes, really. We're gonna make fucking masks.
I might. Oh, we could do a dark truth. I should send you the dark truth logo I've got. That'd be a good one too. The dark truth. Let's see here though. What was
Why
I?
is this not working?
I've got to. I've got to add something here, I guess. What the hell? Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Huh.
Look, I got that nog on.
Oh shit! How do you do that? What? That's new. That's totally new. What?
What?
What are you totally new on?
Oh, there's a setting on here for chat highlight, so I can pick somebody's chat, throw it in here, and it'll highlight it and pop it up on a fucking thing. And then I can pick how long it'll be up there for. So, like, say somebody did a super chat, it gives me an option of up to a minute and 40 seconds. So, I'll set it at 30 seconds for now. That's a little long. How about 20 seconds? Then you can pick. Interesting. All right. So how the fuck do you do this though? There we go. Source.
Are you able to relabel them face diapers?
Mm-hmm.
No, do not wear. No, we cannot. No, we're not making masks.
But if you label them face diapers,
You'd be a novelty item, man.
right?
Whatever.
And you've got to put like face diaper like somewhere in the on small print. Hey,
You guys are fucking killing me. Just saying. Fucking masks.
or just make the mask say face diaper, and that's it. Or design a cloth diaper and put it on the face mask.
For fuck's sake. You guys are literally killing me right now. This whole
I'm
because
sorry.
I mean, it's okay. I get it. It is funny, but I'm shaking my head and going, "Fuck, seriously?" Because how many people made fucking
I can't
face
breathe.
diapers to make money out of this shit? Just because, I bought a few of them, because during the height. During the height of this shit, it was like you couldn't go anywhere without having to wear one. And yeah, I would protest or not wear one, but as soon as somebody started flipping the fuck out, it was like, all right, it's like pick your battles type of deal. It's like, am I going to fucking fight with this person, or are you just going to throw one of these damn things on and be left alone? So
I mean, I sadly made quite a bit of money off making them, but I didn't actually give in to wearing them.
right.
Oh. Well, because at first the 2 weeks to spread made sense.
Right.
We stop the spread.
But then after that 2 weeks, I'm like, you guys are fucking idiots. Like, this is not, because of course at that point I didn't realize that it was airborne. So that makes a huge difference, right?
Absolutely.
Versus being just your spit. So when it was just your spit, it made sense.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, okay, I understand the N95s have a higher quality and whatnot, but they do not seal on your face. They don't seal on your face, and it doesn't cover your eyes, and so now. Does it protect you from breathing things in from a distance because your suction and breathing in is a little bit, so it's something that's hovering around you that's a distance that you're not going to get in your eyes or whatnot, that's going to protect you from breathing shit in. I get that to a point, because even the N95s, you can still blow smoke through those fucking things and back. So when, but now my dear friend, lovely friend Belle, who's a fucking nurse, been doing this a while, she says no N95s work. Yeah, like a fucking cloth mask works. Like, it protects you from spittle, it protects you from some shit, maybe. But in her argument, which I agree, there's physicians that the spread cases, physicians would have caught more stuff. But at the same time, physicians are practicing extremely good hygiene. Everything's really nice. Like,
they're in a controlled environment outside the sick patient. The only thing that's not sterile in that environment is the patient. So yes, in that environment, 80%. But if you look at the data on wearing those masks long term, then that becomes, and now there's so much research out on using the masks long term, that using the masks no matter what does not outweigh the benefits.
Right.
The ramifications do not outweigh the benefits.
Yeah, so how about this? If you're going to do the mask, at least label it as a novelty item. Novelty.
Right.
Like, seriously. But no,
Letters. These do not prevent COVID. They do not
Eh.
prevent sickness.
well, that's like I had mentioned. I had mentioned to Brother
I
Load
like
the other
that
day. We should have
Nice.
little driver's license type cards that are certifications that say that if somebody's like, you need to put a mask on, you pull out this card and it says on the card, I am wearing a mask. You can't see it, you can't feel it. You're not, but it's there. I'm wearing a mask, and this card certifies that I'm wearing a mask. Like just to
I just take my pocket constitution out and hand it to somebody at one point.
right.
Wait, we need that. The grocery store. We need medical documentation that you need to be wearing, that you can't wear a mask. And I'm like, the fact that I have a service dog that's labeled psychiatric service dog doesn't tell you that I probably shouldn't have a mask on my face. Like, go away. Leave me the fuck alone. Like, it says service dog. Like, that should just, like, be a sign that you don't talk to me. Like, I don't know. That's my signal when I see somebody with a service dog. I need to leave that person alone because they're busy. And
Right.
said dog is busy. You're mean. You won't let me pet your dog. He's working. Like, if you see me at the park and he doesn't have his vest on, and you want to come up and ask me to pet him, be my guest. But if you see me in the store and he has a vest on that says working, service dog, do not pet, that also means do not fucking ask. You don't have to be so rude. Well, you just triggered my fucking shit, so go the fuck away.
Right. Yeah, it's one of these things. Oh, can you see it yet? It hasn't popped up on your side yet.
I don't think so. What am I looking for?
Look at the screen.
The big finger.
Oh. Okay, I see it.
I couldn't.
Does
help
that work on the website too?
it. Right. Oh shit. Okay. Oh wait, hold on a second here.
I think I'm gonna run away.
It is 4:30 in the morning, isn't
Oh
it?
fuck! You guys got me talking 2.5 hours past what I was planning on. The fuck is this shit? You guys do this to me all the time.
Oh, Storm, did you hear me remind him several times of the time?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a
You
get
know
out of
me.
jail free card. You
went
It's a
down a rabbit
recorded podcast. You can go back and listen to the last
It's
2
not a
hours.
get out of
and
jail
you'll
free
hear-
card though. We were trying to appease somebody who's like, make me this, make me that. I want this, I want that.
And I'm pretty sure I reminded you in the middle of my please make me this, because that would be really super fucking cool shit. I reminded you of the time, and you were like, no, I'm actually enjoying this. Continue on.
Okay, again, that's not a get out of jail free card. It's still your fault that you made me enjoy something.
Oh, God forbid.
We do. We're still in trouble. We made him happy and then he's pissed again. Fuck all.
I give up.
Ah!
Give me my fucking coffee cup. Be like, here you go.
Is that a miniature flag or is that a 3x5?
It is a 18-inch by 12-inch.
Yeah, it's a mini flag.
Mini. That's perfect.
What? No, that's like a
Well,
golf
look at my
flag.
space. But look at my space.
Yeah, but you need a 3x5. Is that the only size they offer, or do they offer the bigger size, the 3x5?
I didn't see another size, but that doesn't mean. Oh, it says flag. Might want to
18 by
update that
12
name.
inches would be perfect right right on the top there.
These flags come in 3 sizes: 18-inch by 12-inch, 36 by 24, 60 by 36.
There you go.
There's your big one. I don't need a big one.
But
Big.
earlier you said you like a
But why
big
is it
I
not?
I liked the big one, but I like the fact that I can order it in the small one, so that I don't have to change my layout right now.
All right, there you go. There you go.
There.
Which I have to fix my Second
There's your
Amendment
bigger
flag. 'cause
fucking flag
really
options.
there you go. Make him happy. But
Want
you
a
know
big
it's gonna push.
fucking... He's gonna
At
get
this
mad
rate-
now because it's too big.
Oh well, no. At this rate,
There's
we're
too
gonna
many
push
options. There's too many products.
another fucking 20 minutes, and he's gonna be like, the time.
It's 5
Get out
o'clock.
of-
What the fuck?
Make him a get out of jail free fucking flag.
He's gonna smile eventually, or just shut the whole thing off.
Right? Magically, his podcast just completely disappears, and we're never allowed back.
You're like, fuck these asshats. I'm done. Click.
Right.
Good night.
Can I at least go to the website and order the mug?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like the mug Nazi. No mug for you.
more mug.
No mug
No
for
mug.
you.
No. Oh shit.
No Trump doll for you.
No. What? Not good.
Totally ruined my plans tonight. I was supposed to start on my next doll.
Oh boy.
This is Trump's fault. Just saying. Like, ultimately,
Kinda
this all
is.
boils
I
down
mean-
to Trump.
If you say so. We were supposed to talk about Ramaswamy.
Oh,
Yes.
Vivek. But our
Vivek.
people that we were going to talk about, they didn't make it because, yeah, that was part of the email I got. So that's why I didn't
Oh, okay.
push that. We'll talk about
problem.
Vivek. Vivek.
Good. It'll give me some time to
Well-
catch up on a couple of the podcasts that he's done with a few people lately. I haven't decided. I don't want to watch them all,
Mhm.
and I can't decide which, one or two I want to go and watch. Because I know he's sat down with Pat. I know he's sat down with Joe.
Mhm.
He's sat with Tucker. There's like 2 others. I can't think. I think
He
he's
sat down with
with Petersons,
And
and he sat down with Russell Brand.
he's talked to quite a few people.
And I think I'm gonna go watch the one that he sat down with not Peterson, with Pat, because I think that one's about 2.5 hours. Pat tends to do kind of like the lines of Joe. You just go until you run out of something to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, it doesn't feel rushed or whatever. Although I think the one that he did there was like a town hall setting. He did it at his club.
Nice.
So, yeah. But then I gotta slum it for that one. I gotta go to YouTube. And that's why I've been putting it off. Alright. Well, I'm running away. Like I already said.
No,
Are you laughing
damn
at
right
me?
I'm laughing. I laugh all the time.
Why are you fucking up my mug? What are you doing?
What the fuck? Wow.
Mother flip.
I
was
saw
trying
that.
to be a little more SEO friendly and call it something other than just a black mug, but hey,
Oh, alright.
we'll call
I
it
gotcha.
black mug, rainbow logo,
What did you use earlier? Ethnic mug?
ethnic mug. There we go. We'll use that.
I thought this was gonna be the platinum edition or whatever.
Is it the plat? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's the rainbow platinum edition because you got the
I don't
platinum
know.
fucking logo on it.
All right,
I
fine.
don't
See, it's
You got
the
platinum line.
rainbow
Got the platinum stuff. You got the original logo. You got the yeah.
edition.
I don't fucking know. You got to make some good shit up.
Freely podcast official coffee mug.
All right.
I remember how to spell coffee.
And then I'll give you the Dark Truth logo to monkey with, and then you can make it like a Dark Truth edition stuff too.
Ethnic,
And we'll just
ethnic edition.
ethnic edition. It's fucking hilarious.
You putting that shit on there? That's rude. There you go.
Hookah's mug, ethnic edition.
Ethnic edition mug.
Hookah's ethnic mug.
So shouldn't that be on a red one? I hate the color red, so I'm not ordering a red one, but just saying. Anyways, about boy.
All right, we'll see you on the flip side. Much love. All right. There we go. There we go. Did it work? Damn it. Are you done yet, bro? Are you like tired of doing this yet, or are you just still having fun?
It's more of a just experimenting and fucking with it and seeing how the thing works.
Gotcha.
Oh, let's see here. Get rid of that. Put that back. Put that back.
Oh shit.
There I go.
There we go. Yeah, it's a little weird to have it. Wait. Oh fuck.
Did you fix it? Here.
I put it so it's just you and I since you were
We'll switch it.
Yeah.
You switch it back just because I switched it back. There you go. Hey, I'm Hooka.
No, you're not.
Think
You're
so.
you. You're you. I fixed you. Whoa. Damn it. I guess I didn't fix you. I thought I fixed you. Oh, I did fix you, but then it moved your shit because I was monkeying with the.
That's little and over on the side.
There we go. All right. Boom.
Well, there you go. I didn't know we were gonna be able to design 20-something products.
Is that what you did? Is there
20-something items?
fuck
Yeah, hang on, let me look.
We didn't name any of them, so we got to go through.
Oh, I was kind of keeping up with some of it, but so we've got a Rainbow Platinum Hookah Edition. I need to fix that. Hang on.
Hook edition.
Hook Edition.
Hookah edition.
Rainbow Platinum Hookah Edition coffee mug.
Oh my goodness.
And then I gotta go there and do all this crap.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
I think it's
so-
actually anything that's with that specific logo on it, you just call it the Platinum Edition, whatever Platinum Edition, and then
Rainbow Platinum Hookah Edition coffee mug. We got the rainbow flag. We got the chrome speak free. Okay, so we're going with platinum, not chrome.
yeah,
Gotta have some consistency here, bro.
right. That is you put that on a white flag though, didn't you? Or is that?
Put that on whatever the hell I want to put it on.
Oh, gotcha. I thought it showed up as white though. Then that the platinum does not look good on white at all.
Okay. So what color would you like?
There's only
Black.
one color that platinum goes with that makes it really pop, and that's the black.
Then fine, it's black.
But see, this is my problem. I love black because it makes all colors pop. Like black was always, it still is, even though it's not technically a color. Black is my favorite color. Ultimately, because all the colors pop off of it really,
Fuck,
really
the one
nice.
thing I wanted to change, and of course we're rambling, so
I
I
like
didn't.
green
fucking
and yellow too. Green and
change
yellow.
it.
Green and yellow.
All right, so that's a thing. if I go in here and I like platinum, like I change the title, but then I say, oh well, let's change the background of the picture or whatever the fuck,
It won't
and I
let you.
don't save the title before I move on, it drops the title, so I had to change it again.
Oh,
So
shit.
we
What a
have
pain.
Platinum Speak Freely podcast flag in black, all 3 sizes. Rainbow Platinum Hookah Edition coffee mug, the rainbow flag. We have your square logo coffee mug that's white. We will call that official Speak Freely podcast square logo mug.
You could call that creator's original or something.
So
Or original podcaster, or I don't know, something because that's the, or classic. Excuse me, not just call it the classic.
classic the podcast coffee mug.
Yeah, that logo, the square logo, call it the classic.
So now it's called the Classic Speak Freely Podcast Coffee Mug. Fabric face diaper. Fabric face diaper rainbow style.
There you go.
Lightweight neck gaiter rainbow. Spun polyester lumbar pillow. Hookah's women's PU slide sandals. All right, so we have the Ultra Cotton Long Sleeve Tee, a Speak Freely podcast. That's the T-shirt that I made.
Hopefully, you made sure all the apparel is at the higher end, higher quality apparel. Oh, the higher thread count.
This one was the long sleeve tee that I selected, and it's 2,400.
Oh, so it's.
Let's look at the description.
It's
6.0 ounces, so it's on the heavier side.
Yeah, that's a winter. That's a winter long sleeve.
That explains the cuffs then.
Yeah, yeah. That's a winter long sleeve. That'll keep you a little warmer. Keep you a little warmer.
We got a black mug with Platinum Edition Speak Freely podcast. Oh, that's lame. I'm not capitalized there. All right, there's all that, and all that, that, and publish. So yeah, that's those the white round logo, or
That's a classic
original
logo with a
classic.
modern twist. So, ooh, Heritage. Call it the Heritage Classic. Yeah, I don't know. Or Classic Heritage or something.
Heritage Classic Speak Freely podcast ceramic mug.
There you go.
11 ounces.
Oh, my fur baby's coming in loving on me again. This time it's the dad. What the hell?
It's time, bro.
Oh, she laid down too, like flat out, just flop laid down on me.
There goes the tail.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's so sweet. Yes, you are. You are sweet.
All right. Well, it looks like we need to make a couple of the Trump indict me 2 shirts, because all we have right now is the race back tank top for Hookah.
Oh yeah, we got to do the t-shirt. I would do a t-shirt and maybe
Maybe a hoodie.
maybe a long sleeve. I don't know about a hoodie. Now, some of these though, like okay, so if you remove the speak freely from the microphone and just did the speak freely, you could do that as well. Some people might not want the microphone, just might want to speak freely. You know,
Just the name.
yeah.
Well, and you could also do that for backs too.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Because I haven't really seen anything that said top of the neck except for the label. So you could do just the speak freely and put it at the top of the back of the shirt.
Yep. Could.
And that way they would see whatever the logo is. Then when you walk past them or whatever, they'd turn around and look and speak freely. Oh, okay.
They're only looking if the T-shirt wearer might have a nice ass. It's the only time anybody turns around and looks at somebody's backside.
I know, but that's what, 50% of the time? So that means 50% of the time people are going to look at the ass and see the name.
Ah. Well, or, and then you've also got people that just walk behind you. So, that see that too.
Like if you're stuck on an escalator.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But how many people... Look, this line is not going to have a lot of people that live in the metropolitan areas buying this shit. Because, yeah.
Well, I'll definitely say this. If I ever decide to get back on a plane, I'm going to buy one of the shirts just so I can wear it. That way, every place I go, they'll see it.
Wow. Taking your life into your own hands, brother.
What are they going to do?
Shoot you?
Beat my ass? Shoot me?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Last time I checked, that would be taking me out of what? Oh.
Because here's the danger. Well, here's the danger in that logo. There's a danger in it.
Yeah.
The danger is a conservative person that's fed up, that's illiterate, and can't read the writing in the middle, and they're like, "You're fucking gay, and I hate you." That far-righty nut job that's illiterate.
Yeah.
But then the other risk is the gay person that's like, "Yay," and then they read it and they go, "Oh, fuck you!" like you're hitting everybody out from all angles. Like this could go squirrely in so many different ways.
It's like walking into a busy McDonald's and letting a paintball grenade go off.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to get a little bit of it. Some of them more than others.
And some of them, they'll get hit with they'll be irritated and they'll be like, "Oh, that's cool," or vice versa. Like you're going to hit them in some way, which kind of makes it really fucking cool.
Just saying. Just saying.
And I think teamwork makes the dream work. Who knows? We might be able to retire off one logo.
This may blow up and we have to retire because we need to live in the woods in the middle of nowhere so they can find us.
We're Speak Freely.
We may hit it big, but it's like, oh, now the phone call won't stop. The threats are coming, the emails, the hate mail.
Speak Freely now is a homesteader in Alaska.
That's what we'll put on the website.
He still does his podcast nightly, but it's from Alaska in the Alaskan wilderness with his Starlink internet because too many death threats. Yeah.
Clearly Starlink is everywhere, so you can go to Alaska and still do the show.
Well, that's what I was trying to tell people that that mesh, it's because it's a mesh web they've created around the planet. And that's the other thing that actually tells you. So all the flat earthers out there, I just want you to know, Starlink proves that flat earth does not exist. Because if you're in the northern hemisphere, you have to point your fucking Starlink satellite to the north. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you have to point your Starlink satellite to the south. Okay? So if it was flat, you wouldn't have to split it like that. You wouldn't be splitting it like that. So, just saying.
So apparently, this website tracks all the satellites. And
Right hook of
currently,
Starlink for the win.
these are all just Starlink.
Yep. And right now the numbers are gonna get smaller though, because the new satellites that they're putting up are twice the size as the original ones. The last ones, because I guess actually they're not the originals. They're the 2.0 ones. Now these are going to be the 2.5, and they're going from 300-pound satellites to 800-pound satellites. Don't
Now-
quote me on that, but they're like double the size. So they're not, and the processing speed's going to go faster. Everything's going to go way faster, but they're not going to have as many of them either.
Yeah. Now, so we see what currently is out there as far as Starlink satellites and how close they are in proximity to the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know how your phone has GPS, right? And half the time it doesn't work or it takes forever to update.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the satellites used for GPS.
Yeah, so if you have Starlink, you're crushing everybody else.
Yeah, because if you're using standard GPS, then that means your position is being calculated by that handful of satellites, which is kind of a ways out.
Well, that's where Elon scored. Other people, they think, well, the further out your satellites are, the more coverage, right? So you have less. But the closer in you are and the more satellites you have way more coverage of places that you can't really get to with other ones, right? Because they're talking surface area with the ones way out there. And so they're relaying further, but they're covering more surface area. However, when you're closer in, those valleys, those nooks and crannies in the planetary surface that can't be seen from that one satellite way back, even though it's covering that, you got blind spots. Starlink's blind spots basically disappear because of how the proximity, because they're in low Earth orbit, LEO. So when they're that close in LEO, and with that many, it's like, yeah, you're not gonna.
Yeah.
You're crushing it. You're doing awesome. Which, hey, get your Starlink now before you can't afford it.
Well, something tells me that in the near future we're all going to be connected to Starlink. Because if we're currently using GPS to track ourselves around with maps and shit with a jacked up way the fuck out here, that's a shit ton of distance, which means a shit ton of latency.
Yep.
Because these aren't getting updated, right? Elon's updating his shit as soon as he comes out with the next version.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Evac, hey, thanks for the message again. We're good. We don't need any custom graphics over here. Appreciate it though. We're good.
But that right there is kind of scary.
Yeah. Yeah, well, scary and awesome. Like I'm telling you, I think I'm going to move to Starlink cell phone as soon as it's available. Pretty sure I might. I'm pretty sure. Well, it all depends on the operating system, obviously, the OS, and yeah. It all depends, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a Starlink phone. Because why wouldn't I? Look at that coverage. Because they're going to run off the same damn satellites.
Yep, they're all tied together.
Yeah, you're going to have your mini computer in your pocket that connects to all the damn things. So now Elon just needs to pull his fucking head out of his ass and stop being a dipshit and having me censored on X. So and he needs to stop following the Krasensteins. That's all I got to say about that shit. Fuck the Krasensteins. Fucking worthless losers. Anyways. And Hookah was saying that she caught a back and forth with Elon and the Krasensteins where they were arguing, and it's like, fuck. Okay, well, you're just gonna follow people you're gonna argue with. I mean, you can still argue with them without following them. You know, it's like,
That is true.
you know, I mean, shit. How much Krasenstein shit did I scroll through? And and I don't follow their dumbasses, not one bit. I was still able to see it, so it's like, there you go.
Yeah, but I don't know. I almost feel like Elon's the like nerdy little kid that always tried to be part of the clique,
Mm.
and that's all that he is continuing to do. I mean, he's the geek, right? He's the nerd, so he's going to build his rockets and he's going to build his cool systems and stuff and his fancy sci-fi cars. But at the end of the day, he's still the lonely little geek that's not part of the club. So he's trying his best to be a part of that, and that probably explains why he follows asshats like the Krasensteins.
Yeah, but those aren't the people that you want to keep in your fucking circle. Like maybe you rub shoulders with them from time to time, but they're not like, you're not inviting them over for that fucking dinner event.
Let me rephrase it. I guess it's more of maybe he feels they're all on the same level.
Yeah, they're not. No.
That upper echelon of, I don't know, man. It just seems weird that he would be brown nosing with those kind of people, but not be. I don't know. It just seems weird. Or maybe I just have no clue who Elon actually is.
I don't think anybody really knows who Elon is, because I don't think Elon really truly knows who he is. He's just doing what he's doing. And ultimately, he's doing the right thing, which is he just does him. And that's not a bad thing. I respect that 100%. I have questions, and I believe that he and I would have good conversations. But he's a troll. He's a troll. And so it's like that gentleman that was in here earlier. That could have been Elon. And he fucking comes in every once in a while trolling. And it just pisses me off, because it's like, just stop being stupid. Because the thing is, that gentleman, every time he comes in here, he takes every single fucking thing I say out of context. Every fucking thing I say, he takes out of context, and then he fucking goes to an absurd level with it, and it just pisses me off. It's like, are you that fucking retarded? Probably not, but he's doing it on purpose to fuck with me, because he knows I can't handle being around individuals that are that fucking daft. And that, it gets me every fucking time when people are that fucking stupid. The context game. And so Elon's in that group of individuals, though, where they will fucking troll. Again, like you said, he's a nerd. Well, he's fucking a troll master. That's why I've questioned, maybe some of the people that I think are asshat Democrats are just trolls, like maybe the Krasensteins. Maybe the whole thing the Krasensteins are doing is just one big troll. And they're getting paid for one giant fucking troll, and behind closed doors they're laughing their fucking asses off because they've got followers that are fucking massive Democrats concreted in, and maybe they're really not. And then they got all these conservative types that they might even be that hate their guts because of the shit that they're saying. And it's like, I hate them because I don't even hate them. I just think they're idiots. And it's like, what are you doing? And either way, if they're a troll, they're not helping the situation, because they didn't, or if they are a satire thing, they're not helping, because if people don't know that you're being satirical, people take you seriously, and then it perpetuates this problem. It magnifies the problem, and you're actually being you're a part of the problem, and you're perpetuating it yourself. So I got an issue with that shit, especially in this moment, in this time in history. We can't afford to be fucking around like that. and I guess maybe I'm just too serious about it, but I don't think I am. I mean, this is our liberties that are at stake here. You need to
Yeah,
be
but
honest,
you got to remember, most of these asshats are asshats for that specific reason. It's all
Um,
about me. It's what I get out of it. What can I do?
you
You're either going to follow my way or the highway. It's all that shit wrapped up into one goulash of shit on X.
yep.
You know, it's like the post where if I include Elon, I get hundreds of thousands of views, whereas if I include Elon and the word God, I get 15, 20 views.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it's insane how they monkey with stuff like that, and you know, you talk about asshatedness. It's like look at what they did. They said the jab was going to be 100% effective based on the study
Clinical.
they did where they had the placebo. They had one person or two people die, and the shot they only had one person die. So that was 100% better than the placebo. That's how they did that shit. So it's like when they say, well, the N95 masks work. Okay, they do work, but they also don't fucking work because what's the efficacy of it? Like how efficient really is the mask? Yeah, it works because a mask is better than fucking nothing, right? So what are you comparing it to? Now, and so again, if you take me out of context and you just want to, oh, well, no, it works. It fucking works. No, it doesn't work like you think it does. Yes, it's better than fucking nothing, but you
Yeah, I
know,
mean, well, when that was even discussed earlier about how long to wear a mask and all that jazz, I looked it up and it was like less than 8 hours for just your basic standard medical masks. And the N95s, yes, longer, but at the end of the day, we're talking about a shield to prevent shit from coming out of your face, right? It's not to prevent the microscopic little nanoparticles like the smoke that I can blow through an N95. It just
mm-hmm.
blows my mind that it's. I mean, I get it. It is a shield. It does protect you if you're going to sneeze on somebody or somebody's right in your face and they sneeze on you. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know, man. It just seems like when I was wearing a mask, I had more breathing problems, and I don't know, don't know. And apparently, I was within touching distance of somebody that came up positive for COVID, and here it is 48 hours later. Well, actually, over 48 hours later, and I'm still negative. So,
Yeah, and then
we'll see
watch
how
next
that's.
week you'll be positive.
Yeah, apparently, however that works.
Well, again, this is a perpetrated act, and I'm fed up with the doctors and the nurses that flat out continue to lie because of the money. And I'm 100% in favor of the doctors and the nurses that have stood their ground and said, no, fuck you. We're not going to fucking lie. And they've lost their jobs. They've been censored, and they're telling the truth. They're telling the truth. And a lot of them are like, yeah, you shouldn't be wearing a mask for that long. And the ones that you're wearing, it's only helping with certain situations, and they're only so effective. And yeah, it's better than nothing. But if you're really worried about it, if it was a disaster on your hands, you need to have a full seal respirator type mask. And then and if it's over the top, you need your fucking hazmat suit. You need that type of protection. And if you can't have that protection, guess what, people? You're fucked. And and that's just the thing. And if it was as serious as they were trying to make it out to be, they should have been saying, "Hey, that cloth little fucking thing that you're putting on your face, that N95 isn't going to cut it. If you want to be fully protected and safe, you need to have the full face fucking respirator sealed. So shave your beard off, shave your facial hair off, get that full seal, okay, respirator, and get the bio fucking filters that like the thick bio filters, so you're not getting anything in there, and then put your fucking hazmat suit on. Hazmat suits are not that expensive. They're pretty cheap because they're meant to be tossed away and then replaced. Like that.
Pretty much.
You
I mean, you
know.
can't walk into a contaminated area in a hazmat suit and then walk back into your living quarters. That's just, they're designed to be disposable. Now, granted, the cost these days may be exponentially higher than it was 5 years ago, but that's a completely different topic.
Hmm.
Yeah, you talk about the preppers all the time. I'm actually kind of laughing about it because I know that I guess right around the Hillary Clinton end of Obama second term, folks started really coming unglued. So a lot of folks probably bought all that shit and got it in storage. But I do think if we have to start masking up again, I'm gonna start wearing the Skeletor mask.
Mm.
And if they want to pitch a fit about it, then so be it. Because I can do my job standing on my head, let alone working from home. So
Right. Clockwork Happy over here on the Twitch stream. She said, yeah, she said she thinks she told me before that she worked for school. Yeah, I remember your teacher. She's like the only teacher in a full hazmat suit with a ventilator attached. No one else gave a shit.
yeah, well, it's like the when it first hit, it was like, well, everybody quarantine for 2 weeks. Everybody stay home, and we'll just it'll die out. Nobody listened to that shit. It's like every day I was, oh, I got to run to Walmart real quick and get some soda, or I got to get this because we're gonna be in the house for a couple weeks. We might need some TV dinners.
Yeah.
Boy.
Oh, and Clockwork says with the demographic that she was dealing with, those kids will never mask up again. Which is this is what that rabbit hole I've gone down before. If you want to think, thinking about it from different perspectives, one of the potential things that they could be doing is, make everybody be fed up with the mask, make everybody be like not trusting anything. And then you have this uprising of people that are like, nope, fuck you, never again. And then boom, they release the real deal that you should be fucking full hazmated, face, respirator thing going on. And nobody does it. And whammo, we've all got whatever they've tried to give us. Like that. Yeah. It's really easy. I mean, seriously, like you mentioned this all the time when we talk. It's 5D chess.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm lucky enough, I think, outside of the box far enough to where everybody thinks I'm a fucking nut job and I'm lost. Dipshit that was trolling earlier that comes in every once in a while. He thinks I'm an idiot and I'm lost. And it's like, no, bro, I'm probably a fucking million steps ahead of you with how I'm thinking. And your little book nerdy fucking science bullshit, I don't care about. Fuck you. Don't care. I care, but don't care. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you're thinking on this plane that is consistent with this, but I'm thinking up all over the fucking place. Doesn't mean I'm right about any of those places, but I'm thinking there.
And that's part of it. You get people on here. White House Grandpa, remember he was like, "Oh, you need to interact with the chat."
Yep.
You got some podcasters that get on here and they will literally rail for an hour and a half, do nothing but talk, and it's all bullshit. And there's no discussion, there's no open forum, there's no responding to the chat. Whereas us getting on here and talking for 3 hours about something is more of a debate. It's like, well, what about this or what about that? Never once have I heard you say, no, fuck you. It's this way. It's always been this way. And even if you were wrong, it's always this way. You know what I mean? You're open minded enough to go, oh, well, never thought about that, or yeah, you're dumb, dude. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just it reminds me of the whole Pharaoh and Moses bit, right? You know, Pharaoh was already hardened before the whole thing even kicked off. But God gave him a chance. And it was like every chance God gave him, he was like, no, fuck that even more. And before long, it was like, nah, God was like, all right, fine. You want to be that way? I'll make you hate it even more. I'll make you even more hardened. I'll make you so pissed off about this that you just finally just let him go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and there's a lot of folks out. There's a guy, and I can't remember the guy's name. He's an older fella, and I'm assuming he's a rabbi, or he used to be a rabbi or something. He wears the little hat or whatever. But he's on there, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, we're waiting for the aliens to come so that we can start our new lives and the new 1,000 year millennia and all this stuff. And it was like some of the things that he was saying sounded like it came out of the Bible because I remember, you know, the verse or the descriptions or whatever. But then it was like he went totally off in some left field. And it's like, dude, now it all makes perfect sense because if the Bible talks about how in Revelations the witnesses are actually prophesizing to the Jews, well, here's a perfect example. We've got a Jew here that claims he knows everything about God and life and the world, and that aliens are real, and that they're coming to take us away and give us new bodies and all this shit. And it's like, no, dude, I, I am wrong 99.99999% of the time, but this is one of those percentage times that I'm not wrong. It's like, dude, come on, you know. It's like all the signs of all the crazy shit that goes on around the world, and it's like the Maui, right? It's like there's so many things that could have actually been, and for people to get on and say, "Oh yeah, it was a laser weapon," oh, you don't know this. We know that kind of stuff exists. We've heard about it. We've seen videos about it, but at the end of the day, dude, we weren't there. We didn't experience it. We weren't standing there when the fire started. You know, so
Right.
what's the old saying? It takes two to make something a truth, but one man can scream all day and it'll never be. But the moment you have somebody else that backs that one person up, that's all you really need for truth. It just, man, I see so many people. It's like they just, nope, I don't want a problem. I don't want interaction. I don't want conflict. I don't want trouble. I just want to do my whatever. And I don't know, man. Feels like we as Christians ought to be standing up and saying, all right, here's the 10 laws, and you asshats are just totally fucking everything up. So hey, you're doing this wrong, and hey, the Bible says you should be doing it this way. You know,
Mm-hmm.
nobody's speaking out. You know, we got a lot of politicians that like sit around and talk about, oh yeah, I'm working up paperwork to get Trump, and we're going to try to fight this uh, Hunter Biden shit, and we got all this, but we're going to wait until fucking bullshit whenever because really not going to do it. We just talking all this shit so that the asshats out there in Neverland might actually think that we're going to actually still do something for the people and get voted in again. You know, nobody, I mean, literally nobody has stood up and done a fuck all other than run their mouths. Hmm. But I don't know. I just seems like people need to start talking again.
Well, we're about ready to have a new guest.
Well,
So,
Clockwork Happy.
yeah. She's going to come over here to Rumble Chat so I can give the link. And all you have to do is click on it and come into the green room. I'll make sure you don't got like some weird funky stuff going on. And if you keep your camera off, because if you use your phone, it'll use the phone camera. If you want to be on camera, that's fine too, as long as you're not doing any weird shit. But if you don't want to use a camera, that's all fine and well too. You can use the link on your browser, on your computer or on your phone, and it'll all set up, and then we can chat. So you can either have a box, or you can just be a mystical voice. So there you go. I just put it in there for you.
Yeah, what did you say the other day? We needed to start going back to what did you say?
I don't know, bro. I say a
Not
lot of
not
shit.
making fun of people, but calling them out for their shit. I don't remember exactly how you put it, but that was basically what it was.
Oh, I said we should go back to teasing people for sure. We need to tease. The kids need to tease each other. It makes them stronger. But yeah, we need to call people out on their shit too. And we need to treat truth as if it's our best friend. We need to protect truth vigorously. We need to defend truth vigorously as if it's our best friend. And we shouldn't shy away from being as honest as possible. And anybody that wants to keep us from being blunt and honest is an enemy.
Yeah, because you're just trying to destroy the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, and we don't have that thought process anymore.
No.
I don't know if we ever did truly have that thought process in society, but I know it was closer to that thought process than where we're at now by far.
I would have to say that I think you and I have that, which means that our parents, our grandparents, more than likely, definitely had it. Maybe our great grandparents, World War One ish time frame.
Right.
Because a lot of them were like, I mean, because they were dealing with the Depression, they were dealing with the war. It was just, I mean, they basically just kind of bellied up to the bar and was like, all right, we're going to do whatever the fuck it takes to get through this. Whereas if the same thing happens now, I don't feel our society is going to step up to the plate and do what needs to be done to make us get through the darkest hour or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would hope. Yeah, and maybe I don't know. I know a lot of people got all hyped up and just up in arms. It was like, hey, we got to do something when 9/11 happened. So I just hate thinking that we have to have something dramatic like that to kickstart the get people off their asses.
Well, when 9/11 happened, we responded incorrectly. Because I got a lot of flack because I went the understanding road. I knew something wasn't right. I knew something wasn't above board. I heard things in that moment, in that time, that I was like, okay. And I've never forgot those things. But after the initial incident, right, I started talking with people about it. And I just said, what do you fucking expect? If everything is true that they say is true, what the fuck do you expect? These people are doing the same shit that we would have done to protect our homeland from invaders and people perpetrating horrible acts trying to tell us what to do on our land. If you're at your last fucking wit's end and you don't know how to battle these people, you're going to do shit that seems extreme, because it is extreme, because you have no other alternative method to combat the enemy that you perceive to be at your door or already in your backyard. Like, to me, it was understandable. To me, it was like, fuck, we're lucky that this is just now happening. Surprised that this didn't happen before. You know? And so I got a lot of flack for it, because I was just like, look, they did this, and you want to go back over there and basically still continue to try to strong arm them? Fuck that. You should say, all right, we get it. We ain't coming back over there. So, like, but nobody listened. And then look at 20 years later, all this money wasted, and then what happens? Oh, fuck. I mean, it's absolute disaster. And so it's crazy. People don't look at things in that type of context. And it's sad because they get worked up. Oh, we got to do something. No, actually, what we have to do is here at home, not over there. Okay? If we just stay the fuck here, they're going to stay the fuck there. They ain't coming. They made their point, and we can be like, all right, we get it. Sorry. It's a tragic day. It's a major loss. We get it. We'll stay over here.
Was it Bush Senior that got us initially started over there, or were we dealing with that shit beforehand?
We were kind of dealing with it low key beforehand, but yeah, it was Bush Senior mainly that got that shit started with the Kuwait thing, and then
I couldn't remember how far back it went.
Yeah, it was Kuwait that was the initial, Desert Storm. But we've spent so much time imposing our will on other people when we have an ideology as Americans of don't tread on me.
Mm-hmm.
But we have all this desire to go tread on other people. Now, okay, the excuse is for treading on them was they came over here, they perpetrated a terrorist act, it was an act of war, we have to go over and retaliate. For 20 fucking years? How about just send some missiles over there and fucking bomb the shit out of them for a little bit? We could have done that and been done with it. No, you wanted, because there's other shit that we don't know about that we were unaware of or still unaware of that was really going on over there. So that's why this shit happened the way it did. But the reality is, I'm always preaching, I'm not trying to fuck with you. Don't try to come fuck with me. My words are just words. You can ignore me. You can go to the next fucking place, whatever, and that's fine. That's fine. The moment you step foot on my property or come into my house and start trying to harm me, then we got problems. So that was a situation, and we've had other situations where, all right, they're saying shit we don't like. They're doing shit on their property and in their home that we don't like, but that's their right to do that because that's their property and that's their home. Why do we feel like we need to go over there and stop them from doing those things? Well, there's innocent people being harmed. That's their world. How would you like it if somebody looked into this country right now and said, their government, their leadership is tyrannical and is doing bad shit to their citizenry. We need to go protect the citizens of that country. We need to go do that. How would you like it if somebody deemed that the situation at hand and they just swooped in here and were like, nope, you're doing it all wrong and we're going to fucking war with you until you do it the way we want you to do it. Yeah, that's a shitty fucking thought, isn't it? But it's a reality. But nobody wants to. Nope, we're the end all be all. We decide. We make the judgment on who's right and who's wrong, and because of that, we're always right no matter what. Wrong. Wrong answer. That's where the don't tread on me ideology comes from. Hey, I might not like what you're doing over there, brother. I might not like it, but that's you. That's your property. That's your home. That's your kingdom. I respect that. You do you. The moment you come over here and try to fucking do something to me, then we got a problem. And vice versa. But we, for some reason, our leaders can't seem to practice what we're supposed to be preaching over here. That's because We aren't preaching that over here anymore. We literally are up other people's asses all the fucking time now in this country, trying to dictate what other people do. It's a horrible fucking thing. It's horrible. You don't need to download Streamlabs, Clockwork. You don't have to do that, but that's kind of a pain in the ass. No, all you have to all it is you just click on that and it'll pop you in. You don't have to have Streamlabs. It's not allowed. Okay, well, you have to use your phone then, I guess.
What's it saying? Is it giving you an error? Or is it just not loading, or what? You make sure you put in a name, because by default it doesn't have a name in there, and it won't let you start without a name.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I just put Clockwork Happy in or something. I don't know. You can put fuck you in there if you want. It's fine. Or kiss my ass or whatever. You can be funny. You can be funny with it. She's like, yeah, ugh, 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 this is so the topic for me. Right. I know. It always gets me when I'm listening to people's podcasts and I'm like, I want to interject. I want to say something. I got something to add to it. I want to add to this. This is great. No, I'm so fed up with it though. I'm just fed up with it. I get so fed up with it, as you already know. I physically get angry. My body starts to shake. And I know part of that is that in inner being, I want to what the heck?
Hey, look at there.
What's going on here?
Okay.
Hookup
so
popped
I
on
just
here
need to
real quick. We got you now.
plug in my phone so that it doesn't die.
Oh, gotcha. Well, welcome.
Yes. Hello. Oh yeah, this topic is my jam. I love it.
Hold on a second here. Let me get you switched over here. Let's see. Yeah, and you can talk if you want. And if you're not going to be on camera, that's fine. You don't have to be. But if you turn your phone sideways, then I can make it look a little bit more better.
Yeah, because I work for a school district. I don't like showing my face online.
I don't blame you.
In case
They're nut jobs.
like some students, some teachers, yeah, they're crazy. So like some student, some teacher, right. I stay pretty like anonymous online.
Here,
just in case.
Actually, I know what I'm gonna do for you, and if you don't like it, then just let me know and I'll change it. Hold on a second though. This will be actually kind of cool if I can get this to work. Yeah, fucking school districts and their weird psychotic fucking bullshit, right? Like,
it's pretty brutal.
And it's changed so damn much.
Oh yeah, and some of it for the better, some of it for the absolute worst.
Yeah, which then just makes the better just kind of a moot point.
Yeah.
It's like, never mind. Thought things were gonna be nicer, but yeah, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. Let's see if I can get this there. That'll be better. There you go. Oh, wait a minute.
And like, unfortunately, I'm a very tall lady, and I have like identifiable tattoos. So like I said online, I'm like, ooh. All I need is one kid to be like, dude, I saw Robin on this podcast.
Why are you showing your students your tattoos? What the hell? what kind of school are you at?
Well, To be honest, I gang raid in school, so that's not unusual.
Bro, what are you trying to do? You're sharing. Oh,
Robin.
I got you. Well, I just gave her the Wonder Woman thing though.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll stop.
Yeah.
That works. All right, groovy.
She says she's tall, so it fits, and I didn't even know that. So she is an Amazon woman. So there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
6 foot, brothers.
I mean, careful. I like to climb trees, so watch out. Are you? Let me guess. You're over 6 foot
I am 6 foot, like on the dot.
on the dot. Nice. So I might have to slightly look up at you then, depending. If you're in heels, for sure, because then that would put you at like 6'3". So
Yeah. At this point, that's when I'm asking the bartender for a bar stool.
right, right.
Hang on a second, lady. Oh, all right. There we go. Eye level.
See, height doesn't matter. You just got to keep up with me if I start running in heels, or I'll go then.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. I've been told I walk too fast, so maybe I can adjust the speed there.
So, are you good? Are you comfortable?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm kind of curious. This conversation's your jam, so something must have hit you to where you want to say something. Do you want to like give us your spiel on whatever it was?
Absolutely. So I have my older brother is an Army Ranger, and I got close with a lot of his friends from the military. Really good boys, like amazing people, but I saw this intense fallout that was never taken care of. Not exactly to the point of like how non-vets are treated, but similar. Where I saw their mental health just degrade into nothingness. And so many of them like took their own lives or just degraded into, they couldn't return to normal society or being a regular civilian, right? So I started kind of getting active in those circles to try and reintroduce them to normal civilian life. And dude, it's a struggle. Like it's not easy because, as you were saying, like you have this attack on American soil. So a lot of them, I'm 34, so I guess I'm millennial. Like I remember that happening. I remember being in junior high and being like, "Oh, dude, our school's going to be targeted next." It clearly wasn't, but everyone was convinced, you know. And I remember everyone from the generation before me. That's like when they started signing up, you know, as retribution. People were pissed, but there was never like any follow-up care or anything for those boys, you know. And I've kind of witnessed the fallout myself and become pretty pissed off at it.
Right.
You know, you get a bunch of young men and I guess women, but especially men, like hyped up for this cause, and when they come home, there's what the fuck was it all for? You know, like this never-ending war, and then for what? So it's kind of like a topic that's pretty close to my heart, just because of my own personal reasons. And like I said, like witnessing an active fallout from it.
Yeah.
And there's like barely any programs, anything for them to turn to. Because I mean, part of being in the military is you shut down like human impulses. And you're not really allowed to feel. You're supposed to disassociate through it all, right? So when you come back and you're just supposed to live like normal civvy life, like how the hell is that possible? 9 times out of 10, it's not.
Right. Absolutely. And I don't know how they live with it. And some of them don't. You know?
Exactly.
And when you get to that point, which I'm guessing because I didn't serve, I'm guessing from the individuals I've talked to, that you kind of feel like you've been used, abused, and just tossed to the side and forgotten about after your worth is gone. So
Yeah,
yeah,
like you're called to this greater purpose, and then when you come home, it's no longer there.
right.
So the boys that I know that are still, it sounds grim, but that are still alive, they got active in things like horse therapy. So they'd work with wild animals, or it sounds crazy, but like wolf sanctuaries, things like that, where there's this kind of edge of danger to it,
Mhm.
but they understood it and they could navigate through that. It'd have to be like physical tasks to focus on, but in the average life, like for example, I work for a school. I'm not going to spend my off days hanging out with wolves. Like that's a little bit overboard for me, you know.
Right.
So those programs are like few and far in between. And then even if you ask for help, so let's say you're one of the radio guys, right? So you're carrying like normal rucksack plus all this other equipment. Your back's going to be fucked up, right? When you're out of the military and you're like, hey, my back is in agony, 9 times out of 10, they're going to turn around and be like, no, dude, totally wasn't us. Totally wasn't what we had you do. It had to be something you did in civilian life, messed up your back. So there's no like safety net for them to return to, even with the VA. And I'm sure you guys have heard like all the horror stories about how the VA treats people too. Like it's insane. There's like no mental health options, and even for like physical ailments, there's like nothing to fall back on. For like insurance purposes, they're like, nah, your knees are wrecked? Totally wasn't us. Nah.
Right.
Like got blown up by shrapnel? No. It wasn't us. You're good.
Yeah, the VA is a pretty wrecked system, that's for sure.
Mm.
But the whole system's wrecked. I'm always talking about how the federal government is supposed to be a uniting force for the states under times of war and times of natural disaster. That's the only real reason why it's there. Yet,
and I think at one point it was, but it's after Nam, it definitely hasn't been.
Well, they figured out they could make money. They figured out they could bully other countries. They figured if we are the world police, which it seems as though we have been for a while now, you can be, a police state, right? You turn into a police state, you start telling other countries what to do, and if they don't do it, you take control. And we've been running around doing that for far too long. And when the young men and women start to realize exactly what their duty is, it doesn't make sense anymore. They signed up to protect the country, protect the Constitution, and they find out, that's not what we're doing right now. We're not even doing anything close to that.
Of, like, disenfranchisement. Is that the word? But yeah, you have a lot of them, like you said, coming home and being like, what the fuck was this for?
Yeah.
Sorry for the language.
No, that's okay. That's speaking freely. We cuss freely here all the time. Are you youngsters? Grade school, junior high, high school?
High school.
Okay, so you can let the foul language fly every once in a while.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's all
I work in like a very like hyper gang populated school, so it's a little iffy.
Yeah, so foul language from you is like cool. The kids are like, oh yeah, she's cool like us. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, like that's nothing.
she got some ink She got foul language. She's tall. All right, she can hang.
Yep, we're basically good so long as they don't show up with a shiv. I'm like, oh, that's nice. Today's gonna be a good day.
Oh my gosh. And you chose to do that. Why? Oh my gosh.
I might be a masochist. I don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't be the only one out there right at this point. Both my parents were teachers. Got family members, teachers, coaches. I've coached.
Gotcha.
I absolutely despise the educational system right now. And it's sad because there are teachers out there, and I'm sure you're probably one of them, that are extremely passionate about what they're doing, and they're really trying to go out of their way to teach. You stay after school when you don't have to. You might even come into school early when you don't have to help that one kid out, to do whatever you can to get them over that hump. There are teachers out there that are passionate like that, that really do care. But that's like few and far between. The rest of them are just phoning it the fuck in. And I try to tell people, tell people, it's Gen X that's the fucking problem. The Gen X teachers are a massive problem, and maybe a little bit older. Whatever's left of that age bracket that's still teaching, probably few.
There's a lot, actually. You'd be surprised. Like, I've been hoping, so I'm 34, so like mid-millennial, and I've been dying for more people my age, because there are so many boomers still that they can't like comprehend the kind of world these kids are existing in.
Yeah.
So they almost treat it like a police state.
Yep.
And I'm not saying like you have to be friends with the kids, but if you can't like relate to them whatsoever, there's going to be no progress. They're not going to give a shit.
Right. Right. So you're teaching with teachers that you went to school under.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, and like for teachers that I had in school, they're all retired. And my parents long retired. I'm 44, and so I remember going through high school and then going through college. My generation. So I'm the youngest of Gen X, pretty much. So anybody my age and older, all of those kids, all of us that, well, I wasn't one of them, but anybody that was going to be a teacher, their main thing was, hey, we get the weekends off, we get in-service days every once in a while, and we got all summer off. We get to still be a kid, and we get to party whenever the fuck we want, and we're just going to be glorified babysitters. That was the rhetoric back then for my generation. And each school had at least 2 teachers that phoned it in, that came in, kicked their feet up on the desk, and turn to chapter whatever, do the fucking questions at the end, and turn the damn page in, and they'd sit there and read the paper. Because sorry folks, there were papers still and they'd just hide behind a paper, kick back, and that was it. And my generation wanted to be that teacher. The teacher that had the vodka in their coffee cup. The teacher that was just chilling, hanging out.
Yeah, the one who would go to like student parties. I had 2 of those at one of my high. So I wasn't that I was a bad kid. I just moved a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the first high school I went to, we had 2 of those teachers. He'd show up at my older brother's parties, and it was like this very open secret that he was sleeping with 18-year-olds, and so was another teacher. And I'm happy like the way my school operates now is the kids trust us enough where if they came to us with that, we come down like a hammer,
Right.
But back then, like, it was like, oh, hell yeah, Mr. So-and-so's at our party. That's so cool. Which, looking back, I'm like, oh my God. Oh, shit.
Right? I could
Like,
have
this
got
is
an A
not
in the
good.
class if I just leveraged this right,
Yeah.
but I didn't. Fuck.
Like, this is a little messed up. Oh my God.
Oh, but I
And
mean,
then when I started working in the public school system, I have two nephews from my older brother, and I was like, dude, you have the money, put them in a Christian school. Like, just do it, dude. Don't. Like, public schools, we're not doing so well right now. Like, please just put them in a Christian school. It's not guaranteed it's going to be better, but it might be.
it's worse. I don't know now, but I actually went to a Christian school my senior year for a short period of time because I was doing sports stuff, and I actually went to a few different schools.
Oh, gotcha.
So I got to find out firsthand the rumors about Christian schools.
See, I thought that was Catholic schools that had the bad rap.
It's all religious schools because the religious kids, the kids with, that grow up with the faith based, it's good, but you have that finger being shook at you. Nope, you can't do, can't, and all those kids ever wonder is why. So what do? They go find out. They go fucking find out. They don't screw around. As soon as they have an opportunity to find out what something is like that they were told not to do, they do it. 100%.
That's pretty fair. I give like my brother kudos. So I think our last chat, I didn't get to tell you, we were on voice chat. So until like I was 8, my parents, super young parents, got sucked into being JWs. So like it was a time, brother.
Oh boy.
It was a thing. So my brother's pretty like hyper vigilant on what his kids are taught.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping like that combined with the school will maybe even out.
Faith-based stuff is good. I don't take anything away from that, but
Yeah.
like the kids that have been in the Christian school since they started school, oh boy.
Yeah.
It's an eye opener. Cuz they're like, "Hey, you're new. You're one of us. You're not one of us. What do you know? What's public school like? What are you like?"
Yeah. Like, dude,
It's a
it's this
thing.
double-edged sword because, like, at my school, this public school, we'll have kids, we'll catch them banging on the field, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh my God. It's like D-Gen Central, right? Or we had, so I'm right next to the junior high that feeds into the high school after.
Mm-hmm.
And not too long ago, this was last year, before summer break, we had one of our students got stabbed by one of the junior high kids because he liked his necklace. Then the junior high student just went right back to his class in junior high, sat down. Like, it was just like, I caught kids with 8-balls and shivs, and I was like, dude, we're the poor side of town. You got an 8-ball on you? That's big money. Oh.
Wow.
Or so from my experiences, and then I look at private school and I'm like, okay, I know you guys are pretty sheltered and you're going to act out, but at least you're not doing lines in the cafeteria.
Right. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's no, you're spot on with that. Because like it's more drugs and partying and alcohol and lots of flipping sexual deviant activity for the faith-based kids.
Yeah.
The public school kids, to your point, yeah, they're shooting each other, they're stabbing each other, they're doing all sorts of weird shit.
Yeah. Or we had a race war at my school once and went full lockdown. Like, SWAT came in, It was.
I don't even want to know where the fuck you are. You might have mentioned it before, but I forgot, and I don't even know. Actually,
I'm in California.
email
It
me and
happens,
let
you
me know
know.
where I don't need to go. No. It's like-
California, man. We have beautiful weather, but not the best places.
I love Cali, though. I always am telling people that they have to go to SoCal
Oh,
because it makes you feel it's different. And if you don't go there, you're never going to understand what the hell I'm talking about.
it's like,
So,
I love it because I can go a couple hours up north. Boom, I'm in the mountains in the snow. I can go an hour like to the coast. I've got, the beach. I can go to the desert. Like I have every geographical biome I could possibly want,
but
just with a lot of shenanigans behind it. So,
right. But you have that. The whole West Coast is like that.
yeah.
The whole West Coast is like that because it's great. You have 7 different climate zones
Hmm.
in California, 7 different in Oregon, and 7 in Washington because of how the mountain range is set up so close to the ocean. And
Yep.
you got the high desert, you got everything,
Hmm.
and it's fantastic. You can't find a better area on the whole planet.
Oh yeah,
So
geographically, I
you're
love it.
yeah.
Politically, not so much.
Uh, it didn't used to be like that though.
Mm-mm.
It didn't. The last time it was pretty darn conservative. You were in diapers, so and I was
Hmm.
at least able to enjoy it for a little while and remember it.
Yeah,
So uh,
our last mayor or governor was pretty good, and then the newer one that was elected, like she had news leaked with another woman. It was just a whole. It was one of her aides. Whole shit show. Still got
mhm.
elected. So like, I get you. It's a lot of degen running around, and we're like, oh no,
Well,
that's not the best.
with being like, I'm guessing your school. I don't remember what the numbers are like for California and how they break things up, but you're probably because Oregon and Washington they go up to 6A, which is extremely big school. Cali has bigger schools than up here, but I mean 6A schools, inner city school in Portland or Seattle with like 3,000 plus kids. So what are you working with in your high school? Are you looking at those type of numbers
About the
or
same. Yeah, yeah.
okay? Is it valued the same? Like they call it a 6A school or something? Or
They don't call it that. So our schools here are split. There's a few different high schools, a few different junior highs. They're split by like region, by area code, but at the same time, like disablements. So let's say we'll have one school that is fully populated by like ED, so emotionally disturbed students. They'll get shuttled to that one and then go to the junior high and the high school. Then my school is the gang populated one. So we'll have the junior high and high school that kind of links to that. We'll have another one that has physical disablements that focuses on those kids. So we're kind of split up by that.
okay,
Even though technically they say it's area code, it's not really.
so it's not based on population or in size.
Yeah,
It's not. It's so you guys are
it's kind of more like,
segregating
oh
all the
shit, you
kids
guys are like at
based.
Sequoia. Those are the kids that are gonna stab you if you blink.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
So they've turned school into an asylum, a prison, and
Oh yeah.
like they've just said, okay, we're segregating these kids to where they need to go based on X, Y, and Z. So
Hmm.
it's easier to deal with. So we can just have teachers that are prepared for dealing with this, all to working together there, and blah 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 blah. That
Hmm.
is the worst fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh yeah.
No
Because I
wonder all the
used to be a
kids hate each
substitute.
other.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
no wonder we're more divided than ever before because they're doing it in the
Hmm.
schools right there in the now. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're doing it there. Do you think Because I've never heard of that before, doing it that way. Are you aware of, or do you think that they're doing it in other major metropolitan areas across the nation?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt that for a second. So basically, the policy, and this is why I say like off camera, anonymous as well. Um, Basically, the policy is asses in seats, and we get federal funding, right?
Yeah, head count. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have students who, like I said, my school specializes in like gang related students,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll put them in the special education classes. They're not special ed. They're fucking fine. They're not developmentally like unsound or anything. They're
Right.
fine. But they'll be put in those classes so that it's like nigh impossible to expel or get rid of them. And it basically takes them attacking staff physically for them to be expelled. So like we had one student where like I was rooting for this kid. He'd talk to me. I'd be summoned for like IA meetings, all this. Like I worked with him pretty closely, and was like, "You got to get your shit together, brother. Like this is your last chance. You can't keep doing this."
Right.
And he wound up attacking one of the instructional assistants, just beat the shit out of this poor man. And it was only until then. Now he could do anything else he wanted. He never had to go to class. Didn't have to show up. Didn't have to do shit. And they would mark him present. It was fucked up. But it was only until he physically attacked a staff member that they were like, "All right, you're given the boot." So I see this happening in this district, and I hate it. Like when I first signed up, they gave us the option to, because I'm union, and I kind of have a bug up my butt about unions. Like they were very necessary for a minute there.
Yeah.
Now they're kind of bullies. They don't do their purpose anymore.
Right.
So when I signed up, I was like, I don't want this going towards any political campaigns. I don't want my dues going towards that. And Our Lady was like, "Oh, shit, no one ever asked about that. Yeah, here's a waiver for it." I was like, "Yeah, you give me that. Like, let me sign that now. I don't want this going towards, like, left or right, anything. I don't, like, call me conspiracy theorist. I don't trust the government in general.
Right.
Let me sign this. I don't want any of my money going towards that." And that's a very rare thing to happen in our union, apparently. Because like I said, our union functions on, it doesn't matter how wild these kids are, how fucked up they are, if they're learning or not. As long as we can mark them present, we get money. And morally, I cannot justify, and I do not like that.
Well, you're right for not liking that, because it's wrong. 100%. Because you're basically treating the educational system as a feedlot, and you're trying to run these cattle through the chute, and that's all they are. It's a head count, and when you're playing the head count game, and you don't really care about the education side of things, as long as they're passing the minimal requirements, so you can really cash in and say, "Oh, look how great we're doing," so nobody gets pissed off at the results. Which, oh wait, the whole damn country, even the fucking far left nut jobs, even understand we've got a whole generation or two of morons running around.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Absolutely. And I've gotten in personal trouble before because I will send kids to, it's called like OR, so opportunity room. If they don't show up in class and they're wandering around and they're not doing what the fuck they're supposed to be, I'll send them there. Like, no, you can't disrupt a class, you know. And the teachers will be tagged for that and be like, "Well, you didn't mark them present." And we're like, "Yeah, because they weren't." And you'll get a slap on the wrist for that.
Because they want you to just mark them present
issue.
regardless, just so they can say, "Look, our attendance is up. Again,
Hmm.
fucking head count. Lovely. What the heck?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, and that's
It is. It
fraud,
is
though. Like, do they
brutal.
understand that that is just blatant fucking fraud? What the hell?
Right?
What?
Oh yeah. It's morally, like I'm also what's called a mandated reporter.
Mhm.
So when there are severe issues with this kids, like I'm legally obligated to contact CPS or do something to fix the problem, right?
Right, because if you
And
don't, you're liable at that point.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I've had higher ups on not the school I'm at now, the schools I was at before. I was like, I'm like 99% sure this kid's being beat at home. We got to take care of this. And I've had higher ups be like, we got to deal with this now. And I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, clearly.
Right. Right.
Like, no shit. We have to deal with this.
And they just
So
won't.
and I think this is a nationwide, like, sickness. I don't think it's centralized in California. I really think this is all over.
I think you're probably right. I just ask because I don't know. I'm not there, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't. I am so disgusted with it that I just
Yeah.
am like, I don't care. I just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
You know, and I should to a point, but hey, I've got kids. They're not in school anymore. They're out. I've done my job. They don't even live at home. Hey, woohoo! So like,
Yeah. You did your part.
I did my part, and I think I did a pretty darn good job, even though I'm always questioning. You know, if you're a good parent, you're still questioning yourself even after the job is done because it's really never done, right? But at least they're not living in my basement and depending on me. Thank God, because I can't even hardly depend on myself anymore. I got them through, I got us through, and now it's like, well, okay. But yeah, wow. This is a difficult thing for the nation to deal with, because you have a lot of individuals out there that really love the coddling.
Mm-hmm.
They're dependent. They have no other way, and they expect everything to be done for them by big mommy and daddy government. You know, and it's just not possible. We cannot function as a society this way, not one bit. You know, as a teaching staff there at where you're at, you're obviously dealing with some less than great circumstances, right? Like
A little bit.
yeah. What is the goal for the year? You know, you just started your school year, right? So you just had a whole summer off. You're like, fuck yeah. And then you're like, oh, shit, we got to go back to school and deal with this again. Is there a goal of, all right, they're coming in like this. They've had one hell of a summer. Obviously, there's some wind down time, get people into a routine. That takes a little bit. But then in your situation with what you're dealing with, it sounds like routine doesn't exist ever because if this isn't happening, that's fucking happening. Or, you know, there's always some sort of distraction. What is the goal? What are you trying to accomplish when you're teaching these kids?
See, for me, I'm the idiot who volunteers for summer school, so I don't stop.
Oh, okay.
So
Fair
I
enough.
don't get that
Sorry.
break.
Oh, my bad.
I have those kids year round, and I think so. For me, it's more of a personal, like, vendetta almost. Like, when I was a kid, I swapped schools so often, and I went through some pretty brutal times. I wound up going to our like bad kid school out here,
Mhm.
but I had a job, you know, so it was the best fit for me.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like this weird personal thing where I'm like, listen, fuckers, if I could do this, you can do this. Like, it's high school. You can finish this. So I try not to hyper focus on only the kids who need that extra help because that's not fair to the others who, like, let's say a student who's passing, who's doing well, but they could still have some issues going on at home, and they still need that attention too. Um, it's a really fine line of balancing students' needs with the end goal of just, dude, just fucking graduate.
Right. Well,
because you will regret it if you don't.
what about? So you said, "Hey, I did it. You fuckers can too."
Yeah.
the you do realize there's genetics at play here, and like I'm just guessing that the gene pool that you derive from is not the same gene pool a lot of these kids you're talking to come from. And so, and plus, even though you traveled around this, that, and the other, I'm pretty sure, and I'm putting myself out on a limb here because I could very well be wrong. I'm pretty sure, just based on my thought process on your gene pool is a little bit better than theirs, that maybe your stuff wasn't quite as difficult as a lot of these kids. Am I right? Maybe?
To an extent, yes. If we're talking that, like, I'll give you a little backstory on me. So, my father is very well off, but I don't have access to that, nor do I ask for it. It's not a thing. That's not a variable I can take into account, right? When I was a kid, I dropped out for a year, lived in an apartment with 5 people, single bedroom, and worked full time. I was in a really shitty part of LA, so I've had my share of just kind of shit living, you know. So on that part, I can identify with a lot of these kids
Mm-hmm.
on not having that parental support. I mean, shit, there was a reason why my brother went into the military, you know?
Right.
Like,
But are these kids doing that, making that choice? Are they moving out, living on their own? Do they have that
some
kind
of
of
them are.
initiative?
A lot of it is some bullshit cultural things like we have full-time jobs, but we give all of our money to our family, who in turn gives it to our father's mistress in fucking Mexico. Like
Mhm.
real fucked up stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where my point is to kind of talk and be like, dude, that's yours.
Right.
Like, you're welcome to America, brother. No. Like, you have the right to say no.
Yeah, but
And
their
kind
dad probably has a right to beat the living fuck out of them too if they say no. Because remember,
Yeah.
different culture, a little bit machismo, and there is a pecking order, and dad's the alpha, and until son steps up and becomes the alpha,
Yeah.
which usually that's
exactly.
not for a while because they've been browbeat for so long, beat down for so long, they're almost never gonna make that move.
Yeah.
There's that
You
respect.
get it exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's this bullshit thing that we can try and guide these kids through. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And honestly, that's why a lot of them fall into like gang warfare. You know, they're kids. They're kids who are wrapped up in adult shit and don't even realize it.
But maybe they do realize it. You know, it's the kids that smoke cigarettes trying to be like the adults.
Mhm.
Same theory, same ideology.
Yeah.
Just trying to be like the adults. We're adults now. I mean, that's what high school is,
Yeah.
right? Young adults trying to figure
Yeah.
it out. Some of them are
So it's
just
this
choosing to
kind of like,
do. Some of them are
mhm.
just choosing to pick the wrong adults to pattern themselves after.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the ones who give them attention or any sense of belonging or like family or familiarity.
Right. That's too
And
bad.
that's like we had a kid last year who actually died from it. Like it was pretty brutal. It was like execution style. Not on campus,
Hmm.
but like in the apartments like near it.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, it was fucking nuts, man.
So that happens every year, then, huh? Something of that nature. You're always losing one or two kids a year, probably.
Not to that extent. Like we've had, like I said, my biggest, so like, okay, here we go. My turning point in my career, because at first I was like starry eyed and I was like, no, I went through like, I got my ass whooped in Culver, I got jumped, I got robbed, like all this crazy shit happened to me as a kid, like drugged, all this crazy stuff. I get these kids, right? I was very starry eyed, very naive when I started this. I was
Right.
like, I get you, I understand. The turning point for me was we got like a text tip, right? And rounded up all these kids. Turns out one of them was gonna like murk another kid for gang initiation because his little girlfriend broke up with him and it was gonna be revenge and that's how he was gonna get in.
Right.
And I saw this little girl. Now I wasn't aware of this. I saw her in the office just weeping, sobbing. And my first impulse, I don't know, as a woman or what, but I was like, oh, I want to comfort this little girl. But she's freaking out. Like, should I get her some tissues? Should I hug her? She's really losing her shit. Well, it turns out we caught her on camera. She was yucking it up with him. She was in on it. She thought it was funny as shit. Like, the idea of taking the life of another kid was funny to her until she got caught.
Hmm.
And that was kind of like the turning point for me where I was like, oh shit. Like, we're not playing around here.
No, they aren't.
And I'm lucky enough that my school deals with that and catches it very quickly. Like I said, the one incident with that student who lost his life, he wasn't on campus, it was on school day. But it was close enough. Or the one kid that got stabbed, it was off campus. So we're pretty consistent and hard on catching things on campus. But off, what are we supposed to do? We're not their parents, Can't catch all that.
Right.
So it's death wise, I'd say that's like abnormal. But other incidents, they're pretty frequent. Like I said, I caught a kid with an 8 ball and a shiv, and I was like, oh, whoa, that's a little rich for our blood here.
But
We're
that's the
normally
going
the
rate for
weed
them.
school.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, that's the going rate for them now,
yeah.
And actually, the reality is that's probably been going on for 3 or 4 decades. I mean, it's probably not much different. So, for your experience, for my experience, yeah. That school though, that area, that or any metropolitan area. I mean, let's not talk about SoCal for a second. Let's talk about Chicago or Baltimore or New York or just you're probably thinking along the same lines in those areas too, right?
Yeah, I was like, dude, we're usually the Pavo school. Like,
Yeah.
it's usually like weed.
I-
You bust out the stimulants, and I'm like, whoa,
yeah,
someone got some money today.
it's been there. They just got caught this time.
Yeah.
Like that's how you're only catching 10% of what's really going on.
Oh, yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's the sad thing too. I mean, well, it's sad, but it's also it's reality, and it kind of shows you that they aren't as dumb as maybe I even think they are. Because kids,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, well, if they could get away with this shit for a while and they can keep it hid, maybe they're not so stupid, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is I guess if I'm trying to look at a bright side, or try to find one, that could be the bright side to it, but it's tough, though. I mean, if you're just trying to get them graduated, there is no real goal. Get them, other than that, get them in, get them out, get them gone. I mean, and then try to make
Like,
your
I'm like, go to a
impacts.
trade school, like learn
Yeah.
some skill. Me personally, I got an accounting degree. It's not worth shit, you know. Like, totally honest.
Blunt truth here.
Right?
Facts.
You know, or I had a culinary degree, but I had that business for 8 years, and it was wonderful. So there's trades. I think, like, as a country, we've kind of lost the value of like physical trade work,
Right.
and
Yeah.
a lot of the kids are turning to that now, and I'm like, great, perfect. That, like, go for it, kid. Like, we're always gonna need that.
Are they taking pride in it though? Like, are they proud, and are they more respectful of themselves now that they have that knowledge? Are they really grabbing hold of it, or are they embarrassed that they're not the tech person? You know what I mean? Like,
I'd say the
how are
ones
they
like in
looking at it?
DWP, like if they're like DW, like Water and Power, those ones, like, super proud, like, into it, because that's kind of not easy to get into. You know, you go through the journeyman program, all that, and it makes amazing money. So they're pretty proud of it, learning that. But then I've also seen a ration of kids. This one broke my heart. Oh my God. When I was in junior high, I was subbing at the time. And we'd have like career days, and we'd have little girls that'll be like, "Kid, I hit 18, I'm going to be OnlyFans."
Wait, what?
And I was like, oh yeah. We'd have a bunch of students, like female students, who were like, "My career in life is going to be OnlyFans when I hit 18." And I'm like, oh my God, no.
Yeah,
Like,
but Mr. So-and-so
No.
that teaches the math, he says I'll be great. That's probably
He says I'll be like top earner. It's gonna be great.
right. You're like, wait, Mr. Who said what? Wait, I gotta have a
Who?
talk
What?
with him.
yeah, I'm a reporter, kid. Give me names, give me times, give me addresses. Like,
Wow, that is
oh yeah. It was
so
always
that's
like
the
YouTuber
career
or
choice.
OnlyFans.
We're going OF. Oh wow.
It's dampened a little bit over the years, but for a minute there, I was like, oh shit.
I didn't even know what OnlyFans was until COVID stuff.
Oh.
I had no idea. I got on here, started doing this type of stuff, and my first stop was TikTok, and that was a disaster. And then I've kind of bounced around until finally finding a place where I don't get censored. And this journey, I've learned so much about this subculture, maybe social media subculture, of like, holy crap, there's a what? There's a, it's like, wait, there's a, like, what? So OnlyFans I learned about, and then there's this other one called, it's all Chatterbait.
Oh, yeah.
Heard about that, and I'm like, wait, what? And it was explained to me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Seriously? Gross.
Oh, dude, it's brutal.
I'm like, what?
And you've got these little girls who are like, easy pass money, and I'm like, you'll never have a job or a career after this, kid.
But it's the easy money, it's the quick money, and honestly, from what I understand, some people make real good fucking bank doing it. So, but that only lasts for so long. It's like, once those the itty bitty titty committee fucking start sagging, And once everything goes south, I mean, you might have a good 5-10 years in you, but it's like I don't know, but that's like not the career choice, right? Like,
Dude, thank God it hasn't been at my school, but there's been like cases where you'll have like female teachers who do it, and all of a sudden the students find it,
wait, what?
and I'm like, oh yeah, it's been like on the news and all that before, where you'll have like younger, like my age, teachers who will open OnlyFans for extra cash, and all of a sudden their fucking students find it, and I'm like, you idiots. What? You think these teenage boys aren't gonna look it up and spread it? What the fuck is wrong with you?
And they're probably thinking nothing because they got money,
And then
I'm
they'll
getting
get
some
fired,
money from the
and they're
kids.
like, "How did I get fired?" And I'm like, "Because your students saw you butt ass naked. That's how you got fired." Like, that's why I'm so careful online. Like I said, I have like 2 full tattoo sleeves on my arms, pretty identifiable. So I don't usually show myself online, just in case.
Wait, oh fuck, yeah.
There's
You know
been a
they
point
make
where-
shirts with sleeves, so I'm just saying, like that's a thought. Like,
There's been times. Well, the problem is, I've been out drinking with friends, like at local bars. Like we have a pretty nice downtown area, so I've been out and I'll hear kids be like, "Robin," and I'm not joking, dude. The first time it happened, I panicked and I ran. Just bolted down the street to another bar. Like,
oh shit, that's
I
hilarious.
was like, I would rather die than some kid get me on camera having a smoke, being a little buzzed on the street. Absolutely not. No.
100%. I get it because I remember having conversations with teachers. I'm a small town boy, so like everybody knew everybody, and the teachers during certain like we would have a couple festivals in our town throughout the year, and the town would gather. Main Street would be closed down, and it's just one big open party. And teachers would be down there bar hopping, having a good time. You'd see the teachers fucking trashed. But now, remember, I'm 44 years old. So when this was happening, there wasn't the kid that was all, ooh,
pagers.
You know, yes, pager, flip phone, like, and there was a time where we didn't have that shit, you know, and so, but we didn't have the video where ooh, teacher so and so, ooh. Hey, how you doing? And then get them drunk or whatever and ask them stupid questions. And they're like, whatever. Yeah, I forget. Well, I don't forget. It's just
it's legal to smoke a doobie on the
different.
street. So I'm like,
yeah, right.
Absolutely not. I'll die first, kiddo. Like,
yeah. Start telling them stories about your tattoos on you're like, oh yeah, this one reminds me of the time that skinny dipping with my friends back. No. Wait, you said
the
what?
One story I tell him is my first tattoo was I was 16 and I was so full of myself. Like I said, I dropped out for a year and had a full-time job, was living in LA, and I was like, I am unstoppable. I wasn't, but so I went to this tattoo parlor and I was like, I'm gonna get a tattoo that no one else has in the world. Koi fishing the yin and yang. Literally no one has that. I'm so smart. I'm so fucking clever. Paid the guy $40, got him Bob's Big Boy as a tip. And I remember walking out and being like, oh shit, there's like 15 people with the same tattoo. Oh no. So like I'll tell my students that one, and I'm like, yeah, you're not as fucking cool as you think you are at this age. Like, believe me.
Right.
Been there, done that. You're not as cool, kiddo.
Well, I don't know how I managed to get through without a single fucking tattoo, because tattoos started to become a rage and popular, the in thing with my generation, and it went crazy, and I managed to go
really
tattoo-less. What's that?
So Gen X, it really exploded with you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like every single kid that I went to school with ended up having the tribal band on their arm and that stupid shit. And it's like, I I just know I went through a piercing phase though. I got a lot of piercings,
Mm.
and I knew from that experience that I should never have a tattoo or my whole body would be covered because I really enjoyed being pierced. So it was I kind of had self-awareness in that moment. But I've always said
Mm.
if somebody got me an opportunity or set it up for me to go over and get a true Samoan tattoo, I would do it.
Mm.
But I only because I know how painful they are and how time consuming they are. So it would be me blowing my wad all in one shot. Because if I was to do it, I would get a ankle sleeve tattoo.
Ooh.
So it would go over my whole foot and over my
Mhm.
ankle. So it'd be the most
that's a painful one.
painful area that you can have, other than the under part. Actually, it's probably even more painful than the underarm part. But I basically would be all in on let's just give me all the pain you can give me right now. This is going to be amazing, and then I'm not doing it again.
Yeah.
Because you said the word earlier, masochist. I like bad shit. Like,
Mhm.
you just let's play. Where's the
Okay.
red room?
Oh, brother, I got one that goes from like my armpit down to like my groin past my hip.
Oh wow.
The most agonizing shit I've ever done. And halfway through, I was like, okay, I thought I liked pain. What the fuck am I doing? This is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. Why am I doing this? So like I couldn't back out. I was stuck with it.
Yeah, but then it paid off, right? Where you're like, oh, this is pretty cool.
I like it, but I was like,
Wait, hold on. You just said a key word there. You say you liked it. You better love that shit. You just like, you're like, I don't know. I kind of like it.
I was like, I'm going through it. Fucking sucks, but I'm happy I did.
So you got the arm, both arms, and what shoulder all the way to wrists?
Yes.
Okay, full sleeve, real legit. Because I know people. Oh, I got a sleeve, and they're like, they stop here or whatever. It's like you got 3/4 sleeve. Like, so you got a full sleeve. Then you've got the armpit all the way down to your groin. So what, you got a dragon or something that wraps you, or like a panther or something that wraps like along the side or something? Like what do you got?
No, you ever hear of Stephen King's The Dark Tower?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Roland in the Dark Tower going down my side.
Okay.
It hurts so bad.
So after that, are you done, or did you continue with more tattoos, or are you in the process of more, or like what?
I've got like my upper back is kind of filled up. And then I have one on my thigh, which I've thought of adding to. I haven't picked something that means enough to me yet for that.
I'll send you a picture of my face. You can tattoo my face. You could be my first person that tattoos my face to their body. I'm joking, please don't, but I always see like Joe Rogan, he's got this fan base and where they're nuts. I listen to his podcast, but I'm not like a huge Joe Rogan fan personally, whatever. I just like his conversations he has with people, but he's always posting pictures of other people that show up at his comedy club in Austin with his fucking face tattooed on their body. And I'm just like, what the fuck? How would you feel about people walking around with your face tattooed on them?
I don't think I could get someone's face on me. Like,
see, I'd send you a picture of me doing something like that, and then you could have the inner thigh, and it just looks like I'm licking you where you want it. So, you know. Speak freely is now licking me freely.
Speak Freely's entered DGen hours.
Oh shoot. But then you could always tease and be like, my boyfriend always makes fun of you because you're always licking his balls. I'm like, damn it. This did not go the way I wanted it to go.
Shit.
Right. Oh my goodness. No, so you have a serious interest in pain via tattoo, obviously.
Oh, man. I'd say, yeah.
So since you're waiting till something means enough to get another tattoo, are you getting close to the end, or are you just going to continue on over your lifetime until your crack is tattooed? Like how far are we going with this venture,
It's more like so tattoos, at least where I go, they're expensive, right?
Mhm.
And after my first super shitty tattoo, where I was like, oh my god, I'm not special. Oh, this sucks. I'm pretty like selective what I get done.
Mhm.
So it has to be like something I'm super into, something that I'm like really invested in. So I've got a couple like ideas floating around, but nothing stood out to the point where I'm like, okay, I want to use up this free real estate. So it's not the end. It's more like what I want to invest in.
So give me an idea. What's floating around in your head? Maybe I can help you.
Ooh. So like my older brother, my dad and I, we've always fought over the gunslinger creed, like who's gonna get what stanza, and they keep fighting over the same one. Like they want the one like that's oh shit, what was it? He who kills with his gun, like has forgotten the face of his father, I kill with my heart. They keep arguing over that stanza. And I'm like, there's three of them to pick from. Like, figure it out. I'll get one of them. Like, figure out the other two. And they just keep duking it out. So at one point, I'm like, you know what? Okay, I'm going to get all three of them myself. You guys don't even matter.
That's no joke. Then you should do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, just lock them out of it. Be like, you can't have it now. I just solved the problem. The argument no longer exists.
Yep.
Game over. I win.
I have on my back, it's, what is it, the Horneveld, the Rose, the Rook Skull, and the Eye. And it's the quote that says, death but never for you, gunslinger. And I have that on my back. And they were like, why'd you get that before us? I'm like, because you guys like kept arguing. So I designed it, and it's mine now.
Hey, have you ever thought that maybe they talk and say, hey, let's just pretend to argue about something because then she's going to do it? And they're like,
Thought about that.
they're like a few steps ahead of you right now. They're like, let's do this.
If I like thought they were capable of 3D chess, then sure.
Oh, shit. Ouch. Ouch.
But they're just dudes who bicker, so I'm like, all right, go for it, brother.
That hurts so bad. Like, you don't even know. That hurts. No 3D chess for you. Game over.
Yep.
I love you. You're part of my gene pool, but you guys are idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh man. Maybe you should have a tattoo of your school.
Ooh. Oh God. This is my weekend to drink and relax. I don't need to be reminded of that when I'm not there.
Could be a reminder of why you don't want to go back.
Yeah.
Are you actually looking at the camera right now? Looking at me, my ugly mug? Here, hold on a second. My big fur baby just came and plopped in my lap for like the fourth time tonight, trying to get me to go to bed. Yeah, this is my baby's. Her name's Zoe.
Aww.
Can you hear her purring?
Oh my gosh, I can.
Is it bedtime? Yeah. Do I need to say goodbye to everybody? This is how much she trusts me.
Probably about. Aww. Planking kitty.
All right. I'll be there in a little bit. Okay, go. It's like that's the fourth time I've done that to her. So she always has to come tell me when it's bedtime. And I was supposed to be off of here at a hard midnight. Done. Because I was on at 4 p.m. for Trump's rally that turned into a disaster of 4 fucking hours. And that was not in the game plan. I was going to do Trump's rally, take a break, and then come back at 9 p.m. and do midnight or later. And I've gone through a wide range of anger to now hanging out, chill, and been on for 11 hours and 30 minutes.
Oh my god. Okay,
Yeah.
well then I will catch you next time. For the love of God, sleep.
Well, if this is your drinking weekend, you might catch me tomorrow, and I may be drinking. So if you want to join in and drink with me, and we could talk about all sorts of stuff. If I'm here tomorrow night, which I think I will be, Saturday nights have kind of become game nights. So we kind of do games, and yeah, it's kind of one. It's new to me, but we do this one game called Riff Tracks. It's a 6-player game, so we can have 6 people, do 6 boxes, and then we do the Riff Tracks, which is just movie scenes where they're saying whatever, and then it stops, and then you have to fill in the blank, and then all 6 people fill in the blank, and then it plays it, and then, yeah, you vote for who's got the funniest stuff. It's kind of cool.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fun. It passes the time, and yeah. Then there's other things. I think working on maybe doing some Monopoly is one of the games that we can play on here, and a few other things. So, yeah, who knows what we'll be doing?
Groovy.
Yeah. So if you're around, if you're not out escaping children, like Miss,
running down the street.
Miss Robin's here. Look, it's Miss Robin. Ah, she's drunk. Her skirt's half down. Her skirt's half up. No. Like, I don't like whatever the case may be. They're like, quick, get your phone. Get a picture of her. You'll get an A in the next test if you
can. Put it on Snap. Oh, God.
What? Oh, Snap. What's your Snap, Miss Robin?
Yeah, what's your Snap, Miss Robin?
Okay, I'm coming. Chill out, babes. Oh my goodness, I'm getting the look. It's bedtime, Dad. What the hell? I can't go to bed without you. It's like shit. Okay, fine, fuck.
Oh my gosh. Well, anyway, you have a good night.
You too. It was great talking with you. Can't wait to chat some more.
You as well.
Thanks. All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was Robin, everybody. It was awesome. From SoCal. We'll just say from, I have no idea, so I'm just going to throw something out there. Just Thousand Oaks. Now, we all know that's not true because of what she described as what she's teaching. She's from Thousand Oaks. Anyway, it was a fun night. I was going through a wide range of disaster tonight, and it turned into a great night yet again. And that's great. That happens. All the ignoramuses that were in here earlier left, made me feel better about myself. My wonderful social media friends. Shout out to Ms. Hooka and Mr. Load, Brother Load, Sister Hooka. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, much love. And special thanks to Robin, Ms. Robin. Ms. Robin, can I have your snap? It cracks me up. Oh, special thanks to Robin for coming in and chatting. Hopefully she has a wonderful weekend. If we don't hear from her again this weekend, hopefully she gets out there, has fun, and gets her party on. Maybe gets a tattoo on. Maybe of me. Just joking. I hope. I was like, no, don't do that. That would not be good. No, that would not be. No, not good. No. It's a big no. Lots of fun though. It's been a flippin' great night. Brother Nibs stopped in for like 2 seconds, asked a question, and then had to go to work, probably. He's been working on Saturdays lately, so, yeah. Heck yeah, we've had a lot of the Great Underground. If you haven't heard the Great Underground's Rumble station yet, they do 24/7 music over there. It's fantastic. Good vibes, good chill vibes. And it was partly the reason why I got into a much better mood tonight. Fantastic. See, here we go. Here's some of their. Yeah. I had it playing in the background, then it just kind of stopped on me. So sadly, because I think Robin would have liked some of these beats right here. Nice chill vibe. Special shout out to the Great Underground crew. Yeah. This is great to get me ready and go crash out for the night or for the morning. This is officially my longest Rumble podcast. It was supposed to be at midnight. And, yeah, that's a few hours ago. Yeah, almost 5 flipping hours ago. Ooh, anyways. Much love, everybody. Much love. Remember, speak up, speak out, speak freely. It's what you have to do. A lot of ignoramuses out there. Got to push back. We all have to push back. Got to be on President Trump's side. Hashtag indict me too. That's my Me Too movement. Indict me too. Yeah. All right, everybody. I'll shut the hell up and go to bed now. Speak up. Speak out. Speak freely. Much love. Much love. Peace.